Chapter 1. Arrival of the System. The author is quite receptive to advice. This book is ultimately a pure love story, devoid of any ambiguous relations with other female cultivators, and the romance unfolds gradually. Expect a sweetness that will make your teeth ache in the middle chapters. Read with confidence. In the realm of immortals, the path to ascension is fraught with peril. The void ruptured, corpses lay scattered, and a thick stench of blood permeated the air. A stunningly beautiful woman, radiating an ethereal grace, with cascading black hair like a waterfall and clad in a wide-sleeved celestial gown, stood majestically in the void, wielding a frostbitten sword. Her pristine gown, now soaked in blood, emanated a chilling aura as her emerald eyes coldly regarded the pallid and terrified figure of the second-ranked genius on the immortal list, standing 100 meters away. Madness. This is sheer madness. Jiang Xianling is merely ranked third on the immortal list. How could she single-handedly slay those top-tier prodigies, alongside 6 others from the top 10 of the immortal rankings, not to mention hundreds of imperial-level young talents? These were not mere roadside cabbages, but the elite among the immortal sovereigns. At this moment, Jiang Xianling wore a stoic expression, silently channeling the last vestiges of her celestial energy, intending to utilize the force of self-detonation to annihilate the final adversary. Yet at that instant, a battered mirror, exuding an ancient aura, slowly drifted out from Jiang Xianling's storage ring. In the blink of an eye, an enigmatic energy enveloped Jiang Xianling. Damn it, you shall not escape. As if sensing something, the second-ranked genius on the immortal list contorted his face in a grotesque snarl, unleashing a flicker of ghostly light with all his might. He cast upon Jiang Xianling a one-time curse from the ancient era, soul severed in the skies. In the Xian realm, at the Sword Sect, on the Ice Sword Peak, a man with deep star-like eyes and an exceptionally handsome face lay languidly on a large rock halfway up the mountain, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. It has been 2 years. He has spent 2 years in this world known as the Xian realm. Indeed, Suchiza transmigrant. He vividly recalls returning home from work, having turned down a multitude of invitations from female colleagues. Eager to try on the ancient garb he had purchased at a high price, he hurried home. However, on the road, he encountered a delicate little girl dressed in traditional attire. That vehicle was truly speeding. He did not consider himself a good person. He merely believed he could save the little girl and retreat unscathed. But that car was extraordinarily swift. It came prepared. In an instant, he was left with 2 choices. Either they both become spirits, or he abandons the little girl and becomes a spirit himself. Ultimately, he cast the little girl aside into a patch of greenery, yet he did not become a spirit. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world, though he did not comprehend why he had escaped the clutches of death. The scene before him was utterly different from that of Blue Star. Had he never seen a pig run before? Without hesitation, he sought a secluded spot and donned the ancient garb. Fortunately, the expensive attire he had purchased had traversed with him. Otherwise, wearing clothes for Blue Star, he might have been discovered by other transmigrators with villainous templates, taken to act as a treasure-seeking boy. What a disaster that would have been. His hair was a tad short, but it could grow long. After changing into ancient attire, he at least no longer stood out as much. However, before he could venture forth, he was startled to see an ethereal and stunning fairy hovering in the air before him. In that moment, gazing at her, Su Ci felt as though the world had fallen silent. He felt his heart stir for the first time. Little did he know, this fairy immediately proposed to take him as her disciple. A master-disciple relationship. Very well. Before he could even embark on his journey, he was met with such a fate. After finally feeling a flicker of affection, he was thoroughly defeated. He considered himself quite the handsome man back on Blue Star. Countless love letters had been bestowed upon him by high school beauties, college starlets, and stunning CEOs. Adhering to the principle of a lifelong partnership, he had turned them all down in this fast food romance culture. He pursued love with the intent to marry, and to describe him as a pure love warrior would require the highest accolades. The fairy's name was Jiang Xianling, the master of the Ice Sword Peak of the Sword Sect, and now she was his mentor. Upon arriving at the Ice Sword Peak, he had anticipated engaging in clever battles with his senior brothers and sisters, for such is the narrative of web novels. However, he soon discovered that aside from his master, he was the only one present at the entire Ice Sword Peak. Silently comforting himself, he thought it was advantageous to have fewer people, allowing for unknown instruction from his master. Yet reality proved him to be overly optimistic. His aloof master left him with a storage ring and instructed him to visit her courtyard every 7 days before vanishing. He surmised that his master must be busy cultivating. perhaps intending to guide him once every week, so he did not take it to heart. It soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. After having him sit cross-legged in her courtyard for an entire day, his master dismissed him without imparting any knowledge. Had he not been clever enough to offer spirit stones and elixirs to the outer sect stewards, he would have struggled to embark on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, the storage ring bestowed by his master contained elixirs and spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have likely become the most incompetent transmigrator in history. As an enthusiast of ancient attire, it would be disingenuous to claim he held no aspirations for cultivation. Now that he had crossed into this realm, he would devote himself to the pursuit of immortality. Over the course of 2 years, he successfully grew his hair long, although much of his time was spent familiarizing himself with this world. He also advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, thanks to the elixirs, spirit stones, and a technique called the 10,000 sword technique provided by his master. Now, he could even be regarded as an immortal by the mundane populace. What left him slightly regretful was his lack of a golden finger. Spitting out the grass from his mouth, Su Si calculated the time with his fingers and realized it was precisely the 7th day, prompting him to rise. Summoning the ink shadow sword granted by his master from the storage ring, he took to the skies toward the mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, Su Si pushed open a simple wooden door, revealing the scenery of the courtyard before him. A plum blossom tree, a small bamboo cottage, a patch of medicinal herbs, and a small pond. Compared to the abodes of other cultivators, it appeared exceptionally serene and elegant. Before long, Su Si's gaze was captivated by the stunning figure within the courtyard. By the pond, Jiang Xianling, holding fish food, expressionlessly fed the small fish in the pond. A gentle breeze brushed by, making her white celestial gown flutter slightly, resembling an ice mountain snow lotus standing apart from the world. Master, Jiang Xianling, as if unheeding, continued to feed the fish. Su Si paid no mind. 2 years of companionship had granted him some understanding of his master's temperament. Finding a vacant spot, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, channeling his cultivation. As the sun dipped in the west, when Su Si finally opened his eyes, his master by the pond had long since vanished. Master, I am departing. As usual, there was no response. After lingering for a moment, Su Si flew back on his sword to his dwelling halfway up the mountain. Entering the bamboo cottage, he sat cross-legged on the bed and turned his gaze inward. I am but a step away from breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. At that point, I can visit the sect's library to acquire a profound grade technique. Though not a native of the Xian realm, his aptitude for cultivation was surprisingly exceptional. Had he not spent most of the past 2 years acclimatizing to this world, he would have long since reached the golden core stage. With that thought, Su Si could not help but sigh, just as he was about to take out the last of his spirit stones to commence his cultivation. Suddenly, a childish female electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the stronger system. Gasp! Su Si inhaled sharply. Realm system. Chi Refinement Foundation Establishment Golden Core, Nascent, Soul Spirit Transformation, Integration, Great Ascension Tribulation, True, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal Emperor, Great Emperor. Weapon levels. Dharma Artifact, Treasure Artifact, Tao Artifact, Immortal Artifact, Semi-Imperial Artifact, Imperial Artifact. Technique levels. Yellow Grade, Profound Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, Divine Grade, Immortal Grade, Forbidden Techniques. Chapter 2. Binding the Ice-Cold Master. It's here. It's here. It has finally arrived. The stronger system, the very name, sounds magnificent. This system will assist the host in becoming a peerless powerhouse, second only to none, as long as the host continuously completes the tasks assigned by the system to gain rewards and grow stronger, ultimately dominating the realm of immortals. Second only to none? Surely that is merely a description of becoming exceedingly strong. Su Si pondered for a moment before dismissing the thought. Eagerly, he mentally inquired. System, what functions do you offer? Ding. The current functions include binding task objectives, status viewing, task material searching, and identification functions. As the host grows stronger, the system's functions will continuously unlock. Binding objectives? Who am I to bind? System, what does binding a task objective entail? Ding. Binding in progress. The system has identified a unique target for the host. Target duration, permanent. Ding. Binding target, Jiang Xianling. Ding. Binding successful. Target information is as follows. Jiang Xianling. Current status, cold, resolving the soul severed in the sky's curse. Ding. Task issued. Made Jiang Xianling experience other emotions. Reward, 10,000 souls banner treasure artifact, growth type. Make my master experience other emotions? Is that even possible? He certainly could not do it. After 2 years of following his master, he had only observed cold indifference on her face, never discovering any other emotions. Yet, upon realizing that the system was binding to his master, he felt it was indeed a fortunate binding. Had it been anyone else, he would have refused outright. However, it is somewhat a bit tricky now. Su's handsome face contorted in a frown. He was indeed quite tempted by the Wan Hun banner. Just imagine, during battle, pulling out a Wan Hun banner that exudes ominous black mist, coupled with a sinister cackle, and with a mere flick of the hand, summoning an army of countless vengeful spirits. This is undeniably spectacular. Moreover, the Wan Hun banner is a magical artifact with growth potential. Its prospects are immense. No, I must devise a way to acquire it. Master, what is this soul-severing sky curse? Ding. The soul-severing sky curse suppresses over 99% of the caster's realm and can lead to the gradual demise of the caster's soul through endless erosion. The soul will perish. Sufisgasharpent. Master, how can this curse be resolved? Ding. Given the host's current strength, it is impossible to resolve. It seems I must deliberate further. He was well aware of his own limitations. Yet, on the other hand, it was surprising that Master's cultivation was still suppressed by 99%. The Sword Sect is one of the 8 great sects of the Xian realm, where the peak masters at the very least possess the strength of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. This implies that even after being suppressed by 99%, Master still retains the strength of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. The Tribulation Transcendence stage represents the pinnacle of combat power in the Xian realm. After a brief silence, Su Ci resolutely decided to assist his master in restoring her cultivation. Master, how do I utilize the task material search function and the appraisal function? Ding. Both functions can be activated by silently reciting them in your mind. Upon hearing this, Su Ci took out a spirit stone and, after silently reciting, he observed, Spirit stone contains spiritual energy, useful for cultivation and formation arrangements. Then he looked at himself, Su Ci, mid-foundation establishment. He glanced at the wooden bed, suitable for lying down and resting. After several attempts, Su Ci found the appraisal function quite impressive, even if it could only identify names and realms of individuals. It was still quite practical. After familiarizing himself with the system, Su Ci planned to first break through to the late foundation establishment stage before heading to the sect's scripture repository to select an attacking technique. It is stipulated in the Sword Sect that upon reaching the late stage, one may choose a technique from the scripture repository. Previously, when he was at the late Qi refinement stage, he selected a mysterious level defensive technique, the Sword Qi Shield. As a result, he currently possessed only mental techniques and defensive measures, lacking offensive capabilities. The mental technique, the 10,000 sword technique bestowed by Master, was appraised by the system as a divine level technique. He had initially assumed that the items in the storage ring given by Master were merely ordinary. However, he was mistaken. Even the ink shadow sword he currently possessed was a celestial weapon, surpassing the level of Dao artifacts. Celestial weapon, as the name suggests, is a treasure that exists only in the celestial realm. The strongest treasures in the Xian realm merely reach the level of Dao artifacts. Thinking of this, Su Ci felt warmth in his heart. His determination to assist Master in lifting the curse grew even stronger. As for the emotional task concerning Master, he had devised a plan. Given Master's perspective, it was likely that there were few things in the Xian realm capable of stirring her emotions. However, one must not forget that Su Ci was a transmigrator. In Blue Star, while there may not be many items, there were plenty of peculiar curiosities. 2 days swiftly passed. Accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, Su Ci successfully reached the late foundation establishment stage. Gazing at the last fragment of spirit stone crumbling into dust, he forced a wry smile and said, "It seems I must find a way to obtain more spirit stones. Without spirit stones, the speed of cultivation would significantly decline. I've already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. It is time to select an attacking technique from the scripture repository." With this thought in mind, Su Ci stood up and set off. At the Sword Sect, the scripture repository. The plaza outside the repository was bustling with disciples, all there to select techniques. Su's arrival instantly attracted the attention of numerous sisters from other peaks. "Wow, is that Su Shixiang from the Ice Sword Peak? So handsome!" exclaimed a sister from the Jade Sword Peak, her face filled with awe. "This brother looks familiar. I have never seen such a striking figure," said another sister from the Celestial Sword Peak, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. dressed in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, with ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders, cinched at the waist with a silver jade belt, and eyes as deep and radiant as the stars. Su Si appeared like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Having already been handsome, his looks had further ascended after embarking on the path of cultivation. After exchanging polite greetings with his fellow disciples while maintaining a gentle yet slightly aloof demeanor, he entered the scripture repository. Seeing that Su Si had no intention of engaging in further conversation, the sisters who had paused to admire him felt a twinge of disappointment as they departed. After selecting a technique in the scripture repository, Su Si eagerly returned to the ice sword peak to begin cultivating a mysterious level attacking technique called the minor sword technique. 3 days passed. Su Si not only successfully mastered this technique, but also prepared 3 novels of formidable. Indeed, this was his strategy to evoke master's emotions. After his inquiries, he discovered that such books did not exist in this world, so he decided to see if he could pique master's curiosity with these novels. Tomorrow happened to be the 7th day, as per their agreement. If he failed, he would accept his fate. While consolidating his cultivation, Su Si quietly awaited the arrival of the following day. The next day, atop the ice sword peak, Su Si pushed open the wooden door, and the familiar scene unfolded before him. Today, Jiang Xianling was not feeding the fish. Instead, she sat cross-legged beneath the plum tree. As usual, he called out to her, "Master." Noticing her lack of response, he proceeded to cultivate nearby. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was dusk. After concluding several cycles of circulating spiritual energy, Su Si opened his eyes and gazed at the stunningly cold beauty seated beneath the plum tree. Instead of bidding her farewell as he usually would, he retrieved the 3 novels from his storage ring and spoke. "Master, this is a storybook I happen upon. I find it exceedingly interesting and would like to present it to you." After a long pause, a voice as cold and melodious as a celestial chime echoed beneath the plum tree. "No need. Master, I have left the books here." With that, Su Si swiftly departed, disappearing in a flash. Underneath the plum tree, Jiang Xianling slowly opened her deep emerald eyes, casting a fleeting glance at the hasty figure departing on his sword, before her gaze fell upon the storybooks. Upon returning to his bamboo hut, Su Si was drenched in sweat. He feared that his act of insistently offering the books would anger Master and result in him being sent flying with a slap. I wonder if Master will read them." Su Si couldn't help but sigh. Soon, an hour passed, and just as Su Si had lost all hope, the system's voice chimed. "Ding! Task completed. The Wanhun banner has been issued to the host storage ring." Chapter 3. Not even a fraction of my majesty. The task was actually completed. Su Si gazed in disbelief at his status panel. Jiang Xianling. Current status. Cold 99 parts cold, 1 part curiosity, resolving the soul, severing sky curse. 99 parts cold, 1 part curiosity? Although uncertain if Master had perused those novels of formidable. Nevertheless, it can be considered that the task has been accomplished. Inhale deeply. Su Si, with an eager anticipation, rubbed his hands together and swiftly retrieved the Wandering Souls banner from his storage ring. The banner, shrouded in a deep ebony hue, was adorned with countless ancient inscriptions. As he scrutinized the engravings, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his mind. An influx of ancient memories of array formations surged into Su Si's consciousness like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, Su Si wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes gleaming with determination as he stowed away the banner of souls. It was indeed fortunate. He had not anticipated encountering an ancient legacy. It is said that certain ancient treasures may harbor the inheritances of long-gone cultivators, and he had unexpectedly stumbled upon one this time. Clearly, he must delve into the intricacies of this formation. After all, a solid foundation is never excessive. With this thought in mind, he opened his storage ring, intending to procure some materials for practicing formations. However, he suddenly realized that he possessed no such materials. Within the storage ring lay merely a volume of the 10,000 Swords technique, a emoing sword, and a scant few medicinal pills. A skilled artisan cannot work without resources. Perhaps a visit to the trading market would be prudent? The sword sect has a trading market established for disciples to exchange goods. Although Su Si had yet to visit, he was aware of its existence. Having come to this conclusion, he resolved to explore the trading market, hoping to barter some medicinal pills for a few spirit stones and formation materials, while also seeking any overlooked treasures. Gazing at the emptiness of his storage ring, Su Si shook his head slightly, realizing that he needed to undertake some sect missions to enrich his resources. In the sword sect's trading market, numerous disciples set up stalls, creating a lively atmosphere filled with shouts and haggling, adding a touch of vibrancy to the scene. Su Si wandered along the street, casually selecting a stall where he exchanged a few foundation-building elixirs for a modest amount of spirit stones. Activating the appraisal feature of his system, he embarked on a quest for hidden treasures. Regrettably, after passing by dozens of stalls without encountering anything of worth, he finally halted his steps upon catching sight of a white pearl encased in a deep brown wooden box at a particular stall. Su Xiai approached the wooden box with an air of calmness, effortlessly lifting it, drawing upon his inherited knowledge of formations. He quickly discerned that both the box and the bead before him were materials for array crafting. "Dear junior brother, may I inquire about the price of this bead?" he asked. "This item was acquired from a bandit hideout, and I suspect it to be of mundane nature, hardly worth much. If my senior brother finds it useful, he may take it for a mere spiritual stone. In the realm of the mysterious, few practitioners delve into the art of formations, and often low-tier materials are dismissed as worthless. I am most grateful, dear junior brother." Afterward, he procured several dozen types of formation materials from various stalls. With the materials at hand, he was now capable of arranging a minor gathering formation and the five-sword formation. Satisfied with his acquisitions, he felt no need to linger further, as the remaining spiritual stones in his storage ring were reserved for cultivation. Just as he prepared to depart, a commotion erupted a few meters behind him at a nearby stall. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth of the impoverished. Step aside quickly. You speak of youth and poverty? Once Brother Chu has set his sights on you, I dare say you will find yourself impoverished not only in youth, but also in middle age and old age. Hearing those familiar words, Su Xiai raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but glance back. There stood a resolute young man, his face flushed as he fixated on the vendor. Observing this, Su Xiai decided not to rush away. He had yet to explore the stalls behind him, with such a well-known proclamation echoing in the air. It was likely that there might be some treasures to be discovered. "Are you truly unwilling to sell this fragment?" "Not for sale, just leave," the determined youth retorted angrily. The sword sect's trading market was patrolled by disciples of the Discipline Hall, the sect's punitive authority. There existed a strict prohibition against fighting within the sect. Should one wish to resolve disputes, they could do so at the martial arts platform. Although there were regulations against taking lives, severe injuries were permissible, allowing for considerable harm to be inflicted on the opponent. "Do you dare to spar with me at the martial arts platform? I would be a fool to engage in combat with you. I am at the mid-stage of foundation establishment while you are at the late stage. Have you left your wits at home?" The resolute young man's face turned crimson with indignation as he angrily waved his sleeve and soared away on his sword. Lin Fan, late stage of foundation establishment. Su Xiai silently engraved the visage into his memory. A person capable of uttering phrases like 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west must undoubtedly possess a remarkable intellect. Should enmity arise between the two, it would be imperative to arrange for a comprehensive service akin to a Mozambique strike, soul assassination, and ash dispersal. Retrieving his gaze, Su Xiai turned towards the fragment of parchment. Heavenly Sovereigness hand, seal the divine level technique, can be unsealed with true dragoness blood. His divine level. Indeed, it is a precious item. However, where could he procure true dragoness blood? Surely, it would be unreasonable to expect a mere foundation establishment cultivator to slay a true dragon for its blood. This is akin to aspiring for a modest goal of 100 million. Although lacking true dragoness blood, the purchase was still necessary. What if, one day, the system unexpectedly granted it? After expending nearly half of his storage ring as spiritual stones, Su Xiai acquired the fragment and soared back to Ice Sword Peak to delve into the formation. Nightfall at the summit of Ice Sword Peak. Jiang Xianling furrowed her delicate brows, only to relax them moments later. Gently placing down the completed novel in her hands, she remarked indifferently, "It pales in comparison to my own works. Were she a denizen of Blue Star, she would recognize that this novel was titled Phoenix Ascending the Nine Heavens. In this life, I shall be unrivaled, a tale of a domineering phoenix." 3 days after returning from the trading market, Su Xiai successfully established a minor gathering spirit formation. Feeling the aura within the bamboo cottage swell to nearly double its previous intensity, he excitedly clenched his fist. He then calmed himself to commence the arrangement of the five-sword formation. The five-sword formation, an ancient slaughter formation, consists of 5 swords formed from spiritual energy positioned at the corners of the array, attacking anything within. Its might is capable of slaying cultivators at the early golden core stage. After another 2 days, with a pallid complexion, Su Xiai carefully stored the jade tablet inscribed with the 5-sword formation into his storage ring. The arrangement of this formation had consumed an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Even with his cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, he had nearly depleted the spiritual energy within him multiple times. Were it not for the assistance of the minor gathering spirit array and spirit stones, he would have undoubtedly been unable to set up this 5-sword formation. Now, however, his storage ring was devoid of any remaining spirit stones. Ding. A task is issued. Allow Jiang Xianling to experience a variety of emotions. Reward, water cloud movement. Water cloud movement, a divine level technique of movement, where one's figure shifts unpredictably, akin to a fish swimming in water or drifting gracefully among the clouds. What a splendid treasure. The depths of Su Xi's eyes brimmed with joy, for the task at hand was not arduous. Following his master's newfound curiosity towards novels, he meticulously selected 3 new titles. However, unlike the previous reincarnation narrative featuring a singularly beautiful heroine, This selection infused a touch of romance. After all, if one were to repeatedly encounter the same theme, what once seemed intriguing would inevitably grow tedious. He hesitated to present a romantic novel directly to his master, opting instead for a subtle test of his master's reactions. To prepare for any eventuality, he ventured beyond the sect and into the forest, where he harvested fragrant byling wood to craft a pure white rocking chair that emitted a gentle, alluring aroma. The following day, atop the ice sword peak, Su Si pushed open the wooden door and entered the courtyard, discovering her master still seated in meditation beneath the plum tree. As her gaze subtly shifted to a particular spot, she noticed that the 3 novels she had previously left behind were missing. Only then did she feel a slight sense of relief wash over her. Finding a secluded corner, she prepared to practice her cultivation as usual when a tome of martial arts techniques floated gracefully before her. Su Si was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the figure beneath the plum tree. There, Jiang Xianling opened her beautiful eyes, her crimson lips parting slightly as she spoke with an icy tone. I perceive that you lack a body refinement technique. This method is worthy of further cultivation. Ancient body refinement technique, a divine level skill, passed down through the ages. A divine level skill. It is noteworthy that the foundational technique of the sword sect is merely of heavenly rank. Chapter 4, The Sword Inquiry Tower. The 2 techniques casually bestowed upon him by his master surpass even the sword sect's revered foundational skill. Indeed, women influence the speed at which he draws his sword. However, wealthy women do not. They provide him with a better sword. Yes, master, your disciple understands. Su Si responded with a nod. Before departing, Su Si retrieved a rocking chair and a book from his storage ring. My master has shown me great kindness. I have no means to repay you. This rocking chair is a token of my appreciation. He placed the 2 items down, choosing not to flee on his sword this time, but rather standing still, awaiting his master's response. Jiang Xianling's deep azure gaze swept over Su Si, and with a slight nod of her head, she accepted his offering. Upon seeing his master nod, Su Si let out a sigh of relief and took his leave. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Su Si promptly began cultivating the ancient body refinement technique granted by his master. The system's voice, as anticipated, resounded in the evening. Ding. Task completed. Reward water cloud travel has been issued. In an instant, an enigmatic aura enveloped Su Si. Sensing something amiss, he hastily withdrew from his cultivation. Upon discovering that he had inexplicably acquired a new movement technique, he was astonished. Su Si's eyes were filled with disbelief. Had he truly mastered the divine technique of movement in a single stride? With a mere thought, he executed the water cloud technique. Whoosh! Su Si's figure darted out in an instant. Such speed was astonishing. If this were on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly cease to indulge in beef. By some strange twist of fate, he cast a glance at his master's status bar. Jiang Xianling, current status, IC, 89 parts cold, 10 parts curious, 1 part comfortable. In the process of unraveling the soul-severing sky curse, Su Si's expression became peculiar. Is this state truly one that a normal person could possess? A fan-shaped statistical chart? Does this not resemble the sentiment of 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance? Shaking his head, Su Si dispelled the bizarre thoughts in his mind and continued practicing the ancient body refinement technique. He resolved that once he had mastered the technique, he would venture to the sex trials to ascertain his combat strength, while also assessing the might of the 5-sword formation. He currently lacked practical combat experience. Once he gained such experience, he could begin preparing for sect missions to earn resources for cultivation. At the summit of Ice Sword Peak, beneath a plum tree, a rocking chair swayed. Jiang Xianling, resembling a fairy amidst the snow, lay gracefully in the chair, her right hand holding a book. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair on her forehead, revealing her exquisite visage. Her skin was as porcelain white, and her deep emerald eyes were like poetry and painting. This rocking chair possesses a certain charm, Jiang Xianling remarked softly. Although her voice was cool, it was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of celestial music. In the sword sect, the questioning sword tower is one of the 3 major trials of the sect, comprising 9 levels, accessible only to disciples of the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages. 2 stone tablets stand outside the tower, recording the top 10 rankings for each realm. If disciples clear the same level, the one with the shorter completion time is favored. Once a disciple's cultivation surpasses the Golden Core stage, their name on the tablet will vanish, replaced by the next disciple in line. The questioning sword tower primarily serves to hone the practical combat skills of sword sect disciples. Those who ascend the rankings are undoubtedly the most gifted among the sect. The trial content within is straightforward. Apart from the first level, which features an adversary of the same realm, each subsequent level presents enemies that are double the number of the previous one, with the internal simulations on levels 1 to 6 matching the challenger's realm. However, from the 6th level onward, the number of enemies decreases to 1, while their realm begins to rise. For instance, should the challenger be at the early Foundation Establishment stage, they would face one opponent at the same stage on the 1st level, escalating to 32 at the 6th. The 7th level introduces one opponent at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, the 8th at the late stage, and the final 9th level at the early Golden Core stage, surpassing the challenger by a significant realm. At this moment, a group of Golden Core disciples gathered around the ranking stone tablet. I wonder if Senior Brother Chen can conquer the 7th level this time? Senior Brother Chen is at the mid-Golden Core stage. Facing off against a late Golden Core cultivator at the 7th level, it seems quite unlikely. That disciple's words are misguided. Senior Brother Chen had already cleared the 6th level 3 months ago. Returning now, he must have a strategy in mind. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "The rankings have changed." The crowd turned to see that Chen Tian, who had previously ranked 6th, had suddenly soared to 3rd place. Truly impressive, Senior Brother Chen, displaying such formidable prowess. Though Senior Brother Chen's abilities were exceptional, he still paled in comparison to the top 2 on the leaderboard. Before the thought was fully articulated, a bloodied figure in a green robe, pale and staggering, approached the tablet. His eyes were filled with resentment, fixated on the 2 names that overshadowed him. After a prolonged gaze, he slowly turned and limped away. Golden Core ranking tablet 1. Sanjin Peak, Shirtai, late Golden Core, 8th level 2. Yujin Peak, Lin Miaojiao. Late Golden Core, 8th level 3. Tianjin Peak, Chen Tian, mid Golden Core, 7th level 4. As Chen Tian departed, the other Golden Core disciples felt disheartened and began to leave. Just then, a disciple at the early Golden Core stage halted in surprise. "Isn't that Senior Brother Su from Ice Sword Peak?" Upon hearing this, the others also paused in their tracks. Although Su Ci entered the sect relatively late and has only reached the late stage of foundation establishment as the personally instructed disciple of the Peak Master, his status surpasses that of the ordinary disciples in the Golden Core stage. Is Senior Brother Su preparing to challenge the tower? With his late-stage foundation establishment, it remains uncertain how he measures against the top-ranked Lin Fan, given that Senior Brother Su joined later. It may take him another 2 years to contend for a position on the leaderboard. This is indeed a valid point. After all, the level of cultivation does not necessarily correlate with practical combat abilities. There are numerous late-stage foundation establishment disciples who have not made it onto the ranking list, while some exceptionally skilled early-stage foundation establishment disciples have. Unlike the ranking stone tablet for the Golden Core stage, which features fewer individuals, the one for the foundation establishment stage boasts a greater number of contenders. Nonetheless, few hold high hopes for Su Ci's ascent to the rankings. Among them are many late-stage foundation establishment disciples who have been in the sect for 4 or 5 years, yet have not had the opportunity to make the list. Foundation establishment ranking stone tablet 1st place, Lin Fan of the Divine Sword Peak. Late-stage foundation establishment, 7th layer 2nd place, Chen One of the Hidden Sword Peak. Late-stage foundation establishment, 6th layer 3rd place. Su Ci arrived at the foot of the tower. After bowing respectfully to the elder guarding the tower, he presented his identity, Jade token. The elder accepted the token and cautioned, "Do only what you are capable of. Do not act merely for the sake of action." In previous years, many disciples attempting to breach the tower have exhausted themselves and succumbed, failing to withdraw in time. Following the customary exchange, the elder returned the Jade token. "Yes, disciple understands," Su Ci replied, taking back the token and stepping into the Sword Inquiry Tower. On the 1st level, Su Ci gazed intently at the simulated cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage before him. With a slight lift of his palm, a substantial surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a giant hand, which he brought down decisively, scattering his opponent. On the 2nd level, he again summoned a massive hand of spiritual energy. By the 6th level, the enemies were somewhat dispersed, necessitating a series of vigorous strikes with his spiritual hands before he could vanquish the foes in this tier. After consuming a recovery elixir to restore a modicum of spiritual power, he proceeded to the next level. On the 7th level, he beheld a simulated cultivator at the early Golden Core stage before him. Su Ci's gaze sharpened as he summoned a protective aura of sword energy around him. Treading lightly upon the ethereal waters, wielding the Ink Shadow sword, he deftly evaded attacks while engaging in a series of exchanges. The Golden Core stage, indeed, was formidable. The quality and quantity of its spiritual energy were incomparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. The repeated clashes of their techniques provided him with a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. Consequently, he ceased his probing. Seizing the opportune moment, he activated the Jade Talisman that commanded the 5-sword formation, enveloping the early-stage Golden Core cultivator within its confines. After the passage of half an incense stick, the formidable sword energy within the formation successfully cleaved through his opponent. For the 5-sword formation, an early-stage Golden Core cultivator served as the ideal subject for experimentation. The simulated Golden Core practitioners conjured by the Sword Inquiry Tower ultimately lacked a certain essence. However, managing to envelop a Golden Core stage opponent during a real confrontation was quite commendable. Despite the limited coverage of this formation, its might should not be underestimated. Had he not employed the sword formation, he would likely have been entangled in a prolonged battle with the early-stage Golden Core cultivator. After consuming a rejuvenating spirit pill once more, Su Ci grasped the slightly cracked Jade Talisman. After a brief moment of attunement, he discovered it could still be utilized once more and promptly stored it within his spatial ring. Chapter 5. Affection for the Master Sword Inquiry Tower. 8th level, a figure wielding a 3-foot green blade stood before Su Ci. and upon sensing the oppressive aura of the mid-golden core stage, he braced himself. Su Si did not hesitate. With the sword aura enveloping her, she executed the water cloud technique, unleashing a formidable spiritual palm directly towards the shadowy figure. Upon sensing the impending attack, the figure retaliated with a palm strike of its own. The two palms collided, resulting in a deafening explosion of sound. Su Si was jolted back several steps, and before he could make any move, a sharp sword light came slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Su Si's pupils contracted sharply. In a moment of peril, she narrowly evaded, cold sweat beading upon her forehead. Fortunately, her system had instilled in her an extraordinary martial skill. Otherwise, being struck by this sword energy would have resulted in at least severe injury. After the figure unleashed a strike, it did not pause for an instant. Moving with an almost ghostly swiftness, and in a few quick flashes, it appeared beside Su Si, swinging its sword with tremendous force. Su Si wielded the Mo-ing sword to parry, simultaneously leveraging the force to retreat. She felt a slight tingling in her arm. Su Si cast the soul banner into the air, causing the figures that traverse the void to momentarily slow their pace. Observing this situation, Su Si commenced his counterattack. Sword energy and palm force swiftly enveloped the 8th level. After a stick of incense had burned away, Su Si exhausted his final vestige of spiritual power. He unleashed a sweeping sword strike, obliterating the simulated mid-stage golden core adversary, before collapsing onto the ground, the soul banner falling from the air. His chest heaved violently. His white robe now stained crimson with blood. Fortunately, he had grasped the fundamentals of the ancient body refinement technique taught by his master prior to this encounter. Otherwise, he would have sustained far more grievous injuries. Su Si's eyes flickered as he gazed at the staircase leading to the pinnacle of the tower. Indeed, his foundation was still insufficient. It seemed he would be unable to ascend to the final level of the sword-questioning tower. If only he could master the celestial sovereign's techniques, perhaps he could attempt it. However, at present, he possessed only a single profound-level offensive technique, the minor sword art. Although the martial arts he practiced were quite advanced, aside from the movement technique provided by the system, his other skills barely reached the entry-level standard. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that once he broke through to the golden core stage, the situation would be vastly different. Even when faced with the nascent soul stage, he would not feel the slightest trepidation. After a brief respite, he propped himself up and retracted the Mo-ing sword in the 10,000 souls banner. Su Si felt somewhat dissatisfied with his first practical experience, yet he did not press the matter. He was not foolish, after all. What would it serve to perish within the sword inquiry tower out of sheer bravado? It was wiser to wait until he had ascended to the golden core stage before attempting such a feat at that moment. The area surrounding the Foundation Establishment Ranking Monument was enveloped in an eerie silence. Foundation Establishment Ranking Monument First Place, Su Si of Ice Sword Peak, Late Foundation Establishment. 8th Level Second Place, Lin Fan of Divine Sword Peak, Late Foundation Establishment, 7th Level Third Place. Am I dreaming? A disciple at the Foundation Establishment pinched his own cheek. Upon confirming that this was indeed reality, an expression of disbelief washed over his face. Incredible. Senior Brother Su. In comparison to Senior Brother Su's remarkable prowess, Lin Fan appeared to be but a mere chicken. It was astonishing that Senior Brother Su had only been in the sect for less than 2.5 years. Amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, Su Si departed from the Sword Inquiry Tower and returned to the Ice Sword Peak. Su Si cleaned the bloodstains from her body and then seated herself cross-legged on the bed, lamenting, "If I rely solely on the inhalation of spiritual energy for cultivation, it seems that breaking through to the golden core stage will require at least 2 to 3 more years." Realizing this, she resolved to visit the sect's mission office the following day. With this thought in mind, Su Si began to absorb spiritual energy to heal her injuries. The next morning arrived. Su Si arrived at the sect's task office and accepted a mission to slay a wolf demon at the initial stage of the golden core. Upon noticing this, the elderly man in gray could not help but voice a warning. Su Si, this wolf demon possesses the cultivation of the initial golden core. There is no need for concern, elder. I have successfully passed the 8th level of the Sword Inquiry Tower yesterday. The gray-robed elder was momentarily speechless, gazing at Su Si's departing figure, and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. It appears our sword sect has gained another prodigy." After receiving the task, Su Si did not hastily depart from the sect but instead returned to the Ice Sword Peak. "Master, I seek an audience. Come in." Upon hearing the response, Su Si gently pushed open the wooden door. After surveying the surroundings, he turned his gaze to the icy figure resting in the rocking chair. Noticing her expressionless demeanor, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she is not angry, that is good. It seems my master is not as stubborn as I thought. He recalled that the last time he had given her a storybook, it contained romantic elements. Setting aside the matter of the storybook for now, Su Si reflected that his master seemed to quite enjoy the rocking chair. "What is it, master?" "I have accepted a sect mission and need to leave the sect. I fear I may not make it back in time for our 7-day appointment." In truth, considering the time required for travel and handling the task, Su Si anticipated that he could resolve the matter within 3 days. However, he harbored other intentions. The 10,000 souls banner lacked several souls, rendering it merely a hollow vessel. He contemplated venturing into the mortal realm to dismantle a few bandit dens and collect some malevolent souls. For the time being, he intended to utilize common souls as a temporary substitute. Once his cultivation had reached a profound level, he would seek out the souls of nefarious practitioners to replace these mundane ones. His master was aware of his plans. After speaking, she produced 2 items from her storage ring and presented them before Su Si, a needle of pure silver, surrounded by a gentle green glow, and a jade tablet. The needle was imbued with soul-devouring poison, capable, when wielded with the full strength of his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, of slaying a nascent soul practitioner in their early stages. As for the jade tablet, it contained a fragment of his master's spiritual power. Once activated, it could vanquish those at the god transformation stage. Hiss! Su Si clenched his fist, striving to calm his excited heart, and stowed the 2 items within his storage ring. Disciple thanks the esteemed master. After a moment's hesitation, he took out 2 volumes of tales, summoned his courage, and approached the rocking chair beneath the plum tree. He extended the volumes forward. This was Su Si's first encounter so close to his revered master. The nearer he drew, the more he could perceive the frosty and noble aura emanating from his master. Indeed, it was cold, referring to the physical aspect. Su Si's gaze wavered, unable to linger for long, fearful that he might lose control and succumb to an overwhelming desire, only to be met with a swift and fatal blow. Every encounter with his master stirred such thoughts within him. It was undeniable that he harbored feelings for his master. Yet, recalling the enigmatic identity of his master brought him back from the brink of folly. His master, whose realm had been suppressed to a mere 1%, still possessed the cultivation of a tribulation stage practitioner. He was not foolish. Such a cultivator could scarcely belong to the mundane realm. His master likely hailed from the celestial realm, having fallen into the mortal world due to a curse. Once the curse was lifted, it was certain that he would return to the celestial realm. Although he held confidence in his own potential to ascend to immortality, he knew he could not match his master in breaking the curse swiftly. As for their master-disciple relationship, the truth was he had never been overly concerned about it. The opinions of others mattered little to him. He was solely invested in the perceptions of those he cherished. A rebellious pursuit of his master was inadvisable. Yet he mused that it was not entirely impossible. Standing beside the rocking chair, Su Si found himself enveloped in a faint yet delightful fragrance of cold blossoms. He couldn't help but wonder if plum blossoms possessed such a fragrance. Perhaps he should plant one in his own courtyard. After placing 2 volumes of tales into his storage ring, Jiang Xianling waved her skirt. By the time Su Si regained his senses, they were already outside the sect. With a smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "This is certainly swifter than my sword flight." Without hesitation, he summoned the Moing sword and soared eastward. He intended to take refuge in the nearest mortal city, Qilin City, to gather information about the wolf demon. After all, that golden core wolf demon could not possibly remain in one place indefinitely. Chapter 6. A clear sky for the mortal realm. One day later, in Qilin City, the streets buzzed with excitement, with luxurious carriages racing by, and the surroundings occasionally showcasing the wealthy scions dressed in exquisite silks. Tea houses and taverns were filled to capacity, bustling with life. When Su Si arrived, a table in the tea house had just become available. "Waiter, bring me a pot of tea." The young attendant, noticing that although Su Si's appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor was extraordinary, hurriedly responded, not daring to be negligent. "Certainly. Please hold on, esteemed guest." Su Si had long prepared a disguise before arriving, and now her appearance had become rather unremarkable. However, her innate charisma was difficult to conceal. As a result, before the tea had even arrived, an unexpected guest had already made an entrance. "Esteemed fellow, might I inquire if you would be amenable to sharing a table with me?" Upon hearing this, Su Si raised an eyebrow and gazed at the man in yellow before her. "Of course, esteemed friend, please take a seat," she replied. On the surface, this individual appeared to possess only late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, yet one could not ascertain the purpose behind any concealed prowess. In the realm of Xuanjia, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, it is prudent to remain vigilant in interactions with others. "May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" the man in yellow asked. "Su Xian, and you?" Su Si casually adopted an alias. "Haha, I am Su Yun, sharing the same surname as you, dear friend. It seems we are destined to cross paths." Su Si exclaimed in astonishment, "Fellow Taoist Su Yun, it appears we are indeed fated to cross paths. May I inquire what brings you to Qilin City?" After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, I shall not press further." With that, Su Si lifted the freshly arrived teapot and retrieved a cup from his storage ring, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. Su Xian replied, "You overstate the matter, my friend. We are like old acquaintances at first sight. There is no need for any inconvenience." "Who is an old acquaintance with you? Not only is your cultivation realm fabricated, but even your name is a mere illusion, akin to a counterfeit being," Su Si silently scoffed. "Actually, I have come today for the golden core wolf demon outside Qilin City." Su Yun remarked, "You, with your late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, dare to covet the golden core?" Observing the confusion and alarm etched on Su Si's face, Chen Yu was exceedingly pleased as he retrieved a jade token from his storage ring. Fellow Taoist Su Xian, you may not be aware that I possess an ancient formation technique, but it requires the combined efforts of two individuals to activate. If you could lend your assistance, together we shall wield the might of the formation to obliterate the golden core wolf demon. Su Xi speculated that this old fellow likely believed that, due to the jade tablet's barrier, he would be unable to discern the array within, which emboldened him to take it out. In truth, this assumption was indeed accurate. Relying solely on the legacy of array techniques, one could not ascertain the nature of the formation from the jade tablet. However, regrettably for him, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. Upon catching sight of the jade tablet, Su Xi promptly performed an appraisal and soon comprehended its significance. Binding formation, utilizing spiritual energy to form chains capable of ensnaring a foundational stage cultivator for the duration of half a stick of incense. It was evident that this formation was not intended to restrain the wolf demon, but rather to ensnare him. Most likely, it involved the usual tropes of blood offerings, sacrifices, and drug-bound servants. Although he was aware of the man's nefarious intentions, Su Xi maintained a facade of calm as he inquired, "Do you, Su Yun, happen to know the whereabouts of that wolf demon?" After all, the 10,000 souls banner required sustenance. If it had attracted his interest, it could not be allowed to remain. It would be even more advantageous if he could uncover information regarding the wolf demon. Of course, Chenyi replied, producing a tuft of wolf fur. Su Xi sensed the fresh demonic energy contained within the tuft of wolf fur, suggesting it had recently fallen. He refrained from making any hasty agreements. After all, it would be rather implausible for a foundation establishment cultivator to fixate on a golden core wolf demon, especially to prevent any suspicion from Chenyi. After a moment of contemplation, he adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. "Friend Su Yun, you jest. I happened to pass through this area and harbor no intentions towards that golden core wolf demon." Su Xi waved dismissively. Friend Su Xian need not conceal anything. If there were no important matters, what necessity is there to visit this mortal city? Chenyi was reluctant to let this foundation establishment offering slip away. Regardless of whether the wolf demon was the reason for his presence, the golden core wolf demon was a treasure trove, with its pelt alone worth hundreds of spirit stones. Not to mention the precious demon core within. As long as he promised certain benefits, these individuals would eagerly approach him. He had previously manipulated many cultivators in such a manner. To avoid attracting attention from various sects, he had spent years meticulously scheming, sacrificing hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators and dozens of initial golden core cultivators. Now, the legacy cave was but a step away from being opened. He had initially intended to capture the wolf demon despite potential injuries for sacrifice, but encountering Su Xi meant he need not take the risk of provoking the wolf demon. Once he sacrificed Su Xi, the cave could be opened, thus he could not allow this individual to escape. Friend Su Xian, I could not bear to witness the mortals of Qilin City facing such a threat, which is why I decided to intervene. If you could lend me your strength, I would vow by the heavens to ensure that upon slaying the wolf demon, its remains would be entirely entrusted to you. If you can slay it? Are you playing word games with me? With a flicker of his eyes, Su Xi made his decision. Friend Su Yun is indeed a paragon of righteousness. I am humbled and willing to assist you. Then let us meet outside the city gates tomorrow to slay the wolf demon and restore peace to the mortal realm. Su Xi proclaimed earnestly. Your noble intentions are commendable. I shall take my leave for now. Seeing Su Xi take the bait, Chenyi did not linger. Hastily departing from the tea house, both harbored ulterior motives. The following day, after convening outside the city, the two ascended their swords and headed towards the eastern edge of Qilin City. Golden core cultivators could traverse the skies, yet Chenyi, still concealing his cultivation level, flew on a sword just like Su Xi. Chenyi was in high spirits today, unable to contain his excitement as he envisioned the rapid enhancement of his power upon acquiring the cave's legacy. Conversely, Su Xi was less preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely sought to discern Chenyi's intentions towards him, hoping to expand his knowledge and experience. He planned to extract the whereabouts of the wolf demon from Chenyi and then send him into the soul-collecting banner, focusing on simplicity and pragmatism. After winding through various paths for half an hour, Chenyi finally halted before a cave entrance. Friend Su Yun, is the golden core wolf demon within? Jia. You truly are a foolish insect, Chenyi's voice echoed ominously. In an instant, he unleashed the pressure of a golden core initial stage cultivator upon Su Xi. Are you deceiving me? Su Xi exclaimed incredulously. Jia, you are the final piece needed. Once you are sacrificed, the cave can be opened. Sacrifice? Cave? Though he suspected the usual tropes of sacrifice, he had genuinely been unaware of the existence of a cave in this location. It seemed fortune was on his side once again. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for his insufficient resolve, unacquainted with the perils of the mystical realm. Chenyi's visage twisted into a snarl as he raised his hand, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy to grasp Su Xi. The spiritual hand swiftly ensnared Su Xi's position. However, Chenyi soon realized the hand was empty. Am I truly lacking in resolve? A voice, akin to a demon's whisper, echoed in Chenyi's ear. His pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he balled his right fist, preparing to turn and strike. Yet, a sharp sword light was already upon him. Pooh! Chenyi spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying like a rag doll. Su Xi, wielding the ink shadow sword, chuckled lightly and said, Su Yun, my friend. No, it should be Qinyi, my friend. I shall graciously accept your cave dwelling. Qinyi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloping him. How could this person know his true name? Was it possible that his every move was under this individual's watchful gaze? Yet, following the initial terror, an overwhelming tide of unwillingness and fury surged forth. He resented the thought that his years of toil had merely become the garments of another. He seethed with anger, for he was mere moments away from seizing this monumental opportunity. If Su Xi could hear his inner thoughts, he would likely respond, "You are overthinking it." He had no need to surveil a mere nascent golden core cultivator. No, no, I shall slay you. Qinyi roared, his spiritual power surging as he descended into madness. With a slight curve of his lips, Su Xi effortlessly evaded Xinye's attacks after employing the water cloud technique. It had evidently transformed into a one-sided confrontation. Boom. Xinye was struck down by a blade of energy, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in his own blood. After only a few exchanges, it was clear that he had gained no advantage whatsoever. His fury dissipated. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I swear I will never oppose you again. Really? Su Xi replied with a mocking expression, as if to say, what other tricks do you have left? A glint of malice flashed in Qinye's eyes as he flipped his palm and hurled a jade token towards Su Xi. Chapter 7. The Inheritance Cave. The binding array within the jade token enveloped Su Xi in an instant. Several chains, conjured from spiritual energy, coiled around him like a constricting serpent, firmly anchoring him in place. Su Xi stifled a yawn, feeling a twinge of ennui. A mere glance at the binding array before him sufficed for him to discern the means of its dissolution. Meanwhile, the bewildered Qinyi, witnessing Su Xi ensnared, could not help but sneer, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You little beast, did you ever anticipate this? Once I offer your flesh as a sacrifice and subsequently seize your soul, you shall endure the torment of soul-burning day and night." Yet, before his words could fully resonate, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. One by one, the ethereal chains that bound Su Xi shattered. The binding array that had enveloped him instantaneously retreated into the jade tablet. Su Xi slightly curled her fingers, deftly stowing the jade token within her storage ring. How audacious to flaunt one's mastery of formations before her. It was akin to a mere novice brandishing a sword before the illustrious Guan Yu. Xinye's smile abruptly froze upon his face, and as realization dawned, he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Fellow cultivator, I was mistaken. The storage ring. I shall give you the storage ring." Su Xi smiled gently and remarked, "My friend, you were quite mistaken. If I were to slay you, it would still be mine." Subsequently, she continued to advance slowly, wielding the ink shadow sword. "Ah, by the way, I am aware of the whereabouts of that wolf demon. I can share this information with you, provided you spare my life." "Then speak," replied Su Xian, "and I shall grant you mercy." Su Xi halted his steps, as if piqued by curiosity. Observing this, Qinyi hurriedly divulged all the information he possessed to Su Xi. As Su Xi sheathed his sword, Qinyi felt a surge of joy, and was about to turn away when, in an instant, his body froze abruptly. Su Xi held a jade tablet, activating the binding array. Chains forged from spiritual energy ensnared Qinyi, anchoring him in place. "Su Xian, you are untrustworthy." Qinyi's eyes blazed with fury. "The trust that Su Xian speaks of has no relevance to me, Su Xi," she retorted with a slight smirk. With the bound Qinyi in tow, Su Xi stepped into the cave entrance. A golden core cultivator engaging in such lengthy discourse with a foundation establishment practitioner clearly indicated the necessity of sacrificing a living being. Upon learning of the cave's existence, she did not hastily dispose of Qinyu. Instead, she awaited the activation of the binding array. Once she seized control of the array, she would turn the tables on him, repaying him with his own tactics. Otherwise, she would not have wasted her breath on Qinyi. Eliminating him outright would have sufficed. As if sensing his impending doom, Qinyu seethed with resentment, declaring, "Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." To be a ghost? Although his appearance was unpleasing, his aspirations were quite lofty. Su Xi let out a faint smile and reassured, "Do not worry, my friend. Your soul shall find purpose within my 10,000 souls banner, leaving no opportunity for you to become a ghost." Upon hearing this, Qinye's countenance turned ashen. He surveyed the sacrificial array within the cave, gradually deducing the urgency that had driven Qinyi to depart hastily the previous day. Nevertheless, it seemed that fortune had favored him now. After offering Qinyi as a sacrifice and absorbing his soul into the 10,000 souls banner, Su Xi felt a slight enhancement in its power and contentedly tucked it away. Gazing at the recently unveiled legacy cave, Su Xi hesitated. The system had identified it as a cave of legacy from the transformation stage. Danger and opportunity have always been intertwined. There could very well be elements of soul snatching within. For safety's sake, one should typically abandon such places. However, resources were scarce at present. Qinyi, being a golden core practitioner, possessed a storage ring with hardly any spirit stones, only a few herbs and foundation establishment elixirs. Truly, he was a miserable wretch. Su Xi could not help but silently curse. Just as he stood in indecision, a delicate figure surfaced in his mind. Master. Indeed. Once Master resolves the soul severing of the celestial sky, she will undoubtedly return to the immortal realm. He wished to accompany her to the immortal realm. Although he was uncertain whether Master would take him along, he thought, how could he know without trying? Su Xi felt a surge of determination within. Cultivating immortality inherently involved competing with others and defying the heavens. A mere transformation cave was nothing he could not brave. After all, he possessed the jade token bestowed by his master. Should a practitioner at the transformation stage attempt to seize his body, he would still have a measure of self-preservation. With this thought, the uncertainty that had previously clouded Su Si's eyes vanished in an instant as he stepped into the inheritance cave. Atop the ice sword peak of the sword sect, a faint sound echoed. Jiang Xianling's face turned pale as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing the crimson stain on the ground, she nonchalantly waved her sleeve, using her spiritual energy to erase the evidence. Feeling the profound weakness coursing through her body, her delicate brows furrowed. In her haste to resolve the soul severing of the vast sky, she had inadvertently suffered its backlash, resulting in her current plight. The tiny divine body, which she had previously managed to suppress, now became increasingly difficult to control. Reflecting on how she had summoned her disciple every 7 days to harness the yang energy produced during his cultivation to suppress her tiny divine body, she now realized that, given her deteriorating condition, she might need him to visit twice a week. Even the ethereal Jiang Xianling felt a twinge of embarrassment at this thought. Very well. She would treat him with more kindness from now on. With a swift motion, she pierced the last foundational stage beast, ending its life. Su Si shook off the beast blood clinging to his sword and summoned the 10,000 Souls banner, capturing the spirits of the beast within its folds. He then raised his gaze towards the imposing, closed bronze door before him. Instead of rushing in, he chose to sit in meditation, replenishing the spirit energy within his body. Behind him, the path was already strewn with the carcasses of the beasts. It was indeed unfortunate. Upon entering, he found himself shrouded in darkness, surrounded by a sea of glimmering green eyes. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. He promptly produced a luminescent stone and embedded it into the stone wall above, drew forth the Moen sword, and executed the water cloud technique. Had he not acted quickly, confronting the throng of beasts, among which were even a few golden core stage creatures, would undoubtedly have resulted in injury. After the passage of a fragrant incense, as Su Si rose to his feet, he retrieved a jade tablet from his storage ring, with his sword held firmly in his right hand. He grasped the jade tablet in his left and cautiously pushed open the imposing bronze door before him, stepping inside with utmost care. In stark contrast to the enveloping darkness outside, the walls within were adorned with luminous stones. At a mere glance, Su Si was rendered speechless. Spirit stones. An abundance of spirit stones. Moreover, these stones were interspersed with various cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Not allowing himself to be ensnared by the spectacle before him, he steadied his mind. Since the system had identified this place as a legacy cave, it was certain that a legacy awaited. Presently, all that lay before him were treasures. Yet the shadow of the legacy itself remained elusive. Shifting his gaze away from the pile of spirit stones, Su Si began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he caught sight of a withered skeleton in a corner. Lin Tianquan, skeleton of the transformation stage. A skeleton of the transformation stage. After the identification, he pondered whether the skeleton might unexpectedly spring forth with a remnant soul seeking to possess him. Adhering to the principle of caution, he proceeded carefully. Su Si kicked a stone to the feet of the desiccated skeleton. There was no response. After a moment's contemplation, he unleashed a surge of sword energy toward the stone wall beside the skeleton. Yet, still, there was silence. Having conducted 2 tests without eliciting any reaction, he remained perplexed. Su Si immediately summoned a protective aura of sword energy, cautiously approaching with a jade talisman in one hand and a sword in the other. His body was tense, ready to activate the jade talisman and execute the water cloud escape at the slightest sign of disturbance. Yet, until he stood before the withered bones, there was no indication of movement. Upon nearing, Su Si noticed a jade talisman hanging from the waist of the skeleton. Just as he prepared to draw it closer with his spiritual energy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flash of white light erupted from the talisman. And before he could activate the jade talisman bestowed by his master, the white light surged towards Su Si's face in an instant. In the final moments of his thoughts, Su Si lamented, "My fate is sealed." However, he soon realized that his apprehensions were unfounded. The radiant white light before him was, in fact, the so-called inheritance of the cave. I am Lin Tianquan, the esteemed leader of the second-tier sect, Qixia sect, within the Xian realm. A second-tier sect is required to have at least one cultivator at the integration stage overseeing it, while a first-tier sect is led by a cultivator at the ascension stage. Divine-tier sects, such as the Sword sect, are guarded by those who have transcended the tribulation. Our sect has drawn the attention of Wang Li, the second elder of the Divine Fire sect, due to the 9 Yang flower. I, as the sect leader, refuse to relinquish this treasure, for it was obtained through the sacrifice of 4 of our elders. Unfortunately, this adversary has reached the ascension stage, leading to the ruin of Qixia sect. Our ancestors and the remaining elders exerted their utmost to barely escort my gravely injured self away from Qixia. After my escape, I realized time was of the essence. Hence I established this cave of inheritance, awaiting a fated individual. I once practiced a technique that could bind the cave of inheritance to the heavenly oath. Should a destined individual take the oath to eliminate Wang Li on behalf of our sect, I would bestow the inheritance of Qixia sect and the 9 Yang flower upon them. Should they choose not to accept our sect's fate, they may still take other treasures and depart. Subsequently, the white light emerged from Su Si, retreating into the jade tablet at the waist of the skeletal remains. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiai resolved to collect the treasures and depart. After all, this inheritance would merely serve as an embellishment to his already divine-level techniques. The 9 Yang flower, rumored to take a millennium to mature, could concoct pills capable of elevating one beyond the tribulation stage. Yet, for one at the foundational level who does not practice alchemy, it is but a triviality. What he truly lacked were foundational resources, such as spirit stones. As for the future, he believed that as his cultivation deepens, the universe would not forsake him. Thus, at this stage, it was unnecessary to risk bearing the burdens of another's fate. With that, he gathered the spirit stones, techniques, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts into his storage ring before departing. Su Xiai bowed respectfully towards the withered bones, performing a deep bow. Although he did not acquire the greatest opportunity within the inheritance cave, it was only fitting to express his gratitude for the substantial resources bestowed upon him. Just as he was about to turn away, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Ding. Task issued. Bestow Jiang Xianling with the 9 Yang flower. Reward. Initial stage of golden core cultivation, true dragon's blood. Previously, he had contemplated the possibility that the system would grant him true dragon's blood to unlock the heavenly sovereign's palm, and indeed, it had arrived. Upon seeing the materials required for this task, Su Xiai suddenly recalled the system's function for searching task materials. Searching for 9 Yang flower. Ding. Search complete. Given the host's current strength, the optimal method to obtain the 9 Yang flower is by making a heavenly Dao vow. The remaining acquisition methods, even the simplest, require the host to possess the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage. System, have you been monitoring me all along? I just encountered the 9 Yang flower, and you immediately issued a task? A youthful electronic voice responded. Ding. No, host. The system merely sensed the aura of the treasure before issuing the corresponding task. The system does not interfere with the host's life, and all that the host experiences remains unseen by the system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Xiai felt reassured. He certainly did not wish to be under constant surveillance. Whether the system's voice was feminine or masculine, he treated both equally. Of course, his master was an exception. With this thought, he glanced again at Jiang Xianling's status bar and was astonished to find it markedly different from previous occasions. Jiang Xianling's current status, cold, weakened. Lacking 9 Yang flowers to refine medicinal pills for injury recovery, undergoing the resolution of the soul-severing Songtian curse, recovery rate, 10. His master was injured? And in dire need of 9 Yang flowers? With this realization, Su Xiai no longer hesitated. Before the withered bones, he vowed before the heavenly Dao. And as the jade token at the waist of the bones shattered, Su Xiai was sent out of the inheritance cave. A peculiar flower, half frostwhite and half engulfed in flames, along with a golden jade token, floated silently before Su Xiai. He collected both items into his storage ring. Su Xiai hastened directly towards the lair of the wolf demon. At that moment, in a forest south of Qilin City, a colossal wolf was savagely tearing apart a nascent soul cultivator. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a savage bloodlust, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. The unfortunate cultivator, already devoid of vitality, had lost all glimmer in his eyes. Brother, you wretched spawn! A second nascent soul cultivator roared in fury. The two brothers had been escorting the Lin couple to Qilin City when unexpectedly, a vile creature emerged to disrupt their journey. After leading the wolf demon away, they unleashed their magical treasures in a desperate attempt to fend it off, but in a moment of oversight, the wolf seized the opportunity, resulting in the younger brother's tragic demise. I shall fight you to the death. The nascent soul cultivator gripped a massive hammer and charged at the giant wolf. 100 meters away, within a palanquin, the bearers had fled, leaving only the couple inside. Do not fear, my dear. I shall protect you. The finely dressed man trembled as he held his delicate wife close. Helplessly, he too felt fear. They were mere mortals. Had they not been paralyzed by terror earlier? They surely would have run away. My love, you are so kind, she murmured. Oh, no, my dear. Now is not the time. The man adjusted her position, attempting to kiss her, his thoughts racing with worry about the fate of the two cultivators. Judging by the distant cries and roars, the situation seemed dire. My dear, are your legs still weak? He inquired. A bit better, husband. Then let us flee quickly. The couple hastily exited the palanquin and began to run. They sprinted several hundred meters when suddenly, a striking figure clad in white, soaring through the air on a sword, caught their attention. The handsome man was Su Xiai, who had just arrived from the inheritance cave and had now dispelled his disguise. Immortal, there is a wolf demon over there. Please do not approach. The finely dressed man cautioned. I have come to slay the demon, Su Xiai replied, glancing in the direction indicated. Upon sensing the mid-nascent soul pressure, he was slightly surprised to discover that the wolf demon had indeed advanced in strength. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he possessed magical treasures bestowed by his master. Initially intending to use this wolf demon as a means of honing his skills, he now felt an urgency to return to his sect. So, I shall kindly wish you death, he declared, gesturing towards the couple. I just came from the east side of Qilin City. There are no beasts along this path. You two may safely reach Qilin City by following it. Thank you, immortal, for your guidance, the man replied cautiously. Do you have any knowledge of the fate of the other two immortals engaged with the wolf demon? He inquired carefully. I only sense the aura of the wolf demon. Su Xiai responded. Hearing this, the couple's expressions darkened as they bowed deeply in gratitude before departing. Upon arriving at the location of the giant wolf, Su Xiai descended and immediately unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy surged towards the wolf's back, which was busy feasting on the remains of the cultivator. Yet, the giant wolf, as if it possessed eyes on its back, nimbly evaded the attack before it even touched down. Su Xiai once again unleashed a blade of sword energy towards the front of the colossal wolf, simultaneously casting 2 jade tokens to either side, effectively sealing off its escape routes. Sensing imminent danger, the giant wolf darted to the right, where it perceived the threat to be minimal. This, however, was precisely as Su Xiai had anticipated. The binding formation within the jade token on the right instantaneously enveloped the wolf, ensnaring it for but a fleeting moment. Yet, that moment proved to be more than sufficient. Infusing 80% of his spiritual energy into a needle, entirely silver and surrounded by a gentle emerald glow, he prepared for the decisive strike. Su Xiai controlled the silver needles, piercing towards the ensnared giant wolf. Without a doubt, the artifact, infused with spiritual energy capable of slaying early-stage nascent soul cultivators, would render this mid-stage golden core beast mere prey, akin to wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He stored the jade tablet and the wolf's corpse within his storage ring, gazing at the 2 disfigured bodies on the ground. He shook his head and summoned his spiritual energy to create a deep pit, using it to bury the 2 before departing on his sword. Chapter 9. The Goddess. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the Ice Sword Peak. A man clad in a blue robe stood outside the courtyard, his eyes revealing a hint of shadow and fury. This man, named Yangchen, was the peak master of the Immortal Sword Peak, possessing early-stage tribulation crossing cultivation. I seek an audience with Fairy Jiang. I hope she will grace me with her presence. Yang Chen's voice trembled with barely concealed anger. A few years prior, at the recommendation of the Immortal Sword Peak Master, Jiang Xianling had joined the Sword Sect as a rogue cultivator. Due to her tribulation crossing prowess, the sect master appointed her as the master of a peak. At the banquet celebrating her ascension, Yang Chen, upon catching sight of her beauty, was instantly captivated and pursued her fervently, only to be met with a curt dismissal from Jiang Xianling. Though his pride was wounded, his feelings remained unchanged. While Jiang Xianling had not even cast a glance in his direction, initially, Yangchen believed Jiang Xianling to be devoted solely to her path, untouched by the presence of men. However, upon returning from a pilgrimage with his fellow disciples, he learned of her having taken a male disciple. For years, he had not set foot in her courtyard, and now, an unknown rival dared to approach her? Even if she were to take a female disciple, he would not have cared. But why a male? After calling out for some time with no response from within, he steeled himself to force his way in when a melodious voice suddenly chimed from behind. What brings Brother Yang to seek Sister Jiang? Turning around, he beheld a striking young woman clad in red, her expression laced with curiosity. This was Mu Zili, the peak master of the Jade Sword Peak, who had recommended Jiang Xianling's entry into the sword sect years ago. Each time Yangchen prepared to intrude, Mu Zili would invariably appear to thwart him, much to his annoyance. This matter does not concern you, junior sister. There's no need for you to involve yourself, Yangchen replied impatiently. But Sister Jiang is my close friend. How could this not concern me? Mu Zili feigned innocence, her laughter barely concealed. Internally, she scoffed, thinking that had it not been for her master's last wishes before ascending, she would have long dismissed him. After years of obstructing him, she felt she had been more than patient. Next time you dare to force your way in, go ahead, let us see how many lives you have. You ought to take a look in the mirror and consider your own appearance before coveting Sister Jiang. Very well, I shall remember you, Mu Zili, Yangchen retorted, though his anger twisted into a mocking smile as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Mu Zili rolled her eyes in disdain. She had always regarded him with caution, and now that their animosity was laid bare, she felt a strange sense of relief. After collecting her thoughts, Mu Zili knocked on the door. Sister Jiang, may I enter? A cold, melodious voice responded from within. You may. Pushing open the wooden door, she approached Jiang Xianling, who lay in a rocking chair. Sister Jiang, I have given up. It's futile to reason with that scoundrel. Jiang Xianling cast a fleeting glance at her and, after shutting the door, replied, had you delayed a moment longer, there would have been another corpse outside my door. Mu Zili playfully twirled her hair, quickly conceding, oh dear. Sister Jiang, I was wrong. I shall no longer impede you. Do not let such a petty individual affect our sisterly bond. Before waiting for a reply, she noticed the faint pallor on Jiang Xianling's exquisitely beautiful face, which betrayed a hint of malaise. Sister Jiang, are you injured? Though Jiang Xianling master Orwell, the pallid hue of her complexion was unmistakable. Do not worry, I am fine, Jiang Xianling waved dismissively. Noticing Jiang Xianling's reluctance to elaborate, Mu Zili chose not to press further. The origins of Jiang Xianling were shrouded in mystery, and if even she could not resolve an issue, then it would be futile for anyone else to try. Years ago, Mu Zili had unwittingly fallen into an ambush set by her enemies and was beset by 3 tribulation-crossing cultivators. On the brink of death, she was miraculously saved by Jiang Xianling, who had appeared like a celestial being in a white dress, wielding an unknown crimson artifact, with a mere flick of her wrist. She shattered the 3 formidable foes, leaving Mu Zili in awe at the sheer power of a tribulation-crossing cultivator. Since then, their fates intertwined. And upon learning that Jiang Xianling had no sect, Mu Zili invited her to join the sword sect. Over the years, she frequently visited Ice Sword Peak to converse with Jiang Xianling, and their bond deepened. Sister Jiang, where did you acquire this chair? It looks incredibly comfortable. Mu Zili observed Jiang Xianling rocking in an odd chair. Over the years, every time she visited, Jiang Xianling was either meditating beneath a plum tree or practicing in her bamboo hut. This time, however, she lay in this peculiar chair, which piqued her curiosity. This is a rocking chair, a gift from my disciple, Jiang Xianling replied softly, caressing the armrest. Mu Zili gasped in disbelief. Could it be that you have indeed taken a male disciple? Having been away from the sect recently, she was unaware of Jiang Xianling's new disciple. When she returned and heard the news, she initially dismissed it as mere gossip. After all, this was Jiang Xianling we were talking about. Indeed, Jiang Xianling confirmed. And Mu Zili's eyes widened in shock. Since their acquaintance, she had never seen a man approach Jiang Xianling. In her mind, Jiang Xianling was a celestial being, solely devoted to her path, untouched by worldly affairs. Now, she had taken a male disciple? Mu Zili blinked, her curiosity piqued. So, Sister Jiang, is your male disciple handsome? As these words were uttered, the atmosphere surrounding the peak of the Ice Sword Mountain seemed to crystallize. Jiang Xianling was enveloped in a chilling aura, while Mu Zili felt an icy sensation coursing from her feet to her head. She instinctively wrapped her clothing tighter around herself and offered an awkward smile. Sister Jiang, I want to ask any further. I promise, I won't inquire any more. Chapter 10. Filial Piety. At this moment, within a resplendent palace crafted from exquisite white jade, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed throughout. Damn it! Damn it! Mu Zili exclaimed. You wretched servant! Yang Qin's face contorted with rage as he hurled a vase to the ground. Suddenly sensing someone's arrival, he waved his sleeve, swiftly concealing the chaos around him. A man clad in purple robes, his hair tied in a crown, entered the grand hall with a shadowy countenance. Upon seeing Yang Qin, the man respectfully bowed his head. Master, you have returned? Yang Qin, recognizing his disciple, took a moment to temper his fury and seated himself upon a chair. Tianxiang, what brings you to seek your master? Once Yang Qin's emotions had stabilized, Chu Tianxiang cautiously replied, Master, I recently clashed with Lin Fan from the Divine Sword Peak, instructing several junior brothers to inadvertently inflict serious injuries upon him. Now, the discipline office is investigating the matter. I fear not the punishment, but I dread bringing shame upon you, Master. Upon hearing this, Yang Qin's expression darkened significantly as he reprimanded, Now you realize the importance of preserving my reputation? Where were you earlier? A terrifying pressure descended upon Chu Tianxiang, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat as he quickly bowed in apology. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Silence enveloped the hall, heavy and foreboding. After a short while, I will handle this matter for you, but let it not happen again, Yang Qin stated indifferently. Then shifted the topic. I have heard that Ice Sword Mountain has recently accepted a male disciple. I believe it would be best for this individual to meet his demise outside the sword sect. What do you think, disciple? Chu Tianxiang lowered his head, a faint, barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. This old man is truly two-faced. One moment he feigns virtue, and the next, he instructs me to commit murder. Master, I understand. This time, Tianxiang will be thorough. Very well, you may leave. Yang Qin was exceedingly pleased, watching Chu Tianxiang depart. He turned, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he murmured to himself, What is mine shall always remain mine. No one shall encroach upon it. At the entrance of the sword sect, swish, a figure clad in white glided through the air on a sword, swiftly passing 2 disciples stationed at the gate. Hey, you. The disciple on the left was about to reprimand when the disciple on the right quickly covered his mouth. Are you out of your mind? That is Senior Su Ci from Ice Sword Peak. What? Is that the same Su who ranks first among the Foundation Establishment disciples at the Questioning Sword Tower? The left disciple's eyes widened in shock. Just days prior, Su Ci had ascended to the 8th level of the Questioning Sword Tower, a feat that had spread among the disciples of the sect, earning him great renown. The right disciple cast a helpless glance at him. You naive fool. You should familiarize yourself with the prominent figures in our sect. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. I am enlightened, senior. The left disciple quickly expressed his gratitude. Unbeknownst to Su Ci, the commotion at the entrance was unfolding. Sheathering Shadow's sword, she knocked on the wooden door before her. Master, I have returned. Upon hearing Su Ci's voice, the 2 individuals conversing in the courtyard paused their discussion. Mu Zili's eyes flickered with curiosity, while Jiang Xianling hesitated briefly before inviting Su Ci inside, closing the wooden door behind her. Su Ci was taken aback to see an additional figure in red within the courtyard. The woman possessed striking beauty, and her aura was subtle yet enigmatic. Su Ci had lost a precious artifact from the past. Mu Zili, early stage of tribulation, a cultivator in the tribulation stage? Although she was already aware of the name of the woman in red before her, she feigned ignorance and politely inquired, Master, may I ask who this esteemed senior is? Addressing her as senior was undoubtedly appropriate. In the realm of cultivation, there exist only 3 realms, Ant, Fellow Taoist, and Senior. The master of Jade Sword Peak, Mu Zili. You may simply call her Master Mu. At that moment, Mu Zili was still appraising Su Xi. This male disciple. Handsome. Extremely handsome. His features were striking. With long black hair cascading over his shoulders and eyes as profound and brilliant as the stars. Clad in white robes, he was adorned with a silver and jade belt, exuding an air of elegance. Indeed, she had sensed previously that her sister, Jiang, would take on a remarkably handsome male disciple, and today, her expectations were thoroughly exceeded. Disciple Su Xi greets Master Mu, he said, cupping his fist in respect. No need for such formality, nephew. Mu Zili waved her hand. After their greetings, Su Xi stepped forward to Jiang Xinling's side, retrieving the 9 yang flower from his storage ring. Upon witnessing this, Mu Zili's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. How could her sister allow a man to come so close? Master, this 9 yang flower was a fortunate acquisition by your disciple, and I wish to present it to you. Mu Zili gasped in disbelief. The 9 yang flower was a rare material for concocting pills of the tribulation stage and beyond. She had never encountered such a divine material before. How could this disciple, with merely a foundation establishment late-stage cultivation, obtain it? More surprisingly, he intended to give the 9 yang flower to Jiang. She had never seen such filial piety. It made her reflect on her own female disciples, who only seemed to whine in her presence. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes scrutinized the disciple before her. When she had taken Su Xi as her pupil, it was with her own selfish motives. Previously, when Su Xi presented her with those peculiar books and the rocking chair, she had already deemed him to possess a kind heart. Little did she expect that today he would offer her the very 9 yang flower she so desperately needed, assuming he was unaware of its significance. Jiang Xianling cautioned, do you know that this item is a material for concocting pills of the tribulation stage and above? Su Xi smiled faintly, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately murmured, disciple understands, yet master has bestowed kindness upon me. Jiang Xianling did not perceive the fleeting emotion in Su Xi's gaze. I observe that you are entwined with the karma of another. This item must have come at great cost. Are you truly willing to give it to your master? Su Xi nodded, choosing not to speak further, and handed the 9 yang flower to Jiang Xianling. Upon receiving it, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart. You are indeed considerate. Ding. Task completed. True dragon blood has been dispensed. Ding. Would the host like to ascend to the initial stage of Jindan now? No. I shall wait until I return to discuss it. Very well. What is the cause and effect to bear? I shall assist you in managing it. Master. There is no need. I wish to treat it as motivation. I believe I can handle this cause and effect myself. Su Xi replied with a faint smile. Very well. Since that is your wish, when you come again, I shall lend you my support. A flicker of warmth passed through Jiang Xinling's icy, beautiful eyes. Previously, the inability to refine healing elixirs was due to the lack of the 9 yang flower. Under the curse of the soul-severing sky, the tiny divine body had become increasingly difficult to suppress. Now, however, those concerns have dissipated, and there is no longer a need for Su Xi to visit twice a week. Once a week, as before, will suffice. Yes, master. Su Xi performed a courteous bow before taking his leave. With a plethora of resources at hand, he urgently needed to convert them into combat prowess. After ascending to the golden core stage, he could diligently refine his cultivation techniques. The true dragon blood had also been acquired. Although this substance is exceedingly precious and could elevate his ancient body refinement technique to a new echelon, he was more inclined to master a new divine-level technique rather than solely relying on the ancient body refinement technique for self-improvement. Chapter 11. The Solar Divine Body. Once everything was in place, he planned to pay a visit to the Sword Tower. Resolute in his decision, Su Xi hurried without pause to the sect's mission office to submit the completed demon-slaying task. Upon his return, the elder at the mission office displayed a hint of surprise, yet promptly processed his task rewards. Su Xi expressed his gratitude to the elder before turning to depart. His only desire was to swiftly return to his courtyard and break through to the golden core stage. As for the spiritual stones and elixirs promised as rewards for the sect's tasks, they paled in comparison to his current wealth. Upon returning to the Ice Sword Peak, Su Xi silently intoned, System, claim cultivation rewards. Ding. Claim successful. With a resounding boom, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted from the mountainside. Just as he had bid farewell to Mu Zili, Jiang Xianling, who was preparing to concoct healing potions, sensed the aura of Su Xi's breakthrough and felt a flicker of astonishment. Her disciple had only recently advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, and now he had achieved another breakthrough? As the essence in his dantian coalesced into a core, Su Xi successfully reached the initial stage of the golden core realm. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual force within him, accompanied by a sharp sword intent encircling the core, Su Xi smiled broadly. It appeared that the formidable power of the divine heart technique, the 10,000 swords art, bestowed by his master, was beginning to manifest. In times of crisis, should he unleash the sword chi surrounding his golden core, vanquishing even an average early-stage nascent soul would be a trivial matter. I shall first consolidate my cultivation for a few days before utilizing the true dragon blood to unseal the celestial master's palm, Su Xi murmured. The journey through the inheritance cave had enriched him, Thus he was in no rush to challenge the sword inquiry tower. 2 days later, having solidified his cultivation, Su Si retrieved from his storage ring a vial containing true dragon blood and a fragment he had acquired at the trading market. As he dripped the true dragon blood onto the fragment, a blinding golden light flashed. The previously blank page now revealed an array of inscriptions. Not rushing into cultivation, he cast a concerned glance at his master's condition. Jiang Xianling current status: frigid, 89 points frigid, 10 points comfortable, 1 point joyful. In the process of alleviating the soul-severing sky curse, 20% recovery, joyful. A new descriptor had appeared. Moreover, the recovery progress of the curse afflicting his master had reached 20%. It seemed his time was growing short. While he naturally wished for his master to resolve the curse swiftly, he could not help but ponder that once the curse was lifted, she would depart from the mystic realm. Su Si felt an undeniable sense of urgency. It seemed imperative to devote himself to his cultivation. Observing the waning weakness of his master, his worries dissipated. Thus, he calmed his mind and began to practice the heavenly sovereign palm. After 2 more days, he gazed upon the scene before him, where the ground had sunk several feet. Su Si quietly resolved to practice such techniques in the forest adjacent to the sword sect in the future. Otherwise, frequent visits to this hillside would render it rather unsightly with its uneven terrain. Now that he had mastered the heavenly sovereign's palm, he could delve into the intricacies of the 10,000 souls banner. Alas, the banner contained only a handful of low-tier divine souls thus far. What materials are required for the advancement of the 10,000 souls banner? He inquired. Ding. As long as the host collects a sufficient number of high-tier divine souls, it will automatically advance. The demonic path giant rejoiced at this revelation. It seemed the system demanded he take more lives. Yet, he was no bloodthirsty maniac. Why would he harm others without enmity? At present, the 10,000 souls banner felt somewhat superfluous to him. He reminisced about his earlier intention to gather the souls of bandits to enhance it, but upon witnessing his master's injury, he hastily returned to the sect, abandoning that thought. As for exterminating evil cultivators, given his current strength, he could only contend with early-stage nascent soul practitioners without external aid. With external assistance, he could only utilize the jade token bestowed by his master to slay those in the god transformation stage, which was akin to courting death. Evil cultivators were notoriously cunning, their bizarre artifacts ever proliferating. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to delay any such endeavors. For now, the Mo-ing sword sufficed, and he need not fixate on the 10,000 souls banner. Just as Su Si prepared to continue his cultivation, a cool, ethereal voice resonated beside him. Come to me, disciple. Surprised by his master's transmission, he realized this was the first time his master had reached out to him in such a manner. Could it be that the 7th day had arrived? Unable to resist, he calculated the time and found it was not yet the 7th day. With a sense of bewilderment, Su Si hastened up the mountain. Now, having reached the golden core stage, he could traverse the skies with his luminous escape, swifter even than flight on a sword. He pondered what urgent matter his master might have to convey. Upon pushing open the wooden door, he immediately spotted Jiang Xianling by the pond, feeding the fish. Master, I have arrived, he announced. At his words, Jiang Xianling set aside the fish feed and turned to face him. After a brief pause, she waved her sleeve, producing 2 vials of elixir that hovered before Su Si. The 9 yin and 9 yang flowers you previously gifted me have been partially preserved, and I have added some gentle herbs to create the Shihua pill. You may utilize this pill to practice the ancient body refinement technique. However, despite the gentle ingredients I have included, it is still beyond your capacity to ingest at this early stage of your golden core cultivation. Su Si did not rush to inquire, for he was certain that his master possessed a solution. The other vial of elixir was intended to awaken one's innate constitution. Constitution? Su Si's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware that he was not a native of this realm. How could he possibly possess a constitution upon arriving here? Could it be? Su Si reached out to touch his chin. Could he truly be a person of destiny? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. His master had not disclosed this earlier due to his constitution. One must at least reach the golden core stage to awaken. Moreover, the reason his master initially accepted him as a disciple was indeed his exceptional physique. Upon finishing her words, a rare hint of regret flickered in Jiang Xianling's deep azure eyes. Master need not concern herself. I have not taken it to heart, he replied. It is undeniable that a master would naturally seek disciples of high aptitude, and he harbored his own subtle intentions in becoming Jiang Xianling as apprentice. After all, if he were not her disciple, how would he navigate the vastness of the Xian realm to find her? He had not forgotten the thunderous beating of his heart on the day they first met. After all, when one finally finds someone they cherish, what is wrong with taking the initiative? Su Si was unable to comprehend the true meaning behind Jiang Xianling's words, and still believed that he was accepted as a disciple solely due to his exceptional aptitude. Master, what exactly is my constitution? One rebellious disciple inquired softly. Jiang Xianling's cold brow and eyes softened slightly as she replied, You possess the solar divine body, which ranks 3rd among the divine physiques in the celestial realm. Hiss. Su Si inhaled sharply. He had indeed contemplated that he might be extraordinary, yet he had never dared to presume himself to be this remarkable. Huh. It seems his identity as a destined individual has been firmly established. One wonders what crises await him in the Xian realm that require his intervention. While he is willing to assist within his means, he firmly refuses to risk his life for such matters. Su Xi was still brainstorming when Jiang Xianling's next words left him frozen in place. The solar divine body is, in essence, the furnace constitution of the lunar divine body. At the mention of the lunar divine body's furnace, an unnatural glimmer flickered in Jiang Xianling's deep azure eyes. Her jade cheeks flushed slightly, but the color was swiftly suppressed. Unseen by Su Xi. A furnace? A furnace? Su Xi's expression was filled with incredulity. How was this any different from believing he was the chosen one and then presenting himself before a tiger as a mere offering? The case was already resolved. He was merely a small pawn, not the fated individual he had believed himself to be. Chapter 12. Awakening the Divine Body. Master, is the solar divine body particularly weak? Su Xi inquired, clinging to a final thread of hope. Not weak, provided. Jiang Xianling's voice trailed off, seemingly hesitant to continue. Master, provided what? Provided you can find a lunar divine body and cultivate together, your strength and physical prowess would exponentially increase. Jiang Xianling turned her back, speaking softly. Are there many female cultivators with a lunar divine body? Su Xi's face turned ashen. He thought to himself that he must be more cautious in the future to avoid being abducted by some ancient being with a lunar divine body to serve as a furnace. His heart held only his master, showing no interest in other female cultivators, let alone those with a lunar divine body. Noticing Su Xi's misunderstanding, Jiang Xianling clarified. The lunar divine body is an ancient rarity. Once it appears in this world, only one can exist at a time, much like the solar divine body. Upon hearing this, Su Xi let out a gentle sigh of relief. In the vast sea of humanity, encountering a female cultivator with a lunar divine body was akin to winning the lottery twice in Blue Star. With his worries eased, Su Xi curiously asked, Master, could it be that this constitution has other benefits besides increasing strength through dual cultivation? He believed his master could not have awakened him to a dual cultivation constitution without reason. Indeed, after awakening, even without dual cultivation, your physical strength will increase exponentially with each breakthrough in realm, Jiang Xianling affirmed. Although it may not grow as swiftly as through dual cultivation, paired with the ancient body refinement technique, it will be sufficient for you to confront a late-stage nascent soul cultivator with early-stage golden core proficiency. After awakening your constitution, you can also consume the Holy Hua pill at golden core stage. Master, I wish to awaken now. He felt certain he would not be so unfortunate as to encounter the only lunar divine body in existence. Little did he know, his master was indeed the singular lunar divine body of this realm. He sat cross-legged and consumed the elixir. For your sake, I shall assist you. Yes, master. Su Xi sat cross-legged and unhesitatingly consumed the elixir. In an instant, a terrifying surge of yang energy erupted from his body. Jiang Xianling, with her delicate fingers, lightly tapped the air, and a swirling icy blue spiritual force enveloped Su Xi, alleviating the discomfort in his meridians caused by the overwhelming yang energy. He could distinctly feel his physical strength rapidly increasing at an astonishing pace. Half an hour later, Su Xi opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of gold flashing through his inky gaze. An ancient inscription resembling a golden sun appeared on his forehead, adding an air of nobility to his already handsome features. Master, I feel that I can now easily tear apart a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul with mere physical strength. Su Xi raised his elegant brows, his face beaming with joy. The awakening of the solar divine body has not only enhanced my power. Try channeling your spiritual energy, Jiang Xianling advised. Upon hearing this, Su Xi did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate his spiritual energy. He was astonished to find that, compared to his previous azure energy, there was now a faint golden hue mingling within it. This subtle golden tint rendered his energy even more formidable, eliciting great delight from Su Xi. Once your divine body reaches full maturity, your internal spiritual energy will completely transform into a true golden color, making it even more powerful and overwhelming. I understand, Master. Su Xi replied, grateful. Jiang Xianling nodded slightly. From today onward, you need not come to see me every 7 days. However, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek my guidance again. The efficacy of the elixirs crafted from the 9 yang flower had exceeded her expectations, and she was now able to completely suppress the lunar divine body. For at least several years, she would no longer need to rely on Su Xi's dissipating yang energy for her cultivations, thus rendering his visits unnecessary and avoiding any delays in his own training. Su Xi was perplexed as to why his master required him to visit every 7 days. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that it stemmed from his master's earlier concerns regarding his cultivation, which now seemed to be on the right path. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt an intensified allure from his master since awakening his divine body. Surely, it must be the yang energy within his constitution at play, he mused uncertainly. Well then, master, I shall take my leave, he said. Go ahead, Jiang Xianling replied, moving towards her rocking chair. Before departing, Su Xi cast a glance at his status bar. Jiang Xianling's current status, cold, 90 points cold, 10 points gentle. resolving the soul-severing curse with a recovery rate of 20%. Gentle. Another new entry. At the sword peak, a resolute-looking youth lay on a bed, battered and bruised. Anger and resentment filled his eyes. This was Lin Fan, grievously injured by Chu Tianxiang. Damn that Chu Tianxiang. He seethed. Just days prior, he had been severely beaten by several disciples instigated by Chu Tianxiang. Following an investigation by the discipline office, while the assailants faced punishment, the instigator, Chu Tianxiang, escaped unscathed. Lin Fan, incensed by the injustice, implored his master for an audience with the peak master. He had hoped that his second rank in the foundation establishment stage of the sword tower would compel the peak master to take action against Chu Tianxiang. To his dismay, the peak master merely offered him some healing elixirs, dismissing him with the reasoning that prodigies must endure trials. This ranking in the sword tower lacks weight. Had I been on the gold core ranking list, the outcome would surely have been different, he lamented. He pondered the enigma that was Su Ci, who, despite being of the same realm, surpassed him in strength. What had once been a boast that he would be the foremost under the gold core now felt hollow. Fortunately, no one had been around to hear him. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ci had already ascended to the gold core stage. Days earlier, upon learning that Su Ci had usurped his rank, Lin Fan, unwilling to accept defeat, had attempted the tower several more times, achieving only a marginally quicker clearance time with no change in his standing. On that very day, as he left the sword tower, nursing his injuries on the way back to Sword Peak, he encountered Chu Tianxiang. Lin Fan paid him little mind, despite their enmity. Chu Tianxiang had always maintained a certain decorum, never having engaged him in combat, even after reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul. However, in a departure from his usual demeanor, Chu Tianxiang whispered something to his entourage of late-stage gold core followers upon seeing Lin Fan. They surged forward, overwhelming him. Injured as he was, he could not withstand the assault from multiple late-stage gold core cultivators and was predictably left severely wounded. The thought of this infuriated Lin Fan further. Chu Tianxiang has sealed his own fate. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I shall take his life, he vowed. For now, I shall focus on my development. Lin Fan declared resolutely. A month later, in a forest outside the sword sect, damn it, has the Su Ci perished? We've been lying in wait for over a month without sight of him, grumbled a man in black. Do not fret. I have conveyed this to Senior Brother Chu, who has instructed us to remain vigilant. We shall inform him when we catch sight of him, and he will come, the man in gray reassured. The two were enveloped in formidable spiritual pressure, revealing them to be nascent soul cultivators. This Su Ci is merely at the late foundation establishment stage. Either of us could easily subdue him. Why would Senior Brother Chu come personally? Senior Brother Chu has his own plans. We must simply follow his orders. The man in gray replied, his eyes shadowed with inscrutability, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 13. The Master's hands are ice cold a month later. At Ice Sword Peak. With a swift motion, Su Ci thrust his clenched fist forward, unleashing a chilling sound of sonic explosion. Sensing the terrifying power coursing through his hand, he felt immense satisfaction. Over the past month, while his realm had not ascended in the slightest, his combat prowess had surged exponentially. After consuming the sacred Hua pill bestowed by his master, the ancient body refinement technique had finally advanced from its foundational stage to the threshold of mastery, coupled with the solar divine body. Su Ci's physical strength had reached a point where even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could not inflict harm upon him while he stood still. Furthermore, through the divine heart technique, the 10,000 sword art, which generated sword energy within his golden core, he grasped a flicker of sword intent. This subtle sword intent rendered his sword energy even more formidable. Though his realm remained at the early stage of the golden core, his true strength could likely contend with ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators without issue. Alas, what difference is there between not being able to battle across two realms and being utterly ineffectual? Su Ci lamented in a tone of self-reflection. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing the system's notification. Ding. Mission issued. Touch Jiang Xianling within half a stick of incense's time. Reward. 100 battle body, glazed ice silk. The 100 battle body. The greater the injuries, the stronger the combat ability, the more one fights, the more valiant they become. There have been those who achieved great mastery and defied celestial lords with the body of a celestial emperor. The glazed ice silk, harvested from the celestial brocade of the outer heaven. Imbued with the essence of the great path, it can be woven into indestructible garments, ideal for practitioners of ice attribute techniques. A celestial emperor defying a celestial lord? Although Su Ci was unaware of the specific realms represented by these two entities, the description of the 100 battles physique left him pondering the terrifying potential it could unleash when combined with the solar divine body and the primordial body refinement technique. The mention of the glazed ice veil immediately brought his master to mind. However, he found it rather inconceivable, for which man would willingly don a veil. He considered himself a true man, incapable of such an act. Additionally, since he did not cultivate ice attribute techniques, it seemed quite fitting for his master, who, with her frosty demeanor, must surely practice such arts. The reward was indeed commendable. Yet he was perplexed by the task involving a half-incense stick of time spent in contact with his master. What on earth was this? Was this truly a system? It had escalated rather dramatically. Previously, there had been mild emotional engagements and material exchanges, which adhered to customary decorum. Now, however, it was a direct demand for contact. And for a duration of half an incense stick? Could it be that this system, ostensibly a system for the strong, was in reality a perverse system for collecting wives? He could hardly fathom how ludicrous the subsequent tasks might be. This system was coercing him. System, might it be possible to shorten the duration of this half-incense stick task? Previously, I had no choice, but now I wish to opt for a shorter period. Ding. Host, that is not permissible. Does that mean it wishes for my demise? Ding. The system will not engage in actions harmful to the host. Please refrain from making unfounded statements. Sigh. Very well. If I do not descend into hell, who will? I must consider my options. Susi pressed down the corners of his mouth, realizing he could not suppress his expression and ultimately disregarded it. With a beaming smile, he appeared entirely unperturbed by the coercion. Half an hour later, a light bulb flickered to life above Susi's head. Eureka! First this, then that. With a plan now in mind, he wasted no time and soared towards the mountaintop. Master, are you there? I have something to inquire. Come in. Upon pushing open the wooden door and stepping into the courtyard, he eagerly spoke. Master, today I learned from the scriptures that the pathways of spiritual energy are diverse. I am uncertain of their veracity, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Hearing this, Jiang Xianling gently tapped her snow-white finger against the armrest of her rocking chair, her delicate lips parting to respond. Though the meridians within a cultivator's body are fundamentally similar, there exist subtle distinctions. Thus, the circulation of spiritual energy indeed varies, tailored to the individual. Ah, I see now, Susi replied, a brief pause punctuating his thoughts. Might I request, Master, that you demonstrate your pathway of spiritual energy upon me? I wish to ascertain whether there are improvements to be made in my own circulation. The moment he uttered these words, the already tranquil courtyard fell into an even deeper silence. Guiding the flow of spiritual energy necessitates one party channeling energy from their hand to another's, requiring their palms to meet in close proximity. Jiang Xianling furrowed her elegant brows, her deep emerald eyes scrutinizing Susi with an icy gaze. After a quarter of an incense stick's time had passed, come here, a cool voice commanded. Susi exhaled a sigh of relief, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart as he approached Jiang Xianling with an unruffled demeanor. The reason for Jiang Xianling's prolonged silence was that she had just sent a message to Mu Zili, inquiring whether she had demonstrated the spiritual energy pathway to her disciples. Upon learning that Mu Zili had indeed done so, she felt that it was a customary practice between mentor and disciple, and thus did not decline Susi's request. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. All of Mu Zili's disciples were female, while Susi was male. Such interactions between mentors and disciples of the opposite sex were undoubtedly inappropriate, as there exists a distinction between genders. Jiang Xianling was also unfamiliar with the dynamics of mentor-disciple relationships, being a novice in the role of a mentor herself. As Susi drew nearer, his breath quickened imperceptibly, even he did not notice the change. This was not due to any peculiarity on his part, but rather the undeniable attraction between their respective physiques. Upon nearing her, the fragrance of cold flowers wafted into Susi's nostrils, appearing even more fragrant than before. At this moment, even if he were dim-witted, he would recognize that this was not the scent of plum blossoms. After all, the closer he got to his mentor, the more intoxicating the aroma became, rendering the still and unmoving plum tree irrelevant. Extend your right hand, Jiang Xianling instructed. In response, Susi raised his right arm and reached forward, while Jiang Xianling extended her left hand. Their hands met, and as he felt the icy coolness emanating from her touch, Susi's heart raced once more, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Their hands were now in contact. A groundhog cries out. His mentor's hand was somewhat cold, delicate, and soft. Jiang Xianling, oblivious to the inner turmoil of her rebellious disciple, felt a ripple of emotion within her. For this was her first experience of touching a male. Yet, she quickly composed herself, observing that Susi was struggling to calm his mind. She assumed it was due to his unfamiliarity with her spiritual energy circulation. She bit her lip and said, Focus your mind and truly feel the spiritual energy I am imparting to you. Yes, mentor, I understand, Susi replied, slightly embarrassed by her earnest demeanor, chastising himself internally. He began to concentrate on sensing the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 100 battles body temporarily stored, can be retrieved at any time. Lioli ice silk has been dispensed. After a complete circulation of spiritual energy, Jiang Xianling was somewhat astonished, while Susi was utterly bewildered. Not only did he discover that his mentor's pathway for circulating spiritual energy was identical to his own without the slightest deviation, but he was also astonished to find that his cultivation had increased significantly. At this rate, he would likely break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core next month. Our spiritual energy pathways are indeed the same. You may seek others to try as well, Jiang Xianling remarked, lowering her hand and ceasing the flow of energy. No need. Mentor, I believe the current pathway is quite effective, and I see no reason to explore further. Upon realizing that his mentor's energy circulation was akin to his own, Su Xi felt a sense of inexplicable joy. Chapter 14. The first under the transformation god upon returning to the mountainside. He attributed his cultivation advancement to his mentor's profound abilities, and then took out the liuli ice silk to examine it. The silk was entirely smooth and soft to the touch, exuding a chilling sensation. From a distance, it appeared as an immaculate white, but up close, it revealed a dreamlike pale blue hue. This liuli ice silk was undoubtedly exquisite material for crafting an ethereal gown. Su Xi couldn't help but marvel. He could hardly fathom how breathtaking his mentor would look clad in a gown fashioned from the liuli ice silk, complemented by her ethereal aura. It seemed he ought to find time to learn tailoring. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the liuli ice silk in his storage ring. System. Retrieve the 100 battles body. Ding. Retrieval successful. Swish. Su Xi radiated a blinding brilliance, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped him. Coupled with the solar deity pattern emblazoned upon his forehead, he resembled an ancient divine monarch descending from the heavens. A smile spread across Su Xi's face. For he possessed two distinct physiques, elevating his combat prowess to a truly terrifying level. The formidable strength of the solar god body, combined with the escalating power of the 100 battles body, which grew stronger the more injuries he sustained, created a formidable synergy. Any adversary unable to breach the defenses of his solar god body would find themselves unperturbed, while those capable of penetrating his defenses would face the wrath of his increasingly potent 100 battles body. From this moment forth, Su Xi was the unparalleled champion beneath the realm of divine transformation. After this reflection, another question crossed his mind. Can the 100 battles body remain undetected by others? A response chimed in. Indeed, host. Any physique produced by the system can be concealed without compromising its capabilities. Su Xi raised his thumb towards the sky. Truly deserving of the title of master, he had never let me down. Help me conceal it. Ding. Concealment successful. Su Xi had his reasons for hiding his 100 battles physique. If a new physical constitution were to appear out of thin air, it would be strange if his master did not inquire about it. He did not wish to deceive his master, so it was better to remain hidden, after all. He continued to grow stronger through combat, and it made no difference if others could not perceive his 100 battles physique. 5 days later, the Sword Inquiry Tower was bustling, a stark contrast to its state over a month ago. The annual sect competition of the Sword Sect was set to take place in a month, and as per tradition, the rewards would be exceedingly precious. Many disciples who had been in seclusion emerged to hone their combat skills at the Sword Inquiry Tower, eager to showcase their abilities in the upcoming competition. Some engaged in sparring on the training platform, but more disciples gravitated towards the Sword Inquiry Tower. Sparring would inevitably reveal their hidden strengths. The influx of disciples into the tower caused the Golden Core ranking stone tablet to fluctuate continuously, except for the top two positions. The first and second places remained unchanged from a month ago, but their levels had increased from 8 to 9. Shen Tian, who previously held the third position, had been pushed down, with the following ranks changing frequently. Golden Core ranking tablet first. Shirtai of Tsangjian Peak, late Golden Core. 9th level second. Lin Miaoyin of Yujian Peak, late Golden Core, 9th level third. Wu Wudi of Shunjian Peak, late Golden Core, 9th level fourth. Tung Li of Xianjian Peak, late Golden Core, 8th level. Within the Sword Inquiry Tower, Su Xi gazed at the simulated figure of an early nascent soul cultivator and smiled gently. Upon returning to the tower, he noticed that what once seemed an unattainable peak now felt as easy as reaching into his pocket. He ascended effortlessly, even without drawing the Moing sword, relying solely on his physical strength to reach the top. For an average Golden Core cultivator, the pressure from a nascent soul practitioner would be overwhelming. Yet, before Su Xi's formidable physique, it felt as gentle as a breeze. Without hesitation, he activated water cloud movement. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, his spiritual energy surged, and the speed of water cloud movement became even swifter. At this level, he still needed no sword, even though it was the final stage. In an instant, Su Xi appeared before the figure, swinging his right arm in a powerful punch. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted, creating a resounding sonic boom. Sensing the attack, the figure extended a staff imbued with spiritual energy to defend. Boom. The sound was deafening. As expected, Su Xi withdrew his fist, observing the shattered figure along with its artifact, and smiled indifferently before turning to leave. The Sword Inquiry Tower no longer served as a training ground for him. His visit was merely to fulfill his earlier promise to reach the top, seeking enlightenment. Upon returning to Ice Sword Peak, Su Xi thought of how long it had been since he had seen his master, and he soared towards the mountaintop. Unbeknownst to him, chaos erupted beside the Golden Core ranking stone tablet. Golden Core ranking tablet first. Su Xi of Ice Sword Peak, early Golden Core. 9th level second. Shirtai of Tsangjian Peak, late Golden Core, 9th level third. Lin Miaoyin of Yujian Peak, late Golden Core, 9th level fourth. Wu Wudi of Shunjian Peak, late Golden Core, 9th level what? Su Xi is first. How could this be? Could it be a malfunction of the ranking tablet? Dozens of Golden Core disciples stared in disbelief at Su Xi, who had shot to the top like a rocket. They would rather believe that the ranking tablet was faulty than accept that Su Si had achieved this by his own strength. Quick! Summon an elder to check on the situation. A golden cord disciple hurriedly went to fetch an elder, and after inspection, the elder confirmed that the tablet functioned correctly. A storm was brewing. The previously dominant Shirtai had been dethroned by Su Si. Did this mean that Su Si would claim victory in the upcoming sect competition? The surrounding golden cord disciples wore expressions of disbelief. In the distance, a tall and robust man, wielding a massive sword on his back, observed the scene with a hearty laugh. It seems our sword sect is indeed full of hidden talents. Beside him, a woman in feathered attire shot him a disdainful glance. Shirtai, do you truly believe you are the strongest among the golden core disciples? The man scratched his head, embarrassed. I used to think so. After all, Lin Miaoyin, you are not my match, are you? Lin Miaoyin, exasperated, shot back. That was because I couldn't be bothered to deal with you. This time, in the sect competition, I won't hold back. Really? Lin, I look forward to it. Lin Miaoyin hesitated. She had forgotten that this brute was a battle fanatic. She hoped that this time, her junior brother Su Si would give her a good fight. Both she and the towering man were direct disciples of the peak masters of the sword sect, and by the timeline of their initiation, they could be considered Su Si's seniors. But I hope my junior brother doesn't end up giving you a sound thrashing. Lin Miaoyin teased. That's precisely what I want. Shirtai's eyes gleamed. Ah, I forgot that this stubborn giant grows stronger the more he faces setbacks. Never mind. I'll ask my master for some good artifacts when I return. Let us see if I can't knock you out this time. At that moment, in a pink palace chamber, Mu Zili sneezed. What the hell? I've reached the tribulation stage, and I'm still sneezing? Could those pesky girls be coveting my treasures again? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Why is Sister John's disciples so devoted? With rocking chairs and 9 yang flowers? Yet my disciples act like vampires, only knowing how to drain my energy. Just wait until I find out which little brat it is. They'll regret it. Mu Zili was indeed Lin Miaoyin's master. Little did Lin Miaoyin know that her master was plotting against her, lost in fantasies of using her master's gifts to overpower Shirtai. If she were aware of her master's thoughts, she would likely flee the sword sect under the cover of night. Ice Sword Peak Su Si gently knocked twice on the wooden door. Master, may I enter? Chapter 15. Touching the master's hand. Stepping into the courtyard, Su Si approached the figure beneath the plum tree. Master, I have discerned a hint of sword intent. Jiang Xianling responded in an unremarkable tone. Hiss. This was not what he had anticipated. Where was the praise? The astonishment? If one were to successfully cultivate sword intent, it would lead to a deeper understanding of the sword path. This was the Great Tao, a formidable foundation that countless cultivators yearned for. However, the master's reaction was unexpectedly tepid, resembling a tranquil pond, devoid of any ripples. Before he could utter another word, Su Si felt as though the scenery before him flickered like a slideshow. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself no longer in the sword sect. Instead, he was surrounded by an expansive, boundless forest, where ancient trees soared skyward, their massive roots sprawled across the ground like colossal dragons. And the tree canopies layered like a sea of clouds, overshadowing the sun. Su Si looked at her master with a puzzled expression, uncertain of the reason for her presence in this place. The two stood suspended in the air. Master, where is this? The wild forest. Why have you brought your disciple here? There resides a tribulation beast, and its essence is suitable for your cultivation of the ancient body refinement technique. Furthermore, have you not grasped a hint of sword intent? Su Si was perplexed as to why the ancient body refining technique was still related to sword intent. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept in. Standing next to Jiang Xianling, Su Si only sensed a faint trace of the formidable pressure emanating from the tribulation beast. Yet, this mere hint of pressure rendered Su Si pale and rigid. Sensing Su Si's discomfort, Jiang Xianling gracefully waved her sleeve, dissipating the oppressive force. Su Si's complexion gradually returned to normal. Witnessing this situation, he could not help but chuckle bitterly within himself. It turned out that, in the face of the tribulation period, even a mere wisp of aura could render him utterly immobile. He realized just how weak he truly was. His master's actual cultivation level was incomparably higher than his own, and he was still far from reaching that level. The sense of pride he once felt for being able to fight across two realms was swiftly extinguished. Why do you, a powerful human cultivator, come to my domain? Before him stood a tribulation-leveled demonic beast, 100 feet long, its fur a vivid crimson, resembling both a wolf and a tiger. Its claws were as sharp as blades, and its blood-red eyes emanated a terrifying ferocity. Had he not sensed an extremely formidable aura emanating from Jiang Xianling, it would have already lunged forward, devouring her whole in a fit of rage. 7 days prior, the Xinghua sect had been obliterated by a similar beast, leaving behind a landscape drenched in blood, and all cultivators vanished without a trace. What do you have to say for yourself? Jiang Xianling stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Su Si was momentarily taken aback. Judging by his master's description, could it be a sect mission? However, his master's contribution to the sect had always been zero, and he had never engaged in any sect tasks. Could it be that, suddenly, He recalled his master's earlier words about the usefulness of the demon beast's blood to him, and warmth flooded his heart. He understood his master well. There was no way he would travel such a distance to avenge those who had perished. If he were in his master's position, he would feel the same. Countless lives were lost daily in the Xian realm, and he was no saint. To put it selfishly, if he had to choose between his master and all the beings in the Xian realm, he would unhesitatingly choose his master. So what? Survival of the fittest. Those who could become his master's sustenance were fortunate indeed. The tribulation demon beast scoffed, but Jiang Xianling seemed unfazed. She turned to Su Ci and said, "Disciple, now that you have grasped a hint of sword intent, observe this sword of mine closely." With that, a sword emanating a chilling aura and inscribed with 9 ancient runes appeared in her hand. Without any unnecessary motion, Jiang Xianling elegantly swung the sword forward. Sensing the aura of annihilation, the tribulation demon beast's face contorted in fear as it roared, "No!" In an instant, a frost-blue sword chi, moving with blinding speed, sliced through the tribulation demon beast and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Dust billowed like a colossal wave, and as the smoke gradually cleared, a gash several thousand feet long and unfathomably deep appeared, resembling a gruesome wound torn into the earth. Frost coalesced around the sword mark, resembling a sinuous ice dragon coiling around it. As for the tribulation demon beast, it lay utterly lifeless, cleaved in two by the frost-blue sword chi, the severed edges even encased in ice. The sheer power of this extraordinary sword strike nearly terrified Su Ci to death. Could this truly be the effect of sword intent? At that moment, hidden old monsters across the Xian realm, who rarely revealed themselves, were left utterly astonished upon sensing the sword chi, struggling to believe their own eyes. For its strength was sufficient to vanquish them. Jiang Xianling silently stowed away the frost snow sword. It was her first time wielding a sword since arriving in the Xian realm. Had it not been for her disciple grasping a hint of sword intent, there would have been no one in the Xian realm worthy of her drawing her sword. From this moment onward, Jiang Xianling truly regarded Su Ci as her disciple. Yet, regrettably, this particular wayward disciple did not share the same sentiment. Observing the aftermath of her sword strike, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It fell slightly short of her expectations. "Master, what level of sword intent is inscribed upon this sword mark, and why can't I comprehend it?" Every time he gazed at the sword intent etched in the mark, it felt as if his eyes were ablaze, threatening to blind him. This was not merely sword intent. It was his master's sword path. Sword, the sword path. Su Ci's face stiffened as he struggled to turn his gaze toward Jiang Xianling. "Master, are you asking me to comprehend your sword path?" "Indeed." Jiang Xianling nodded lightly, her face betraying no emotion, as if she were stating something quite trivial. To have him, a mere novice who had barely grasped a hint of sword intent, delve into the ultimate sword path? His master certainly held him in high regard. There was no need for such extravagance. This was akin to expecting a newborn to challenge the mighty Taro of the M78 Nebula. Just as despair began to engulf him, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Task issued. Touch Jiang Xianling's hand for half a stick of incense. Reward, sword path. System. You are not a powerful system at all. You are merely a matchmaking system. Ding. This system is indeed a powerful system. Please do not misunderstand, host." Su Ci looked at Jiang Xianling beside him, her celestial gown billowing, her beauty rivaling that of a goddess descending from the heavens. Su Ci paused for a moment, pondering within, "Master, what repercussions might arise should this task remain unfulfilled?" Ding. There will be no repercussions. Will this affect the issuance of subsequent tasks? Ding. It will not. And furthermore, this task is not bound by a specific time frame. The rewards will be granted upon the completion by the host. Su Ci exhaled a deep breath. That is good. He had no desire to approach his master with ulterior motives. He admitted that he indeed yearned to touch his master's delicate hand. Yet this desire must be founded solely on the absence of external influences. Previously, he had been ensnared by obsession, leading him to deceive his master into completing that contact task. He did not wish to repeat such actions time and again. He was not a puppet of the system. Despite his gratitude for the assistance it provided, he would not blindly follow its commands. Let things unfold naturally. When the time is ripe, this task will effortlessly come to fruition. "Master, let us return." The disciple has gained some insights and wishes to retreat for contemplation. Though his eyes were painfully sore, he still gleaned understanding from that sword scar. Perhaps he could elevate that flicker of comprehension of sword intent to the threshold of mastery. Jiang Xianling, though uncertain of what Su Ci meant by contemplation, did not refuse his request to return. She tossed forth a jade vial, capturing the essence blood of the tribulation beast within, and skillfully extracted its inner core before leading Su Ci back to the sect. Chapter 16. Su Ci will avenge his grievances upon their return to Ice Sword Peak, Jiang Xianling remarked. You cannot use this beast's inner core until you reach the integration stage. However, this essence blood can be diluted and utilized for cultivating the ancient body refinement technique. I observe that your practice of the ancient body refinement technique has already entered the threshold of mastery. With this essence blood, you can expedite your progress towards small success. Su Xi nodded slightly, stowing away the 2 items. After bowing to Jiang Xianling, he spoke, Master, I shall return to contemplate the essence of the sword. Within his heart, a plan had already formed. He intended to immerse himself in the understanding of sword intent before striving to break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. As for the ancient body refinement technique, it would be relegated to after he completed the task of crafting his master's dress. Once he achieved his breakthrough, he would venture outside the sect to procure some tailoring books and thoroughly study the art of crafting celestial garments. He still possessed exquisite materials like the glazed ice silk, which should not be wasted. Regarding the sect competition a month hence, Su Xi had no intention of participating. On one hand, he lacked resources but was in need of time, and on the other, with his current cultivation at the initial stage of golden core, he would inevitably be assigned to the arena for golden core practitioners, which posed no challenge to his present combat capabilities. It would be far more beneficial to spend that time refining his spiritual energy. Go ahead. Jiang Xianling waved her sleeve. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Su Xi sat cross-legged and immediately began his meditation on sword intent. Closing his eyes, he recalled his master's unparalleled sword strike. As time flowed, he became enraptured in the essence of the sword, his thoughts surging like tides. Days passed, and he successfully grasped the sword intent, wasting no time. In the following days, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the enhancement of his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 20 days slipped by. On this day, Su Xi successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the golden core, and his sword intent reached a commendable realm, granting him a measure of self-defense even against early-stage transformation realm practitioners. It was time to venture forth. He had not forgotten his promise to assist his master in crafting the celestial dress. Outside the sword sect, an irate figure in black exclaimed, "This is infuriating. We've been waiting for nearly 2 months. Surely Su Xi should emerge from seclusion by now. I still need to participate in the sect competition." The previously indifferent figure clad in gray now wore a grim expression. He too sought to take part in the upcoming sect competition. Yet their adversary was growing stronger while he languished in the foundational stage. Even with his typically calm demeanor, he could not suppress his frustration. These 2 individuals had been dispatched by Chu Tianxiang to deal with Su Xi. Is that not Su Xi? The man in black gasped, excitement bubbling forth. The gray-clad man glanced over and, upon spotting Su Xi, could not suppress a smile. I shall notify Brother Chu. You follow him for now, he said. Clutching a jade token, just a mere golden core cultivator? The black-clad man, upon detecting Su Xi's mid-stage golden core cultivation, expressed astonishment. Was there an error in the previous intel? How could anyone advance so swiftly? Yet, he quickly dismissed it with disdain. What does it matter if he is mid-stage golden core? I could extinguish him with a mere wave of my hand. A flicker of peculiar light crossed the gray-clad man's eyes as he cautioned, Junior brother, remain calm and heed Brother Chu's commands. When he arrives, decisions will be made accordingly. Despite his arrogance, the black-clad man dared not defy Chu Tianxiang. With a cold snort, he moved to follow Su Xi. At the sword peak, Chu Tianxiang received a communication and let out a cold laugh. At last, I've caught you. Do you have any idea how these past 2 months have been for me? Yang Chun has visited me 5 times, each time keeping me on edge. Though we have no enmity, I shall not let my suffering go unrewarded. I will give you a fitting reception. Meanwhile, sensing an obstruction ahead, Su Xi halted his flight. 3 figures loomed in the air. The foremost clad in purple, his countenance shadowed, flanked by 2 others in black and gray. The trio emanated a formidable spiritual pressure, their waists adorned with the disciples' tokens of the sword sect. Yawning stage? Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed brothers? Su Xi mused, for he recalled not having wronged these individuals, yet he remained cautious. With a swift motion, he produced a recording stone, activating it in a discreet corner where they could not see. He possessed many of these stones, obtained from the inheritance cave. Just as the black-clad man was about to speak, calamity struck. A sharp sound pierced the air as a blade pierced through flesh. The black-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at the sword blade protruding from his heart. You. Before he could finish, his face darkened abruptly. Thud. The black-clad man plummeted from the sky, clearly on the verge of death. The gray-robed man wiped the blood from his sword and chuckled menacingly. My sword is quite poisonous. Just as he was about to lick the blade, he suddenly recalled something and halted his motion. This individual has slain a fellow disciple, and upon our discovery, we executed him. However, Su Xi, dear disciple, has also fallen victim to foul play, Chu Tianxiang proclaimed with righteous indignation. Observing the confident demeanor of the 2, Su Xi could not help but chuckle softly. It was indeed an entertaining spectacle. Stowing away the recording stone, he calmly inquired, Might I ask how my junior brother has offended you, esteemed seniors? Dead men need not concern themselves with such matters. However, I can certainly share my name with you. Once you descend to the underworld, you may chant my true name, and perhaps you shall be reborn into a fortunate life, Chu Tianxiang sneered. Su Xi waved his hand dismissively, expressing that it was unnecessary. He had no desire to remember the name of a dying man. Realizing that he could extract no useful information, Su Xi resolved against further conversation with them. Arrogance. Once I have severed your limbs, I shall allow you to slowly acknowledge your mistakes. Chu Tianxiang bellowed furiously. The oppressive aura of Mid-Yuan Ing surged forth like a torrential wave, as his figure darted towards Su Xi with the swiftness of lightning. Convinced that he need not employ magical artifacts against a mere mid-golden core practitioner, he felt justified in his assumptions. Indeed, he was correct in his belief, for it made little difference to Su Xi whether he wielded artifacts or not. In the face of Chu Tianxiang's fierce onslaught, Su Xi remained rooted in place, resembling a steadfast mountain, showing not the slightest inclination to evade. With a mighty swing of his right arm, akin to a roaring dragon, he struck directly at Chu Tianxiang. In that instant, Chu Tianxiang felt a chilling breath of death. Panic seized him, yet it was too late to alter his course. Damn! How could you? Before he could finish his words, the fist connected. Boom! It was as though the very air around them shattered, blood splattering forth, as a mangled corpse plummeted from the sky. The esteemed disciple of the sword sect's sword peak met his demise in utter disgrace. Su Xi had already prepared to envelop herself in spiritual power, thus avoiding being splattered by blood. The man in the gray robe, witnessing Chu Tianxiang's tragic demise, was so frightened that his teeth chattered and his body shook uncontrollably. Observing this individual preparing to flee, Su Xi decisively unleashed the water cloud technique, launching another powerful punch. No, the man in the gray robe, witnessing the fist capable of annihilating Chu Tianxiang hurtling towards him, hastily retrieved a pitch-black shield from his storage ring and positioned it before him. Boom! The shield shattered, and the man perished. After collecting the storage rings of the three individuals, Su Xi summoned the 10,000 Souls banner, absorbing their divine essences before departing. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind their ambush, he vowed that none who sought his life would escape unscathed. Forgiveness? That is the prerogative of the benevolent. Su Xi harbored a relentless pursuit of vengeance. Once one delves into the depths of cultivation, the mundane world becomes merely a fleeting encounter. Chapter 17. The sense of security provided by the master. Su Xi purchased various tailoring tools and a design manual for in a nearby city, along with several bolts of silk, before returning to Ice Sword Peak. Just as she was preparing to enter her abode to craft an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon her. Her heart raced, and she instinctively sought to resist, yet in an instant, this oppressive force was swept away by a gentle breeze. A faint, refreshing fragrance of cold flowers wafted through the air. Su Xi lifted his gaze to the slender figure of his aloof master, instantly enveloped by a profound sense of security. Although he felt he ought to stand before her to provide her with a sense of safety, his inadequate strength relegated him to mere observation, hoping for a future opportunity. Could it be that she was the master of those few individuals? Su Xi pondered. Jiang Xianzi, you truly intend to protect the one who has slain my disciple? The arrival was none other than Yang Chun, the master of the Xianjian Peak and Chu Tianxiang's mentor. Jiang Xianling remained silent, not even inquiring why Su Xi had taken the life of a fellow disciple. With a delicate lift of her jade finger, a barrier of spiritual energy abruptly manifested between Su Xi and Yang Chun. Her lips parted slightly, her tone frigid as ice. Cross this line, and you shall perish. He has killed my beloved disciple. Yang Chun bellowed in rage. Why? Why? It was utterly perplexing that Jiang Xianling, who typically remained indifferent to such matters, would now concern herself with the fate of her disciple. A glimmer of crimson flickered in Yang Chen's eyes, his temples throbbing with tension. Suddenly, two more figures materialized above the Ice Sword Peak. One was Mu Zili, whom Su Xi had encountered previously, and the other was an ancient, stooped figure clad in gray robes. The auras of both were shrouded in obscurity. Su Xi directly cast a discerning gaze, perceiving the cultivation level of the person in the tribulation phase, pondering which peak's master this might be. Although Mu Zili was astonished by the golden sun god pattern on Su Xi's forehead, it was evidently not the opportune moment for inquiries. She hastened to Jiang Xianling's side, urgently persuading, Sister Jiang, do not be vexed, there must be some misunderstanding here. She had long since come to terms with the fact that Yang Chen's fate was inconsequential. However, should Sister Jiang take his life within the sword sect, the sect would undoubtedly intervene. She wished to avoid being caught in the middle of such turmoil. Her sentiments for the sword sect were deep. Aside from Yang Chun, several senior brothers had treated her with kindness, and she naturally yearned to avert any conflict between Sister Jiang and her esteemed seniors. Junior brother, stand down, the elder in gray robes admonished. Senior brother, sure. This individual harbors ulterior motives and has slain fellow disciples. What wrong is there in punishing him? Yang Chen's countenance darkened, revealing a sinister demeanor. The elder in gray was none other than Lin, the master of Xianjian Peak. Lin furrowed his brow at the words, turning to Su Xi to inquire. Is there more to this matter? His words indicated a clear alignment with Su Si, which took her by surprise. Yang Chun, too, sensed this shift, his head bowed. Obscured by his hair, his visage transformed into one of sheer malevolence. Indeed, senior, this matter stands to reason. I do not wish for my master to be embroiled in unnecessary trouble. With a flick of his hand, a recording stone appeared in his palm. Upon seeing the stone, Yang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Bring it forth, I wish to see. A surge of spiritual energy clawed forth, reaching for the recording stone. Unbeknownst to him, his disciple's words could be perilous. Should his true nature be revealed, he would find himself unwelcome in the sword sect. Yet, before the spiritual claw could grasp the recording stone, a crimson jade seal descended, shattering it with relentless force, continuing its descent towards Yang Chun. Recognizing the overwhelming aura of the seal, Shilin's countenance changed, and he swung his heavy sword in defense. A thunderous explosion ensued. In the air, Shilin's grip on the sword trembled slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Chun, the foremost target, was in a wretched state, with numerous wounds spewing blood, lying pale on the ground as he continued to cough up blood. It was evident that had it not been for Shilin's intervention, Yang Chun would have perished on the spot. As the terror subsided, a flicker of battle intent ignited in Shilin's murky old eyes, though it soon dimmed again. Jiang Xianling, sharing the same tribulation phase as him, gave off an aura that suggested she could effortlessly dispatch him. He had once considered himself a unique presence among the early tribulators in the sword sect, having even slain those in the mid-tribulation phase. Yet, before Jiang Xianling, he felt his former fighting spirit wane. That casual strike she had just executed, had it been aimed at him, he would have likely faced a similarly grim fate as Yang Chun. A struggle where one exerts their utmost to achieve parity constitutes true battle intent, when one can be effortlessly extinguished by another's casual attack. What remains is merely the specter of death. Though Shilin was a combat enthusiast, he was not devoid of intellect. Observing Jiang Xianling prepare to raise her hand once more, he interjected, Master, Sister Jiang. Su Si intervened not out of self-interest, but rather to prevent his master from incurring enmity with the sword sect on his behalf. Even now, he believed that Yang Chun had succumbed to madness merely due to the loss of his disciple. Witnessing Su Si and Mu Zili jointly intervene, Jiang Xianling retracted the phoenix seal. At this sight, the anxiety that had just hung over Shilin dissipated like a heavy stone falling to the ground, restoring his composure. He hastily activated the recording stone, sharing the captured scene. Half a stick of incense later, the recording concluded. Shilin glared at Yang Chun, accusing him. Is this truly your esteemed disciple? Yang Chun spat blood for what felt like an eternity. Upon viewing the content of the recording stone, his already grim visage darkened further. Yet, he secretly sighed in relief within, for Chu Tianxiang had refrained from revealing his directives. Still not leaving? Are you intent on embarrassing yourself here? Shilin chided. With great effort, Yang Chun steadied himself, rising to his feet. During this ascent, he cast a covert, murderous glance towards Su Si, his gaze sharp as a dagger. This moment was witnessed solely by Su Si, whose heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had previously thought Yang Chen's fury stemmed from the unjust death of his disciple at his hands. However, upon the revelation of the recording stone's content, he had assumed Yang Chun would recognize his disciple's true nature and no longer direct his wrath towards him. Yet he was mistaken. That murderous glare instigated a bold conjecture within him. The one sent to assassinate him might indeed be dispatched by Yang Chun himself. Coupled with Yang Chen's anxious attempt to seize the recording stone and the fact that he had just committed murder before confronting him, Su Si's suspicions solidified. Upon this realization, regret washed over him. Had he known his master intended to eliminate Yang Chun, he would have refrained from intervening. Yet, it was too late for remorse now. This vile creature dared to harbor murderous intent against him. He resolved that once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he would send Yang Chun into the Wanhun banner. Kid, though I know not how you managed to survive and turn the tables against 3 nascent soul cultivators, you are indeed impressive, Shilin remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Do you recognize me as your disciple? Su Si inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he had no recollection of ever meeting Shilin. Yet, from his words, it seemed that Shilin was familiar with him. Ha ha ha, my grandson speaks of you daily, claiming he wishes to spar with you at the sect competition. Oh, may I inquire which senior brother this is? Upon hearing this, a muscular warrior's image immediately sprang to Su Si's mind. Although he would not participate in the sect competition, his curiosity remained piqued. My grandson's name is Shirtai. Shirtai. Su Si pondered for a moment, then a vivid image flashed through his mind. It was during his late foundation establishment phase, when he had dared to glance at the rankings on the Golden Core side after conquering the questioning sword tower. He recalled that the top contender at that time was indeed a person named Shirtai. Surely, his recent tower challenge had displaced Shirtai's ranking, thus drawing his attention. Chapter 18. The luminous ice silk skirt with matters concluded, Shilin arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. leaving but 3 individuals on Ice Sword Peak. With a sense of curiosity, Su Xiai approached and inquired, "Master, do you harbor a grudge against that Yangchen?" Before Jiang Xianling could respond, Mu Zili beside her erupted in laughter. "Uncle Mu, what is so amusing?" "Nothing. I am not laughing." Mu Zili hastily covered her mouth. Yet the unmistakable curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. "Uncle Mu, you are indeed laughing, and you have not ceased." Realizing that her laughter might be inappropriate, she bit her lip, striving to appear more serious. "Junior, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Su Xiai articulated her previous conjecture. The more Mu Zili listened, the more her countenance darkened, ultimately revealing a clear expression of disdain. "I comprehend the reason behind his murderous intent towards you, dear disciple." She paused momentarily before continuing. "In fact, Yang Chun is a suitor of Sister Jiang, who has relentlessly pursued her over the years." Upon hearing these words, Su Xi's expression instantly grew grave. It seemed this petty individual was envious of you for being close to Sister Jiang. After absorbing Mu Zili's explanation, Su Xiai furrowed her brow and candidly remarked, "I have never encountered such shamelessness. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments." She nodded in agreement, then appeared to recall something, inquiring, "By the way, dear disciple, how did you come by the golden sun god pattern on your forehead?" Observing Su Xi's increasingly handsome visage, Mu Zili was filled with curiosity. Before Su Xiai could respond, a clear and melodious voice interjected, "He has awakened his physique." Noting her masteress words, Su Xiai chose to remain silent. "Ah, I see." Mu Zili refrained from probing further into the nature of the physique, understanding that cultivators possess their own privacy. "This matter pertains to the peak master. I must report to the sect leader. Do not fret, dear disciple, for your master will ensure justice is served." With that, Mu Zili hurriedly departed. "Master?" Seeing her mentor linger without intent to depart, Su Xiai felt a twinge of confusion. Jiang Xianling turned to Su Xiai, gracefully waving her sleeve, causing a red jade pendant and a jade tablet to float before him. "Master, what is this?" Her lips moved, her tone softening compared to the earlier icy chill. "The sword sect will not take action against a peak master for the sake of a single disciple, thus this matter will be downplayed. Once the jade pendant is shattered, I will be able to sense your location. The jade tablet contains a defensive array. Once activated, it can provide temporary protection against tribulation. Should danger arise, you may shatter the pendant after activating the jade tablet." A warmth enveloped Su Xi's heart as he realized that his master had remained here out of concern for him. "Master," Su Xiai couldn't help but exclaim. "What is it?" "Thank you. This matter arose because of my guidance. Had he dared to harm you, I would have struck him down." With those words, Jiang Xianling's figure gradually faded away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiai let out a wry smile. It was over. He had been entangled by his master. Shaking his head, Su Xiai tucked away the 2 items, and his determination to grow stronger intensified. Previously, he had the potential of the great ascension stage to rely upon, and now he possessed the lethal essence of the tribulation stage. With his current cultivation at the mid-stage of the golden core, even if he could engage in combat beyond his level against those at the divine transformation stage, in the eyes of the great ascension stage practitioners, he would merely be an insignificant insect that could be extinguished in an instant, let alone against those at the tribulation stage. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more arduous it becomes to confront foes of a higher realm. Upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden core, he had utilized less than 20% of the resources obtained from the inheritance cave, and he believed that the remaining resources would suffice for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Once he achieved the nascent soul stage, he could commence preparations to eliminate the malevolent cultivators. After all, slaying these wicked cultivators not only bolstered his reputation, but also provided valuable resources and honed his combat abilities. Not to mention, he still possessed the 10,000 souls banner. It appeared that after completing his master's task, he would once again retreat for an extended period. With a sigh, Su Xiai entered the room to begin studying the art of garment making. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Su Xiai gazed at the myriad of failed creations surrounding the house, silently relieved. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare some ordinary silk for practice. Otherwise, he would have squandered the precious glass ice gauze. His eyes fell upon the dress spread out on the table, and he felt an immense satisfaction. The design was identical to that worn by his master, though the materials differed. This gown, crafted from glass ice gauze, seemed to emanate a subtle glow. The dress, as beautiful as dark ice, appeared immaculate from a distance, presenting a pristine white, while up close it revealed an ethereal pale blue. Initially, he had intended to follow the styles outlined in the celestial dress design manual. However, he soon realized that those designs could not perfectly capture his master's grace and beauty. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to emulate the style worn by his master to create this glass ice gauze gown. The finished product did not disappoint, and a proud smile graced Su Xi's face. Yet, he soon faced another dilemma. While the gown was indeed beautiful, how would he present it to his master? Would it be inappropriate to gift a celestial dress? Regardless, he resolved that he had already created it, and to simply present it was his course of action. even if it meant being playfully rebuffed by his master. With his decision made, Su Si took to the skies, though his speed was nearly half compared to before. Along the way, two small figures emerged on either side of his head, one black and one white. The white figure cautioned, "Be mindful of the boundaries between master and disciple. Such gifts are only suitable for a partner." The black figure retorted, "What boundaries? It's clearly affection. What does it matter if it crosses the line? Why should I, Su Si, explain my actions to anyone?" The white figure admonished, "This is the behavior of a rebellious disciple." The black figure boldly replied, "So what if I am? Do you dare claim you don't harbor feelings for our master?" The white figure answered without hesitation, "I concur with the black figure's sentiments." The black figure exclaimed, "We have reached an agreement." The summit of Ice Sword Peak was not far from the mountainside. Thus, even with his reduced speed, Su Si arrived at the top. A quarter of an incense stick's time passed, half an incense stick's time passed, an entire incense stick's time passed. Su Si remained standing at the door. "Since you have arrived, why not come in?" A familiar, icy voice echoed from the courtyard. Su Si steeled himself as he pushed open the wooden door, gazing at his coldly beautiful master, who leaned languidly in the rocking chair. Perhaps influenced by the two little beings, his heart raced uncontrollably. Each time he found himself alone with his master, his heartbeat quickened, yet this occasion was uniquely overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unable to regain his composure. Instead of approaching her as he usually did, he stood rooted in place, striving to calm his fluttering heart. "Disciple, what brings you here?" Since his master had referred to him as her disciple, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of softness in her tone, a warmth absent when she spoke to others, even in her conversations with Muzili. "Master, I intend to enter seclusion for rigorous training, and I shall not emerge until I break through to the nascent soul stage," Su Si declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering upon her. "Very well," Jiang Xianling acknowledged with a slight nod, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her enchanting eyes. She then raised her hand, conjuring a storage ring that floated before Su Si. "Master, what is this?" "Resources for your cultivation." "But disciple has." "Take it," she insisted. Though her exquisite visage remained as frostbitten as ever, Su Si felt a warmth enveloping him. Without inspecting the contents of the storage ring, he summoned his courage and retrieved a translucent ice blue dress, stepping beside Jiang Xianling. "To be honest, master, I came primarily to present you with this gown." Su Si hesitated to gaze upon Jiang Xianling's expression, for his thoughts were impure. From whence did this arise? Upon seeing the celestial gown that mirrored her own attire, Jiang Xianling expressed a hint of surprise. "Crafted by my disciple's own hands. Yes, I shall accept it." Upon hearing this, Su Si lifted his head in surprise to gaze at his master. However, upon seeing the indifferent expression on his master's face, the joy in his eyes swiftly faded. His master must have perceived this as a mere expression of his filial piety. Jiang Xianling's current state: frigid, 60 degrees cold, 30 degrees gentle, 10 degrees joyful. In the process of dispelling the soul-severing curse, 20% alleviated. Chapter 19. Accepting it for the master. Upon returning, Su Si sat cross-legged on his bed. He took a glance at the storage ring given by his master, and as expected, the resources within surpassed those he had acquired in the inheritance cave, including a plethora of materials for array formations. With the inheritance of the formation path, Su Si skillfully arranged a barrier formation using some materials at hand. With a wave of his hand, over 30 bottles of elixirs materialized, encircling him. He commenced a period of intense seclusion and cultivation, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. Time and cultivation is of no consequence. Once the door of the bamboo cottage was shut, 6 months slipped away unnoticed. After 2 months of diligent effort, Su Si advanced to the late golden core stage, having consumed 1/3 of the essence blood from the calamity period beasts. The ancient body refinement technique was merely a step away from achieving minor success. Due to the plethora of techniques he possessed, even upon reaching the late golden core stage, he did not entertain the thought of seeking further techniques from the scripture pavilion. For additional months passed, during which Su Si transcended the golden core and attained the nascent soul stage, depleting the essence blood of calamity period beasts entirely. The ancient body refinement technique achieved minor success, and the mind technique, 10,000 swords art, reached the initial stage. The breakthrough to a higher realm further enhanced his solar divine body. His physical form grew twice as strong, and the faint golden hue of his spiritual power deepened, exuding a more formidable aura. His once ink-black pupils had quietly transformed into a mysterious dark golden hue, adding an indescribable allure to his presence. Coupled with the radiant solar divine pattern on his forehead and his extraordinary visage, he appeared even more noble and handsome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the nascent soul stage. The system has activated the technique simulation function. A new feature has been unlocked? Su Si was taken aback. An unexpected delight? System, what is the technique simulation function? Ding! This function allows the host to enhance the proficiency of techniques by consuming simulation points. Su Si's eyes sparkled with interest as she inquired, "Master, How can one obtain this simulation point? Ding. This simulation point is earned by completing tasks. One simulation point is equivalent to a year's worth of proficiency. From now on, all tasks issued by the system will reward simulation points. In Su Si's eyes shimmered a glimmer of excitement. Indeed, the sovereign did not disappoint him. With the aid of this function, he could save a considerable amount of time in cultivating his techniques. One wonders if new functionalities will also emerge upon reaching the transformation stage. Su Si steadied his mind, allowing a moment of contemplation as the figure of his revered master gradually surfaced in his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he realized it had been a considerable time since he last saw his master. Thus, he resolved to prepare a gift and pay a visit. With that determination, he began to gather materials, even making a special trip to the trading market to procure what he needed. As he journeyed, he listened to the discussions among the sect disciples, gradually gaining insight into the events that had transpired over the past 6 months. During this period of seclusion, the sword sect had witnessed numerous occurrences. 6 months prior, the sect competition had taken place, where Shi Tai emerged victorious in the Golden Core stage, and Lin Miaoyer secured the second place. 3 months ago, the sect's prodigy, Lu Wuming, re-emerged, slaying a late-stage evil cultivator with his advanced divine transformation prowess, subsequently being ranked 11th on the Heavenly Prodigy list by the Tianji Pavilion. The Heavenly Prodigy list comprises 100 names and is established by the Tianji Pavilion, one of the 8 supreme sects, encompassing the entire Xian realm. Those who are ranked may participate in the Celestial Ruins secret realm 3 years hence. Past participants of the Celestial Ruins have experienced significant breakthroughs, some transcending an entire realm, others acquiring divine artifacts, and many obtaining celestial-level techniques. In essence, it is a realm brimming with boundless opportunities. This information was gleaned during his time in the trading market. To be frank, Su Si felt a surge of excitement, not for the divine artifacts, but for the chance to achieve a breakthrough into an entire realm. Upon exiting his seclusion, he glanced at his Master S status bar and noted that the progress of his Master S curse had risen from 20 to 30. However, he himself was still a long way from ascension. The Celestial Ruins secret realm was indeed worth visiting, and he had no doubt about his potential to enter the prodigy list. Would it commence in 3 years? If he could advance to the divine transformation stage within these 3 years and then achieve a breakthrough in the Celestial Ruins, perhaps he could catch up to his Master S pace, he mused. Having prepared the gift, Su Si hastened toward the summit of Ice Sword Peak. Upon catching sight of that familiar silhouette, his previously restless heart instantly calmed. Before him stood his master, still unparalleled in beauty. Her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her figure graceful and elegant, adorned in a white, wide-sleeved celestial gown, exuding an air of ethereal coolness with every movement. Su Si was acutely aware that his Master S beauty resided not only in her exquisite appearance, but also in her unique aura. Master, I have successfully advanced to the Yuaning stage, he announced. Jiang Xianling lifted her delicate head, casting a glance at Su Si. Excellent. Her voice remained as it always was, cold yet imbued with a hint of warmth. To his disappointment, she was not adorned in her crystalline ice veil gown. Master, I have a few small gifts for you. Small gifts? A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She then observed as Su Si produced one item after another. Master, this is a tea table and chairs crafted from fragrant white spirit wood. This is a sunshade. And here is a teapot and cups made from flawless jade, so you may brew spirit tea and unwind during your leisure. These spirit teas were cultivated by me. If you find them unsatisfactory, please inform me, and I shall grow others. As he spoke with such enthusiasm, even Jiang Xianling momentarily lost her focus. Her deep azure gaze quietly assessed her disciple, who was diligently arranging the items before her. Since her earliest memories, it seemed no one had ever gone to such lengths for her. This disciple consistently produced peculiar items. She regarded the so-called sunshade, pondering that as a cultivator, she had long ceased to fear the sunlight, yet he appeared to be overly concerned for her welfare. An indescribable emotion gradually enveloped Jiang Xianling's heart. With her delicate brows unfurling, she softened her tone for the first time, saying, considering my cultivation, such worldly possessions are truly unnecessary. However, if these gifts are a reflection of your heartfelt intentions, then I shall graciously accept them. Su Si stared blankly as he set down the teacup in his hand, then pinched his arm in disbelief. What is happening? Am I hallucinating? Is my master truly speaking so gently? Ouch, that hurts. This is not a dream. Listening to that melodious and soothing voice, Su Si felt as though a gentle spring breeze was caressing the sugar-coated treats of his heart. It was somewhat sweet. He couldn't help but smile, his eyes brimming with mirth. Master, I believe it's time for you to relax a bit more often. This statement bore a hint of audacity, yet Jiang Xianling did not refute it, and the atmosphere in the courtyard lightened accordingly. After arranging the items, Su Si suddenly recalled the immortal fallen secret realm. Master, there is something I wish to inquire about. Speak. It concerns the immortal fallen secret realm that is set to open in 3 years. I wonder how much you know about it? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xianling replied. A few years ago, I came to learn about this place. It possesses a peculiar law that only permits cultivators below the great ascension stage to enter. Yet it exudes the aura of the immortal realm. I surmise that this so-called immortal fallen secret realm is actually a fragment of the immortal realm that has been shattered. The strange laws within must have gradually formed after its fall to the profound realm. What kind of formidable being could shatter an entire territory? However, Su Ci quickly cast aside this thought. Such matters felt distant to him. Master, is it true that the immortal fallen secret realm can allow one to break through a major realm? Su Ci asked earnestly. This was the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Indeed, upon receiving a positive confirmation from his master, Su Ci's eyes sparkled as an idea began to form. Master, is there a way to rapidly enhance my cultivation? My disciple, your cultivation has already progressed remarkably. Do not aim too high and risk destabilizing your foundation. Jiang Xianling cautioned. Su Ci's breakthrough speed has already reached the level of a prodigy even in the celestial realm. However, one must be cautious. Moderation is key. Rest assured. Master, I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Chapter 20. The Land of Abundant Fire. Jiang Xianling cast a penetrating glance at Su Ci, observing his unwavering confidence, and chose not to dissuade him further. With her lips slightly parted, she spoke. To the south of the Sword Sect lies the city of Xiantian, where there exists a place abundant in fire. Within it, several spirit fire mountains can be found, and at the heart of the central mountain resides a divine flame. This flame is of the utmost yang. By harnessing its solar energy with your solar divine body, your cultivation will yield remarkable results. If you can subdue it, that would be even better, but do remember not to be overly forceful. Upon concluding her words, Jiang Xianling retrieved a jade token from her storage ring and presented it to Su Ci. Su Ci caught the jade tablet, her brow furrowed in confusion. Master, what is this? During my travels years ago, I left a mark here. You can use this jade tablet to sense the location of the divine fire. Ah, I see. If the location were to vanish, it would naturally imply that someone has acquired it. However, the fact that it remains indicates that the divine fire still exists. But, Master, why did you not collect the divine fire at that time? Su Ci inquired with curiosity. Such a divine object would be immensely beneficial, even for cultivators of ice-based techniques. The divine fire was not yet mature. I found it unworthy and merely left the mark before departing, her master replied. Indeed, given your stature, unripe divine fire must have appeared as mere refuse, hardly worth the effort to collect. Su Ci amused to herself. Since that is the case, I shall venture to that place of abundant fire. Upon returning to the hillside, a familiar figure awaited outside Su Ci's courtyard. Upon spotting her, the visitor hurried forward. Master's niece, you have emerged from seclusion? The newcomer was none other than Mu Zili. She had arrived several months prior, but Su Ci had been in closed-door training, thus delaying their reunion until now. Su Ci had his suspicions regarding Mu Zili's intentions, yet he still chose to articulate his thoughts and inquired, indeed. I have just returned from a visit to my master. Might I ask what brings you here, Uncle Mu? He continued. It is about the matter you mentioned concerning Yang Chen's murderous intent towards you. Mu Zili's face was filled with remorse. Upon hearing these words, Su Ci understood that his conjecture was indeed correct. It was just as his master had indicated. After discerning Mu Zili's purpose for visiting, Su Ci, with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of mirth, inquired, Has Yang Chen been punished with confinement? Oh, how does my junior disciple know about this? Mu Zili exclaimed in surprise. Logically speaking, this information should have been known only to her and the sect leader. Su Ci offered a faint smile and elucidated. It is evident who holds greater value to the sword sect, the peak master or the disciple. Though the words were rather harsh, the truth remained. The upper echelons of the sword sect assess disciples based on personal merit, a perspective that is, from the sect's standpoint, entirely justifiable. Unperturbed by this anticipated outcome, Su Ci felt no sense of belonging to the sword sect. As long as he could follow his master, he would not hesitate to depart from the sect. Mu Zili chuckled awkwardly. She found herself unable to refute his statement, for the sword sect had always treated its disciples in such a manner. Although she disagreed with the actions of the sect leader and her senior brother, she was powerless to intervene, given that it was under such policies that the sword sect had ascended to become one of the 8 paramount sects in the Xian realm. This is some compensation that your master has secured for you. Please accept it, dear disciple. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to face Sister Jiang. As Mu Zili extended a storage ring towards him, Su Ci was taken aback. While it was termed as a gift, it was evident that Mu Zili had advocated on his behalf. Su Ci mused on the strong rapport between his master and Mu Uncle. He was not naive enough to believe that their relationship was deep-rooted. Mu Zili's willingness to go to such lengths was undoubtedly due to her connection with his master. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, for his master, often so frigid, could benefit from the acquaintance of some female companions. Su Ci took the storage ring and expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master Mu, for your kindness. After a brief pause, he added, I believe Master will not blame you for this matter. Upon seeing Su Xi accept the ring, Mu Zili let out a sigh of relief, then smiled warmly, acknowledging, what you say is indeed true. The two exchanged a few more words before Mu Zili took her leave. Su Xi learned from her that Yang Chun had been sentenced to 3 years of confinement. For a cultivator in the tribulation period, this punishment is hardly significant given their prolonged lifespan. However, during these 3 years, he can indeed set aside his worries. After all, the murderous intent of a powerful figure in the tribulation period hangs over him like a sword poised to strike at any moment. Without the protective jade pendant bestowed by his master and the defensive formations, he would not even be able to step beyond the ice sword peak. Contemplating this, he shrugged, his gaze sharp as a knife. Yang Chun not only harbored murderous intent towards him but also relentlessly pursued his master. To paraphrase a popular online saying, this individual has already paved his own path to demise. Su Xi exuded confidence, believing that given sufficient time, he could send the so-called Yang Chun into the Soul Banner. He would embark on his journey to Xiantian City tomorrow. He was determined to seize the divine fire from this land of blazing flames. Having spoken, he took out a spirit stone and began his cultivation. Xiantian City was a small town where cultivators and mortals coexisted, and the city lord possessed initial stage transformation capabilities. The streets were bustling with voices, the cries of vendors echoing incessantly. The thoroughfares were crisscrossed, lined with shops, some owned by cultivators, others by ordinary folk. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Xiantian City, Su Xi donned a black cloak and paid a few taels of silver to enter, leisurely wandering the streets without haste to seek the divine fire. Having been in the immortal realm for nearly 3 years, he had encountered his master upon his arrival. Spending the last 2 years in the sword sect, during a previous visit to Qilin City, he had left in a hurry due to concerns for his master's injuries, missing the opportunity to explore it thoroughly. Now, with time on his hands, he intended to take a closer look, and he had not forgotten the system's omnipotent identification function. However, after perusing the shops, he found nothing particularly striking. Just as boredom began to creep in, the system's voice suddenly reverberated. Ding! A task was issued. Bestow upon Jiang Xianling the divine flame fruit, with rewards including Jiotian Ice Flame, a death substitute doll, and 3 simulation points. Jiotian Ice Flame, one of the divine fires, rumored to be born alongside Jiotian Yang Flame. Death substitute doll. In life and death situations, it automatically activates the substitute, allowing the true self to escape to 1,000 miles away. In Su Xi's eyes, a spark of brilliance danced. The simulation point had indeed manifested. Moreover, this substitute doll was akin to granting him a second life. When paired with the 100 battles body, his future confrontations would be devoid of trepidation. Reflecting on this, Su Xi felt a surge of excitement as he silently intoned, System, search for the divine flame fruit. Ding! The search was complete. Given the host's current prowess, there were 2 optimal methods to obtain the divine flame fruit. First, to delve into the land of divine fire and slay the fusion fire beast at the late stage of transformation, obtaining it from its grasp. Second, to enter the secret realm of Nine Heaven City and vanquish the fire-consuming python at the mid-stage of transformation to procure it. Nine Heaven City was exceedingly distant from his current location in Xiantian City. While the risk might be lower, he was reluctant to squander precious time. The tasks issued by the system were perplexing. Both the land of divine fire and the previous inheritance cave were in close proximity to him. It seemed he ought to traverse the various locales of the Xian realm more frequently, triggering additional quests. If the system were to grant him further realm advancement rewards, it would be swifter than his arduous cultivation. The fusion fire beast at the late stage of transformation. Su Xi's gaze sharpened, gradually calming the tumult of his emotions. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, even in the face of defeat, he possessed contingencies bestowed by his master. Consequently, Su Xi departed from Xiantian City, embarking on the journey to the land of divine fire, opting to confront the late-stage transformation head-on. Chapter 21. The Wancheng Dynasty. Upon arriving at the land of divine fire, he was astonished to find numerous cultivators setting up stalls in the vicinity. Enormous blocks of divine flame gold. Fellow cultivators, come take a look. Heavenly yuan fruits. Crimson flame vines. Do not miss out as you pass by. The cultivators exhibited varying levels of cultivation. Some were at the foundation establishment stage, others at the golden core stage, yet he did not observe any at the nascent soul stage. Su Xi, clad in a dark robe, approached the stalls with a principle of frugality, meticulously scanning each one. To his delight, he stumbled upon a remarkable find. It was a stall run by a young girl, perhaps 15 or 16 years old, possessing an exceptionally delicate appearance, though her youthful face bore an expression of timidity. On her table lay several vibrant red fruits. Mutated shu fruit contains a trace of dragon energy. Picking up one of the shu fruits, Su Xi inquired, Little sister, how much for this shu fruit? Just as the girl was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Fellow Taoist, I am Li Yutian, the 5th prince of the Wancheng dynasty. Might I request that you relinquish this item to me? As a member of the royal family, Li Yutian sensed the trace of dragon energy within the shu fruit, which would greatly aid his cultivation. He immediately revealed his identity, confident that the figure before him in the black robe would not dare oppose the Wancheng dynasty, his expression betraying his determination to acquire the fruit. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment and hastily retreated, fearful of inadvertently crossing paths with this individual. Is that really the fifth prince of the Wancheng dynasty? They whispered. I wonder what brings him to such a remote place. The Wancheng dynasty, alongside the sword sect, stood as one of the 8 most formidable sects in the Xian realm, operating as a powerful force in the guise of a mortal dynasty, distinct from typical sections. Seeing the reaction of those around him, Li Yutian felt a swell of satisfaction and arrogantly declared, if you are willing to part with it, consider it a favor owed to you by this prince. How does that sound? Upon hearing that the figure in the black robe could secure a favor from the fifth prince merely for a zhu fruit, the surrounding cultivators exhibited expressions of envy and jealousy. How fortunate he is to gain the favor of a prince through a single fruit. How infuriating. Why isn't I standing there? As he listened to the chatter of the surrounding cultivators, Li Yutian's confidence grew, adopting a smug expression akin to that of Su Xi, who had seemingly profited from this encounter. Su Xi did not even glance at him, continuing to inquire about the price. Senior, perhaps it would be better to yield to the fifth prince, Chu Ruashi said timidly. Her small face filled with concern as she looked at the man in the black robe before her. She could not fathom why the crimson fruit she had casually picked would attract the attention of a prince from the Wancheng dynasty. However, she was acutely aware of the terror that the Wancheng dynasty instilled. It was not something that mere cultivators like them could contend with. Noticing that Su Xi regarded him with utter indifference, Li Yutian's expression darkened instantaneously. Friend, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think that just because you are in the nascent soul stage, this prince will not dare to act against you. The incessant clamor in his ears prompted Su Xi to turn slightly, casting a glance at the gray-robed elder closely following Li Yutian. Li Haozong, mid-stage transformation. This Li Haozong was likely the so-called protector. As for the so-called fifth prince, sensing the frail aura of a late-stage golden core emanating from him, Su Xi could hardly be bothered to assess further. In his eyes, a late-stage golden core was no more significant than an ant. What do you intend to do? A voice rich with magnetism emerged from the black robe. Are you truly unwilling to relent? Li Yutian's voice rose in intensity, incredulous. Does this boy not realize the immense power of the Wancheng dynasty? How dare he? By what right? Li Yutian's mind was filled with a tempest of fury. Su Xi did not respond, but instead turned around to continue inquiring about the price. Ah, how delightful. In a fit of anger, he was about to explode when the old man in the gray robe intervened. As if receiving some unspoken message, Li Yutian cast a profound glance at Su Xi, refrained from further confrontation, and with a cold snicker, departed with the old man in gray. Little sister, you may now reveal the price to me, he insisted. Senior, I shall not charge you. This ruby fruit shall be a gift from me to you. You still have time to leave, Chu Ruashi whispered softly. Su Xi stood still for a moment, acutely aware of the concerns plaguing the young girl's mind. He surmised that once he distanced himself from the crowd, those two individuals would inevitably reappear before him. However, their appearance was inconsequential. He could easily deal with them, being merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. With a swift motion, he stored away the crimson fruit and chose not to elaborate to the girl. Instead, he retrieved a storage ring from an inconspicuous corner and handed it to her before turning to depart. Chu Ruashi gazed at the storage ring with a hint of confusion, and once she discerned its contents, she found herself momentarily frozen in astonishment. By the time she regained her composure, Su Xi had already vanished from sight. Throughout their encounter, Su Xi had maintained a low profile, never once letting the matter weigh heavily on his mind. Unbeknownst to him, this storage ring would play a pivotal role in the emergence of a female cultivator at the tribulation stage 2 centuries hence. Inside the ring lay the teachings of the Qixia sect he had previously acquired in the inheritance cave, along with an array of spirit stones and several foundational and golden core pills that he had no use for. His cultivation method was the 10,000 swords technique, rendering the Qixia sect's teachings unnecessary for his practice. To prevent the lineage of the Qixia sect from ending with him, he decided to bestow it upon someone he deemed worthy. The pills and spirit stones within the storage ring were sufficient to compensate for the value of the dragon blood fruit. With the aid of this dragon blood fruit, he could hasten his advancement to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. As for the Qixia sect's legacy, its continuation would depend on destiny. Thus concluded a brief interlude. Su Xi soared into the radiant realm of the fiery land. Along the way, upon sensing 2 ominous presences relentlessly pursuing him from behind, akin to a tenacious parasite clinging to the bone, he hastened his flight. Su Xi did not hasten his journey, instead choosing to pause in place. As he had anticipated, the approaching figures were none other than the fifth prince and his guardian, Li Haozong. You wretched child, even if you were to kneel before me now, I would not show you mercy. Li Yutian sneered menacingly at Su Xi. Su Xi stood motionless, his expression unreadable. What kind of adult would stoop to anger with a child? Were it not for the reputation of the Wancheng imperial dynasty, you'd already be dead. Elderly, break his limbs and drag him before me. Li Yutian rambled on incessantly, but Su Xi paid no heed, his focus entirely on Li Haozong. Noticing Li Haozong's movement, Su Xi acted without hesitation. His right hand clenched empty air, summoning the Shadowmar sword, while his left hand formed a seal. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Celestial Sovereign's palm toward the two. The overwhelming force of the technique drained the color from Li Yutian's face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, Li Haotsong was inwardly stunned. How could a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator unleash such a terrifying attack? He dared not delay. Raising a single hand to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy, shielding Li Yutian as they barely withstood the assault. By the time the dust settled, Su Xi had vanished from his original position. Escaped? No. A surge of alarm shot through Li Haotsong, realizing the old man had caught on, but still too distant. Su Xi activated the water cloud steps without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a jade tablet, unleashing the five swords formation to ensnare Li Haotsong. Parlor tricks, Li Haotsong roared, sensing the formation's power barely at the golden core level. With a mere wave, he shattered it, the fractured jade tablet crumbling to dust in an instant. Less than a breath had passed. Su Xi faced Li Haotsong, unleashing a formidable sword energy that surged forth like a majestic rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at Li Haotsong's face. Chapter 22. The devastation of the mid-transformation stage. Li Haotsong was filled with terror as he sensed an aura of death emanating from the sword energy. In a frantic attempt to protect himself, he hastily summoned a defensive artifact. Although the artifact successfully intercepted the sword energy, Li Haotsong could only watch in horror as it shattered into 8 fragments. This artifact had been his companion for many years. How could it be so easily destroyed? Ah, you little beast. His words remained unfinished as Su Xi's fist struck like a cannonball, propelled with the combined might of the solar divine body and the ancient refinement technique, enhanced by his spiritual power, directly penetrating Li Haotsong's skull. Even in death, Li Haotsong could not comprehend how the physical strength of a Yuanying stage sword cultivator could obliterate the head of a transformation stage cultivator. The shockwave from the impact sent the fifth prince flying. As a sword cultivator, is it not reasonable for me to know a bit of martial arts? Su Xi remarked with a faint smile, having shed his black robe since the battle commenced. At that moment, the smile on Su Xi's face appeared as terrifying as a fiend to Li Yutian. Witnessing Su Xi, with his flowing black hair, golden solar divine patterns adorning his forehead, and indifferent dark golden eyes that gazed upon him like a deity, Li Yutian could no longer muster the strength to rise, retreating in fear across the ground. No, no, do not come any closer. I am a prince of the Wanqing Empire. You cannot kill me. Su Xi, weary of engaging in idle chatter, swiftly dispatched him with a formidable surge of spiritual energy, extinguishing his life with a single strike. He ensnared the souls of both individuals within the soul-collecting banner. To avert any unforeseen complications, Su Xi meticulously examined the 2 storage rings he had acquired. Satisfied with their integrity, he stowed them away and delved deeper into the vast expanse of the fire territory. An hour later, guided by the jade tablet, he located the spirit fire mountain marked by the seal. The journey, however, was fraught with peril, as he vanquished several monstrous beasts of the golden core and even the nascent soul stage. Fortuitously, the jade tablet bestowed by his master proved invaluable. Without it, navigating the sprawling fire territory to find the spirit fire mountain would have been an arduous task. Su Xi felt a surge of relief upon reaching his destination. Upon arrival, he conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy and stepped boldly into the heart of the spirit fire mountain. The air was thick with crimson tongues of flame, yet the surrounding fire posed no threat to him. He pressed onward, weaving through the jagged rocks within the mountain. Soon, Su Xi's silhouette vanished from the periphery, emerging beside a chasm that stretched for hundreds of miles. Peering down, he beheld a chasm awash in a fiery red hue, its depths obscured from view. The jade tablet in his grasp radiated with increasing brilliance. Should I leap into the abyss? After a moment's contemplation, Su Xi resolved to proceed. After all, the path ahead had come to an end. With a resolute spirit, he enhanced his protective barrier with sword energy and leaped into the void. A swirling cloud of red and yellow dust enveloped him, obscuring his vision. To ensure his safety, Su Xi moderated his descent. With a soft thud, he landed securely. Yet the instant his shoes met the ground, a hissing sound of evaporating moisture resonated in the air. Su Xi focused his gaze and realized that the sound emanating from the depths of the valley was the temperature eroding the spiritual energy shield. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to hasten his steps inward. Even with the protection of the spiritual energy shield, the sweltering heat still seeped through his white robe, making contact with his skin. The deeper he ventured, the more rapidly the spiritual energy was depleted. The ground beneath him transformed into a patchwork of shattered fragments, with sporadic bursts of spiritual flames erupting from the fissures that had formed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a faint golden flame came into view. The Nine Heavens Sun Flame, one of the divine fires, rumored to be born alongside the Nine Heavens Ice Flame. The mention of the Nine Heavens Sun Flame triggered Su Xi's recollection of the Nine Heavens Ice Flame as a reward from a system task. He wondered if they could be fused together. After all, web novels often claim that any fire could be combined, even in this brilliantly illuminated space. The Nine Heavens Sun Flame radiated a dazzling brilliance, sensing his solar divine body yearning for the vitality emitted by the nine-heaven sun flame. Su Xi stepped forward and employed his fire control technique. This technique had been imparted to him by his master prior to his departure. As he performed a series of hand gestures and intricate seals, chains composed of spiritual energy surged forth to bind the nine-heaven sun flame. However, the divine fire quaked, unleashing overwhelming flames that shattered all the spiritual energy chains. Su Xi couldn't help but chuckle wryly, realizing that this endeavor would be far from simple. He waved his sleeve to produce a pile of spiritual stones, laying them beneath him as he commenced his arduous task of collecting the fire. Days slipped by in a blur, but perseverance bore fruit. The nine-heaven sun flame was successfully absorbed into his body. With the flame subdued, Su Xi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. With a mere thought, a faint golden flame materialized above his palm. Indeed, the nine-heaven sun flame was as harmonious with his constitution as his master had described. After admiring it for a few more moments, he stowed the flame away and retrieved spiritual stones from his storage ring to replenish his energy. During these past few days, Su Xi had oscillated between complete depletion of spiritual energy and its gradual restoration. Despite his robust physique, he had nearly reached his limit. Nevertheless, this venture had yielded immense rewards. He was now on the cusp of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. With only a single opportunity standing between him and a breakthrough, he knew he must delve deeper and confront the fusion fire beast of the late-stage god transformation. He had not forgotten the task set forth by the system. Once his spiritual energy was restored, Su Xi lifted his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the valley, where the late-stage god transformation awaited. Unless he resorted to the trump cards bestowed upon him by his master, he lacked absolute confidence. Yet, he was reluctant to squander those cards on a whim. If he continually relied on his master in times of danger, when would he ever stand before him as an equal? After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the array materials from his storage ring and began inscribing formations. With his newfound wealth, accumulated from his plunders and the treasures acquired from the heritage cave, combined with the resources granted by his master, he possessed a foundation that rivaled even that of a transcendent cultivator. The materials in his possession were more than sufficient to set up several advanced formations. Frost Ice Formation, capable of freezing a god transformation being for a brief moment. Cold Ice Formation, capable of freezing the surrounding atmosphere, slowing the speed of a god transformation being for 3 breaths. 3 Talents Water Dragon Formation, capable of summoning 3 late-stage nascent soul water dragons to assail foes. Having selected several formations that countered the fusion fire beast, he completed the setup. Su Xi ventured deeper, in search of the guardian spirit, the raging fire beast. To his delight, owing to the influence of the nine-heaven sun blaze, he felt remarkably refreshed even as he traversed into the depths, completely devoid of the initial sensation of scorching heat. After a brief while, he located the lair of the raging fire beast. With a fierce roar, a creature of vibrant crimson, adorned with horns and exuding a searing aura, confronted Su Xi. Raging fire beast, late stage of transformation, Su Xi did not rush to take action, but instead gazed at a spirit plant behind it, which bore a fruit of vivid red adorned with intricate flame patterns. Divine flame fruit, rich in fire elements. It can be used as an alchemical ingredient. It seemed he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the location of his quest. Su Xi drew forth and spoke softly. Without further hesitation, he unleashed the towards the while swiftly advancing towards it with the grace of water and clouds. Close combat. It was the most prudent strategy he could conceive. Despite the adversary being a beast, he possessed equal physical strength. Seeing the bipedal creature daring to covet its treasure, the roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of terrifying flames that collided with the flames dispersed yet their momentum did not wane as they surged towards Su Xi. Despite the imminent threat of this assault, Su Xi's forward momentum remained unyielding. He released the accumulated sword energy in his hand, the fierce blade of energy slicing through the flames as it surged toward As the prepared to evade the incoming sword energy, its feet became ensnared, frozen in place by though the icy grip was shattered swiftly, lost the optimal moment to evade the sword energy. Chapter 23. The master has arrived. The bellowed in rage, quickly raising a barrier of spiritual energy to deflect the sword energy. However, immediately following, 3 water dragons assailed it, confining it to its spot. He erupted with fiery energy, evaporating the 3 water dragons, its wrath surging as flames enveloped its mouth, ready to unleash a fiery projectile at Su Xi, who had now successfully closed the distance. Su Xi's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty ferocity as he unleashed a powerful punch, forcing the fiery orb from the mouth of the flame beast back down its throat. Observing the proximity between them, the flame beast ceased its fiery assaults, opting instead to extend its glistening claws directly towards Su Xi's chest. With a chilling sound, blood gushed forth as Su Xi let out a muffled groan. Yet, he remained composed, reassured by the gradually amplifying strength bestowed upon him by the 100 battles body. He relentlessly continued to strike at the flame beast with fierce determination. In this brutal exchange, blood splattered everywhere as man and beast engaged in a frenzied duel. Amidst the cacophony of combat, Su Xi heard the disheartening crack of his own bones fracturing, igniting a surge of anger within him. He fought with reckless abandon, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the flame beast. After a brief duration, the flame beast began to cower, nearing the brink of defeat. Its once proud head had become sunken from the relentless assault. The two-legged creature was a madman. Initially, it had swiped at him with a claw, and he retaliated with a punch. However, as the battle raged on, the tide had shifted dramatically. It became a scenario where the beast would swipe once, and he would counter with 3 punches. The creature had lost count of how much blood it had spilled, realizing that if this brutal melee persisted, it would soon be reduced to a mere pulp. Sensing the flame beast's wavering resolve, a flicker of clarity pierced through Su Si's bloodthirsty gaze. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a flourish of his robe, he summoned the ice-binding formation, enveloping the creature in an instant. Though the binding formation was only effective against golden core cultivators, for the beleaguered flame beast, even a brief confinement would suffice. The retreating figure of the flame beast faltered, causing 2 jade tokens to shatter simultaneously. Su Si channeled the last remnants of her spiritual energy, drawing forth the emoing sword, as she stepped lightly upon the clouds. Whoosh! A person and a beast brushed past each other in a fleeting moment. The silhouette of Su Si, sword in hand, suddenly appeared behind the molten fire beast. A mournful roar erupted from the creature. Just as Su Si anticipated its imminent demise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A self-detonation? The molten fire beast radiated a blinding crimson light. Upon witnessing this, a chill enveloped Su Si's body, his already pale visage drained of the last vestige of color. Was he destined to perish? A bitter expression crossed his face. He found himself entirely devoid of the ability to resist, having underestimated the formidable power of the late phase of transformation. At this moment, even if he wished to employ the trump card bestowed by his master, he was powerless. For not a single strand of spiritual energy remained within him. The thunderous sound of an explosion resonated. A wave of red flames cascaded violently towards him. Yet Su Si did not experience the anticipated pain of death. Confused, he opened his eyes to behold a jade talisman emanating a soft azure glow, hovering before him. The gentle blue light enveloped Su Si, shielding him from the harm of the molten fire beast's self-detonation. Was this the jade talisman marked with the 9 heavens solar flame that his master had given him? Having narrowly escaped death, Su Si's muscles trembled with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with joy and his heart filled with warmth. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided and danger receded, Su Si collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the protective talisman from his master had saved him. Otherwise, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily looked up. And upon confirming that the divine flame fruit remained unscathed, he exhaled in relief. According to the system's prior mention of the 9 yin 9 yang flower, he speculated that the divine flame fruit was also something his master required. Although he did not see the previous status on his master's interface and was unaware if it was indeed needed, he felt no regret in offering it to his master. With this thought, he mustered his strength and limped to collect the divine flame fruit into his storage ring. Subsequently, after surveying his injuries, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. His arm had gone numb, his chest wound exposing bone, blood gushing forth, his internal organs displaced, and his spiritual energy depleted. Countless injuries had accumulated upon him. By any standard, a person in such a state would have long succumbed. This time, he had been far too reckless. He was nearly sacrificing his life. Su Si sighed. After mentally cautioning himself, he retrieved his spirit stone, intending to recover when an unexpected change occurred. An overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the molten fire beast, suddenly surrounded him. Realizing he was encircled, Su Si's face turned ashen. Well, it seemed recovery was no longer necessary. That saved him some effort. Would his master mourn his passing? Su Si could not help but lament. Then, recalling the system, he inquired, "System, why didn't you mention that the molten fire beasts are pack creatures?" Ding. The host did not inquire. Very well. He had assumed too much, thinking it was merely one beast, only to discover it was a multitude. System, you truly have faith in me. Ding. The system has complete faith in the host. I currently believe even more than you do, believing I will meet my demise here. Ding. The system could not respond. All around him were the figures of molten fire beasts. Su Si estimated there were hundreds, with the strongest among them emanating an aura far surpassing the late phase of transformation. Furthermore, those few molten fire beasts were already unleashing fireballs towards him. As the intense heat bore down, Su Si could no longer endure. His vision darkened, and he collapsed forward. However, instead of the anticipated sensation of hitting the hard ground, he felt a cool, soft hand cushioning his chest, deftly avoiding his wounds. The familiar fragrance of cold flowers filled Su Si's nostrils, sharpening his dulled senses. Master? Indeed. Jiang Xianling replied softly. But wait, what about the pack of molten fire beasts? Realizing his precarious situation, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, only to find that everywhere he looked was a vast expanse of azure ice. Ah, truly deserving of my master's reputation. With the danger eliminated, Su Si relaxed. Not wanting to waste a moment, he casually summoned the Wandering Souls banner, drawing in the souls of the molten fire beasts. Absorbing these souls brought the power of the Wandering Souls banner to its critical point. Su Si estimated that with just 1 or 2 more souls collected, the 10,000 Souls banner could advance from a treasured artifact to a Dao instrument. Even in the immortal realm, the 10,000 Souls banner would be considered extraordinarily precious. Although Jiang Xianling was puzzled as to why Su Si possessed the 10,000 Souls banner, she refrained from voicing her inquiries. Su Xi, immensely satisfied, stowed away the 10,000 souls banner and turned to Jiang Xianling, inquiring with curiosity, Master, what brings you here? Jiang Xianling cast a glance at Su Xi with her deep azure eyes and sighed softly. I sensed the contingency I left for you had been triggered, and I felt a sense of unease, prompting my arrival. Upon hearing this, Su Xi felt a tumult in his throat, as if words were entangled within him. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. He could only express, Master, thank you. It was impossible to recall how many times he had expressed gratitude to his master. Jiang Xianling did not respond but instead asked, before your departure, I advised you against forcing matters. Why have you sustained such injuries? Master. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the divine flame fruit from his storage ring and presented it to Jiang Xianling. Master, this is the divine flame fruit. Did you injure yourself for this? Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes flickered with a complex emotion. I believe this item might be of use to you, Master, hence my retrieval. Su Xi replied with a smile. Were it not for the potential benefit to Jiang Xianling, he would likely have postponed this task until he reached the later stages of the nascent soul realm. Hearing Su Xi's words, Jiang Xianling gazed at the bloodied figure before her, adorned with wounds yet smiling brightly. The calm waters of her heart seemed to ripple as if a stone had been cast into them. Jiang Xianling was perplexed by this strange sensation. She glanced at a divine flame fruit within her own storage ring, identical to the one in her hand, and softly said, Indeed, it is valuable. This is the final piece I require for the elixir I wish to refine. I am glad to be of assistance to you, Master. Before her words could fully settle, a tender electronic voice resonated in Su Xi's mind. Ding. Task completed. Substitute doll. 9 Heavens Ice Flame. Simulation points X3 have been issued. System. You. He had yet to voice his complaint when an extreme chill and searing heat began to emanate from within him. Just as he had anticipated, he knew these two divine flames could merge. Resolutely, Su Xi clenched his teeth, consumed the crimson fruit imbued with a trace of dragon blood, and promptly declared, Master, I have gained insights and am preparing to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. It may take a considerable amount of time, so you may return first. Chapter 24. This is my disciple's cup. Su Xi was enveloped by two divine fires, one icy and the other fiery. The rotation of the divine flames accelerated continuously until they coalesced into a large cocoon. Jiang Xianling expressed a hint of surprise. She was aware of the 9 Heavens Sun Flame, yet she had not anticipated that Su Xi also possessed the 9 Heavens Ice Flame. Recognizing that Su Xi was in the process of merging the flames, she refrained from interrupting him. Instead, she exuded an aura of tribulation stage energy to suppress the entire spirit fire mountain, preventing any unforeseen incidents. After completing these tasks, she glanced at the two divine fruit within her storage ring. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to retrieve the divine fruit Su Xi had bestowed upon her to commence alchemy. The divine fruit was indeed beneficial to her. Consuming the elixir crafted from it would alleviate some of the curse afflicting her. However, she had already procured a divine fruit several days prior, which explained why Su Xi had not seen any necessity for the divine fruit in her status bar. 7 days swiftly passed. Jiang Xianling ingested the elixir, successfully advancing the curse-dispelling progress to 35%. On that very day, a sound of cracking emanated from the cocoon, gradually escalating until it shattered completely. A surge of formidable spiritual energy surged forth. Su Xi opened his dark golden eyes, clenched his fist, and felt the tumultuous spiritual power within him. He had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, his foundation had fortuitously been reinforced by the dragon blood contained within the crimson fruit. He had initially aimed to utilize the dragon blood within the fruit to achieve a breakthrough, but he had not expected that the fusion of these two divine flames would facilitate his advancement. Su Xi exclaimed with delight. If he were to engage in combat with that late-stage transformation god-beast now, it would undoubtedly not end as tragically as before. Have you made some gains? Jiang Xianling appeared out of thin air. Master, you haven't departed? Su Xi inquired, astonished at her presence. It's only been a short while, it matters not. Jiang Xianling replied with an air of nonchalance. Su Xi nodded slightly and stepped forward, saying, Master, aside from the divine flame fruit and my breakthrough in cultivation, I have also obtained this fused divine fire. As she spoke, Su Xi raised her right hand, revealing a swirling orb of gold and blue divine fire. The 9 Heavens Divine Flame, a divine fire formed by the fusion of the 9 Heavens Sun Flame and the 9 Heavens Ice Flame. Feeling the destructive aura emanating from the 9 Heavens Divine Flame, Su Xi could not resist the urge to test its power. Master, I wish to try the 9 Heavens Divine Flame. Please stand back. Do not worry for me. Just unleash your full strength, Jiang Xianling replied, shaking her head slightly. With her strength, even if Su Xi wielded 100 times the 9 Heavens Divine Flame, it would likely not harm her. Nevertheless, Su Xi's concern warmed her heart. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Xi ceased her words and turned her gaze toward the group of fire beasts encased in ice. She infused a considerable amount of spiritual energy into the 9 Heavens Divine Flame and selected a spot before forcefully hurling it forth. A thunderous explosion resonated as a mushroom cloud of intertwining gold and blue flames erupted. The ground within the Linghu mountain trembled violently, sending countless demon beasts scattering in terror. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of explosion, annihilating everything in its path. As debris flew, Su Si was enraptured by the might of the nine heavens' divine flame, oblivious to the falling rocks above. A faint blue spiritual energy shield appeared silently overhead, blocking the debris, a fleeting protection. The overwhelming strength of the nine heavens' divine flame exceeded Su Si's expectations, and a smile crept onto her lips. After calming her excitement, she recalled the divine flame fruit. I wonder if Master has used that divine flame fruit? Curiosity piqued, she glanced at her Master's status bar. Jiang Xianling's current status: cold, 50 coldness, 45 gentleness, 5 happiness. In the process of dispelling the soul severance cursed, 35 dispelling progress. Upon seeing the dispelling progress reach 35, Su Si deduced that it was the merit of the divine flame fruit. As expected, any materials provided through system tasks are precisely what Master currently requires. Master, let us return. There is nothing pressing ahead, Su Si suggested. All right. Upon returning to the sword sect, Su Si eagerly set about solidifying her cultivation. Although her foundation had been reinforced by the Zhu fruit, it was essential to further strengthen her cultivation. During this time of consolidation, at the peak of the Ice Sword Mountain, with permission granted, Muzili pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Sister Jiang, you are actually brewing tea? Muzili's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. For days, she had refrained from visiting Jiang Xianling, feeling ashamed for not resolving the Yangchen issue. Although she knew Jiang Xianling would not blame her, the guilt lingered, just as she had steeled herself to face her. She was met with this scene. Was this not akin to a miraculous bloom on an iron tree? In her mind, Jiang Xianling had always been a celestial being, untouched by the mundane. Little did she expect that after taking on a disciple, the atmosphere would gradually shift. After a moment of surprise, Muzili quickly found the down-to-earth nature refreshing. Jiang Xianling had indeed been rather aloof. Her days were consumed by cultivation, and such a disposition was hardly beneficial. As she sat across from Jiang Xianling, Muzili reached for a teacup on the wooden table, only for it to be whisked away. Her hand froze mid-air. Panic surged within her. Could it be that Jiang Xianling was scolding her for mishandling the Yangchen matter? Yet soon after, her expression shifted from disappointment to exasperation. This is the cup of my disciple. If you wish to drink tea, you should bring your own cup, came Jiang Xianling's cool and melodious voice. Muzili swore she had never felt so speechless. Fine, you and your disciple share a bond. I shall endure. Jiang Xianling placed the teacup to her delicate red lips and took a sip, her brows easing slightly. Seeing the relaxed and content expression on Jiang Xianling's face prompted Muzili, who initially had no intention of drinking, to retrieve a small teacup for herself. However, after tasting it twice, she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. It was akin to ordinary tea. Mild. Bitter. In that instant, a flash of insight struck her. The truth was singular. This tea was provided by her disciple. Recalling the tea plantation she had seen during her visit to Su Si's residence, the realization solidified. Muzili chuckled coldly to herself. Just average fare. Nothing special at all. Yet, on another note, her several rebellious disciples had been somewhat negligent in their training lately. Upon returning, she would gather those unruly disciples to assess their recent progress. Unbeknownst to the beloved disciples of the Jade Sword Peak, disaster loomed ominously. Sister Jiang, what is that little thing atop your head? Muzili casually inquired, shifting her gaze to the sunshade above. She had long wished to ask, but had not found the right moment. The sunshade, gifted by my disciple, Jiang Xianling replied. Muzili's expression turned to one of confusion. No, I did not inquire about its origin. This, who could comprehend? To so casually declare it was gifted by her disciple? Should outsiders learn of this, they might assume that her disciples were remiss in their offerings. Upon returning, she would ensure that those girls present her with gifts, one for each. After a lengthy conversation, Muzili finally stood and said, Sister Jiang, I shall take my leave. And as for the cup, I shall leave it here. I will be visiting often. Jiang Xianling did not refuse. After Muzili departed, Jiang Xianling gazed at the two teacups positioned merely a finger's breadth apart, her brows knitting together. She extended her slender, flawless finger to push Muzili's cup farther away, increasing the distance between the two cups, before finally letting it go. Chapter 25. Does Master have a partner? On the 8th floor of the Sword Tower, Lin Fan, gravely injured and on the brink of exhaustion, felled his adversary, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Emerging from the tower, he beheld his name occupying the second position on the golden core ranking stone with a sense of relief. Upon learning that his nemesis, Chu Tianxiang, had perished at Su Si's hands, the last remnants of his desire to contend with Su Si dissipated. Shirtai, Lin Miaoan, Wu Wudi, and even Su Si had all advanced to the nascent soul stage. Once viewing Su Si as a rival, he now found the notion laughable. While he was not surprised that Shirtai and the others had reached the nascent soul stage, Su Si's ascent, first claiming the top spot with her initial golden core cultivation and then surpassing them to break through to the nascent soul stage ahead of the late-stage golden core cultivators, left him in awe. Alas, I wonder when I will see senior brother Su's figure again, Lin Fan mused, his face filled with longing. Su Si was blissfully unaware that her recent actions had garnered her a multitude of admirers, including Lin Fan, who famously proclaimed the adage about the shifting tides of fortune. In addition to Lin Fan, Shirtai, and the others, upon learning of Su Si's advancement to the nascent soul stage, also opted for seclusion and intensive cultivation. Unwilling to be outdone by their junior disciple who had entered the sect later. 3 days after consolidating his cultivation, Su Si, eager to see his master, hurriedly made his way over. Master. Please sit. Upon seeing Su Si, Jiang Xianling gestured for him to take a seat opposite her. Observing his master sipping tea, Su Si felt a pang of thirst himself and reached out to pour himself a cup. Coincidentally, the cup he chose was the very one that Mu Zili had used before. Just as his hand reached halfway, it was intercepted by Jiang Xianling. The brief contact between his hand and her delicate fingers sent an astonishing softness coursing through him, causing Su Si's hand to freeze in place. His throat felt slightly parched, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Ah, unrequited love. Indeed, it is the tumult of one's own heart. Master? Su Si inquired, bewildered. That cup belongs to your Shirshumu. You should use this one instead. Jiang Xianling gracefully pointed to another cup with her slender fingers. Oh, all right. Su Si hurriedly picked up the cup and poured himself a glass of tea to mask his unease. However, he could not discern any flavor. His thoughts had long since drifted away. After regaining some composure, his gaze transformed into one of determination. Master, there is a question I have long wished to ask you. Ask, Jiang Xianling replied, taking a sip of her tea and raising her eyes to meet Su Si's. Su Si took a deep breath and resolutely inquired. Might I ask if Master has a partner? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianling hesitated momentarily before gently placing her teacup on the table. Why does my disciple wish to know? She asked. Clearing her throat, Su Si continued earnestly, as your disciple, I believe it is essential to understand more about you, Master. Her heart raced as she felt compelled to elaborate. If Master does have a partner, it would at least prepare me psychologically. After all, it would be rather awkward to meet unexpectedly without any prior notice. Su Si reluctantly uttered the words Dao companion. His expression tense as he glanced nervously at Jiang Xianling. Although he feared that his thoughts might be laid bare, his desire to ascertain whether his master had a Dao companion overshadowed his trepidation. He repeatedly reassured himself that his master would remain oblivious to his curiosity. Yet, he could not suppress the unsettling thought, what if his master were to discover it? Su Si's mind raced as he sought a solution. Yet, alas, his thoughts were a blank canvas. However, his master, ever devoted to the path, was never troubled by such trifles. Jiang Xianling, not thinking much of it, assumed Su Si's inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Si's heart instantly found tranquility. Having received the answer he sought, he drained the tea from his cup. This time, he discerned its flavor. The tea carried a hint of sweetness. Setting down the teacup, Su Si radiantly bid farewell to his master and returned to his bamboo dwelling. He recalled that the simulation points awarded by the system remained unutilized. Thus, he silently intoned, System, please allocate 1 simulation point to the heavenly sovereign palm. Uncertain of the effects of a single simulation point, he refrained from exhausting all at once, eager to observe the transformation a single point would bring to his technique. Ding. Simulation successful. In this here, with unparalleled insight, you comprehended the profound essence of the heavenly sovereign palm, elevating it from its nascent stage to the realm of transformation. Whoosh. A mysterious aura enveloped Su Si. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unparalleled mastery over the heavenly sovereign palm. Su Si was taken aback. Could it be that a mere simulation point could elevate a divine-level technique from the initial stage to the realm of transformation? Having tasted the sweetness of success, Su Si made a decisive choice. System, allocate 1 simulation point to the 10,000 swords technique. Ding. Simulation successful. In this year, through your comprehension of sword intent and exceptional insight, you grasped the essence of the 10,000 swords technique, advancing it from the initial stage to significant mastery. Regrettably, a single simulation point did not propel the 10,000 swords technique into the realm of transformation. It appeared that divine-level mental methods were indeed more challenging to cultivate than divine-level techniques. Su Si sighed. Despite expending the same simulation point, the celestial master attained transformation, while the 10,000 swords technique merely reached significant mastery. Sensing an intensification of the sword aura encircling his nascent soul, he did not hesitate to invest his final simulation point into the 10,000 swords technique. In this year, through your relentless practice, you gained new insights into the 10,000 swords technique. You invested considerable time in its refinement, leading the technique to slightly surpass divine-level standards. And due to your exceptional talent, successfully elevated the 10,000 swords technique to the realm of transformation. At that very moment, Su Si felt an awakening within him. He retrieved the emoing sword and ventured to an open area. After closing his eyes and gathering his breath for a moment, he opened his eyes and swung the sword forward. A dark golden sword aura surged forth, carving a scar on the ground that extended for several dozen zhangth, with sword intent raging across the scar. Seeing this, Su Si smiled in satisfaction. This strike bore a semblance to the one his master had executed in the wilderness forest. Truly, the 10,000 swords technique, having reached the realm of transformation, was formidable. Su Si raised his thumb in approval. He then recalled the slight enhancement of the 10,000 sword technique, which had undergone modifications that nudged it beyond the divine level. After reaching the realm of transformation, Could the technique still utilize simulation points to elevate its rank? Ding. Indeed, it is possible, host. This golden finger truly possesses terrifying capabilities. One wonders just how many simulation points are required to elevate the technique's grade. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Su Si felt inclined to venture outside for a stroll. Since he had no tasks at hand, it would be fortuitous to seek a stroke of luck. It seemed the system was intentionally designed this way, as every time he visited a new location, he would trigger material quests in the vicinity. Both the Inheritance Cave in Qilan City and the Firelands outside Xiantian City had activated quests. After tidying himself up, Su Si departed from the sect. In Tianwu City, within a lavishly adorned guest room, two figures cloaked in black, exuding an air of malevolence and the scent of blood, engaged in conversation while sipping tea. Old Wang, when shall we make our move? One inquired. Wang Laoma placed his teacup down upon hearing the question. It is still too early for action, Lin Laogui. What is your haste? Delay invites change. Do you not understand? Wang Laoma scoffed. What change could there be? The most formidable cultivator in the city is merely at the nascent soul stage. Both of us are at the mid-phase of the transformation stage. And we have set up a blood sacrifice grand array. With a chilling chuckle, he continued, if this blood sacrifice grand array is successfully activated, even a late-stage transformation cultivator would ultimately be reduced to a pool of blood, becoming our offering. Wang Laoma was brimming with confidence. For this array was obtained from a hidden realm. With the might of this formation, he had progressed from the early to the mid-phase of transformation in just a few years. They had dedicated several months to its arrangement, during which even integration stage cultivators had come and failed to sense its existence. Now, this array enveloped the entirety of Tianwu City. Even if another integration stage cultivator were to arrive, he believed he could escape with the contingencies he had set. It could be deemed foolproof. Upon hearing the old demon's unwavering confidence, Lin Laogui began to feel a surge of anticipation. If they successfully conducted the blood sacrifice on the cultivators of Tianwu City, it might just allow him to break through to the late transformation stage, or even ascend to greater heights. The thought of a promising future elicited gleeful laughter from the two nefarious cultivators. As for the fate of the mortals in Tianwu City, they paid little heed, viewing them as mere weeds. Chapter 26, The Dark Cultivators in Fengxian City. Su Si picked up a hairpin adorned with a few plum blossoms from a stall and purchased it. He wished to gift a hairpin to his master, but did not want to present one made by another. Thus, he resolved to buy several styles to refine his own creation. Initially, his visit to Fengxian City was to see if he could trigger a system quest, but it did not unfold as he had anticipated. Reflecting on his master's habit of wearing her hair down every day, he conceived the idea of gifting her a hairpin. The styles available were rather common. Perhaps he should venture next door to Tianwu City? Su Si pondered. Tianwu City was a realm for cultivators, unlike Fengxian City, where mortals prevailed. Here, cultivators and mortals were evenly matched. To be honest, he felt somewhat disappointed by the hairpin designs available. However, realizing that Fengxian City was ultimately a city for mortals with limited exposure, he felt reassured. Time was not of the essence. He decided to take a trip to see for himself. Having made up his mind, Su Si took to the skies, swiftly arriving at the gates of Tianwu City. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, refraining from entering immediately. Sensing something amiss, Su Si furrowed his brow and retreated until he was in an uninhabited area. With a swift motion, he executed several hand signs, summoning 6 jade tokens that transformed into 6 beams of white light, soaring towards the surroundings of Tianwu City. Su Si utilized these jade tokens to observe the grand formation enveloping the entire Tianwu City. Indeed, as Su Si approached the gates of Tianwu City, he immediately sensed a colossal formation enveloping the city. For an average cultivator, even one in the integration stage, it would be nearly impossible to discern the existence of such a formation, as it was exceptionally concealed. It was only through his inherited knowledge of formation techniques that he was able to detect it, and to guard against any misjudgment, he employed an identification method. Blood sacrifice formation. This is an ancient wicked cultivation formation that utilizes the blood and flesh of practitioners to enhance the cultivator's power. Even a late-stage deification cultivator could be slain within this formation. Given his expertise in formations, dismantling it would be relatively effortless for him. However, he intended to reverse the situation and use the formation to severely injure its creator, thus he refrained from hastily dismantling it. To avoid alarming the enemy, Su Si withdrew to a nearby location, using a jade tablet to probe the area. It was evident that this formation had been arranged by a malevolent cultivator, and he believed that if he could capture this wicked being with his soul banner, it would advance to a Dao artifact. Once the jade tablet returned, revealing the formation's weak points, an idea sparked in Su Si's mind. He swiftly flew toward a focal point on the eastern side of Tianwu City, establishing a barrier formation to quietly alter this focal point, causing the original effects of the blood sacrifice formation to dissipate. Furthermore, should the creator attempt to activate the formation, it would recoil upon themselves. Once the adjustments were complete, Su Si leisurely donned a black robe and a tattered mask resembling a human face, which he had purchased in Fengxian City. This mask, reminiscent of one worn by a character in a certain game, had seemed amusing at the time of purchase and now proved to be quite useful, due to the ample fabric of the black robe. As long as Su Si kept his head lowered, no one could see the mask he wore. as he walked through the streets of Tianwu City. He first stopped at a stall run by cultivators, purchasing several exquisite hairpins for inspiration. He then acquired some spirit tea seeds before settling down in an inn, patiently awaiting the moment when the wicked cultivator would activate the formation. Inside the inn, scattered groups of patrons sat on wooden benches, engaged in lively discussions. Su Ci ordered a pot of tea, yet due to the mask he wore, he refrained from drinking it. The reason he still ordered it was that in the inns of the Xian realm, it has become an unspoken rule that regardless of whether one consumes food, one must at least order a pot of tea. You may not be aware. Previously, a formidable demon that annihilated the Xuanwu cultivation nation during its tribulation phase was slain by a powerful figure in the wild and untamed forest. Upon hearing the words of the cultivator, Su Ci felt a flicker of intrigue, for he had witnessed the event firsthand. What? There is more to this story? Someone exclaimed. Enough with the suspense, hurry up and continue, urged another cultivator nearby. The first speaker swallowed hard, glancing at several cultivators preparing to argue their case, and hurriedly lowered his voice, saying, I have heard that the great demon was indeed slain with a single sword strike. How could that be? That was a demon in the tribulation phase. How could such a battle possibly be concluded with one blow? Someone countered. It is true. Even now. My elder forbids me from entering the wild forest. The scar from that sword, as deep as a celestial gully, still remains there. Could it be one of those reclusive tribulation phase experts? The conversation grew more animated among them. Observing their boasting, Su Ci chose to dismiss his curiosity. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the distance. Su Ci smiled faintly as she rose, leaving behind a few scattered silver coins before departing the inn. Above Tianwu City, two figures cloaked in black stood ominously. Soon, a cultivator from the city's guard approached, a mid-stage nascent soul, likely the city lord himself. Flying is prohibited in Tianwu City, he declared. I am Qin Xiang, the lord of this city, which is under the jurisdiction of the divine palace. I kindly request that you two esteemed elders leave at once. Upon seeing the two traverse the void, Qin Xiang realized they were not entities he could contend with, and hastily invoked the name of one of the 8 great divine sect. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, Lin Lao Guai rasped, Wang Lao Mo. He claims to be a dog of the divine palace. How should we proceed? Perhaps we should simply withdraw? Wang Lao Mo replied with a semblance of a smirk. However, if we activate the formation and refine them all before departing, the divine palace would likely remain oblivious. Lin Lao Guai responded, filled with trepidation. Your reasoning holds merit. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Old demon? Formation? Refining them all? Qin Xiang's heart sank further with every word. The two cultivators before him were undeniably evil, and he recognized their mockery. Realizing he could not confront them directly, he resolved to discreetly inform the divine palace. Esteemed elders, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, he said, bowing hastily before turning to flee. Yet, how could a mid-stage nascent soul escape from 2 mid-stage transformation gods? He was swiftly captured by Wang Lao Mo, who proceeded to refine him in an instant. Arriving on the scene, Su Ci witnessed this harrowing spectacle and cast her gaze upon the 2 figures enveloped in swirling black smoke. Wang Hua, mid-stage transformation god. Lin Ming, mid-stage transformation god. It appeared that the formation was not set by a single individual. Indeed, given its extensive coverage, it would take ages for one person alone to establish it. Unsure if others lurked in the shadows, Su Ci decided to proceed with caution, opting to wait until they activated the formation and suffered its backlash before making her move. As the cultivators below observed Qin Xiang's demise, panic set in, and they scattered in all directions. Wang Hua, noticing this, let out a sinister cackle and manifested the grand formation, ensnaring all the cultivators of Tianwu City. Seeing the plan unfold so seamlessly, Lin Ming could not suppress his laughter. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously activated the blood sacrifice formation. However, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene of the Tianwu City cultivators exploding into a mist of blood did not materialize. Instead, both felt a bitter taste in their throats as they coughed up blood, their energies waning. How could this happen? Wang Lao Mo exclaimed. If it were not for witnessing Wang Hua suffer the same backlash, I would have suspected foul play on his part. Realizing the formation was behaving anomalously, Wang Hua bellowed. Who is it? Who has altered my formation? His voice, laced with spiritual power, echoed throughout every corner of Tianwu City, reaching Su Ci's ears as well. Su Ci concealed himself in the shadows, observing that only 2 figures were present, and thus ceased his concealment, soaring into the air. 3 individuals clad in black robes stood suspended in the sky, while Su Ci donned the mask of the Medeo, appearing more sinister than the malevolent practitioners themselves. Chapter 27. A meeting within the 10,000 Souls banner. Although the blood sacrifice formation had not been activated due to modifications made by Su Ci, it was still capable of restraining the cultivators from Tianwu City for a short duration. The cultivators, who had initially placed their hopes on Su Ci upon hearing the formation was compromised, felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing his attire. Unlike the trembling scattered cultivators, many esteemed practitioners below engaged in animated discussions. My father, Zhang is a transformation deity. I advise you 3 to let me go. 3 esteemed ones. I am willing to serve you faithfully. I implore you to spare my life this once, if you would be so kind. My son, Wang Ting, possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Beneath the mask, Su Si's expression darkened. He had merely chosen to don the mask and black robe for prudence. He was uncertain whether these malevolent practitioners operated in small teams. Should his face be revealed, what if they sought vengeance? He had come to cultivate, not to indulge in combat. Upon seeing the masked man before them, Wang Hua and Lin Ming exchanged glances, communicating silently. Old Demon Wang. Though this individual possesses only mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, I sense a dangerous aura emanating from him. Old Monster Lin, I am no fool. This person has the ability to dismantle the blood sacrifice formation. He cannot be an ordinary foe. If he were, I would have already seized him and refined him in an instant. Both of us are currently suffering the backlash of the formation, and our combat power has fallen to the early transformation deity stage. Should we not activate our contingency plan to escape? The contingency is linked to the blood sacrifice formation. Since the formation cannot be activated now, it will take some time to restart it. Let us not rush. Allow me to see what this individual has to say. Wang Hua responded. Their mental exchange lasted but a fleeting moment. Wang Hua was the first to speak. Might I inquire, esteemed friend, why you sought to disrupt the formation we have established? Upon hearing Su Si's words, he leisurely retrieved the ominously swirling black mist of the Wan Hun banner. Feigning a hoarse voice as he remarked, it appears that my Wan Hun banner is in need of a few more souls. Fellow Taoists, why not enter my banner for a conversation? Sensing the perilous aura emanating from the banner, the two exchanged glances, their understanding unspoken, and brandished their magical artifacts, charging forward. However, before they could approach, Su Si had already traversed the air, deftly appearing behind them. With a sweep of the Wan Hun banner, dozens of spirit beasts in the transformation stage surged forth, lunging at their backs. Yet, the two were seasoned fighters, with a swift twist in midair. They struck the heads of the beast spirits with their artifacts, sending them reeling back several meters. Feeling the force transmitted through his hands, Wang Hua gritted his teeth and refrained from advancing. Instead, he formed seals with his fingers, causing spiritual energy to surge wildly within him. Several bloodthirsty palm strikes shot toward the beast spirits, filling the air above Tianwu City with a pungent scent of blood. In contrast to Wang Hua, Lin Ming, after a single blow, retreated. Holding a mirror-like artifact, he chanted an incantation, and soon dark energy swirled around him, preventing the beast spirits from closing in. Realizing that the transformation stage spirits could not contend with them, Su Si once again waved the Wan Hun banner, releasing spirits of the integration stage. Upon witnessing the emergence of even larger and more oppressive beast spirits, Lin Ming wisely refrained from recklessness and quickly joined Wang Hua, urgently inquiring, how long until we can reactivate our backup plan? It will take half a stick of incense. Wang Hua replied, his face ashen. His gaze filled with resentment towards Su Si. If it weren't for this individual, their plan would have already succeeded, and they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. I will buy you some time, Lin Ming declared, producing a bronze cauldron and unhesitatingly hurling it at the integration stage beast spirits, much to Su Si's astonishment, as the spirits were indeed repelled. Seeing Lin Ming hold them at bay, Wang Hua wasted no time, wielding his hands to summon various materials. Attempting to re-establish the backup plan they had set within the earlier formation, the beast spirits and the cauldron were locked in a stalemate. And the scene descended into a deadlock as they remained entrenched, refraining from aggressive maneuvers. Su Si speculated that the two individuals were either preparing to unleash a formidable attack or making a hasty retreat. With this thought in mind, he gestured to summon the beast's soul back and retracted the myriad soul banner. Lin Ming, having just gained a fleeting moment to breathe, had scarcely begun to relax when he beheld the figure clad in black robes performing a gesture of elevation. In an instant, a conflagration of intertwining gold and blue flames materialized in his grasp. Detecting the ominous aura of death emanating from the flames, Lin Ming's eyes widened in horror. He disregarded the transformation of Wang and hastily retrieved the bronze cauldron, attempting to distance himself from Su Si. However, it was already too late. The Nine Heavens divine flame appeared before him in the blink of an eye. In that moment, a mushroom cloud of gold and blue flames erupted, prompting the gathered cultivators beneath Tianwu City to urgently band together to resist the impending catastrophe. Under Su Si's intentional avoidance, the cultivators exerted all their strength to barely withstand the residual shockwave from the explosion. As for the epicenter of the blast, the spot where the two malevolent cultivators had once stood was now utterly devoid of presence. Su Si's thought stirred, summoning the myriad soul banner once more. Yet it only absorbed a solitary divine essence. Su Si raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. It appeared there was indeed a contingency plan in place. Sensing the aura of a mark gradually receding, he lifted his gaze towards the eastern side of Tianwu City and, without hesitation, propelled himself forward in pursuit. From the very beginning, Su Si had harbored concerns that these malevolent cultivators might possess some peculiar artifacts or sorcery. Thus he had prudently left a trace. As he circled behind the two individuals, he had affixed a tracking mark upon them, which unexpectedly proved to be useful. The cultivators of Tianwu City, upon witnessing Su Si's departure, secretly rejoiced. I knew that my father, Zhang would deter them from acting against me. Clearly, it was that masked pigeon who was being protective. They scoffed. A group of ignorant individuals. unaware that their opponent had been frightened away by the imperial bearing of my son, having just emerged from the gates of hell. A few individuals began to relax, engaging in lively conversation. That masked malevolent cultivator surely one T return. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing the previously boisterous atmosphere to fall into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The assembled cultivators promptly fell silent, scattering in haste to vacate Tianwu City. The blood sacrifice formation had been shattered during the explosion of the Nine Heavens divine flame. Meanwhile, Wang Hua was making a rapid escape from Tianwu City, his garments in tatters, wounds deep enough to expose bone, with blood continuously gushing forth. Fortunately, he had fortuitously acquired a disposable escape artifact. Otherwise, he would likely have perished alongside the old monster Lin in Tianwu City. Spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of old blood, Wang Hua's expression darkened like ink. When did the Xian realm become so formidable? Even among those in the mid-Yuaning stage? Could it be one of the prodigies from the prodigy ranking? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. One must at least possess a transformation into the divine stage to be listed. This individual cannot be one of them. As Wang Hua pondered how to exact his revenge, a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure caught his peripheral vision, sending a chill down his spine and cold sweat trickling down. In terror, he exclaimed, "How can a mere Yuaning cultivator pursue me, a divine transformation practitioner? This is absurd." Wang Hua suspected he was witnessing a ghost. Su Xi treaded upon the clouds and waters, offering no further discourse. The celestial sovereign's hand descended with formidable force. Wang Hua's visage twisted in agony as he raised a blood shield to defend himself. This blood shield, however, would deplete his life essence with each moment. Even a late-stage transformation could barely withstand a mere brush. Yet, as the two forces collided, the shield he had conjured shattered before Wang Hua's incredulous gaze, piece by piece, while the celestial sovereign's hand continued its relentless advance toward him. In the fleeting moments before his demise, Wang Hua pondered why this individual was so exceptionally gifted. Yet, this question would remain unanswered. The perfected celestial sovereign's hand and the ethereal waters of Su Xi, two divine techniques, were simply beyond the reach of any malevolent cultivator. Su Xi waved the banner of 10,000 souls, capturing the divine essence of Wang Hua. At that very moment, the banner of 10,000 souls ascended in rank. Transcending from a treasured artifact to a Tao artifact, the banner became even darker, its runes radiating with greater brilliance, and its power significantly enhanced. Su Xi, satisfied, stowed away the wand of souls, removed his black robe and mask. He did not rush to depart. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing at a hole that had been inadvertently created by the celestial sovereign strike. Chapter 28, sending a hairpin to the master surveying his surroundings. He found the forest eerily silent, even lifeless. Something was amiss. In a place like this, the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing cicadas should be incessant. With a flicker of his storage ring, he retrieved the jade token given to him by his master, which contained a defensive array capable of withstanding the tribulations for a brief moment. As he descended slowly towards the hole, the closer he drew, the deeper his frown became. Previously, from a distance, he had failed to perceive it, but now he realized that the closer he approached the opening, the more potent the ancient aura emanating from within became. As Su Xi descended to the mouth of the cave, before he could regain his footing, a surge of exceedingly violent and chilling thoughts flooded his mind. The scene before him abruptly transformed into an expanse of endless starry sky, where 5 figures resembling deities and demons stood tall. Among them, for terrifying entities, akin to grotesque stars, united in an effort to besiege a white-haired man, whose bare upper body emanated a thick, dark aura, his eyes a striking crimson. The visages of these fearsome beings were twisted and varied, as if they had crawled forth from the abyss of darkness. Strange, utterly strange. An inexplicable sense of the bizarre washed over Su Xi, sending chills down his spine. He soon discovered that the previously infallible system identification function had inexplicably failed him. System, why can't I identify these beings? No response. System? After several attempts to elicit a reply yielded silence, Su Xi relinquished his inquiries and turned his attention to the battle of the white-haired man. Perhaps intentionally, he found himself able to perceive the movements of these terrifying entities. To Su Xi's astonishment, each action taken by these dreadful beings was imbued with boundless pressure and destructive force, relentlessly obliterating the stars scattered throughout the celestial expanse. As time progressed, the white-haired man's movements quickened. Each strike he unleashed was suffused with immense power, blood and flesh splattering in a gruesome display. His upper body was adorned with glistening streaks of blood, growing ever more valiant in the heat of battle. His gaze was filled with indomitable spirit, as though he sought to confront these formidable beings in a fight to the death. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a surge of admiration within Su Xi. Time appeared to lose its significance. The once vibrant sky, adorned with countless stars, transformed into a desolate void due to the onslaught of these entities. At a great cost, the white-haired man severed the arm of one grotesque being, ultimately slaying it despite the grievous wounds he sustained. He then forcibly eliminated a second entity, even as a gaping hole was blasted through his chest. Next came the third, the fourth. Though his form disintegrated, he laughed heartily, his laughter echoing like thunder. With blood ignited, body ablaze, and essence consumed, I shall prevail. Ha ha. This battle may grant you another 10,000 years, celestial path. I am worthy of you. In his dying moments, the white-haired man seemed to peer through the river of time, his crimson eyes locking onto Su Si's position. Su Si was momentarily taken aback. When he regained his composure, the scene before him reverted to the prior forest, and the aura emanating from the cave's entrance had completely vanished. Sensing no immediate danger, he stowed away the jade token and gazed intently at the cave entrance for an extended period. Cave entrance, an unremarkable opening. Noticing that the system's identification function was operational once more, he could not help but inquire, "System, why was the identification function unavailable just now?" Ding. "Host, what are you referring to?" The system is unaware. The system's response was delivered with a slightly quicker cadence than before, but so subtly that Su Si failed to notice. He was certain that the previous scene had not been a mere dream, although the cave entrance now appeared empty. A particular technique had materialized in his mind. Instinctively, he sensed that he should not cultivate it. Yet the words spoken by the white-haired man before his demise had shaken his resolve. The technique was called the demonic immortality art. The emperor declared that he refrained from practicing it, fearing the obliteration of his emotions, yet he had still fallen short in protecting her, ultimately perishing beyond the realms. To those who come after, the emperor had scattered countless legacies across various lands, having encountered innumerable souls. You are, apart from the emperor himself, the first capable of mastering this technique. Should you wish to safeguard someone dear to you, embracing this art may grant you a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, in 10,000 years, the realms, or perhaps it should be said, the celestial realm and its subordinate worlds, shall face annihilation. These were the words uttered by the white-haired man. Su Si was enveloped in a profound melancholy. He yearned for a romantic relationship with his master and had never entertained thoughts of saving the world. Yet, if what the silver-haired man claimed were true, alas, would the remnants of my extinguished emotions still allow me to harbor affection for my master? Nevertheless, pondering such matters was futile. The future could be contemplated in due time. What occupied his thoughts now was the ambition to transcend to the transformation stage within 3 years, to ascend the talented rankings, and to enter the realm of immortal demise. Upon returning to Ice Sword Peak, Su Si refrained from seeking out his master immediately. Instead, he procured some fragrant wood and began to carve a hairpin, using the sample he had previously acquired as a reference. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in crafting the hairpin. Made of sandalwood, it exuded a delicate fragrance, adorned with carvings of plum blossoms, which only heightened Su Si's satisfaction. His master had deliberately planted a plum tree in the courtyard. Surely she would appreciate this plum blossom hairpin. He recalled that his master had personally constructed her courtyard, for when he first arrived at Ice Sword Peak. It was through his own efforts that he had secured his current dwelling. At noon, with the sun perched high in the sky, scorching all beneath it, Jiang Xianling sat beneath a parasol, leisurely brewing spirit tea. Since Su Si had gifted her a tea set, she seldom reclined in a rocking chair. With a delicate lift of her jade hand, she retrieved the spirit tea leaves and placed them into the pot, gently swirling the vessel. Her beautiful eyes focused intently on ensuring the even distribution of the leaves. After pouring boiling water over them, she used her spiritual energy to evaporate the excess water. Then gradually added the boiling water again, gently covering the pot. Her translucent fingers glided over the pot's surface, attuning to its warmth. After a brief moment, she lifted the teapot to pour herself a cup, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. A fleeting expression of contentment graced her exquisite features, but she quickly composed herself. "Master?" Setting the teapot down, Jiang Xianling lifted her gaze towards Su Si. Noting his hesitance to speak, she gestured for him to sit down before continuing their conversation. Su Si comprehended the intention of his master and took a seat opposite him. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Xianling poured a cup of tea for Su Si. After expressing her gratitude, Su Si took a hearty sip. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xianling slightly furrowed her elegant brows. "Delicious. The tea brewed by my master is truly exquisite," Su Si praised. Her brows then relaxed. Su Si was oblivious to the subtle shifts in his master's expression. His thoughts enraptured by the plum blossom hairpin nestled within his storage ring. Sensing the moment was ripe, he retrieved the exquisite hairpin and placed it upon the table. "Master, a few days ago, while passing through Tianwu City, I chanced upon a stall showcasing a variety of elegantly crafted hairpins. In a moment of inspiration, I took it upon myself to carve one, intending to present it to you. I wonder if it meets your approval?" Upon seeing the hairpin displayed on the table, Jiang Xianling's gaze towards Su Si became intricate and inscrutable, though it swiftly returned to its usual composure. Perhaps she was overthinking the situation. Her disciple's intentions were merely filial, devoid of any ulterior motives. Even though she typically dismissed such gestures, she understood the significance behind the act of gifting a hairpin. When a man presents a hairpin to a woman, it is often perceived as a declaration of love and unwavering loyalty. If Su Si were aware of Jiang Xianling's thoughts, he would surely feel wronged. He genuinely wished to convey such sentiments, yet this time, he had not contemplated them deeply. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xianling ultimately accepted the hairpin. Having completed this exchange, her mind drifted back to a previous incident, prompting her to inquire, "Master, have you ever encountered such a creature?" Su Si wielded his finger like a brush, using his spiritual energy in place of ink, to depict a bizarre creature he had encountered previously. Although the details were lacking, the general likeness had been captured. Upon seeing the creature illustrated by Su Ci, Jiang Xinling's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Strange. Eccentric. This was her immediate impression. After pondering for a moment, realizing she had indeed never seen such a being, she shook her head. My master has never encountered it. Hearing his mentor's response, Su Ci's heart sank to the depths of despair. If a figure of his master's caliber had never seen it, how formidable must these entities be? Initially, he had assumed these peculiar beings were unique to the celestial realm, but he was taken aback to discover that even his master had not encountered them. Master? To what level must a cultivator ascend to shatter the stars? Su Ci persistently inquired. Jiang Xinling took a delicate sip of spiritual tea and replied. At least to the level of the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor? What realm does this signify? Master, what is the realm of the Great Emperor? Jiang Xinling did not respond immediately. Observing Su Ci's demeanor, she surmised he had come across something significant. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to impart some knowledge about the celestial realm to Su Ci. Upon returning from his master's quarters, Su Ci sat on his bed, lost in thought for a considerable duration. From his master, he learned that the Great Emperor represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the celestial realm. Moreover, it was evident that his master hailed from the celestial realm, yet even someone as powerful as her had only reached the celestial sovereign stage, still separated from the Great Emperor by the celestial emperor stage. Furthermore, he discovered that the Great Emperor merely possessed the capability to shatter stars. However, the battle he had witnessed previously was unmistakably a matter of an instant, where stars turned to dust, coupled with the white-haired man's assertion of a struggle lasting millennia. It suggested that those bizarre entities would indeed reappear. How much time remained? He recalled the white-haired man mentioning that he had seen countless individuals. Alas, it would be best to diligently enhance his own strength. After all, he was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. What was the use of overthinking? If he were to ponder, such considerations would be more pertinent after his ascension to the celestial realm. As the bamboo door closed behind him, Su Ci resumed his monotonous and tedious cultivation. Half a year later, Su Ci emerged from seclusion. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Still lacking something, could it be that he needed to engage in battle? Throughout this half year, he had been steadfast in his cultivation, leaving no room for complacency. Yet he remained unable to break through to the later stage of the nascent soul. Realizing that further seclusion would yield no results, he decided to step out. Glancing at the now flourishing tea leaves, a plan quickly formed in his mind. It would be best to consult his master. He could also bring along the new tea leaves. In any case, when in doubt, seeking his master's guidance was the wisest course of action. Upon reaching the mountaintop, before he could knock on the door, he overheard voices emanating from the courtyard, causing him to freeze in place. Should he enter or not? Sister Jiang. Must I truly do this? MHM. The voice was cool and melodious. Su Ci recognized it immediately as belonging to his master. However, this was quite uncomfortable. This is preferable. Sister Jiang, please spare me. I do not wish to partake in such matters. I am still a young maiden. The delicate pleas for mercy from Mu Zili echoed through the air. Hearing this, Su Ci was left utterly speechless, caught in a dilemma. If he entered, what if he witnessed something inappropriate? If he left, what would happen to his master? Before he could make a decision, the ensuing dialogue quickly eased his tension. It felt as though he had been struggling in the depths of hell one moment, and the next, he was soaring to paradise. There are rules to everything. Even in tea drinking. However, I truly do not wish to learn them, Mu Zili complained. It turned out they were merely engaged in a tea ceremony. Su Ci hurriedly composed himself, unable to suppress his grievances towards Mu Zili. This Master Mu was behaving rather oddly, drinking tea as if it were some grand affair. What? Discomfort? A young lady of refined upbringing? Such ambiguous phrases spilled forth, leading him to believe. Hearing that things were not as he had imagined, Su Ci ceased his hesitation and knocked on the door. Master, may I enter? After receiving permission. Su Ci pushed open the wooden door, but before he could step into the courtyard, Mu Zili hastily spoke. Nephew, your arrival is quite timely, for I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing the words, Su Ci raised an eyebrow, closed the door, and once settled, inquired. Might I ask what brings you here, revered uncle? It concerns the recent opening of the Myriad Beast Secret Realm by the Sword Sect. The Myriad Beast Secret Realm? One of the 3 trials of the Sword Sect. A glimmer of light flickered in Su Ci's eyes as she refrained from interrupting Mu Zili. The Sword Sect mandates that each peak must dispatch an individual to participate, and their cultivation must reach the nascent soul stage. Disciple. You are aware that Sister Jiang has only you as her apprentice. Thus it seems that fortune has smiled upon you just as you were lamenting your cultivation being stuck at the mid-nascent soul stage, and the next moment, Mu Zili has delivered news of the secret realm to you. As Su Ci was about to respond, he unexpectedly noticed a cup of spiritual tea pushed towards him on the table, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. He straightened his posture and turned to inquire of his master, hoping to divert attention from the cup. He had not forgotten the words he had overheard outside the door. Master, what do you think? Jiang Xinling cast a brief glance at Su Ci. You may visit, but do not feel compelled to seek the Xianling herb. The Xianling herb. Su Ci directed a puzzled gaze towards Mu Zili. Ahem, my dear disciple. This secret realm is accessible only to those in the nascent soul stage, and it houses the Xianling herb, which the sect urgently requires. Of course, it is acceptable if you cannot bring any back, however. If you manage to procure the Xianling herb, the sect will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Su Xi nodded in agreement, fully aware of his master's intentions. His master must have discerned the challenges he was currently facing, which prompted the suggestion. As for relinquishing the rewards from the sect in exchange for the Xianling herb, Su Xi was indifferent. If he happened to come across it, he would collect it. If not, it would be of no consequence. Upon receiving Su Xi's consent, Mu Zili, seizing the pretext of reporting to the sect, hastily rose to depart, as if a great calamity loomed in this place. Su Xi was still astonished by Mu Zili's swift departure, but soon he regretted not accompanying her. The tea was growing cold. Jiang Xianling fixed her gaze intently on Su Xi. Su Xi's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile. He was utterly unaware of the etiquette surrounding tea. What topic could possibly captivate his master's attention? Su Xi's mind whirled like a rocket, and soon he devised a strategy, ready to speak. However, a casual glance upwards revealed the glimmer of expectation in his master's beautiful eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed his words that were poised on the tip of his tongue. Subsequently, a serene smile graced his face as he spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Master, would you kindly teach your disciple the art of tea? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianling's deep azure eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Very well. Before Jiang Xianling could impart her teachings, Su Xi recalled the matter of spiritual tea. Ah, master, I still have some spiritual tea that I cultivated before my retreat. Jiang Xianling did not even cast a glance at the spiritual tea. Let me teach you first. We shall discuss other matters later. Su Xi could only smile helplessly. It seemed that the master truly had a fondness for tea, to the extent that he no longer reclined in the rocking chair. He gazed at the few leaves that had fallen upon the rocking chair beneath the plum blossom tree. Su Xi chuckled lightly. Then I shall trouble you, master. Chapter 30. Am I late? Before long, the day of the opening of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm arrived. This realm, one of the 3 trials of the Sword sect, was said to have its entrance discovered by a disciple at the nascent soul stage, later relocated to the Sword sect by the hands of the sect's founder. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage are permitted entry, where a wealth of precious cultivation resources and various formidable beasts lie hidden, including some at the transformation stage. Due to certain restrictions of the realm, it opens only once every decade, and the number of entrants is limited. At the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm stood 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. What is he to make us wait so long for him? The man in yellow spoke with a sullen expression. Tangli, junior brother Su must be delayed in seclusion. A tall and robust man with a massive sword on his back explained. The gathering time has yet to arrive. Why the rush? Chimed in a woman dressed in feathered attire. They were Shirtai from the Sanjian Peak and Lin Miaojiao from the Yujian Peak. Everyone knew that the Ice Sword Peak had only a single disciple, thus it was certain that Su Xi was among those entering the secret realm. Shirtai defended Su Xi out of admiration, while Lin Miaojiao had her ties through Master Mu Zili. You all. Tang Li's gaze darkened as he turned his attention to the woman from the Tianjin Peak and the man from the Shenzhen Peak. Wu Wudi, Luo Yao. Do you share the same sentiment? Luo Yao, clad in a white sword uniform with her hair adorned high, replied, I have no strong feelings about it. Tang Li's expression soured further as he stubbornly looked at Wu Wudi. Wu Wudi, with his buzz cut and rough linen attire, bore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He resembled more of a martial artist than a cultivator. He remained silent, even closing his eyes to meditate. Both Luo Yao and Wu Wudi were unfamiliar with Su Xi and would not seek trouble simply due to Tang Li's provocations. Seeing this, Tang Li's face darkened like a soot-stained pot. All 5 were mid-nascent soul cultivators capable of fighting beyond their rank, and Tang Li could hardly act out, resorting only to silent curses. The reason for Tang Li's animosity towards Su Xi stemmed from the embarrassment Su Xi had brought upon the Xianjin Peak, along with Tang Li himself being secretly ridiculed. Whether Chu Tianxiang lived or died was of no concern to him, nor did he care if Yangchen faced punishment. Despite Yangchen being his master, what mattered most to him was his own reputation. If he could seize the opportunity, he would ensure that Su Xi met his demise within. After coming to this realization, Tang Li settled into a quiet wait. Before long, a gentle breeze stirred, and suddenly, a white figure appeared before them. Am I late? The man had long, flowing black hair, and a golden sun god pattern shone brightly on his forehead, complemented by dark golden pupils, showcasing an extraordinary beauty. This individual was none other than Su Xi, who had delayed his arrival due to practicing the calming technique taught by his master. Upon seeing Su Xi in such a state, the men remained composed. But Lin Miaojiao and Luo Yao were rendered momentarily speechless. Even Luo Yao, devoted to her path, was taken aback by his striking visage. Lin Miaojiao could not help but marvel inwardly at the presence of such an exceptionally handsome man. No, you have arrived just in time. Shirtai stepped forward and spoke. Upon noticing his tall stature, Su Xi feigned uncertainty and inquired, Brother Shirtai? To his surprise, Shirtai's face lit up with joy. Brother Su, you know about me? Master Shifeng has spoken of you. Su Xi replied with a smile. Shirtai nodded. Since we are acquainted, allow me to introduce you to them. He gestured towards the remaining individuals. In truth, upon arriving at this location, Su Xiai had promptly assessed the information of each person present. Thus he was already aware of their names. After all, it would be impossible to deduce that the individual before him was Shi Tai based solely on a few words from Shi Lin. Although he was familiar with their names, he did not decline Shi Tai's goodwill. The atmosphere remained amicable as Shi Tai introduced the first few individuals, until it was time for Ting Li. Brother Su? This is Ting Li from Xianjin Peak. Xianjin Peak. Su Xiai raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face, but he quickly composed himself. Surely, not everyone from the Celestial Sword Peak could harbor animosity towards him. His grievance lay solely with Yang Qin, not with all the denizens of the Celestial Sword Peak. With this thought in mind, Su Xiai initiated a greeting. This gentleman, however, before he could finish his sentence, Ting Li turned around and declared, "Since everyone has arrived, let us set off." Observing this, Su Xiai chose not to press further, opting instead for silence. Shi Tai displayed clear dissatisfaction, preparing to confront Ting Li. But Su Xiai intervened to prevent him. This minor incident swiftly came to a close, and Su Xiai dismissed it from his thoughts. It seemed that the Celestial Sword Peak was simply not fated to align with him. If Ting Li were to remain prudent, he could harbor his grievances as he pleased. It was of no concern to Su Xiai. However, should he take action against him, he should not blame Su Xiai for being ruthless. The elder standing beside the entrance to the secret realm observed that everyone had gathered and promptly employed his magical prowess to unveil the entrance to the secret realm. As the entrance swung open, a potent aura of demonic energy surged forth from within. Upon sensing the unusual atmosphere, several individuals frowned in unison. Once they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast forest filled with the piercing roars of demonic beasts. Let us use this place as our meeting point. We shall reconvene in 3 days. What do you all think? Shi Tai inquired, seeking the opinions of the group. Naturally, there were no objections to this proposal. With all in agreement, Shi Tai swiftly darted off in one direction, while the others each selected their own paths in pursuit of fortune. They had come to the 10,000 Demons' secret realm to experience challenges. Traveling in groups would serve little purpose. Before long, only Su Xiai and Ting Li remained on the field. Upon observing his lack of movement, Su Xiai understood the situation all too well. Without further hesitation, she deliberately chose a path that distanced her from others. Along the way, Su Xiai sensed a presence trailing closely behind her. Silently, she quickened her pace, only halting in midair when she could no longer detect the auras of Shi Tai and the others. Ting Li soon caught up with her. Su Xiai, why have you ceased your flight? Ting Li chuckled ominously, his words laced with mockery. Su Xi's lips curled into a faint smile. Escape? Why should I flee? Observing that Su Xiai regarded him with disdain, Ting Li no longer concealed his murderous intent, a palpable pressure radiating from his form. Do not dare to compare me with that waste, Chu Tianxiang. Are you not one? Su Xi's expression held a hint of surprise. Ting Li's cold laughter echoed as he advanced, wielding a black sword. Wielding a sword? Very well. My blade is equally formidable. With a flick of his wrist, the Mo-ing sword appeared in Su Xi's grasp, and he too stepped forward. As the two engaged, shadows of their swords intertwined. The dazzling sword light resembling a resplendent silver dragon, and the surroundings were left in utter devastation, littered with trees severed in half. Chapter 31. The Heart's Inquiry. Why are you so powerful? Ting Li roared in frustration. Powerful? It seems you have misjudged me. Su Xiai chuckled lightly. With that, he ceased to conceal his true strength, revealing the sword intent upon the Mo-ing sword. Initially, he had intended to hone his skills against Ting Li, but he was taken aback by how inept Ting Li truly was. Even without utilizing his sword intent, Ting Li could not match him. This individual could barely be compared to Tu Chu Tianxiang's. He was somewhat capable, yet not significantly so, Su Xiai assessed silently. Upon witnessing the sword intent, Ting Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Sword intent at the ascendant stage? Even though Ting Li could fight beyond his rank and contend with a transformational god, he was still far from grasping the rudimentary sword intent. This Su Xiai had actually comprehended sword intent, and had advanced beyond the basics to reach the ascendant stage? It was insurmountable. With this thought, Ting Li feigned fury, channeling a massive amount of spiritual energy into his sword, shouting, "Impossible. You cannot have comprehended sword intent. Taste my blade." Ting Li unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy, leveraging the force to retreat rapidly, turning to flee in the direction he had come from. Escape. He must escape. He could not possibly contend with this person. As long as he could encounter others, he would have a chance at survival. The sword sect forbade disciples from harming one another, and he believed that should he meet others, Su Xiai would be deterred from striking. After dispersing the sword energy, Su Xiai raised his gaze to the panicked figure fleeing in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had deliberately quickened his pace to distance himself from Shi Tai and the others. Now, with this distance, in the face of his water cloud escape, Ting Li was doomed to never return. Before long, he intercepted Ting Li. Su Xiai, do you truly intend to kill me? If you let me go this time, I promise I will never oppose you again. Ting Li was drenched in cold sweat, his hand trembling as he clutched the sword. TSK. Su Xiai could not help but click his tongue. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and a dark golden sword energy surged forth, imbued with sword intent, slicing towards Ting Li. Tang Li's eyes widened in horror as he unleashed numerous techniques, yet he could only watch in terror as the dark golden sword energy approached. With a piercing sound, Tang Li was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground. Su Xiai collected his spirit into the soul banner, seized the contents of the storage ring, and with a flick of his fingertip, summoned a wisp of the divine flame from the heavens to incinerate the corpse, leaving no trace behind. He felt the urge to seek out some transformation stage beasts, sensing that something was still amiss. However, before he could set forth, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A task has been issued. Reward of the Jiang Xianling Celestial Herb. With additional rewards of the Eastern Emperor Bell and 2 simulation points, Eastern Emperor Bell, a quasi-imperial artifact, a fusion of offense and defense, a relic from ancient times. The Eastern Emperor Bell? A quasi-imperial artifact. Su Xiai inhaled sharply, for in his possession were only the celestial artifact, the Ink Shadow Sword, and the Taoist tool. The 10,000 Souls banner. Logically speaking, celestial artifacts are already the most esteemed treasures in the Xian realm. Yet now, the sovereign has even produced quasi-imperial artifacts, surpassing celestial artifacts. Sovereign, you are indeed. Su Xiai raised 2 thumbs up to the sky. Ding. The system was unable to respond. Recalling the matter at hand, Su Xiai ceased his jesting and silently commanded, System, search for the celestial demon herb. Ding. The search is complete. Given the host's current capabilities, there exists only one optimal method to obtain the celestial demon herb. It can be acquired within the 10,000 demons secret realm by passing through the heart's trial. This system no longer pretends, directly providing him with a singular method. Moreover, this heart's trial, could it possibly be a place that tests one's character? System, could you be more precise? This 10,000 demon secret realm is quite vast. Su Xiai, devoid of hope, casually inquired. Ding. Precision search in progress. Indeed, it is possible. Su Xiai was rendered speechless. Why had he previously searched so desperately in the fiery depths for the flame beast? How convenient. With a mere directive to fly eastward, the host could effortlessly locate the Hard's gate. Learning from past missteps, he resolved to inquire more thoroughly next time. After noting the assembly point, Su Xiai soared eastward on his ethereal light, showing no interest whatsoever in the so-called mystic spirit grass. Along the journey, he glanced at his master's condition, and the sight startled him. Jiang Xianling current status. Content, lacking heavenly demon grass for concocting elixirs to dispel curses, currently dispelling the soul-severing sky curse, 35 resolved. Su Xiai could not help but glance again, realizing that he was indeed not mistaken, and was momentarily taken aback. It was quite normal for his master to require the celestial demon grass. However, that contentment. He then recalled the expression on his master's face during their last tea session together. It seemed, there was indeed a hint less of coldness. With this thought, Su Xiai couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Atop the ice sword peak, Jiang Xianling sat leisurely in a chair, brewing tea. Even in solitude, she found no semblance of boredom. Pouring herself a cup of the fragrant brew, she gently blew on the surface, allowing the enchanting aroma to waft through the air. Once the temperature was just right, she delicately sipped the ethereal tea. Her swan-like neck, as smooth and white as jade, moved subtly, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. As she savored the tea, a fleeting look of satisfaction graced Jiang Xianling's exquisite visage. Setting the cup down, her delicate fingers brushed against its rim as she fell into contemplation. She had changed. The woman who once devoted herself solely to cultivation had transformed since taking on a disciple. Previously unmoved by worldly affairs and characterized by her frosty demeanor, she now occasionally displayed a sense of contentment and warmth. These emotions she found difficult to categorize as good or bad. Yet, at the very least, she did not despise her current life. On the contrary, she found herself reveling in it. After a long journey, Su Xiai finally arrived at the so-called Heart's Inquiry Pass. Before him stood an ancient edifice, quietly looming, its walls adorned with the marks of time, while 3 archaic characters were intricately carved atop. Although Su Xiai could not comprehend it, he was capable of discerning. The Hall of Inquisition, an ancient edifice that, when a certain quantity of spiritual stones is placed within, can activate the Hall of Inquisition to temper one's state of mind. Just as he was examining the Hall of Inquisition, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed above him. Su Xiai raised his gaze towards the source of the sound. The divine gale eagle, a creature of mid-transformation stage, measured several dozen zhang in length. Its feathers as impervious as forged steel. Its beak slightly ajar, the crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. An overwhelming aura surged forth from its being. Spotting its prey so conveniently presented, the divine gale eagle, who had been fretting over its dinner, could not help but emit an excited call. With a speed akin to lightning, it dove towards Su Xiai. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiai's eyes narrowed. The speed of the divine gale eagle rivaled his own water cloud technique. He understood that such flying beasts excelled in swiftness. Yet he had not anticipated the divine gale eagle to be this rapid. He was not in a hurry to enter the Hall of Reflection, initially. He had ventured into the myriad demons' secret realm to seek transformation stage beasts to break through his own bottleneck. Now, with the divine gale eagle presenting itself, it perfectly aligned with his intentions. Su Xiai advanced rather than retreated, wielding the Ink Shadow Sword as he charged forward. Chapter 32. A familiar room. A sense of discomfort? Bang. The ink shadow's sword collided with the claws, producing a jarring metallic clash that sent sparks flying. The divine Gale Eagle, missing its strike, soared high once more. And Su Ci seized the opportunity to unleash a dark golden sword aura towards the retreating eagle. With a sharp sound, the sword aura struck the divine Gale Eagle, causing a torrent of demonic blood to spill forth. Letting out a pain screech, its eagle eyes turned even more crimson as it dove down again. This time with greater speed and strength. Su Ci took a deep breath, performing a hand gesture with one hand, and unleashed the celestial master palm aimed directly at the wings of the divine Gale Eagle. Though the eagle was enraged, it sensed the impending threat and instinctively attempted to evade. However, its diving speed was too swift, leaving it no time to escape. The celestial master palm struck the eagle's wing with precision, eliciting a piercing cry as it plummeted from the sky. Sheathing the ink shadow sword, Su Ci seized the opportunity to rush forward, grasping the eagle's neck with her left hand while her right hand relentlessly struck its head. The sound of thundering blows echoed through the air, painting a gruesome scene. After an indeterminate period, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail, the divine Gale Eagle finally succumbed. To ensure it would not rise again, Su Ci drew forth the ink shadow sword and delivered several more strikes before feeling assured. Casting a cleansing spell on herself, she tidied her garments, summoning the banner of 10,000 souls. She collected the eagle's spirit and took a moment to recuperate before finally raising her gaze towards the Hall of Inquisition. Wasting no time, Su Ci waved her hand, embedding more than a dozen spirit stones into the indentations on the door. With unwavering determination, she stepped into the Hall of Inquisition, embarking on her quest to breach the threshold of inquiry. As her consciousness began to blur, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. In a state of daze, Su Ci seemed to hear a cacophony of sounds. Gradually, the noise intensified, becoming increasingly distinct. A news broadcast interrupted, announcing an important local story concerning a renowned entrepreneur. What is this commotion? Su Ci felt as though his eyelids were burdened with lead, making it arduous to open them. Yet, an overwhelming sense of familiarity compelled him to slowly pry his eyes open. The ceiling above was familiar. The room was familiar. The news was emanating from downstairs. Everything felt known, yet Su Ci sensed something was amiss. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall what it was. Xiao Ci. It's time to rise for breakfast. A gentle voice from downstairs disrupted his reverie. Unable to retrieve the elusive thought, Su Ci decided to dismiss it and called back. All right. Mom, I'm getting up now. After speaking, he got out of bed and walked towards the wash basin. The mirror reflected Su Ci's remarkably handsome visage, just as it always had. This scene filled him with an inexplicable sense of dissonance. After a prolonged silence, Su Ci gazed at his reflection, unable to restrain himself from reaching out to touch his forehead, uncertainly pondering, is there something here? Xiao Ci, are you still in bed? Came the urging voice from downstairs. Upon hearing the call, Su Ci hastily replied, Mom, I'll be down after I wash up. He then swiftly completed his morning routine, donned his slippers, and made his way downstairs. Upon descending, he was greeted by the sight of his father, mother, and younger brother enjoying breakfast. The familiar living room, the familiar scene. Su Ci couldn't help but think that there was nothing amiss. Perhaps he was simply still in a state of drowsiness. At the dining table, Su Hua observed Su Ci's distracted demeanor and couldn't resist saying, Brother, are you still half asleep? You seem a bit out of it today. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nuanyuan cast a concerned glance at Su Ci. Xiao Ci, are you feeling unwell? Meanwhile, Su Changming also set aside the documents in his hand and turned his attention to Su Ci. Mother, I am perfectly fine. I merely just woke up and my mind is a tad foggy. He offered his elders a reassuring glance. Su Ci then turned his gaze towards Su Hua, playfully reprimanding. You little rascal, when did it become your turn to speak? Dear brother? Mother, just look at him. Su Hua immediately resorted to the art of complaint. Your brother is indeed correct. Yuan Nuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle as she remarked. Seeing his mother also siding with his elder brother, Su Hua's face instantly darkened with resentment. Around the dining table, the family was immersed in harmonious joy. After breakfast, Su Ci bid farewell to his parents and headed to work at the company. Everything proceeded in perfect order. At noon, within the lavishly decorated interior of the company, Su Ci gazed at the freshly delivered package in his hands, his heart swelling with exhilaration. This was the exquisitely tailored ancient-style attire he had commissioned at great expense, utterly unique. As an ardent enthusiast of historical garments, he could barely contain his eagerness to try it on immediately. Alas, propriety dictated otherwise. It was still working hours, compelling him to suppress his fervent anticipation with great restraint. Finally, when the workday drew to a close, Su Ci clutched the package, itching to rush home and don the attire, when a melodious voice halted him. Su Ci, it's my birthday today. I'm hosting a party and have invited many colleagues. Will you join us? Come on, handsome Su. There will be plenty of lovely ladies. Another crisp voice chimed in. Before him stood two women, their features delicate and their figures gracefully alluring, their presence as charming as spring blossoms. Su Ci furrowed his brow. Sensing that the two women were rather close to each other, he took a small step back, perfectly calibrating his distance, ensuring that he remained unnoticed. With a gentle yet slightly aloof expression, he remarked, I see. However, it is quite unfortunate that I have prior engagements today. Allow me to wish you a happy birthday in advance. Su Si smiled apologetically as more and more colleagues gathered around him, all of them female. Oh, aren't you joining us, Su Handsome? It would be so dull otherwise, exclaimed one female colleague. Exactly. It's far more enjoyable when everyone is together, another chimed in. As news of Su Si's absence spread, an increasing number of female colleagues approached him, urging him to join. Perhaps next time. I assure you, I will definitely participate when the opportunity arises. Sensing that the situation was becoming uncontrollable, Su Si hastily employed his usual tactic of promising to attend next time. After uttering those words, he deftly maneuvered around the group of female colleagues and exited the company. On his way, Su Si found himself unconsciously quickening his pace. As he turned into a familiar alley, a scene he recognized unfolded before his eyes. Instinctively, he glanced at the adjacent road. The thoroughfare was bustling with traffic. Numerous vehicles weaving through, while the lush greenery along the sides remained vibrant, just as it always did. Yet today felt peculiar, an unsettling sense lingered. As if something were amiss. Was it possible he was unwell? Su Si found herself somewhat bewildered, lingering in place for quite some time before finally returning home with her package. Chapter 33. I am leaving upon opening the door. Su Si was taken aback to discover that her father, mother, and younger brother were all at home. Ordinarily, at this hour, her father would be at the office, and her brother would be at school. After greeting her mother, Su Si turned to her father and inquired, Dad, are you not going to the office today? Su Changming cast a meaningful glance at Su Si and replied, There are not many matters to attend to at the company today. I finished early and returned ahead of schedule. Su Si nodded, indicating his comprehension. However, the questions lingering in his heart remained unresolved. He then turned to his younger brother, Su Hua, and continued to inquire, Dear brother, what brings you home so early today? It is quite uncommon to see you so eager to return. Su Hua was engrossed in a game on his phone when he replied without looking up, There's nothing happening in the club today, so I came back right after school. Observing his intense concentration, Su Si couldn't help but approach and tap him lightly on the head. After enduring Su Hua's complaints, she retreated to her own room to try on ancient attire, adorned in the elegant garments. Su Si made her way to the vanity and gazed at her reflection, a strikingly handsome and graceful figure. A smile curled at the corners of her lips as she softly murmured, If there were immortals in this world, they would surely resemble someone like me. How charming. No wonder my master chose to take me as a disciple. This thought escaped her lips without any particular reason. Su Si was taken aback. And before he could even contemplate the question, a searing pain struck his head, as if a colossal stone were pressing down upon his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Su Si tightly clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the pain. Countless fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving his mind in utter disarray. Immortal? System? Mystical realm? The heart's inquiry pass. One by one, unfamiliar yet oddly familiar terms flickered through his consciousness, finally settling on the words, Master. Respect. Master. I remember now. I am at the heart's inquiry pass. With clarity dawning upon him, Su Si lowered his hands from his head, his gaze sharpening. No wonder he had initially felt a sense of incongruity. The issue lay precisely here. System. Ding. Present. As the system's response echoed, Su Si's expression dimmed gradually. A profound bitterness welling up within him, akin to the taste of bitter herbs. This is his home, the place where he had grown up. He had contemplated that the heart's inquiry pass would test his morality, his courage, and his desires. He had believed himself clad in armor, impervious to the arrows of fate, yet he had not anticipated being struck in the unprotected eye. Su Si let out a deep sigh, surveying his surroundings. Without changing out of his ancient attire, he strode towards the bedside, picking up the photo frame that rested there, gazing intently at the family depicted within. Time seemed to slip away, and after what felt like an eternity, he gently set the frame down and left the room without casting a glance back. Upon descending the stairs, the eyes of his parents and younger brother were immediately drawn to Su Si, resplendent in his traditional garb. Well, brother, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit, Su Hua exclaimed in admiration. Little Si, you look so dashing, Yuan declared, giving a thumbs up, her face radiant with pride. Su Changming also revealed an appreciative gaze, nodding in agreement. Su Si's lips quivered slightly, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Her expression a tumultuous struggle. At last, her voice emerged hoarse. Father, mother, and little brother, I must depart. As if anticipating this moment, they refrained from inquiring why Su Si felt compelled to leave or where she was headed. Yuan, tears streaming down her face, choked on her words. My son, you must take good care of yourself. If you grow weary, just return home. Su Changming stepped forward and embraced Yuan, his eyes filled with reluctance. Gazing at Su Si, he said, Go forth. Your father will always be proud of you. Su Si's trembling hand was gently raised for a moment, only to quickly fall weakly again, as streams of scalding liquid traversed his face. Father, mother, I will take good care of myself. Please, do take care of your health as well. Your unfilial son cannot always be by your side. Dear brother, I entrust father and mother to you. Su Hua said nothing, merely giving a gentle pat to his own chest, conveying a glance that promised he would take good care of their parents. Upon meeting Su Hua's gaze, Su Si resolutely turned and exited the house. As the door closed behind him, the surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror, fragmenting into countless pieces. Upon regaining his senses, Su Xi found himself standing outside the Hall of Reflection, a celestial demon herb suspended before him, yet he remained unmoved. For he was already overwhelmed with tears, bound by the very emotions that hindered his advancement to the late stage of the nascent soul. The root of the stagnation lay not in a lack of combat experience, but rather in a deficiency in his state of mind. At this moment, through the threshold of introspection, he achieved the late stage of the nascent soul effortlessly. Time seemed to stand still as Su Xi remained in place for what felt like an eternity, performing the calming technique several times to stabilize his emotions. After casting a cleansing spell, he stored the celestial demon herb and made his way to the gathering point. Upon arriving, he discovered he was the first to reach the rendezvous. Not one to idle, he sat down and began cultivating with a spirit stone in hand. After some time had passed, sensing an approaching presence, Su Xi emerged from his meditative state. Junior brother Su, you arrived quite early. The newcomer was none other than Shirtai. Senior brother Shir, I haven't been here long, Su Xi replied. Have you made a breakthrough? Shirtai's eyes widened in disbelief. It was merely luck, Su Xi responded with a faint smile. There is still plenty of time, Shirtai remarked nonchalantly. And just as Su Xi pondered this, he noticed the spark of enthusiasm igniting in Shirtai's eyes. Junior brother Su, shall we spar a bit? Su Xi initially contemplated declining the challenge, yet upon observing the fierce determination in Shirtai's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. A faint smile graced his lips as he clasped his hands together and declared, Senior brother Shir, I shall restrain my cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Let us engage in a measured contest. Excellent. Shirtai responded swiftly, seemingly apprehensive that Su Xi might retract his agreement. Subsequently, he unsheathed the heavy sword from his back and took a firm stance opposite Su Xi, resembling an imposing iron tower, enveloped in a dense, formidable aura. Noticing Su Xi's lack of immediate aggression, Shirtai's expression sharpened, and he bellowed, Junior brother Su, be cautious. With that exclamation, Shirtai's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Su Xi raised an eyebrow as the Mo-ing sword materialized in her hand, positioned horizontally before her. The clash of metal echoed as the Mo-ing sword collided with the heavy sword. Shirtai, feeling an immense force reverberating through his grip, was forced back several steps by Su Xi's strike. In stark contrast, Su Xi remained composed, standing effortlessly in place. Shirtai's muscles tensed, his arms quivered, and his eyes brimmed with incredulity. However, his spirit soon surged with determination, his face flushed crimson as he swung the heavy sword towards Su Xi once more. This attack was even more ferocious, and as their blades met, Su Xi felt the weight of the heavy sword, momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly exerted a bit more strength into her own blade. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their sword energies intertwining, obliterating the surrounding flora. As time progressed, beads of sweat began to form on Shirtai's forehead, and the flush on his face gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Su Xi remained unfazed, relying solely on her physical prowess for the contest, without even employing her sword intent or any other techniques. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Lin Naojie and the others had already arrived at the rendezvous point while Shirtai was still flushed with exertion. However, they chose to silently observe the duel, respecting the intensity of the match between the two. Chapter 34. I promise you, my disciple Shirtai panted heavily, gradually feeling the strain of the contest. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, he had inflicted no harm upon Su Xi whatsoever. With a mighty swing of his heavy sword, Shirtai retreated, praising her. Su Shidi, your strength is truly extraordinary. Shi Xiang, you are not without merit yourself. Su Shidi, prepare yourself. I shall unleash my ultimate technique. Shirtai's expression turned serious. Feel free to come at me with all you've got, Shi Xiang, Su Xi replied, her sword held steadily before her, her demeanor tranquil. Very well, Su Shidi, be cautious. At that moment, a faint golden dragon energy swirled around Shirtai's heavy sword. Indeed, it was the essence of the dragon. A trace of surprise flickered across Su Xi's face. He had not anticipated that senior brother Shir possessed such fortuitous circumstances. In the Xian realm, anything related to dragons, be it techniques, weapons, or medicinal herbs, was of immeasurable value. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the stone-iron heavy sword, Su Xi refrained from underestimating his opponent, increasing his power from a mere 20% to 40%. With a thunderous crash, the two swords clashed, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that shattered the ground beneath them, enveloping the surroundings in a haze of dust. For a moment, Lin Miao, along with the others, could not discern the victor from the vanquished. As the dust began to settle, they beheld Su Xi standing firm and unyielding, while Shirtai slumped on the ground, his complexion pale and his breaths labored. Senior brother Shir, are you all right? Su Xi inquired, sheathing his ink shadow sword and advancing toward him. Shirtai waved his hand with a wry smile. I never expected you to be so formidable, junior brother Su. Even with the dragon's aura enhancing my heavy sword, you did not yield an inch. I am merely fortunate, senior brother Shir, Su Xi replied with a faint smile, exhibiting humility. As the duel concluded, Lin Miao and the others approached. Are both of you unscathed? Lin Miao asked, her gaze shifting between the two. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, Shirtai responded, rising to his feet. After a brief respite, he gradually regained his strength. Su Xiai also shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Seeing that both of them were unharmed, Lin Miaojia finally turned her gaze towards Su Xiai, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, a sentiment echoed by Luo Yao beside her. Su Xi's victory over Shirtai did not come as a surprise to them, as Su Xi's ranking in the Sword Inquiry Tower surpassed that of Shirtai. What astonished them was that Su Xiai had actually advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul. The previously indifferent expression on Wu Wudi's face now displayed a glimmer of martial enthusiasm. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Su, if you have the time in the future, would you be willing to spar with me?" Su Xiai nodded and remarked, "Martial brother, I shall certainly do so next time." After engaging in a sparring match with Shirtai, he had begun to gauge Wu Wudi's prowess. Although it was not particularly gracious to admit, the truth remained that these exchanges had not contributed to his personal growth. Should Wu Wudi learn that this next time differed vastly from the previous one, it would be intriguing to see his reaction. The group waited at the rendezvous point for 2 hours, yet still, there was no sign of Teng Li. An hour had already elapsed since their designated meeting time. Even if Teng Li were notoriously unreliable, he should have arrived by now. Was there some unforeseen circumstance? Shirtai furrowed his brow. Has anyone seen Teng Li after we dispersed? The others shook their heads in response, and Su Xiai appeared particularly bewildered. At that moment, the token at Shirtai's waist flickered several times. Upon receiving the message transmitted through the token, his brow furrowed even deeper. Lin Miaoyer, noticing his distress, could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" "The spirit token of Teng Li is shattered," he replied. "The elder has just contacted me, instructing us to exit the secret realm at once." The group was taken aback by this revelation, but there was no time for further contemplation, as Shirtai had already activated the token to leave the secret realm. However, during their departure, Lin Miaoyo cast a meaningful glance at Su Xiai. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiai's gaze sharpened, and his brows furrowed slightly. When he reopened his eyes, they found themselves back at the sword sect. Due to the unfortunate demise of a direct disciple, it was customary for them to be interrogated. However, who was Su Xiai? He would naturally not reveal any signs of trepidation. To his surprise, he initially assumed that Lin Mirror's glance as she departed was an indication of her intent to expose him. Yet, until the questioning concluded, she uttered not a single word. Upon returning to Ice Sword Peak, Su Xiai chose not to retreat to his own courtyard immediately. Instead, he made his way to his master's quarters to enjoy tea together. Sitting quietly on a wooden chair, he cradled a steaming cup of tea, from which the fragrant aroma wafted gently. A refreshing breeze swept through, intertwining the crisp scent of flowers with the rich fragrance of the tea that filled Su Xi's nostrils. This sensation was akin to soaking in a hot spring, extraordinarily pleasant, as he savored this rare moment of tranquility. Su Xi's gaze involuntarily fell upon Jiang Xianling. Dressed in a flowing white celestial gown, she exhibited an ethereal grace, exuding an otherworldly aura with every gesture. Her beauty was chillingly exquisite, as if she had stepped out from a painting. In the later stages of the nascent soul, Jiang Xianling set her teacup down and cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiai, only to retract her gaze upon confirming he was unharmed. A fortunate breakthrough. Su Xiai chuckled lightly. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder the aptness of the term fortunate. It was no wonder that so many unsuccessful authors from Blue Star favored its usage in their web novels. Regaining his composure, Su Xiai straightened up and retrieved the celestial demon herb from his storage ring, placing it on the table. "Master, this celestial demon herb is for you." The celestial demon herb. Wasn't this the very refining material she currently lacked? Why was it that such coincidences occurred so frequently? Jiang Xianling gazed at the softly glowing herb on the table, a complex emotion flickering in her exquisite eyes. That strange feeling within her resurfaced. Jiang Xianling clenched her delicate hands, attempting to suppress this unfamiliar sensation. Having never experienced such emotions before, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. "Why does my disciple gift me the celestial demon herb?" Jiang Xianling inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity as she calmed her thoughts. This time, it can be deemed as coincidence. The second time, it could be attributed to luck. But this third time, in truth, Su Xiai had long prepared a response for his master's inquiry. Thus, upon hearing her question, he remained unperturbed. "Master, I have been able to sense what others require since childhood. I truly do not wish to deceive you." However, since his master had asked, it was inevitable that he would need to elucidate the matter. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Xianling finally nodded thoughtfully. "I shall assist you in uncovering the reason shortly." Seeing his master's earnestness, Su Xiai hastily interjected, "Master, given that this ability poses no harm, it would be best if you refrain from spending time investigating it." This was a fabricated excuse. He had no desire to impede his master's progress in resolving the soul severing of the abyss, even if it meant that she would depart from the Xian realm afterward. He could accelerate his own cultivation, but he would never hinder her efforts in breaking the curse, for he had learned from the system that such a curse would gradually erode one's soul. It was precisely for this reason he was so eager to acquire those materials to aid his master in lifting the curse as soon as possible. If his idle words were to delay his master, it would be utterly counterproductive. Su Xi's anxious demeanor was keenly observed by Jiang Xianling, warming her heart unexpectedly. She hadn't given it much thought, believing Su Xiai was merely concerned about how the investigation might affect her cultivation. When Jiang Xianling remained silent, Su Xi grew increasingly agitated. Master, I assure you, I am quite well. Jiang Xianling interrupted Su Xi's impending lengthy discourse. This matter shall be decided by me. You need not worry, disciple. Realizing her attempts at consolation were futile, Su Xi resorted to a final plea. Then, Master, you must promise me not to spend so much time on this investigation. Su Xi asserted with unwavering determination. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before a clear and melodious voice emerged. Very well, I promise you. Chapter 35, Master. You are mistaken. Seeing her master acknowledge her words, Su Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, he seemed to recall something. Calculating the time and realizing it was the 15th day of the first lunar month, coinciding with the Lantern Festival in the mortal realm. However, given the distinctions between immortals and mortals, it was likely that cultivators did not place much significance on such occasions. After all, during his years at the Sword Sect, he had never witnessed the sect adorned with festive decorations or lanterns hung high. Reflecting on his past experiences celebrating the Lantern Festival on Blue Star, Su Xi felt a surge of nostalgia and couldn't help but exclaim, Master, let us solve lantern riddles together. In the days before my cultivation, I often engaged in this tradition. Lantern riddles? Jiang Xianling recognized that today marked the mortal realm's Lantern Festival, but as a cultivator, she had never participated in such festivities. Yet, seeing Su Xi's spirited enthusiasm, she did not decline, reasoning that it was merely a matter of solving some riddles. Su Xi initially approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, never anticipating that his master would genuinely acquiesce. Hastily, he retrieved 2 transparent vials from his storage ring, one a vibrant green and the other a striking red. Noticing the curious gaze of Jiang Xianling, Su Xi flashed a smile. Master, a riddle must certainly have its rewards. He gestured towards the green vial, explaining, this contains concentrated bitter melon-flavored gummy candy, before pointing to the red one, while this one is filled with concentrated strawberry-flavored gummy candy. These 2 confections were concocted during his early days at the Sword Sect, a pastime born out of boredom before he began his cultivation. Should Master answer incorrectly, she shall have to consume a piece of the concentrated bitter melon candy. However, if she guesses correctly, she will be rewarded with a delectable piece of the sweet and tangy strawberry candy. Su Xi raised an eyebrow, his confidence evident. I surmise that Master has never encountered riddles before, so I shall pose the question, and you shall provide the answer. Is that agreeable? His smile deepened with certainty as Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded ever so slightly. The elixirs she had ingested during her training were undoubtedly far more bitter than this so-called concentrated bitter melon candy. Thus, the penalty felt negligible. With this thought in mind, she cast Su Xi a look that signaled the commencement of their little challenge. Su Xi cleared his throat and eagerly began, Master, listen well. The riddle is, a dot transforms into gold. Guess a character. Upon hearing the lantern riddle, Jiang Xianling appeared remarkably at ease. She had anticipated a formidable challenge, yet found it surprisingly simple. A dot transforming into gold? A highly skilled cultivator can indeed turn stone into gold. Thus, the answer must be stone. She provided the same response. Observing her master's calm demeanor, Su Xi presumed that she had instantly discerned the answer and was preparing to concoct more challenging riddles. To his astonishment, however, she guessed incorrectly. Master, you're mistaken. The answer is all. The 2 dots on either side of all represent gold, do they not? Su Xi smiled faintly. Jiang Xianling remained silent, instead choosing to pick up a cerulean vial and consuming a soft candy. The candy melted instantly in her mouth, and even the normally stoic Jiang Xianling, accustomed to the bitterness of medicinal pills, could not suppress a slight frown. Bitter, an indescribable bitterness enveloped her senses. After a moment, she lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at Su Xi, her tone unruffled, continue. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Su Xi felt as though a hint of icy glint had entered her gaze after she consumed the bitter gourd-flavored candy. Very well, Master, listen closely, 100-1. Guess a character. This time, Jiang Xianling was more cautious, reflecting on the previous riddle. 100-1. Under normal circumstances, she would say 99, but for a character, it could only mean subtracting 1 from 100. The answer must be 100. Upon hearing her say 100, Su Xi shook his head gently and replied, Master, you are mistaken again. The answer this time is white. The term 100 refers to the character 100 itself, not the numerical value. Therefore, removing 1 stroke from the character 100 yields white. Noticing his master reaching for the vial, Su Xi initially intended to intervene, but, after a moment's contemplation, refrained from doing so. Jiang Xianling once more retrieved the vial, poured out a green soft candy, and consumed it, stating, continue. Su Xi steeled himself and contemplated a simple question, thinking that surely his master would be able to answer this one. This concentrated bitter melon-flavored gummy candy, after tasting just one, he had sworn never to indulge in a second. He couldn't bear to see his master in such a predicament. Master, please listen to the question. What character does 1 + 1 represent? Jiang Xianling, having erred twice, became increasingly cautious and pondered deeply for a considerable time. Su Xi refrained from urging, merely observing his master in silence. He couldn't help but marvel at his master's striking appearance, as every feature aligned perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Particularly captivating were those deep, azure eyes, ethereal and transcendent, causing his heart to race with each glance. Correct. Master answered correctly. Su Si exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Upon hearing that she had finally answered correctly, Jiang Xinling's delicate brows unfurled in relief. After tasting the bitter flavor of the bitter melon candy, her curiosity was piqued about what the strawberry-flavored candy would taste like. Upon tasting a piece, her eyes sparkled. The strawberry flavor was a delightful balance of sweet and tangy, distinct from the bitterness of the previous candy. Noticing his master's improved mood, Su Si continued to inquire further. Their exchange, a delightful back and forth, marked their first successful interaction. Even when Su Si intentionally posed some challenging riddles, Jiang Xianling adeptly unraveled them with ease, leaving him somewhat embarrassed by her formidable intellect. Time flew by. And after draining the last of his tea, Su Si took his leave, leaving behind 2 bottles of candy and the tea on how grass. Jiang Xianling's gaze drifted towards the 2 bottles of candy, lost in contemplation. Mission accomplished. Dong Wang Bell, simulation points X2 have been awarded. Upon returning to his bamboo hut, Su Si examined the Dong Wang Bell with great care. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns and mysterious runes, gleaming in golden hues. Even without infusing it with spiritual energy, the bell emanated a powerful and vibrant aura. When he attempted to channel his energy into it, however, he found it utterly unresponsive. Yet, a smile soon spread across his face. Given his current level of cultivation, it would be unreasonable to wield such a quasi-imperial artifact. He estimated that only when his cultivation reached the composite phase would he be able to harness even a fraction of the bell's power. With this thought, Su Si clenched his fist and began to meditate, drawing out a spirit stone to commence his training. In truth, Su Si still lacked a clear understanding of quasi-imperial artifacts. In the celestial realm, imperial artifacts were possessions of great emperors, while quasi-imperial artifacts were highly coveted by celestial emperors and lords alike. Moreover, quasi-imperial artifacts had the potential to evolve into true imperial artifacts. Previously, Jiang Xianling had been besieged by talented celestial lords on her path to ascension, all seeking to seize the quasi-imperial artifact, the Frost and Snow Sword, and the Phoenix Seal that she possessed. Yang Chen had already experienced the Phoenix Seal's might. Even when Jiang Xinling's cultivation had diminished to the initial stage of tribulation crossing, she had nearly struck him dead with a mere fraction of its power. The Frost and Snow Sword, another quasi-imperial artifact, was equally formidable, as evidenced by the icy sword energy she had unleashed, lingering in the wild forest and deterring all beasts from approaching. Chapter 36. Return to innocence. The following day, Su Si emerged from his meditative state. With the 2 newly acquired simulation points, he decided not to hold back. Considering his progress with the ancient body refinement technique was still at the minor completion level, he allocated both points to further enhance it. Ding. Simulation successful. Over the past 2 years, through diligent training, you have advanced the ancient body refinement technique from minor completion to major completion, rendering your physical form comparable to that of a Tao artifact. What followed was a cacophony of explosive sounds resembling firecrackers. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not firecrackers at all, but rather the sound of his own bones clashing within. Feeling the transformation within his body, a surge of excitement welled up within Su Si. He clenched his fist and swung it forward with force. With a resounding boom, the air before him was shattered by the sheer power of his punch. He stood in astonishment, never having anticipated that his strength could be so formidable. With the ancient body refinement technique now at major completion, his physique had been completely reshaped, his muscles sculpted to perfection, each cell brimming with vitality. Should anyone dare to engage him in close combat, they would struggle to distinguish him from a primal beast. He had never imagined that utilizing 2 simulation points would yield such immense benefits. Although the ancient body refinement technique had yet to reach the ultimate realm, it was more than sufficient. Initially, Su Si had harbored reservations about whether 2 simulation points might be excessive. In retrospect, it appeared he had been somewhat greedy. The value of those 2 points had far exceeded his expectations. Shaking his head, Su Si dismissed his earlier hesitations. He settled into a meditative posture and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, at Eujian Peak, in an ornate courtyard, 4 female cultivators gathered around a stone table. Senior sister, what do you think is going on with our master lately? Why would a cultivator celebrate their birthday? Lin Miaoying inquired, her face contorted in concern. Little junior sister, I am equally perplexed. It feels as though our master has transformed into an entirely different person, Shen Weiying replied, her brow furrowed. Recently, they observed Mu Zili behaving oddly. She would occasionally approach them, mumbling about aches and pains, lamenting the absence of a rocking chair, and at other times, complaining about a lack of herbs for alchemy. Initially, the girls brushed it off as merely a sign of their master's poor mood. However, things took a bizarre turn when Mu Zili, a powerful tribulation crossing expert, suddenly declared that tomorrow was her birthday and insisted that each of them present her with a gift. Birthday? Do cultivators even celebrate birthdays? If they had anything to offer, they would gladly oblige. Yet, as sword cultivators, they were all rather impoverished. Collectively, their pockets could hardly muster 100 spirit stones. What could they possibly give? Could it be that our master is expecting something? A striking girl in a pale yellow sword robe, seated beside Lin Miaoying, ventured cautiously. Second sister, our master has already attained the tribulation crossing stage. Would she still expect that? Lin Miaoying replied, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Ning Yoshue. I concur with second sister. Perhaps attaining the tribulation crossing stage leads one to return to innocence, the third sister. Su Ruyan chimed in, her cheeks flushed with agreement. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a contemplative silence. No one dared to refute the notion, as a part of them found it believable. If Mu Zili were to learn that her disciples were speculating about her return to innocence, she would likely be driven to exasperation. Soon, Xin Yueying broke the silence. I have decided to gift our master brown sugar. Ah, senior sister, how cunning of you. Lin Miaoying pouted in discontent. They had gathered to discuss what gift to present their master. Seeing their senior sister seize the opportunity, the others cast envious glances. Of course, it's not that we envy you for the cheapness of the brown sugar. Little junior sister, you are still young. You may not grasp the significance of brown sugar. Best leave it to senior sister. Shun Yueying remarked, a glimmer of wisdom in her eyes. I will offer red dates. I've heard they can replenish vital energy, nourish the blood, and calm the spirit. Ning Yoshua hurriedly chimed in, unwilling to lag behind. Seeing that both the senior and second sisters had chosen their gifts, the remaining two felt the pressure. I will present our master with a hot stone. I've heard that warmth aids in healing, Su Ruyan exclaimed in a burst of inspiration. At her words, Lin Miaoying's eyes glistened with moisture, contemplating the simplicity of their gifts. Ah, nonsense. Seeing all the useful items for the master's return to simplicity had been taken, Lin Miaoer was heartbroken. Noticing their junior sister's distress, the others quickly offered comfort. In the end, it was Ning Yusu who stepped forward, gently suggesting that Lin Miaoer present a quilt. Since the master has returned to simplicity, she must be sensitive to the cold. A quilt would be a thoughtful gift, dear junior sister, Ning Yusu proposed with tender grace. Indeed. Yusu always has the most brilliant ideas. Exactly. Junior sister, let's settle on this. Shen Yuyao and Su Ruyan chimed in agreement, convinced by her senior sister's reasoning. Lin Miaoer wiped her teary eyes and managed a smile. After exchanging knowing glances brimming with wisdom, the young women dispersed to prepare their gifts. Meanwhile, within the opulent pink-hued palace atop Jade Sword Peak's summit, Mu Zili reclined on a plush divan, her delicate features twisted in perplexity as she examined herself. How peculiar. Why do I sense an ominous foreboding? She murmured. Finding no irregularities after several inspections, she dismissed her concerns with a languid sigh. Surrendering to the comfort of the cushions. I wonder what those little rascals will bring me, she mused, her fair face alight with anticipation. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the bamboo hut's windows, casting dappled patterns upon the floor. Su Xiai, feeling refreshed, gently pushed open the bamboo window, inhaling the crisp, invigorating air. Unlike the previous nights dedicated to cultivation, he indulged in a restful slumber, akin to an ordinary mortal. This reprieve allowed his weary spirit, strained from prolonged meditation, to unwind. Glancing at his master's status, he noted, Jiang Xianling, current condition, IC, 70 points cold, 25 points comfortable, 5 points gentle, progress in lifting the soul-breaking curse, 40%. Thanks to the heavenly demon grass, his master's curse alleviation had progressed by another fraction, now reaching 40%. Su Xiai remained unperturbed. He had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, with 2.5 years remaining until the opening of the secret realm of Immortal Fall. This time was ample for him to advance to the god transformation stage. Mindlessly immersing himself in cultivation would, in fact, be counterproductive. As for today, he had already devised a plan. Last night, an idea struck him to craft some wind chimes for his revered master, and today he would commence the endeavor. Glancing at his storage ring, he realized he was lacking a few materials essential for calming the mind, so he took to the skies and flew to the trading market. Upon landing, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Chapter 37, a hint of panic from Jiang Xianling Jr. Brother Su? Are you here to purchase materials? Lin Miaoyer. Upon spotting Su Xiai, set down the item she was holding and approached him. Indeed, senior sister Lin, Su Xiai nodded. Noticing Lin Miaoyer's hesitance, he raised an eyebrow but refrained from urging her, patiently waiting. That is, Junior Brother Su, may I ask you something? Have you ever given a gift to your master? Is that all? Su Xiai felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated that Lin Miaoyer would discuss the matter of slaying Tingli in the secret realm, yet, was this it? The reason Lin Miaoyer posed this question to Su Xiai was due to Mu Zili frequently praising Su Xi's filial piety in her presence. Thus, she pondered whether Su Xiai had ever bestowed gifts upon his master. If he had, perhaps she could glean some insightful suggestions. Although her senior sisters advised her to gift a quilt, she sensed an ominous premonition lingering in her mind. Consequently, after purchasing the quilt yesterday, she ventured to the trading market today in search of something more suitable. After browsing for 2 hours without discovering anything fitting, she was on the verge of giving up when she spotted Su Xiai. Noticing that Lin Miaoyer seemed disinclined to mention the secret realm incident, Su Xiai naturally refrained from inquiring further. Indeed, he replied. Lin Myanmar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you possibly offer me some advice on what would be an appropriate gift for my master? I selected something yesterday, but it just doesn't feel quite right. This left Su Si in a quandary. How could he provide suggestions for such matters? Everyone had different preferences, and he was unaware of Mu Zili's tastes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Si eventually proposed the idea of a handcrafted jade pendant. Would my master appreciate something I carved? He inquired. Lin Myanmar's eyes widened in astonishment. Wrapped? She asked. Su Si nodded affirmatively. Suddenly recalling Lin Myanmar's earlier words, he tentatively asked, What gift did you initially choose, Lin Shiji? A quilt. Ah, what kind-hearted person gifts a quilt? Previously, Su Si had not realized, but now he increasingly perceived that his senior sister was imbued with wisdom. Such sagacity he had only encountered before in the Huskies of Blue Star. To be cautious, he inquired once more, for Lin Miaojiao might also have been misled, and her thoughts might not be entirely her own. Was this gift conceived by senior sister Lin herself? It was a collective discussion among myself and the other senior sisters. And what about the pastries? Su Si suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Mu Zili. One was manageable. But to discover a whole group was unexpected. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Where there is a hidden dragon, there must also be a phoenix chick. Contemplating this, Su Si furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Could it be that Master Mu? After a moment of silence, Su Si sighed and said, Then, senior sister Lin can accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lin Myanmar's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clasped her hands and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, junior brother Su, for your suggestion. I shall decide to send both together. Very well, senior sister Lin. Travel safely, and be mindful of the road. Take care not to trip over any stones. Lin Myanmar felt somewhat puzzled. After all, she could fly, how could she possibly stumble over stones? Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Su Si's tone had shifted during their conversation, as if he were speaking to her in a manner akin to an adult comforting a child. After parting ways, Su Si returned to the bamboo cottage after purchasing materials at the trading market and began his work. Before long, an hour had passed. This should go here. No, that's not right. It should be like this. So close. Sigh. At last, it was completed. Su Si gazed at the exquisite wind chime before him, filled with satisfaction as he gently shook it. The melodious sound of dingling resonated beautifully. The wind chime in his hands was crafted from an array of colorful glass tubes and metallic bells, adorned at the bottom with delicate strands of luminous pearls. Each material possessed the ability to cultivate tranquility, ensuring that the chime's notes were never jarring. Even those who favored silence would find their hearts further calmed by the resonance of the wind chime. With the completion of his first creation, Su Si's pace in crafting subsequent wind chimes quickened. It was only after finishing the 10th that he paused to cast a cleansing spell upon himself, inspecting the finished chimes for any imperfections before soaring towards the mountain's peak. Upon seeing Su Si, Jiang Xianling gently set down her teacup. Her curious gaze fell upon the wind chime in Su Si's hands. Master, look, what is this? Su Si presented the wind chime to Jiang Xianling with a sense of pride. When she could not discern its nature, she averted her gaze and shook her head, replying, I do not know, my disciple. Su Si did not keep them in suspense and directly introduced it. Master, this is a wind chime. Whenever the wind blows, it produces a melodious sound that has the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit. After speaking, Su Si intentionally shook the wind chime. The delicate sound of dingling, resonated through the air. Master, do you find this sound pleasant? It is indeed delightful. The sound of the wind chime bestowed upon Jiang Xianling a sense of tranquility. Su Si nodded in agreement. However, in his heart, he believed that the sound of his master was infinitely more delightful than the chime of the wind bells. Since his master found it pleasing as well, might he gift it to her? Su Si ventured cautiously. Jiang Xianling sat gracefully in her chair, her gaze shimmering with a gentle radiance. After a moment of contemplation, she inclined her head slightly. She had gradually transitioned from initially rejecting Su Si's occasional gifts of these novel trinkets to a state of acceptance. Although she had felt somewhat unaccustomed at first, the passage of time in their companionship had led her to embrace them. Then I shall hang it on the plum tree for you. With her consent, Su Si immediately channeled his spiritual energy, adorning the plum tree with all the wind bells. The plum tree, now embellished with the wind bells, exuded an even greater beauty. Su Si had originally intended to hang the wind chime on the plum tree. So before crafting it, she deliberately incorporated some pink materials, resulting in an overall pink hue that harmonized beautifully with the plum tree. Is Master handsome? Su Si tilted her head to glance at Jiang Xianling, a hint of pride curving her lips. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the wind chime to chime melodiously. The plum tree, the wind chime, and Su Si together painted a picturesque scene before her eyes. Jiang Xianling's expression shifted subtly, and an inexplicable sensation stirred within her heart. It's beautiful, she murmured, lowering her lovely gaze, feeling a flicker of fluster. Well, as long as Master thinks it's beautiful, Su Si grinned widely. Don't just stand there, come over and keep me company for tea. Jiang Xianling averted her gaze, focusing on the teacup in her hands. Upon hearing the words, Su Si nodded and took a step forward to sit opposite Jiang Xianling. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time. and only as the sun dipped below the horizon did Su Si return to her bamboo dwelling. Chapter 38. The Transformation of One into Three Pure Ones. Meanwhile, at the summit of Yujin Peak, Muzili sat upon a lavishly adorned throne, her beautiful eyes blazing as she gazed at the brown sugar, red dates, and hot stones in her hands. Her sharp gaze sequentially swept over Xin Yuyao, Ming Yushu, and Su Ruyan. The girls lowered their heads, somewhat puzzled. Logically, their master should have been delighted. Yet, why did she appear utterly displeased? Muzili was nearly beside herself with frustration. She truly did not anticipate that her disciples would present her with such gifts. As a formidable cultivator on the brink of transcending tribulations, would she truly desire such items? However, after her initial anger subsided and she observed their anxious expressions, Muzili fell into a long silence before letting out a deep sigh. Perhaps she had indeed been a bit too harsh. Zhang's disciples were her own, and her disciples belonged to her alone. The two should not be conflated. With this thought in mind, she glanced hopefully at Lin Miaoyu. Miaoyu, what have you brought for your master? Since there are already 3 gifts, one more won't hurt. Upon witnessing her senior sisters racking their brains to present gifts that failed to please their master, Lin Miaoyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Master, I have brought a quilt. As expected, it did not surprise her when Muzili rubbed her forehead in exasperation. After regaining her composure, she spoke. I appreciate all your gifts, but you may now return to your cultivation. With a wave of her hand, she gestured for them to leave. Though she claimed to enjoy the gifts, it was evident to all that she was disheartened. Noticing her master's despondency, Lin Miaoyu could not restrain herself. Master, I still have something to present to you. What is it? Muzili inquired, already devoid of hope. Lin Miaoyu hesitantly stepped forward and offered a jade pendant she had carved herself. Ah, this jade pendant. Muzili accepted the pendant and took a glance. Its craftsmanship was rudimentary, the lines uneven, lacking any aesthetic appeal. This foolish girl, surely she hasn't been deceived by unscrupulous merchants? As Muzili fretted over the possibility of Lin Miaoyu being swindled, the girl preemptively spoke. Master, this is a piece I carved myself. I don't know if you will like it. Feeling anxious, Lin Miaoyu was apprehensive about her master's reaction. Upon learning that the pendant was crafted by Lin Miaoyu, Muzili's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. She stepped forward, gently ruffled Lin Miaoyu's hair, and cheerfully declared, I truly adore it. Her left hand tightly clutched the rough jade pendant, as if it were a treasure gem. Observing Muzili's sudden uplifted spirit, Xin Yuyao and the others felt relieved. They secretly pondered returning to seek advice from the younger disciple, realizing that she possessed hidden depths. Seeing her master pleased, Lin Miaoyu's anxiety dissipated, and she beamed with joy, savoring the affectionate gesture from Muzili. In her heart, she mused that Su Shidi was indeed remarkable. A mere suggestion had lifted their master's spirits. No wonder she claimed he was deeply filial. Truly, he was a disciple worthy of her recognition. Lin Miaoyu resolved to regard Su Shidi as the most filial person. Su Si was, of course, unaware of the events transpiring at Yujin Peak. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A task has been issued. Bestow upon Jiang Xianling a golden lotus. Reward. 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear ones. Simulation points x2. 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear ones. A celestial level technique originating from Taoism, allowing the user to manifest ethereal avatars possessing equivalent combat prowess during battle. A celestial level technique? Su Si's pupils dilated sharply, and her heart raced violently. A look of disbelief etched upon her face. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure and silently murmured, Master, search for the golden lotus. Ding. The search is complete. Given the host's current strength, there are 2 optimal methods to obtain the golden lotus. One is to enter the sacred site of the Buddhist sect, gathering a multitude of incense offerings to resonate with the sacred grounds. The other is to venture into the great Buddhist secret realm outside the supreme city, where one must undergo trials to acquire it. Su Si was indeed aware of this sect, for the Buddhist sect, alongside the sword sect, is renowned as one of the prestigious sects in the realm. Within the Buddhist sect, the practitioners are all tonsured, and their treasured artifacts consist solely of prayer staffs. At first, Su Si believed that these monks were benevolent, compassionate practitioners of the Buddha, exuding kindness and serenity. However, upon further investigation, he discovered quite the contrary. These monks were akin to the legendary Fahai, the sort that would readily declare their intention to guide the souls of the devout at the slightest provocation. As for his current impression of the Buddhist sect, it evoked a vision of the Tang Seng wielding a Gatling gun. This first method not only required entrance into the Buddhist order but also demanded countless offerings. Setting aside the matter of entering the sect, the pressing question remained, where could he possibly procure such offerings? Su Si neither had followers nor wished to squander his precious cultivation time on charitable deeds, nor did he aspire to become a monk. Thus, he promptly dismissed this initial approach. Consequently, only the second method remained. Although the supreme city was somewhat distant from the sword sect, it would not be a loss to make the journey, especially considering the allure of the celestial level techniques. What Su Si was unaware of was that the great Buddhist secret realm not only contained the coveted golden lotus he sought but also other treasures of immeasurable value. These artifacts attracted numerous prodigies listed on the genius rankings, far across thousands of miles, within a magnificent and spacious treasure hall. Several venerable monks radiating brilliant golden auras sat in meditation. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with countless meticulously arranged Buddha statues, each lifelike and vivid. The surrounding walls were intricately carved with dense, ancient Buddhist scriptures. At the center, a kindly-faced elder monk sat cross-legged on a mat, while the other monks assumed solemn postures on mats flanking him. They were engaged in a significant discussion. The secret realm outside the Supreme City is about to open, and it bears a connection to our Buddha. What are your thoughts? The elder monk in the center spoke first, his murky eyes still gleaming with perceptive wisdom. Why not send Wukong on this journey? This lad has recently triumphed over all opponents in the Huashan stage within the Buddhist sect, having encountered no rivals. It would be beneficial for him to gain some experience, suggested one of the elder monks. There exists the 9-colored Bodhi within that secret realm, which will surely attract numerous exceptional talents. Those on the genius rankings are likely to attend, and Wukong ranks 27th on the list, making him a suitable candidate. Another elder monk concurred. The 9-colored Bodhi possesses the ability to assist late-stage Huashan cultivators in breaking through to the combined body stage. Aside from the top few on the genius rankings, the rest are at the Huashan stage. Thus its allure to them is unparalleled. Indeed, it is reasonable. I also agree. After all, this secret realm is accessible only to cultivators of the Huashan stage and below, so sending Wukong is perfect. Yet another elder monk assented. Seeing that all had suggested sending Wukong, the elder monk who had initially spoken finalized the decision. In a dilapidated temple of the Buddhist sect, a simple-clad monk gazed helplessly at his younger disciple, who had damaged the temple door. Wuning, you are no longer a child. Why do you act so recklessly? Master brother, that is not important. What matters is that the elders have unanimously decided to allow you to leave the sect. Wukong, staring at the broken door lying in 2 pieces, couldn't help but retort, the elders have already informed me via communication. Did you forget about that? It was understandable that Wuning was so agitated. Without the elders' permission, no one in the Buddhist sect was allowed to leave. In their generation, no one had ever departed the sect since joining. Now that Master Brother had been granted permission, it was only natural for him to be excited. It seems so. Wuning suddenly realized, reaching up to touch his bald head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. In his rush, he had forgotten that cultivators possessed the ability to communicate telepathically. Wukong couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. This foolish disciple. Enough. I understand now. Master Brother must prepare to leave, so you should hurry. Wuning looked at the severed door, knowing he could not repair it. And since Master Brother was aware of the departure, he obediently left. Wukong watched Wuning's retreating figure, feeling utterly powerless. His disciple was commendable in many ways, yet singularly stubborn. Once Wuning disappeared from view, Wukong lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Supreme City, his tiger-like eyes flickering. On this expedition to the secret realm, he was determined to ascertain the true value of the genius rankings. Do not let me down, he murmured, his form radiating golden light, akin to a celestial being descending. The air around him seemed to stiffen under the weight of his formidable aura. Simultaneously, on a small island in the eastern region of the Buddhist sect, a tattered old Taoist observed a similarly disheveled young disciple and remarked, Xiao Luzi, you should venture forth on this journey. The young disciple, Chen Luo, was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with confusion. You old rascal, are you really willing to let me go? The old Taoist playfully smacked Chen Luo on the head, chuckling, why wouldn't I? You irritate me with your presence. Seeing that the old man was not joking, Chen Luo straightened up, dusting himself off, and replied earnestly, Old Taoist, I will not bring you shame. Enough. I am just a poor Taoist. What shame could I possibly incur? Now go, and do not disturb my peace. The old Taoist nudged Chen Luo, turning back towards his abode. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Chen Luo felt a mix of emotions. The old Taoist's words subtly encouraged him to feel no pressure. This was typical of the old man. He was carefree and unconcerned, but as his disciple, Chen Luo could not afford to be complacent. Ranked 25th on the genius rankings, Chen Luo departed from the small island he had called home for over 20 years. At this moment, deep within the wild forest, a young girl clad in a red outfit and sporting twin ponytails pierced the heart of a late-stage Huashan beast with her spear, mentally noting, Entyun. The secret realm of the Supreme City is about to open? Indeed, Gigi, but do not rush, for if you hurry from this direction, the timing will be just right. A mature female voice resonated in the girl's mind. I understand, Entyun. Su Gigi nodded, retracting her spear and shaking off the blood, then vanished from sight. She was determined to grow stronger. She had deep-seated vendettas to settle, and as long as she could gain strength, she would dare to confront any perilous situation. Ranked 21st on the genius rankings, Su Gigi also departed the wild forest on this day. In the Supreme City, within a modest inn, a fortune-teller clad in a bagua robe and sporting sunglasses muttered incantations. After a series of gestures, he cast divination coins onto the table. Observers regarded him with disdainful expressions, perceiving him as a charlatan. Yu Tianming ignored the disdainful gazes, focusing on the divination coins on the table, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Ah, it seems this will be quite intriguing, he murmured, his voice low yet filled with excitement. Ranked 100th on the genius rankings. Yu Tianming had arrived in the Supreme City. In the five-colored glazed mountain range, the spiritual energy on each celestial peak was exceptionally rich. Yet no other cultivators dared to tread here, for it was home to one of the 8 great divine sects of the mystic realm, the Divine Palace. At this moment, atop the highest celestial peak, the elegant and beautiful head of the Divine Palace sat in a high position, her expression inscrutable as she addressed the Divine Palace's saintess, who was bowing respectfully. Wuching, you are to undertake this mission. Seize the 9-colored Bodhi. Yes, Wuching accepts the mission. Without emotion, he bowed to the palace master, and his figure faded away. The 23rd on the talents ranking, without emotion, departed from the Divine Palace towards the Supreme City. Much like the Divine Palace and the Buddha sect, the other prominent sects of divine quality had tacitly dispatched their elite disciples to the Supreme City. However, aside from the Buddha sect and the Divine Palace, the remaining divine sects evidently underestimated the significance of this secret realm, failing to send any of the top talents from the talents ranking. In an instant, the Supreme City was a gathering of heroes, which, for some, was far from a fortuitous event. For instance, within the Lord's mansion in the Supreme City, a middle-aged man paced anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Observing his distress, the lady of the Lord's mansion seated nearby hastily offered her reassurances. Sin Chuan, there is no need for excessive worry. After all, the Supreme City is governed by the Sword Sect, and those talents will not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Sin Chuan halted his steps, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, Madam, you are unaware that I have received word from the Sword Sect regarding this secret realm. Not only will sect talents be present, but numerous reclusive talents will also make their appearance. While the sect's talents can be somewhat managed, those hidden prodigies are beyond even the Sword Sect's control. With several days remaining until the secret realm's opening, countless talents gathered in the Supreme City, making conflicts inevitable. The lady's complexion paled. Having become the Lord's wife, she was naturally cognizant of this reality. These reclusive prodigies were the prized apprentices of ancient beings. Should any mishap occur, would not these ancient figures unleash their wrath upon them? What does the Sword Sect propose? She inquired. The Sword Sect will dispatch several elders in the integration stage to assist. Alas, one can only hope for a peaceful duration during this time, Lu Sin Chuan lamented. Anxiety etched across his features. He was acutely aware of the Sword Sect's modus operandi. Minor issues might be resolved, yet should a significant incident arise, the higher-ups of the Sword Sect would undoubtedly disregard their fates. However, this time, both Lu Sun Chuan and the Sword Sect underestimated the prowess of the reclusive talents. Among the talents arriving in the Supreme City, 3 even held remarkably high ranks on the talents ranking. After greeting his master, Su Xiai set off towards the Supreme City. As the secret realm had yet to open, he intended to first find lodging in the nearby Supreme City. Along the way, he spared no time. Su Xiai continuously practiced his cultivation, clutching spiritual stones in his hands. As long as he could endure, he would push himself to the utmost. By the time Su Xiai arrived at the Supreme City, 2 days had passed. Gazing at the densely packed crowd at the bustling city gates, he began to doubt whether he had approached it correctly. The throngs of people were overwhelming. Su Xiai sighed, draped in a black robe. This time, he refrained from wearing a mask, to avoid being mistaken for a malevolent cultivator and attracting unnecessary trouble, as had happened previously. Fellow Taoist, I share your sentiments. A nonchalant voice emerged beside him. To his astonishment, this Taoist had initiated a conversation with him. Qin Luo, mid-stage transformation, in truth. Su Xiai had sensed the presence of this individual from the very beginning. The Taoist, ragged and seemingly just emerging from a beggar's den, exuded an indescribable aura of danger. Logically, given his own strength, he should not have felt such a sensation in the presence of a mid-stage transformation cultivator. Despite his inner doubts, Su Xiai resolved to discover the intentions of this Taoist. I am Qin Luo. And you, fellow Taoist? The man was surprisingly straightforward. Not adopting a pseudonym, Su Xiai had initially assumed this Taoist was akin to the previous Qin Yi. Su Xiai, he replied. Upon hearing Su Xi's name, Qin Luo's smile deepened. He cleared his throat and said, Fellow Taoist Su Xiai, I wish to entrust you with a matter. Entrust? What is it? Su Xiai queried. Somewhat perplexed. When did it become fashionable in the Xian realm for one to refer to themselves as Little Master and request favors from strangers upon first meeting? How about we engage in a duel? Qin Luo's demeanor shifted, the playful air fading as a fervent battle intent gleamed in his eyes. Why choose me? There are so many cultivators here. Why do you single me out? You are the only individual I have encountered whose realm is lower than mine yet can instill in me a sense of pressure. I find you most intriguing. Upon hearing the words, Su Xiai felt a slight itch in his hands. He was unaware that the Taoist before him was a person of the celestial talents list. However, even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him. Ever since that encounter with the fire beast, he had refrained from exerting his full strength. Now that Qin Luo had come seeking him, he found no reason to decline. Where shall we find a suitable place? Observing his agreement, Qin Luo's eyes brightened, casting a gaze at Su Xiai that signaled him to follow, and then he soared towards a certain direction. Su Xi comprehended the situation and discreetly followed behind. The two moved through an uninhabited area, one leading and the other trailing. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, Chen Luo gazed at Su Xi with a face full of dejection, letting out a deep sigh. He had lost. It was utterly unforeseen that his first battle upon leaving the island would culminate in defeat. Su Xi, you truly are a prodigy, with your late-stage nascent soul cultivation. You have made me taste the bitterness of defeat. Then, recalling Su Xi's appearance after shedding his black robe, he indignantly added, how infuriating. Not only are you exceptionally handsome, but your prowess is also remarkably extraordinary. Su Xi had already shed his black robe during the battle. Upon hearing the words, he smiled faintly, attributing his victory to mere luck and gaining a slight advantage. Su Xi was not modest. The two were closely matched in strength, and he had only narrowly triumphed. As for his handsomeness, that was simply a matter of nature. The confrontation with Chen Luo clarified his own strengths and shortcomings. He estimated that his current power resided at the initial stage of the fusion realm, while his deficiency lay in his cultivation. Chen Luo was exasperated. Luck? Such fortune was scarce. If they were on equal footing, he doubted whether he could even withstand a single move from Su Xi. Defeat was defeat. He accepted it wholeheartedly. Unbeknownst to them, this battle was observed in its entirety by a white crane. At this moment, atop an ethereal celestial mountain, an elder clad in white from the Tianji pavilion watched the conflict unfold through the crane's eye. After the duel concluded, the elder stroked his white beard and inscribed his observations upon a blank stone tablet. Su Xi, ranked 19th on the talented ones list, was provisionally acknowledged. Soon after, he shattered the stone tablet. Before long, a deep voice resonated through the void. Elder, this Su Xi is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Could it be that one must attain the God transformation stage to ascend the talented ones list? Provisional, once he breaks through to the God transformation stage, he shall be ranked 19th, and all those ranked below him shall descend accordingly, with the 100th being removed from the list altogether. Understood. Naturally, the two were unaware of these matters as they were engaged in casual conversation. Su Xi, is your purpose for coming to the Supreme City related to the secret realm? Indeed. Since it was not a matter worth concealing, Su Xi spoke candidly. Then may I inquire, have you encountered anyone stronger than you below the integration stage? Chen Luo's face contorted into a frown. No, though this assertion bore a hint of arrogance. Su Xi had indeed never met anyone stronger than himself who was below the integration stage. The only exception he could recall was the sword sect's Daozi, Lu Wuming, who, having reached the late stage of God transformation, had slain a late-stage evil cultivator, earning a ranking of 11th on the talented ones list as certified by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. However, Chen Luo was asking if Su Xi had ever seen anyone stronger than himself, and since he had not encountered Lu Wuming, the answer was unequivocally no. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no formidable prodigies surpassing Su Xi, or else his own existence would be rendered obsolete. He comforted himself inwardly. Old Taoist, this time we'll let it slide. I merely encountered a monster by ill fortune, but next time, I shall strive to compete. As the two were preparing to return to the Supreme City, a sudden commotion drew their attention. Whoosh! A red figure emerged from the underbrush, appearing before Su Xi and Chen Luo. Someone! The girl exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing the maiden, Su Xi's gaze turned scrutinizing, for he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her, far more potent than that of Chen Luo. The girl, with her twin ponytails and clad in a simple red outfit, possessed a delicate and fair visage. Su Xi couldn't help but ponder if this secret realm concealed some peculiarities, attracting such a caliber of prodigy. Just as he had claimed he had never seen anyone stronger than himself, he now encountered this girl. Su Xi, mid-god transformation. Chen Luo's expression soured, the nonchalance on his face evaporating. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and inquired, Miss, might we engage in a spar? Chen Luo also sensed that this girl was stronger than Su Xi. Nevertheless, even if defeat loomed, he was unafraid. His purpose for venturing out was not solely for the secret realm, but also to battle against other prodigies. The formidable aura radiating from the girl indicated she was indeed a contender on the talented ones list, aligning perfectly with his intentions. As for Su Xi, while he was strong, he was still at the nascent soul stage, having yet to meet the minimum requirement of the God transformation stage for the talented ones list. Thus, this girl represented the first prodigy he had encountered from that esteemed ranking. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Xi cast a bewildered glance at him. When facing those of comparable strength, he referred to himself as this young master. Yet when confronting someone stronger, he simply termed himself I. Su Xi couldn't help but entertain the mischievous thought. Would he encounter those weaker than himself who'd presumptuously address him as grandfather? The two observed Su Xi, just as she was scrutinizing them in return. One was a shabbily dressed house priest, the other an elegant gentleman in pristine white robes, a rather peculiar pairing in her eyes. Before she could speak, the priest stepped forward, prompting her to instinctively retreat a few steps, wary of any unsavory odors he might carry. Chen Luo, puzzled by her reaction, received no answer as Su Xi instead turned her gaze to Su Xi. She was lost. Compared to Chen Luo's disheveled appearance, she found Su Xi far more trustworthy. Esteemed fellow cultivator, she began, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, I seem to have lost my way. Might I trouble you for directions to Wushang City? Chapter 41. You are a good person indeed. Su Zhizhi was hopeless with directions. Ordinarily, Aunt Yun's guidance spared her such predicaments, but today, Aunt Yun had abruptly announced she needed a day's slumber to nourish her spirit. Unwilling to hinder her, Su Zhizhi had ventured toward Wushang City alone, clinging to the hope she wouldn't get lost. Yet here she was, stranded without a soul in sight to ask, until Su Ci and Chen Luo appeared. Without them, she might have missed the secret realm's opening entirely. Ignoring Chen Luo's exaggerated grimacing, Su Ci pointed toward Wushang City. That way, miss. Many thanks, kind cultivator. You're truly a good person. Clasping her hands in gratitude, she turned to leave. Chen Luo, frantic at being overlooked, blurted out a challenge. Miss. Could it be you fear my strength surpasses yours? I'll suppress my cultivation if that eases your mind. Su Zhizhi paused, finally regarding him. I avoid pointless duels. What if I wager 10,000 spirit stones if you win? His heart hammered. Would such a vulgar bribe sway her? To his astonishment, she agreed instantly. As if fearing he'd retract the offer. Very well, but keep your cultivation unrestrained. That easy? Chen Luo gaped, utterly bewildered. As Su Ci observed the two individuals preparing to spar, he did not hastily take his leave. Instead, he retreated to a location that would not disrupt their practice, opting to assume the role of a spectator. Observing others in combat could also enhance his own practical skills, so why not indulge in such an opportunity? Before Chen Luo could fully regain his composure from his bewilderment, Su Ci noticed Su Zhizhi retrieving a spear that towered above those of her peers. Upon seeing the spear, Chen Luo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This individual appeared somewhat formidable. Su Zhizhi gripped the spear firmly, her gaze fixed on Chen Luo across from her. Noticing the intensity of her stare, Chen Luo finally drew a sword, adopting a stance as he stood his ground, choosing silence to feign mastery. However, within less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Chen Luo found himself unceremoniously struck into the ground by Su Zhizhi's spear, leaving him in a rather embarrassing predicament. Witnessing this scene, Su Ci could not help but laugh aloud. In an effort to maintain what little dignity he had left, Chen Luo feigned nonchalance as he rose, dusting himself off, and tossed a storage ring to Su Zhizhi. His expression was one of casual indifference, as if to say it was merely a trivial matter. Su Zhizhi, gazing at the storage ring in her hand, sincerely thanked Chen Luo. Thank you. You are indeed a good person. After this brief interlude, the trio journeyed back to the city of supremacy, with Su Zhizhi suggesting their path forward. Su Ci had largely surmised Su Zhizhi's thoughts. She was likely apprehensive about getting lost and missing the opening of the secret realm. As for Su Ci, he initially paid little heed to this expedition. However, with Chen Luo's involvement, followed by Su Zhizhi's, he anticipated that this journey would not be without its tumult. Before entering the realm, having an additional ally would only strengthen their collective might. Once within, they could separate and rely on their own skills as needed. Chen Luo shared this sentiment, and thus the trio reached a consensus to watch over one another prior to their entrance into the secret realm. The streets of Wushang City were bustling with life, filled with the cacophony of vendors calling out to potential customers. On this occasion, Su Ci did not don his dark cloak, which consequently drew the attention of numerous female cultivators. In contrast, Chen Luo's tattered attire also attracted many gazes, though these were tinged with disdain. What merit is there in being handsome? It is the ordinary, like myself, who truly possess worth. Observing Su Ci's popularity, Chen Luo's demeanor turned sour, akin to one who had consumed something unpleasant. Su Ci remained noncommittal, uncertain about the enigma surrounding Chen Luo. From Chen Luo's extravagant expenditure of 10,000 spirit stones to engage in a spar with Su Zhizhi, it was evident that he was not lacking in wealth. Yet he chose not to don clean and tidy garments. Moreover, it was unclear whether Chen Luo harbored any misconceptions about the ordinary, for his appearance certainly did not convey a sense of the mundane. Beside them, Su Zhizhi remained silent, refraining from expressing disdain like the passers-by, which was the utmost she could manage. As the trio traversed the bustling street, preparing to seek a tavern for lodging, Su Zhizhi's attention was suddenly captivated by an elderly woman selling candied hawthorn. The vendor's stall was replete with an array of colorful candied fruits, accompanied by a young girl of around 6 or 7 years, whose large eyes peeked curiously from behind her grandmother. Observing Su Ci and the others, Su Zhizhi approached and inquired, "Grandmother, how much are the candied hawthorns?" Upon noticing the distinct attire of Su Zhizhi and her companions, the elderly woman spoke with a hint of reverence. "Esteemed cultivator, they are 1 coin for a skewer." With that, she handed a skewer of candied hawthorn to Su Zhizhi. Taking a delicate bite, Su Zhizhi's eyes sparkled with delight at the perfect balance of sweet and tart flavors. She turned to Su Ci and Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Would you like some? They are truly delicious. I insist on treating you." Su Ci waved her hand in refusal, and Chen Luo, who also had no fondness for sweet treats, shook her head as well. Observing their disinterest, Su Zhizhi did not insist further. As she bit into a candied haw, she gazed at the various styles displayed at the stall and said, "Grandma, could you kindly prepare one of each variety for me?" When it came time to settle the bill, Su Zhizhi tossed a large silver ingot onto the counter, leaving both the elderly woman and the young girl pale with shock. Immortal, these candied haws are not worth such a sum, the old woman stammered, her voice trembling as if she were fearful of something. As Su Siri surveyed his surroundings, a sense of understanding washed over him. He stepped forward, returning the silver ingot to Su Gigi's hands, then extracted a handful of small silver coins to offer to the elderly woman. The old woman's expression softened slightly. Yet she hesitated, her face still marred by difficulty as she declined, "Esteemed immortal, these candied hawthorns are truly not worth such an amount." Su Gigi stared blankly at the silver ingot in her grasp, momentarily perplexed. However, it did not take long for her to notice the covetous glances from several merchants nearby, casting furtive looks at the hefty ingot in her possession. In that instant, Su Gigi comprehended the inappropriateness of her previous actions. Her almond-shaped eyes hardened, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, emanating the formidable pressure of a mid-stage transformation, akin to an invisible giant hammer crashing upon the hearts of those merchants. They collapsed to the ground, trembling, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld this woman radiating an aura of dread, filled with both fear and reverence. The once bustling market fell into an eerie silence, each soul wary of drawing her attention. Su Si remained silent, and the elderly woman, seeing his steadfastness, could only express her gratitude repeatedly as she accepted the kindness. Observing this scene, the little girl mustered her courage and stepped out from behind the old woman, her voice sweet and innocent. "Big brother, thank you. When I grow up, I will surely become a person just like you." In her eyes, this big brother was not only handsome but also a benefactor to the elderly woman, embodying the qualities of a good person and serving as her role model. After a moment's pause, she turned to Su Gigi and added, "And thank you, big sister, for buying the candied hawthorn for Grandma." Upon hearing this, Su Si smiled gently and nodded, while Su Gigi, filled with a sense of remorse, bent down to pat the little girl's head. In a moment of carelessness, she had almost caused distress to both the old woman and the child. Though her intentions had been good, she had ultimately committed a misdeed. After departing from the candied hawthorn stall, the trio searched throughout the city for quite some time before finally locating an inn that had yet to reach full capacity. They agreed to reconvene downstairs when the secret realm opened and then retreated to their respective rooms. Su Si wasted no time. He set up a simple spirit-gathering array, ensuring it was maintained at a level that wouldn't lead to overexertion in his cultivation. After all, the opening of the secret realm would surely cause a commotion. If he were to become engrossed in his practice and miss the sounds indicating its opening, his journey would be in vain. Furthermore, Su Si had a system task to fulfill. Speaking of the task, he couldn't help but think of his master. He glanced at his master as status bar, Jiang Xianling, current status, content, lacking golden lotus for concocting pills to dispel the curse, dispelling the soul-severing curse, 40 completed. Indeed, content, it seemed his master was brewing tea again. Shaking his head, Su Si focused his mind and began to cultivate. Chapter 42. The secret realm opens. While Su Si was immersed in his cultivation, far from therein, two factions faced off on a street. Between them stood several individuals, including Lu Xinchuan and his companions. Lu Xinchuan felt distressed. He stood in the middle with the enforcers from Wushang City, unable to assist either side. Caught in a dilemma. "You brutes are unworthy to stand with us." The speaker was none other than Li Yi, the third prince of the Wanqing dynasty, clad in a robe of black and gold, embroidered with golden threads and adorned with a crown. "Nonsense. We've long found you Wanqing dynasty insufferable. If you have the guts, let us see what you're made of," roared Wang Taizhu, the leading disciple from Feng Wuxian. Dressed in coarse linen, he exuded a sense of righteous indignation, his booming voice reverberating through the air, causing Li Yi's ears to ring painfully. "Are you mad? Why speak so loudly?" Li Yi's expression darkened. "What? Did you say something?" Wang Taizhu seemed not to have heard Li Yi clearly. Li Yi's countenance grew increasingly grim, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Lu Xinchuan felt a sense of urgency. He had discreetly sent word to the elders of the sword sect, hoping they would arrive quickly to defuse the situation. Otherwise, he feared for his old bones. Just as the situation grew more precarious, the sound of a sword slicing through the air broke the tension. Everyone turned to see a 3-foot-long azure blade embedded 3 meters in front of Lu Xinchuan, with a man in a blue sword robe standing atop the hilt. "Greetings. I am Lu Wuqian from the sword sect." The man clasped his fist in salute. Upon recognizing Lu Wuqian, both Li Yi and Wang Taizhu tempered their demeanor. Although they were both in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and of equal status, they understood that Lu Wuqian had an elder brother, Lu Wuming, the disciple of the sword sect, who instilled a sense of fear in them. In Lu Wuming's eyes, they were scarcely more than ants. Li dared not act arrogantly. After all, the Wanqing dynasty was not lacking in princes. Just like Li Yutian, who had perished outside without so much as a blink from the emperor. His father showed no inclination for vengeance. Although Li Yi's talent surpassed Li Yutian's, offending Lu Wuming would likely lead to a feudal demise. "I have met Lu Xiong," Li acknowledged. "I have met Lu Daoyu." Wang Taizhu followed suit, both hastily returning the greeting. Lu Wuqian, understanding their courtesy stemmed from fear of his elder brother, did not press the matter further. "The secret realm is about to open. It would be fortuitous for us to share a drink at the inn," he suggested, seeing Lu Wuqian extend an olive branch. Li and Wang Taizhu understood the implication and complied. With the conflict resolved, the factions gradually dispersed, allowing Lu Xinchuan to exhale in relief. Over the past few days, countless events had unfolded in Wushang City. While he could handle disturbances from lesser sects due to the sword sect's reputation, conflicts between major sects, like today's, were beyond his capacity to mediate. This cursed secret realm truly wreaked havoc. He wondered when it would finally open. He silently prayed that these prodigies would maintain their decorum and not cause chaos in his territory. A day later, Su Xiai opened his tightly shut eyes, halting his cultivation. The secret realm had opened. He distinctly sensed a surge of formidable energy emanating from beyond Wushang City. He wondered how many prodigies would arrive. Afterward, he dismantled the spirit-gathering array and descended to the NS ground floor, where he found Shen Luo and Su Zhizhi awaiting him. "How long have you been waiting here?" he asked apologetically. "Not long. Now that everyone is here, let us set forth," Shen Luo replied. Su Zhizhi nodded in agreement, indicating they had not waited long. "Is this the Su Xiai you mentioned?" Su Zhizhi responded to Aunt Yun's inquiry. "Indeed, Aunt Yun, this is him. He is a good person," she affirmed. "Zhizhi, you must remain cautious. How many times has Aunt Yun told you? The Xian realm is a place where the strong prey upon the weak. Even brothers may turn against each other, let alone someone you've just met. Do not worry, Aunt Yun. Even if he harbors ill intentions, he cannot overpower me. Moreover, I genuinely believe he is a good person." Hearing Su Zhizhi's words, Yun Luo let out a helpless sigh. Nevertheless, Zhizhi was not entirely wrong. Setting aside whether Su Xiai could match Zhizhi in strength, even if Zhizhi were to lose, she would undoubtedly intervene. At worst, she would ignite her dwindling spirit to protect her. Having spent so much time together, Yun Luo had come to regard Zhizhi as her own daughter. Should Su Zhizhi encounter any danger, Yun Luo would never stand idly by. With this understanding, Yun Luo chose not to press the matter further, allowing Su Zhizhi to proceed in her manner. Upon their arrival at the secret realm, they found it had not yet fully opened. Su Xiai surveyed the throngs before her. Among the multitude, some were in tranquil repose, while others engaged in hushed conversations. Yet, without exception, each individual possessed a cultivation level no less than the nascent soul stage. Among them, a few had even attained the late stage of the transformation stage. However, Su Xiai did not sense any perilous aura emanating from them, merely casting a glance before shifting her attention elsewhere. In contrast, several individuals at the mid-transformation stage exuded an extraordinarily formidable presence. To articulate their strength, it was akin to the sense of threat she felt from Su Zhizhi and Shen Luo. In total, there were 4 such individuals. The first was a striking woman clad in a black palace gown, adorned with a jade pendant at her waist. The second, a monk. The third, a man draped in an 8 trigrams robe. The final figure was shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring their features. Yet their diminutive stature resembled that of a child. Su Xiai meticulously assessed the information of the 4 individuals, committing their details to memory. Wu Qin, mid-stage transformation. Wu Kong, mid-stage transformation. Yi Tianming, mid-stage transformation. Su Tao, mid-stage transformation. Aside from these figures, he also noticed a fellow disciple from the sword sect, identifiable by the disciple token at their waist. However, he refrained from approaching them. Firstly, he had arrived independently, unlike the disciples sent by the sword sect. Secondly, he was not well acquainted with these individuals. Had it been Sher Tai, Lin Mier, or others, Su Xiai might have engaged in conversation. As time progressed, the number of cultivators outside the secret realm increased, creating an increasingly oppressive atmosphere, with each practitioner subtly observing one another. They were aware that once the secret realm opened, anyone around could potentially become an adversary. Fortunately, it was not long before a deafening sound heralded the complete opening of the entrance to the secret realm. The cultivators surged forth like a swarm of locusts, flooding into the realm. "Su Xiai, Su Zhizhi, may we meet again by fate." Shen Luo offered a respectful nod before soaring into the secret realm. Su Zhizhi was even more decisive. After waving goodbye to Su Xiai, she transformed into a streak of crimson light and followed suit. With only himself remaining, Su Xiai hesitated not a moment longer and activated his escape light to enter. As darkness enveloped him, he opened his eyes once more. Su Xiai soon found himself in a realm shrouded in crimson mist, gazing at the dark red terrain beneath him. He furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. To his surprise, he noticed numerous other cultivators nearby. Despite their considerable numbers, he could not spot Shen Luo or Su Zhizhi, nor could he find the 4 individuals he had previously noted. "Esteemed friends, let us gather together," suggested a perceptive cultivator among them. Promptly, several cultivators began to respond to the call. The expression on Su Xi's face grew somewhat unsightly. He had intended to venture forth alone, yet upon extending his consciousness, he discovered that the crimson mist possessed the peculiar ability to obstruct his mental probing, rendering him incapable of scouting the path ahead. Not wishing to linger, Su Xiai swiftly retrieved the emoing sword and the bronze cauldron from his storage ring, drawing closer to the congregation of cultivators. This bronze cauldron was acquired when he vanquished Lin Ming in Tianwu City. At that time, he witnessed the cauldron, manipulated by a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. shaking the beast's souls within the 10,000 souls banner, which inspired his ambition. The bronze cauldron could indeed be considered a top-tier treasure. With the Amoing sword in hand and the bronze cauldron hovering around him, he positioned himself in an inconspicuous corner. The onlookers, noticing that Su Ci was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, cast him a cursory glance before turning their attention elsewhere. Soon, others began to recognize the issue of their consciousness being unable to extend beyond their immediate vicinity. Even the ability to traverse the void, which required one to be at the transformation god stage, was rendered ineffective in this peculiar locale. This place is exceedingly strange. My consciousness cannot penetrate beyond it. Perhaps we should advance as a group? Spoke a cultivator clad in a yellow robe, his voice commanding attention from the crowd. Sensing the gazes directed towards him, the cultivator felt a surge of pride and deliberately exuded the aura of a late-stage transformation god, proclaiming, "Are there any fellow cultivators willing to accompany me?" Upon sensing his presence, those who had previously hesitated were swayed, quickly responding to his call. Observing the multitude of cultivators rallying to him, the yellow-robed cultivator felt a sense of elation. "Dear friends, follow my lead. Should any danger arise, I shall take care of it." With that declaration, he stepped forward, prompting the throng behind him to hastily follow suit. Chapter 43, Bloodthirsty Vine. Su Ci remained uncertain whether the direction chosen by the robed cultivator was indeed correct. Yet it was certainly preferable to remaining stationary alone. With a leader at the forefront, any imminent danger would be shouldered by the robed figure if there were no threats. He could depart independently in search of treasures. Such a show-off, it was perplexing how one could cultivate to the later stages of the transformation of spirit. At that moment, a cultivator clad in purple beside him let out a derisive snicker. In response, Su Ci found himself in agreement. He would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. Before long, as the assembly of cultivators had not traversed far in this blood-red expanse, they were met with the faint sound of rustling. Though subtle, the noise heightened Su Ci's alertness. Sensing movement behind him, he whirled around, only to behold a crimson shadow swiftly charging toward him. Clang! The blood-red entity collided fiercely with the bronze cauldron, producing a tremendous echo. The force of the impact caused the cauldron to tremble slightly. It was at this moment that Su Ci discerned the true nature of the crimson shadow. Bloodthirsty vines, sustained by the essence of cultivator's blood. The bloodthirsty vines erupted from the ground, relentlessly assaulting the bronze cauldron, as if drawn by some unseen force. The earth around Su Ci began to fracture, with 1, 2, 3, and increasingly more bloodthirsty vines surging toward him. Clang! 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 The bronze cauldron was on the verge of toppling. Was this truly the secret realm of the great Buddha? How could such a creature exist here? Su Ci's expression darkened. Casting a glance around, he realized that he was not the only one besieged by the bloodthirsty vines. These sudden intrusions pierced through many cultivators of lesser strength who were caught unawares. The air was filled with piercing sounds of penetration, accompanied by the anguished cries of the cultivators. Those who perished were drained of their blood in mere moments, their bodies shriveling, skin losing its luster, eyes becoming hollow and devoid of spirit, transformed into mere mummies. Witnessing this scene, the remaining cultivators' faces paled dramatically, their pupils constricting with terror. They hastily invoked various spells and artifacts in an attempt to fend off the bloodthirsty vines' assault. However, the sheer number of vines and their rapid strikes overwhelmed them. Whoosh! 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 Even as he recognized that the bronze cauldron was nearing its breaking point, Su Ci remained composed. He merely lifted his ink-shadowed sword, its brilliance flashing as he severed all the bloodthirsty vines before him with a single stroke. Yet, before he could relax, more new bloodthirsty vines erupted from the ground, surging toward him like a relentless tide, encircling him completely. Realizing that this situation could not persist, he contemplated his next move. Su Ci took a deep breath, allowing the spiritual energy within him to stir slightly as a flicker of the nine heavens divine flame ignited at his fingertips. If the sword could not vanquish you, then let us see how the nine heavens divine flame fares. With that, Su Ci flung the flame from his fingertips. Upon contact, the bloodthirsty vines emitted a crackling sound, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. The nine heavens divine flame raced swiftly along the tips of the bloodthirsty vines, advancing towards their source. The cultivators, who had been desperately fending off the relentless onslaught of the vines, were taken aback as the crimson tendrils before them suddenly ignited, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. After this conflagration, the bloodthirsty vines ceased their emergence from the ground. The leading cultivator in the yellow robe found himself in a state of disarray. To mask his embarrassment, he hastily proclaimed, "My esteemed friends, the crisis has been averted. Let us proceed." Those unaware of the truth mistakenly believed that it was the yellow-robed cultivator who had cast the spell, and they rushed forward to express their gratitude. Su Ci, disinclined to expose him, after dealing with the bloodthirsty vine, immediately discerned that his spiritual consciousness could penetrate the crimson mist. Thus, he paused, refraining from following the others, and unleashed his spiritual awareness to investigate the surroundings. To his astonishment, the area was exceedingly confined. Apart from discovering a portal, he found nothing else of significance. Logically, a secret realm fraught with peril should also harbor opportunities. Given the current circumstances, he surmised that this secret realm might resemble a challenge-based domain. Seeing that nothing else was revealed, Su Si stepped into the portal. The scenery before him shifted once again. Raising his gaze, he found himself upon a vast platform. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that they were boundless, save for a winding stone path ascending with a total of 100 steps. Each tier of the stone steps radiated a faint glow. Observing this scene, Su Si formed a conjecture. After waiting for a considerable time without the appearance of anyone, he tentatively set foot upon the stone steps. Indeed, the moment he ascended the first step, a subtle pressure enveloped him, just as he had anticipated. The trial of this level was to ascend the stone steps. With this thought in mind, Su Si did not halt. He took a second step, then a third. As he advanced step by step, he quickly traversed 50 steps and reached the midpoint. At this juncture, the surrounding pressure had escalated to the level of late-stage nascent soul. Su Si took a deep breath, undeterred by the oppressive aura surrounding him, and continued to stride forward. Upon reaching the 70th step, the pressure intensified to a level akin to the transformation stage, where most nascent soul practitioners would likely falter. Yet, for Su Si, this posed no challenge whatsoever. By the 99th step, he could already glimpse the portal at the end. The oppressive force emanating from this final step was nearing the mid-transformation stage. Nevertheless, it remained ineffective against him. Without hesitation, Su Si took the last step. As he did so, the overwhelming pressure enveloping him vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Yi, Wang Taizhu, and even Lu Wuchuan struggled to ascend, ultimately finding themselves unable to reach even the 70th step, and were cast out of the secret realm. It appeared that the next level would require cultivators of at least mid-transformation stage prowess. Su Si stood in place, reflecting on this, before stepping into the portal. Upon arriving at the next level, before Su Si could fully open his eyes, a melodious voice rang out beside him. Su Si, what a coincidence! Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Su Zhizhi. Su Zhizhi? Are you the only one here? Su Si inquired in astonishment. Not just me, but also those two, Su Zhizhi replied, shaking her head and gesturing behind Su Si. Upon hearing this, Su Si turned around and saw Wu Qing and Su Tao standing not far behind him. The sight of the two made Su Si's heart sink slightly. It seemed this level would not be so straightforward. Do you know them? He asked. I know one. The one in the black palace attire is Wu Qing, the holy maiden of the divine palace, ranked 23rd on the talented heroes list. Su Si was taken aback to discover that Su Zhizhi truly recognized her, as he had merely asked casually. Who among you is stronger? He inquired. I am slightly stronger than her. We had a duel before, Su Zhizhi responded. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Si asked, are you also on the talented heroes list? Indeed. Did I not mention it? Chen Luo is as well. Su Zhizhi tilted her head, her face filled with confusion. When did you ever say that? Su Si queried. Though upon reflection, he realized it made sense. Su Si considered himself not weak, yet if he were to engage in combat with Su Zhizhi, the likelihood of his defeat was considerable. Thus, her position on the talented rankings did not surprise him in the least. His gaze darkened slightly, as he realized that he had unwittingly come into contact with the talented rankings. As for Chen Luo, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, one could not deny that he possessed considerable skill. Given this, it was likely that the individuals he had previously scrutinized were, in fact, among the elite of the talented rankings. Su Si assessed the two individuals before him, while they scrutinized him in equal measure. Upon beholding the strikingly handsome young man and discerning that he possessed merely the cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, Wu Qing exhibited a hint of surprise. The 99th step of the stone path in the second trial of the secret realm was suffused with the oppressive aura of the mid-transformation stage. How could a mere late nascent soul practitioner have arrived here? Meanwhile, Su Tao, though equally puzzled, did not dwell on it for long. Instead, she discreetly cast a few more glances at Su Si's captivating visage. In her mind, even if this dashing young man boasted mid-transformation stage prowess, it was inconsequential before her. The illustrious sister Tao, ranked 22nd on the talented ones list. Yet, it must be said, this lad was undeniably striking to an almost absurd degree. Before long, Chen Luo, Yu Tianming, and Wu Kong appeared in succession. At this moment, 7 individuals stood together, aside from the 3 newcomers. The remaining 4 were those whom Su Si had specifically investigated prior to entering the secret realm. Su Si, did you encounter those peculiar red vines in the first trial? Chen Luo inquired as he stepped forward. The second trial involves the stone path, Su Si replied, seemingly evading the question. Chen Luo, not lacking in intelligence, instantly grasped Su Si's intended meaning. So it seems our experiences are similar, he remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. However, what is the deal with this secret realm? Why is there nothing here? Su Si felt a pang of melancholy, for he was uncertain of the whereabouts of the coveted golden lotus. Upon entering the secret realm, he had inquired about its precise location from the system, only to be met with a monotonous refrain of unknown. Unknown. It was perplexing, as during his previous venture in the myriad demon secret realm, the system had provided accurate coordinates, yet now, it seemed to falter inexplicably. Chapter 44. Crossing paths with malevolent spirits. The 7 waited for an extended period before other cultivators began to arrive. Among these newcomers, some bore visible injuries. while others displayed ashen visages, creating a stark contrast to the neat attire and composed demeanor of the seven. Without exception, the weakest among these latecomers were at least at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Su Ci, at the late stage of the nascent soul, appeared markedly out of place. Furthermore, he discovered that the leading figure of the first trial, a monk clad in a yellow robe, was unmistakably present among them. At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. A figure enveloped in golden light manifested in midair. This is the place of my transcendence, containing treasures such as the nine-colored Bodhi and the golden lotus, provided you can pass my trial. The voice was thunderous, resonating in the ears of all present. Yet, Su Ci narrowed his eyes, a dark expression clouding his face as he regarded the golden figure. The world-transcending evil spirit, transformed from the heart demon of a great Buddha during the tribulation stage. It fears flames and possesses the cultivation of the late integration stage. This secret realm was not as simple as he had initially presumed. He had sensed something amiss when he ventured into the second trial. It felt as though the first and second trials were not arranged by the same hand. Initially thinking he was overthinking, he was surprised to discover that there was indeed something amiss. Upon seeing through the disguise of this figure, Su Ci's suspicions were confirmed. Fortunately, this world-transcending evil spirit existed between human and object. Otherwise, Su Ci could only ascertain its cultivation level without recognizing its weaknesses. However, with the evil spirit at the late integration stage, Su Ci realized that even with the nine heavens' divine flame, he would be utterly unable to contend against it. He needed to seek assistance. Having come to this conclusion, Su Ci discreetly transmitted a message to Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo. Initially, Su Zhizhi had been eager to undertake the trial in pursuit of the nine-colored Bodhi. However, upon receiving Su Ci's transmission, she promptly abandoned that thought. She was directionally challenged. Not foolish. The fact that the world-transcending evil spirit possessed the cultivation of the late integration stage yet still deceived them suggested ulterior motives. In Su Zhiji's mind, she heard Yun Luo's voice through Su Ci's transmission, urging, Zhizhi, be cautious. If it comes to the final moment, Aunt Yun will assist you. While Yun Luo was uncertain of the veracity of Su Ci's claims, she believed it wiser to err on the side of caution. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhizhi felt warmth enveloping her limbs. Reassured, she declared with conviction, rest assured, Aunt Yun, I am not one to be easily intimidated. With a steady gaze, she directed her attention to the world-transcending evil spirit, her delicate, fair face betraying no hint of fear. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, upon receiving this information, experienced a swift change in expression but quickly regained his composure. He harbored no doubts regarding Su Ci's words, for there was no reason for Su Ci to deceive him. Most importantly, he believed Su Ci was a person worthy of trust. With their affirmations, Su Ci contemplated the situation, realizing their combat power was still insufficient. Suddenly, he recalled the four individuals. Yet, uncertain of their character, Su Ci hesitated to transmit any further information. Should any Na'vi individual overhear his message and confront the world-transcending evil spirit, they would be perilously close to death. Su Ci was uncertain whether the death substitute doll in his possession could facilitate his escape from the secret realm. If all else failed, he would have to attempt to activate the defensive formation and jade pendant bestowed upon him by his master. As for the other cultivators, Su Ci had not considered them. Their combat prowess was far too feeble to be of any use, and disclosing his plans to them would likely lead to unforeseen complications. To be cautious, Su Ci assessed the cultivators once more to ascertain the presence of any malevolent spirits among them. Fortunately, his examination revealed that none of them were possessed by such entities. Not in haste to communicate with the four individuals, Su Ci wished to observe how the world-dominating malevolent spirit would proceed next. May I inquire what the trial set forth by the esteemed elder entails? The speaker was none other than the cultivator clad in a yellow robe, named Li Kuang. A solitary practitioner, Li Kuang had ascended to the late stage of the transformation god realm due to a fortuitous encounter within a cave on a cliff, where he had received the teachings of a cultivator at the integration stage, thus advancing smoothly in his cultivation journey. Having faced no significant setbacks along his path, he developed the notion that he was favored by the Tao of Heaven. As his cultivation progressed, he received accolades from those around him, leading him to become increasingly lost in the echoes of their praise. Initially, Li Kuang had approached the secret realm with caution, but after inexplicably passing the first trial and effortlessly overcoming the second, he began to scoff at the secret realm as challenges. Upon hearing the words of the golden silhouette, he felt a thrill of excitement, envisioning himself choosing between the nine-colored Bodhi or the golden lotus. He even contemplated the possibility of acquiring both divine objects. Fortunately, Su Ci could not perceive his thoughts, otherwise he would surely regard him with a gaze of incredulity. The world-dominating malevolent spirit looked disdainfully upon these insignificant beings, feeling a profound contempt. Were it not for its current deficiency in blood energy, it would have long since crushed these ants with a single blow. Frustrated, it pondered the unexpected shortfall of blood energy absorbed from the bloodthirsty vine, which had not aligned with its calculations. This deficiency prevented it from directly attacking due to the constraints of the world-dominating seal. Nevertheless, it remained unfazed. By exploiting the avarice of these ants, it was certain to regain the requisite blood energy swiftly. After all, these ants were trapped, unable to escape unless they were eliminated. for the secret realm would not permit their departure otherwise. Yet, to think that these transformation god stage ants could vanquish it, such a notion was utterly delusional. The world-dominating malevolent spirit was confident in its victory. Susei had not anticipated that the bloodthirsty vine he had initially ignited would, by a twist of fate, become their lifeline. In this place teeming with cultivators and treasures, the mandate was clear. From this moment forth, slay the practitioners surrounding you. The more you kill, the greater the rewards you shall reap. The malevolent spirit of the world beckoned with temptation. Upon hearing these words, Susei felt a weight settle in his heart. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Luo and Su Jiji, who immediately came closer, understanding his intent. The cultivators nearby, upon hearing the spirit's declarations, grew wary of one another, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Observing this, Susei hesitated no longer and conveyed a message to the three individuals. As for the unfeeling saintess, he entrusted Su Jiji with the task of informing her, believing that their acquaintance would lend credibility to his words. He merely hoped they would heed his counsel and act accordingly, for he harbored no confidence in his ability to vanquish this malevolent spirit alone. Yi Tianming was the first to receive Susei's transmission. Rather than acting immediately, he cast a penetrating glance at Susei before retrieving several divination coins. After a series of meticulous actions, he scrutinized the omens displayed on the coins and, without delay, approached Susei, clasping his hands in gratitude. I am Yi Tianming. I thank you, fellow cultivator, for your warning. His garments were dampened by a cold sweat. It was a grave oversight on his part. In such situations, he typically would have consulted the divination first. The failure to do so nearly led him to disaster. Yet, it was premature to dwell on this, as his adversary was in the late stage of integration. Though he was curious about how a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Susei had discerned the presence of this malevolent spirit, now was not the time for inquiries. When Chen Luo observed Yi Tianming approaching, he wore an expression of hostility, which only abated when Susei gestured for calm, though he remained vigilant towards Yi Tianming. He had heard of this individual from the old Taoist, who spoke of him as peculiar. No matter how the rankings of the Tianjiao fluctuated, he consistently occupied the 100th position. Furthermore, Chen Luo sensed a profound cunning about him. Chapter 45. Where did this child come from? Wrapped in a black cloak. Su Tao was the second to receive Susei's transmission. Upon receiving the message, the previously undisturbed black robe began to tremble slightly. At present, Su Tao's state can only be described as sheer panic. She is in a state of utter disarray. Oh dear, Sister Tao. I fear I shall perish in this desolate and forsaken place. I need restorative elixirs. I am still young and do not wish to meet my demise. Why must I find myself in this secret realm? Help! Why can't this escape mirror be activated? And why is this blood escape talisman ineffective as well? The technique of tying Xingjian cannot be executed. Woe is me. Susei was taken aback by the complexity of Su Tao's thoughts, observing her standing still. He assumed she was deep in contemplation, so he sent a message to Wukong. Upon receiving the transmission, Wukong spoke little, striding directly towards Susei. Clasping his hands together and bowing in respect, Wukong expressed his gratitude for his companion's guidance. In truth, he had harbored a peculiar sensation since the very beginning. The elders of the Buddhist sect claimed that this secret realm was arranged by the great Buddha. Yet, as he navigated the first trial, he sensed that it was not designed by someone with a true understanding of Buddhism, while others may have been oblivious as a disciple of the Buddhist sect. He felt no trace of Buddhist essence emanating from the golden silhouette. At that moment, Susei's message further validated his suspicions. With Wukong's arrival, alongside Wu Qing, there were now 6 individuals on Susei's side. During the time Susei was communicating with Su Tao, Su Jiji had also successfully brought Wu Qing along. Noticing they were still one short, Susei cast a puzzled glance at the still motionless Su Tao. He genuinely wished to call out to her, but refrained, feeling it would be impolite to do so. Su Tao had just experimented with 108 techniques and magical artifacts designed to evade danger, yet to no avail. Upon noticing Susei and the others congregated together, she feared being ostracized and hurriedly approached them, even breaking into a light run midway. Since escape was not an option, she decided to fight. Su Tao's thoughts were uncomplicated. I am Su Tao, and I wish to join you. Her youthful voice emerged from within the black robe. The group paused momentarily, taken aback. Where did this child come from? Susei gazed at Su Tao with a peculiar expression, as her voice resembled that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Su Tao, concealed within her black robe, had rosy cheeks, her fear of the malevolent spirit causing her to momentarily forget to alter her voice. The reason she persistently donned the black robe and refrained from speaking was not due to an attempt to feign prowess, but rather a consequence of her physique and voice. Somewhere along her cultivation journey, an unforeseen mishap had transformed her body to that of a child. Each encounter with other cultivators revealed their unusual looks, which gradually led Su Tao to conceal her true identity. After all, having been overheard by Susei and the others, she had resigned herself to her circumstances. No longer employing voice alteration techniques, she declared with her youthful voice, I am not a child. As if anticipating their thoughts, the group, seasoned in worldly matters, did not linger on the matter for long. Although Susei had not experienced much of the world, He understood the importance of the matter at hand. He composed his expression and spoke softly. I wonder if any of you esteemed friends possess a magical artifact that allows for communication among multiple individuals? He continued. I wish to share my plans with you, and I welcome any objections you may have. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming retrieved 7 jade tokens, performing a series of intricate hand seals before presenting the tokens to Su Xi and the others. As he handed them over, Yu Tianming explained, esteemed friends, by merely holding this token and channeling your spirit energy into it, you will be able to communicate simultaneously. Su Xi received the jade token that was handed to him. To be cautious, he activated the appraisal function and, finding no issues, proceeded to infuse it with spiritual energy. Su Xi, can everyone hear me? Chen Luo, yes, I can. Su Xi, I can hear you. Several people respond in succession. Su Xi, let me get straight to the point. This malevolent spirit fears fire. Who among you possesses fire-based techniques? Yu Tianming, I do. Su Xi, is there divine fire? Yu Tianming, no. Su Xi, very well. Then you shall serve as the mainstay of our 6-member team. Su Tao, is it not that we are missing someone? Were we not a group of 7? Su Xi, no, it is indeed 6 individuals, excluding myself. I possess the divine flame. As long as you can entangle this worldly malevolent spirit, I shall be able to deliver a decisive blow once I have gathered my strength. Upon hearing Su Xi's transmission, the others quickly found merit in his reasoning. Although Wu Qing still harbored some doubts, she refrained from opposing it upon witnessing Su Zhi's trusting gaze. She had faith in Su Zhi's judgment. Su Xi, who among you possesses confidence in terms of speed? Su Tao, I have a slight inclination. To speak frankly, she is quite reluctant to step forward. Yet in the face of adversity, one cannot expect to remain unscathed. Su Xi, as a supportive wanderer, you should intervene and rescue anyone who finds themselves in peril. Upon hearing this, Su Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. This task was indeed to her liking. She patted the flat ground with satisfaction. Su Tao, leave it to me. Su Xi, who possesses the confidence to confine that malevolent spirit of the world, preventing my assault from being in vain? Chen Luo, I am uncertain whether I can withstand it. Su Xi cast a profound and lingering gaze upon Chen Luo. Su Xi remarked, then let this task be entrusted to Chen Luo. It will not take long, merely a moment will suffice. He has faith that Chen Luo will accomplish it. Su Xi, the remaining issue pertains to defense. Wukong, leave this to me. Su Xi, very well, then listen carefully to the general tactical arrangements. Su Xi, Yi, you shall lead the attack. Su Zhi and the Heartless Saintess, you are to provide support for Yi. Master Wukong will handle the defense, while Taoist Su Tao will assist. Chen Luo, wait for the opportune moment to trap the crossing evil spirit, and the rest shall be entrusted to me. Su Zhi, what about the other cultivators? Upon hearing Su Zhi's words, Su Xi pondered for a moment. Su Xi, I shall offer them my counsel, if they remain unyielding. Then there is little more that can be done. Su Zhi nodded in agreement. She was no saint, and having reached this extent was already an act of utmost benevolence. Su Xi's proposal was unanimously approved by the assembly. Consequently, her counsel proved to be of little use. Observing this, the others ceased to concern themselves with the cultivators. The malevolent spirit, having overheard Su Xi's words, manifested a visage shrouded in golden light that twisted into a grotesque snarl. It had not anticipated that among these insignificant beings, there existed a few astute minds. Yet, the sheer number of fools was overwhelming. With the absorption of just one more soul's essence, it would break free from its bindings. And then it could leisurely flay and dismantle these clever individuals one by one. The rules of the secret realm were thus: right and wrong dwell within your hearts. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, the malevolent spirit added another remark. It then summoned the 9-colored Bodhi and the golden lotus to hover before it, its voice resonating with righteousness. Upon seeing the 9-colored Bodhi and the golden lotus, the cultivators of the transformation stage were instantaneously blinded by the treasures, their hearts brimming with greed and desire. They dismissed Su Xi's advice with scorn, and even the robed cultivator, Li Kuang, sneered derisively, saying, "What audacious words from a mere infant of the nascent soul. Do not speak so recklessly." With that, Li Kuang initiated the assault, brandishing his artifact towards a nearby mid-transformation stage cultivator. The mid-transformation stage cultivator had been vigilant, and upon perceiving Li Kuang's attack, maintained composure without losing formation. In a moment, the two were embroiled in combat. However, with Li Kuang's late transformation stage prowess, victory was inevitable. Su Xi remained silent. It is difficult to offer wise counsel to the damned. These individuals are courting death. Could it be that Su Xi would restrain them? Chapter 46. Peril at hand. Li Kuang refrained from striking at Su Xi, for he was encircled by 6 mid-stage transformation realm cultivators. Weighing the risks and benefits, he opted instead to target a solitary mid-stage transformation realm practitioner nearby. As Li Kuang initiated the assault, a number of frenzied cultivators, having lost their senses, also launched reckless attacks against the surrounding practitioners. They feared that if they hesitated for even a moment, they would miss the opportunity to seize the treasures. On the battlefield, a myriad of spells manifested, and with each clash of magic, the air was filled with deafening explosions. Though Su Si did not comprehend why this malevolent spirit refrained from striking. He was content with the respite, for he was already gathering his strength. Seeing Su Si enter this preparatory state, Su Jiji and the others hastily retrieved their magical artifacts, adopting defensive postures lest the bloodthirsty cultivators turn their fury upon them. Fortunately, these frenzy practitioners retained a sliver of reason, recognizing the group's formidable nature, and thus refrained from attacking. This allowed Su Jiji's party to exhale in relief, though they remained vigilant, unwilling to lower their guard. When Su Si's power accumulation reached 20%, a mutilated corpse was violently ejected from the battlefield where the nascent soul cultivators clashed. The moment the broken body struck the ground, it rapidly desiccated, as though drained of all vitality by some unseen force. "Haha, I've succeeded," Li Kuang roared with maniacal laughter, oblivious to his impending doom. At that very instant, an icy, sinister aura swept through the area, chilling the bones. The earth fractured, dark tendrils of smoke seeping from the crevices. These ominous fumes swiftly expanded, enveloping Li Kuang and the nascent soul cultivators in an inky shroud. Piercing shrieks echoed as the black mist gradually took on a sanguine hue, the silhouettes within growing indistinct until silence reigned supreme. The foolish Li Kuang had ultimately paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. Meanwhile, Monk Wukong had immediately clasped his hands in prayer upon the mist's emergence, chanting ancient Buddhist scriptures as radiant golden light emanated from his form. As the incantations continued, a luminous golden barrier expanded, shielding all present. The malevolent mist dissipated upon contact with the holy radiance, as though encountering its natural bane. "A monk? How I loathe monks!" The malevolent spirit howled, its grotesque visage contorting with venomous hatred, eyes gleaming with malice. No longer toying with these insignificant beings, it inhaled the remaining dark mist before turning its murderous gaze upon Su Si's group. Yet what greeted it was a colossal flaming palm strike. "Fellow cultivators, the time has come," Yi Tianming bellowed as he unleashed his attack. Two figures, one clad in black, the other in crimson, sprang into action. Su Jiji brandished her spear while Wu Qing gripped her sword, both charging toward the evil entity. The firephobic spirit initially recoiled at the blazing palm, but sensing its feeble energy, it halted its retreat and shattered the attack with a contemptuous wave. As the fiery assault dispersed, Su Jiji and Wu Qing closed the distance, their weapons flashing. Su Jiji struck first, her spear darting like a dragon's fang aimed straight for the heart. Wu Qing followed, her blade pulsing with spiritual energy as it arced toward the neck. Their coordinated assault was ruthless and precise. Yet the malevolent spirit reacted with unnatural swiftness, its hands glowing with spiritual power as it intercepted both attacks barehanded. Chen Luo and Su Tao were not idle spectators. Chen Luo produced several jade tablets, his fingers weaving seals as he murmured incantations. The tablets ignited with brilliant light before streaking toward their foe like lightning. Meanwhile, Su Tao planted an enormous war banner into the earth, channeling copious spiritual energy into it until the standard blazed with crimson radiance. Bathed in this light, the allies felt their bodies lighten, their movements and spiritual circulation accelerating noticeably. Su Jiji and Wu Qing leveraged this enhancement to disengage gracefully. Just as Chen Luo's jade tablets arrived, the tablets transformed into ethereal chains that coiled around the evil spirit like constricting serpents. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Tianming summoned vast quantities of fire element from the heavens, condensing it into a blazing crimson lotus that he hurled at their immobilized foe. Boom! The deafening detonation rattled eardrums as a scorching shockwave radiated outward. Though this was their first collaboration, their synchronization was impeccable, each action flowing seamlessly into the next. While Chen Luo had anticipated Yi Tianming's prowess, the others stared in astonishment at the slightly pale-faced cultivator, a unanimous thought crossing their minds. This man possesses remarkable skill. At this moment, Su Si's power accumulation reached 50%. "Have we succeeded?" Su Tao weakly inquired, sensing the force of the Scarlet Lotus explosion. The answer came in the form of a frenzied aura emanating from the epicenter of the explosion, an aura that was exceedingly bloodthirsty and malevolent. "Ah, you insignificant ants dare to wound me. All of you must die." The visage of the world-destroying evil spirit contorted in horror, its body marred by burn marks. The terrifying aura of a late-stage fusion burst forth, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged violently towards the group. The force of this aura forced them to stagger back several steps, causing them to spit blood in succession. Sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead. The protective barrier he had conjured had drained much of his spiritual energy in resisting the onslaught. After regaining their composure, the group was horrified to discover that the world-destroying evil spirit had vanished. Chen Luo made a swift decision, raising a shield and retrieving a large black cauldron to protect Su Si, uncertain if the malevolent spirit would target her. Should that be the case, their fates would be sealed. Wukong responded quickly as well, reinforcing the strength of the golden barrier and summoning a golden bowl to hover above Su Si's head. Yet, the world-destroying evil spirit's aim was not directed at Su Si. A sickening sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed. Even though Yu Tianming instantly activated his protective barrier and crossed his arms in defense, the strike tore through the flesh of his arms, inflicting grievous damage upon his internal organs. seeing that its initial strike had not vanquished this insignificant creature. The world-destroying evil spirit unleashed another dark gust of energy towards the direction Yi Tianming was sent flying. In a moment of dire peril, a black figure darted forth with astonishing speed, pushing Yi Tianming to safety. The shadowy figure was none other than Su Tao. After Su Tao pushed Yi Tianming away, she intended to evade the force of the palm. However, the speed of that palm wind was simply too swift. Boom. Following the resounding impact, the diminutive figure clad in black was hurled away, a copious amount of blood cascading through the air, a sight both shocking and vivid. The once brilliant red of the battle flag instantly dimmed, as if it were on the verge of extinguishment. Su Zhizhi and Wu Qing, now the only active participants on the battlefield, scarcely had the time to assess Su Tao's injuries. In that fleeting moment, they drew forth their defensive artifacts, vigilantly fixating on the world-destroying evil spirit. They had to buy time for Su Ci. At this juncture, Su Ci was their last shred of hope. Soon, the world-destroying evil spirit vanished once more beneath their very eyes. Before Su Zhizhi could react, Yin Luo's anxious voice echoed in her mind. Zhizhi, beware of your left. A warning bell rang in Su Zhizhi's heart, although she sensed not a trace of aura. Her unwavering trust in Aunt Yin compelled her to pivot her weapon with all her might toward the left. Crash! Su Zhizhi was sent flying. And had she not swiftly redirected her weapon, the evil spirit's strike would undoubtedly have pierced through her head. Nevertheless, even so, she could scarcely regain her footing. After sending Su Zhizhi flying, the evil spirit turned its gaze towards Su Ci. This mere ant of the nascent soul stage had stood there from the onset, sheltered by those of the transformation stage. While it found this somewhat peculiar, it dismissed Su Ci, pondering whether this insignificant being could truly alter the tide. With this thought, it shifted its focus back to Wu Qing, summoning a vast sphere of black energy in its right hand, launching it toward Wu Qing. Predictably, despite Wu Qing unleashing all her hidden cards, she fell to the ground, unable to rise, mirroring Su Zhizhi's fate. The situation had become dire. Chapter 47. Su Ci is a monster. Su Ci, how much longer until you are ready? Chen Luo's eyes were tinged with urgency as she turned to Su Ci. Approximately half a stick of incense, hold on. Su Ci focused his mind, aware that the situation was grim, yet he still required an additional 40% of energy. Hearing Su Ci's response, Wukong spoke. Chen Luo, you guard Su Ci. The final step must rely on both of you. The monk and I shall engage it. With that, Wukong stowed away his protective shield and faced the world-destroying evil spirit directly. Wukong's voice resonated with determination and resolve, stirring something within Chen Luo. Reflecting on her earlier panic, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. As Wukong advanced, the evil spirit, harboring deep-seated resentment toward monks, roared, all monks deserve to die? Its voice was laced with boundless malice and hatred, its form contorting grotesquely under the weight of its rage. Its blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on Wukong, eager to rend him to shreds. Were it not for the seal of that damned monk, it would have long since broken free from the secret realm to indulge in the sanguine vitality of humanity. Yet, Wukong appeared unfazed, palms pressed together, muttering incantations, radiating golden light. As the chant concluded, the golden light coalesced, and a massive golden Buddha materialized behind him, chanting sacred verses in a continuous flow. However, these verses bore no effect on the world-destroying evil spirit, which was, after all, a manifestation of the malevolence of a great Buddha. The evil spirit sneered, its aura intensifying with each moment. Doomed monk, I shall silence your prayers. With that declaration, it struck out with a colossal black palm. Wukong's expression turned grave. Facing this dark assault, he uncrossed his hands and thrust them forward. Simultaneously, the Buddha behind him mirrored his movements, extending its enormous palm forward. Upon contact, the Buddha's hand began to falter, the black essence surging like a tide, swiftly spreading from its arms to engulf its entire figure. Within mere breaths, the Buddha dissipated entirely, and the black palm continued its relentless assault toward Wukong. His face paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he reacted swiftly, drawing forth his staff to meet the impending strike. Yet, it was not merely the black palm that advanced upon him. The world-destroying evil spirit followed suit. In the critical moment of life and death, clang, a tremendous clash resounded. A beam of sword light and a flash of gunfire intercepted the world-destroying evil spirit just in time. Wukong seized the opportunity afforded by the palm's push to retreat, casting a grateful glance at Wu Qing and Su Zhizhi as he did so. But this was not yet the end. For behind the evil spirit loomed another massive fiery palm. Boom. The evil spirit was caught off guard and struck, though the blow inflicted no harm. It left the creature in a state of disarray. Ah, you insignificant insects. Faced with the continuous interference from these pests, the world-destroying evil spirit found itself on the brink of losing control. It, a formidable being of the late integration stage, was entangled by mere mid-transformation stage ants, inciting a surge of fury within it, its aura growing increasingly frenzied. Before it could retaliate, whoosh, the crimson light emanating from the others flared anew. Indeed, it was Su Tao, who had just risen from the ground. The group, despite their injuries, encircled the world-destroying evil spirit. Each bore 2 to 3 defensive artifacts, their eyes ablaze with combat spirit. Among them, Su Tao shone the brightest. She radiated with a golden glow, her figure illuminated even beneath the black robe, akin to a brilliant beacon. Yet, it was precisely due to the multitude of defensive artifacts adorning her that she could withstand the evil spirit's onslaught. None of them faltered, for they were the prodigies of the prodigy rankings. Each possessed their unique pride. On the battlefield, as they coordinated their efforts, although they sustained injuries in the ensuing collisions, they ultimately bought precious time for Su Ci. The world-destroying evil spirit grew increasingly frantic, its terrifying prowess as a late integration stage being rendered the situation perilous for them. Beside them, Chen Luo raised her shield, standing guard before Su Ci, deflecting the residual forces from their battle to shield him from disturbance. Time passed without notice. As Su Jiji was once again sent flying, only Su Ci and Chen Luo remained standing. Insects. All shall perish. The world-destroying evil spirit raised its hands, gathering a massive sphere of black energy. Yu Tianming and the others gazed upon this ominous mass, their eyes filled with resignation. They were powerless to resist. Just as Su Jiji's mind was poised to act, suddenly, as if sensing something, she halted her movements. Chen Luo. Su Ci opened his eyes, signaling. That voice resonated like a celestial melody, bringing joy to all. They looked up to see a colossal orb of terrifying divine fire radiating an aura of annihilation manifesting in his right hand. Su Ci's complexion was ashen, his right hand raised in an effort to wield the nine heavens' divine flame. The immense mass of the flame was nearly draining him of all vitality. Should this not vanquish the worldly malevolence, his only recourse would be to rely on the sacrificial doll. As for the trump card bestowed by his master, he harbored uncertainties about whether it could be sensed upon activation within the secret realm. Yet, if this too failed to extinguish the worldly evil spirit, he would have no choice but to gamble on the fortune of that hidden ace. As Su Ci's words faded, Chen Luo sprang into action. With a series of swift gestures, intricate and profound runes emerged from his hands, weaving together in the air to form an immense bagua array. This array seemed to encapsulate boundless cosmic energy, descending like a towering mountain, firmly imprisoning the malevolent spirit of the world. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ci stepped onto the water clouds, drawing closer even before Chen Luo had ensnared the malevolent spirit of the world. He seized the opportunity with impeccable timing. The instant the 8 trigrams formation confined the malevolent spirit, he stood before it, his left hand coiled with energy, summoning all his strength to unleash a single powerful punch that sent the spirit soaring into the heavens. Though this blow possessed immense force, it did not inflict harm upon the spirit. However, it now exhibited signs of panic, for it sensed the breath of death emanating from the flame in Su Ci's hand. As it struggled to break free from the 8 trigrams formation and prepared to act, a massive conflagration of gold and blue flames loomed larger in its vision. It could not evade. With a thunderous roar, the annihilating power of the 9 heavens' divine flame erupted, causing the entire secret realm to tremble in response. The malevolent spirit emitted a piercing shriek, which soon fell silent. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the point of detonation, expanding in all directions. Chen Luo, quick-witted and agile, summoned the last of his spiritual energy to erect a protective barrier, shielding the fallen individuals around him. Upon sensing the vanishing presence of the malevolent spirit, Su Ci collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. Had we won? Chen Luo found it hard to believe. The group, having narrowly escaped death, could not help but burst into laughter, while Su Tao was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Yun Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "This Su Ci is indeed a prodigy," managing to achieve such feats with a cultivation level in the late nascent soul stage. In response, Su Jiji nodded in agreement. Yu Tianming propped himself up and approached Su Tao, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to fellow Daoist Su Tao for your selfless rescue. Had that attack from the malevolent spirit struck me, I would undoubtedly have met my demise." Su Tao waved her hand and replied in a youthful tone, "It is my duty, my friend Yi, so there is no need for you to overthink it. Since I have been assigned to a supportive role, I shall fulfill it to the best of my abilities." Su Tao was a principled individual. Once she committed to a task, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to its completion. Unexpectedly, the adept at evading danger, Su Tao, demonstrated a remarkable sense of responsibility. "Even so, you have saved my life. And if there comes a time when I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate to respond to fate's call." After bowing again, she stepped aside to tend to her injuries. Yet, a startling transformation occurred. Before everyone's eyes, a golden figure suddenly appeared. Su Ci was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to fight desperately, a shadow spoke. Chapter 48, 9-Colored Bodhi. "Thank you, dear friends, for assisting this old monk in vanquishing this inner demon." The voice of the shadow was aged and righteous, differing somewhat from before. The divine thought of the world-transcending Buddha, the last remnant of divine thought of a Buddha in the tribulation phase. Upon discerning this information, Su Ci finally exhaled in relief, hastily offering a reassuring glance to the determined group. "It is indeed a source of shame for me, the old monk, to have nurtured such a bloodthirsty inner demon, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous cultivators. Alas, this is truly my fault," the old monk lamented with a tone steeped in sorrow. Observing the reassuring gaze from Su Ci and the mournful demeanor of the golden figure, the others gradually eased their tension. A profound silence enveloped the scene for a considerable duration until Yu Tianming broke the stillness. "Elder, Are you the master of this secret realm? Indeed. My original intention was merely to leave behind some treasures for future generations, which led to the creation of this secret realm, the old monk replied. Initially, the secret realm consisted of only 2 trials. The first was to traverse the pressure-laden stone path, and the second was to procure treasures based on one's fortune. However, due to the malevolence of the inner demon, many cultivators perished in the first trial, lamentable. So regrettable. The old monk's tone conveyed deep sorrow. Elder, how may the original second trial be initiated? Su Ci inquired eagerly, recalling that his master required the golden lotus, which was the very purpose of his journey into this secret realm. The others turned their gazes toward the old monk, awaiting his response. Originally, that was my plan. But it is no longer necessary. If you young friends can assist me in vanquishing this inner demon, I owe you a great favor. As for these treasures, you may distribute them as you wish. With a heavy sigh, the old monk gradually dissolved before their eyes. As the old monk's essence faded, 8 radiant treasures descended from the heavens, hovering before the group. They exchanged glances, hesitant to reach out, instinctively directing their attention towards Su Ci. Su Ci, you choose. Chen Luo was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Without Su Ci, they believed that merely surviving this ordeal would be a stroke of divine favor. Thus they unanimously felt that he was most deserving of the treasures. Su Ci gazed at the crowd, observing no trace of greed or reluctance in their eyes, only sincerity. Initially, he had anticipated that some form of sacrifice would be required for an exchange, but it now appeared that he had underestimated the situation. With a gentle smile, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Then I shall graciously accept." His eyes swept over the array of treasures before finally resting upon a lotus flower, resplendent in golden hues. Golden lotus, an essential herb for concocting the dispel charm elixir. I shall take this golden lotus, and the remainder may be distributed among you, Su Ci declared, extending his spiritual energy to store the golden lotus within his storage ring. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and it was Su Ji who stepped forward, pointing at a colorful Bodhi seed. Su Ci, this is a 9-colored Bodhi. Are you truly not interested? Su Ji assumed that Su Ci was unaware of the significance of the 9-colored Bodhi and felt compelled to remind him. Su Ci shook his head. He had naturally noticed the 9-colored Bodhi when he had just scanned all the treasures with his identification function. However, what he urgently needed now was the golden lotus. Even though he felt a strong attraction to the 9-colored Bodhi, he believed in the principle of mutual respect. If they competed with him, he would feel justified in claiming it, but if he were to choose first, he would not act in such a manner. Although the worldly malevolent spirit had been defeated by his 9 heavens divine flame, without the desperate struggle of several individuals, he would likely have activated the substitute doll. Lying in a corner, gravely injured, and on the brink of death. When the others saw Su Ci's refusal, they exchanged glances, refraining from further persuasion, and instead, during their selections, they all tacitly avoided the 9-colored Bodhi. Even the merciless one, burdened with a mission, did not choose the 9-colored Bodhi. After each person selected one item, soon only the 9-colored Bodhi remained, floating solitary in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Ci felt somewhat perplexed. The 9-colored Bodhi could be considered the finest treasure present. Why then did they all abstain from selecting it? But then, he observed Chen Luo extending his spiritual power, tossing the 9-colored Bodhi in front of him. Take it, Chen Luo said with an indifferent expression. The others remained silent, as if they had reached some unspoken consensus. Su Ci stood silently, reluctantly acknowledging the profound emotions that stirred within him. In his heart, he had thought that although a few of them had forged bonds through shared trials during this expedition into the secret realm, they would likely part ways without further connection. Yet now, his perspective had shifted. The transformation in Chen Luo's demeanor was evident. Where once there had been animosity towards Yi Tianming, now there was only admiration in his gaze, devoid of any hostility. Reflecting on this, Su Ci exhaled softly and smiled, saying, "Thank you all." With the acceptance of the 9-colored Bodhi, Su Ci's journey in the secret realm came to a close. As they departed, the group engaged in conversation, revealing their respective identities. To his surprise, apart from Su Ci, they all ranked among the celestial prodigies, heightening their anticipation for the impending immortal fall secret realm in 2 years. As the entrance to the secret realm sealed, Su Ci turned to his companions and cupped his hands in farewell, stating, "Until we meet again, everyone." Su Ci, are you leaving just like that? I was hoping to invite you to the tavern for a drink, Chen Luo remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I shall join you next time when I have the opportunity, but I have some matters to attend to. Su Ci was becoming increasingly eager to return to the sword sect and present the golden lotus to his master. This gesture would not only expedite the resolution of her curse, but also grant him access to the celestial level technique, transforming into 3 clear ones, which he eagerly anticipated. It is worth noting that the techniques bestowed by the system were directly infused into his being, allowing him to achieve mastery instantaneously. One could only wonder how formidable a celestial level technique at the pinnacle of mastery would be. Upon hearing that Su Ci had matters to attend to, Chen Luo did not insist on his staying. Meanwhile, Su Ji, noticing Su Ci's departure, inquired, "Su Ci, do you believe you can break through to the divine transformation stage within 2 years?" Absolutely, Su Ci replied confidently with a smile. He was determined to reach the divine transformation stage within that time frame. Otherwise, his plans would be disrupted. Then we shall meet again in the immortal ruins. As for the matter of Su Ci not yet being ranked, Su Zhizhi and the others were unperturbed. In their eyes, it was an undeniable fact that Su Ci would ascend the talented one's ranking after achieving the divine transformation stage. All right, until we meet in the immortal ruins. On his way back, Su Ci recalled the expression on his master's face when they solved riddles together, particularly when she enjoyed strawberry gummies. He decided to purchase some strawberry and wheat seeds in Immortal City, hoping to bake a strawberry cake for his master. He wondered if she would enjoy it. Chapter 49. I like it very much. At the peak of Ice Sword Peak in the Sword Sect, Jiang Xianling sat opposite Mu Zili, who was incessantly flaunting a jade pendant. Sister Jiang, this pendant was hand-carved by my little disciple. Although it appears somewhat rough, the more I look at it, the more I find it exquisite. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianling glanced at the items Su Ci had gifted her, then shifted her gaze to the jade pendant in Mu Zili's hand. Her heart remained unmoved as she delicately lifted her slender, pale hand to grasp her teacup, sipping the spiritual tea in small sips, quietly savoring the tranquility of the moment. However, Mu Zili became increasingly animated. Did you come here just to show off the pendant? Sister Jiang, how can this be called showing off? It is merely a display, Mu Zili retorted. After saying this, she looked at Jiang Xianling, pondering. Recently, Mu Zili had a vague feeling that Jiang Xianling had undergone some changes, although she was unsure if it was due to Su Ci's influence. She perceived it as a positive development. The Jiang Xianling she initially met resembled an emotionless ice fairy, possessing stunning beauty yet always maintaining a calm and indifferent expression, as though the joys and sorrows of the world were entirely irrelevant to her, untouched by mortal affairs. Even though Mu Zili still could not discern any changes in Jiang Xianling's expression, her intuition told her that Jiang Xianling had indeed transformed. In the midst of her thoughts, a gentle breeze swept by. The wind chime swayed, producing a melodious and enchanting sound. Mu Zili's gaze was suddenly captivated by the exquisite pink wind chimes hanging from the plum tree. She could not help but exclaim, Sister Jiang, you have so many wind chimes on this tree. Could you spare me a couple? A few days prior, she had learned from Jiang Xianling that these ornaments were called wind chimes. At that time, she had envied them greatly, for not only were they visually appealing, but they also emitted delightful sounds. Without needing to ask, she knew they were crafted by Su Ci and gifted to Jiang Xianling. Hearing the chimes once more today, she finally could not resist asking Jiang Xianling for a few. Given their relationship, Mu Zili felt certain of success, even envisioning where she would hang them upon her return. To her surprise, no. Jiang Xianling responded swiftly, her pace of speech noticeably quicker than usual. What? No. Mu Zili was momentarily taken aback, thinking Jiang Xianling had agreed to give her the chimes, only to find that it was a rejection. Why, Sister Jiang? We are like sisters. What harm is there in gifting something to your younger sister? Other matters can be negotiated, but this is non-negotiable. Then, Mu Zili's gaze drifted to the rocking chair beneath the plum tree, but before she could speak, Jiang Xianling's refusal echoed in her ears once more. Mu Zili felt her heart shatter. So it seemed that anything gifted by Su Ci was off limits. Fine, if you want to give it, then you want tea. I have a jade pendant gifted by my own disciple, Humph. The two continued chatting for a while, but then Mu Zili recalled her purpose and spoke up. Sister Jiang, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Xianling raised her beautiful eyes, signaling her to continue. I wish to gift my disciples some presents, but I am unsure what to give them. I hope you can provide some suggestions. Gifts for disciples. Upon hearing Mu Zili's words, Jiang Xianling was momentarily taken aback. She realized she had never given Su Ci a gift. The techniques and protective jade tokens she had provided did not truly count as gifts. Should she? Mu Zili, seeing Jiang Xianling's stunned expression, assumed she was contemplating gift ideas for her and felt touched, preparing to express her gratitude. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Jiang Xianling abruptly vanished before her eyes. In a distant, snowy expanse far from the sword sect, a breathtaking figure appeared seemingly from nowhere, her long hair billowing in the wind, clad in a pristine, flowing celestial gown, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. This person was, of course, Jiang Xianling. The purpose of her arrival was clear. She had finally decided on the gift she wished to offer Su Ci. Meanwhile, in another corner, the Ice Crystal Beast King felt an unsettling premonition today, as if disaster loomed on the horizon. Yet, as a mid-stage tribulation beast, it had long been invincible in this icy realm. Why then did it feel this way? The Ice Crystal Beast King pondered in confusion. Its enormous eyes fixed on the ice jade it had guarded for many years. Countless reckless cultivators had attempted to seize the jade, including some in the late tribulation stage, all of whom had been repelled by it using its geographical advantage. It had buried countless mid-stage tribulation cultivators beneath the snow, so surely no one would be audacious enough to disturb it now. Just as it lowered its head in preparation to sleep, suddenly, it sensed the approach of a cultivator encroaching upon its territory. It roared furiously, "Human, how dare you disturb this king's rest? I shall tear you apart." Jiang Xianling appeared unfazed, revealing the phoenix seal behind her. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the seal, the Ice Crystal Beast King was instantly struck with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, it knelt on all fours, burying its massive head deep in the snow. My lord, spare me. This king is blind and did not recognize your arrival. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The adult grants whatever the small beast desires, while the small beast, burdened with both the old and the young, finds itself in a perilous predicament. The ice crystal beast king babbles on, its words laced with pleas for mercy. In the face of such desperation, even the well-versed Jiang Xianling cannot suppress the urge to unleash the phoenix seal. Noticing the absence of hostility, she retracts the phoenix seal, gracefully raises her jade hand, and, after collecting the ice jade, vanishes into thin air. The ice crystal beast king, though clever, realizes that a moment's hesitation could have sealed its fate as a mere corpse of ice. Having narrowly escaped, it vows never to return to this place. Indeed, those who can claim kingship are no ordinary beings. Had it been another beast, it would have long since found itself buried beneath a mound of grass. Upon returning to the sword sect, Jiang Xianling discovers that Mu Zili has already departed, though she pays it no mind. The matter of Mu Zili seeking her assistance has completely slipped from her memory. Gazing at the ice jade in her hand, she furrows her brows, contemplating the creation of a jade pendant for Su Xi. However, having never engaged in such craftsmanship before, she is uncertain of her ability to succeed on her first attempt. Entering her bamboo hut, Jiang Xianling retrieves some ordinary jade from her storage ring, intending to practice her skills with these initial pieces. 2 days later, upon returning to the sword sect, Su Xi's first action was to seek out his master. Subsequently, he received a jade pendant. The edges of the pendant were intricately engraved with delicate patterns, each line flowing gracefully, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, emanating a subtle chill. He gazed at the pristine jade pendant in his hand. Su Xi tentatively inquired, Master, did you create this? Jiang Xianling slightly nodded, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing Su Xi. Receiving her affirmative response, he meticulously examined the jade pendant in his hand once more. After a prolonged moment, he clasped the pendant tightly, raising his gaze towards his master. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. His eyes sparkled with delight as he expressed, Thank you, master. You are truly remarkable. I have never encountered such a flawless jade pendant. I truly adore it. Su Xi was taken aback by his master's unexpected gift of a jade pendant, his emotions surging. He couldn't help but voice some of his lingering thoughts. Upon hearing Su Xi's praise, Jiang Xianling felt a flicker of delight, thus failing to notice. In the final words of Su Xi, the subject shifted from disciple to I. Chapter 50, The Jade Pendant. The two sat facing each other, sipping spiritual tea, as Su Xi recounted the experiences of this journey, while Jiang Xianling quietly listened. After the tea was half finished and Su Xi concluded his tale, he presented a golden lotus to Jiang Xianling. Staring at the golden lotus in her hands, Jiang Xianling remained silent for a long time. Eventually, she spoke, You need not worry about me. I do not wish for you to neglect your own cultivation because of my concerns. I have previously mentioned that I am not from the Xian realm. If you do not strive to cultivate diligently, I will have no choice but to leave you behind. Su Xi comprehended Jiang Xianling's words. The master was unaware of his possession of the system, hence her concern was understandable. Not only had these trials allowed him to procure materials, but they had also honed his combat prowess. The system's rewards alone had propelled his cultivation by leaps and bounds. What truly delighted him was the implicit promise in his master's words. She would accompany him to the immortal realm. His previous anxieties about potential separation dissipated like morning mist. Master need not worry. This disciple shall not neglect his cultivation and will undoubtedly fulfill your expectations. Su Xi declared with unwavering conviction in his gaze. Witnessing such confidence, Jiang Xianling refrained from further admonishment. At that moment, the system's chime echoed in his consciousness. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. 3 purities from 1 qi, temporary storage, 2 simulation points distributed. The mere thought of the legendary technique set his heart aflame with anticipation. As twilight descended, Su Xi reverently fastened the jade pendant, his newfound treasure, to his waist before bidding his master farewell and retreating to his bamboo abode. Jiang Xianling remained seated, contemplating the golden lotus in her palm before releasing a melancholic sigh. If necessary, I shall suppress my cultivation to await him, she resolved quietly. A decision unknown to her disciple whose reaction remained an amusing mystery. Upon returning, Su Xi immediately summoned the system with barely contained eagerness. System, claim 3 purities from 1 qi. Ding. Claim successful. Instantaneously, archaic scriptures flooded his mind as the profound technique imprinted itself upon his consciousness, reaching perfection in mere moments. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation flickered in Su Xi's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he formed intricate hand seals, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge with fervor. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his being. Subsequently, 2 shadowy figures of dark golden spiritual energy materialized before him. Su Xi felt a stirring in his heart and silently commanded the ethereal shadow to summon the 9 heavens divine flame with his left hand raised in a gesture of support. As the command was uttered, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. He watched in disbelief as the 2 dark golden ethereal shadows also extended their left hands in a similar fashion. What truly astounded Su Xi was that the 9 heavens divine flame had manifested on the left hands of these ethereal shadows as well. exhibiting an identical potency to that of his own. Truly, the celestial level technique that had reached the transformative realm did not disappoint. It was undeniably powerful and fierce. Had he possessed this technique during the encounter with the malevolent spirit, he could have reduced his charging time to merely a third of its original duration. This technique effectively tripled his combat prowess, with the only drawback being its substantial consumption of spiritual energy. Upon ceasing the flow of spiritual energy, the two ethereal figures dissipated like bubbles. After testing the technique, he recalled the 2 simulation points recently awarded by the system and silently contemplated. System. Allocate the 2 simulation points to the ancient body refinement method. Ding. Simulation successful. Over the past 2 years, through diligent practice and remarkable willpower, you have successfully refined the ancient body refinement method to the transformative realm. Why was there no change? After waiting for what seemed like an eternity without any noticeable transformation in his body, Su Ci found himself perplexed. He remembered that when the ancient body refinement method reached its perfected state, his body had emitted the crackling sounds of bone collisions. Yet now, upon reaching the transformative realm, there was not a whisper of noise. But soon, Su Ci's confusion was resolved. Upon introspection, he was astonished to discover that all the bones in his body had taken on a resplendent golden hue. After a moment's hesitation, he drew forth the ink shadow sword and gently grazed it against his arm, leaving a white mark from which droplets of blood emerged. However, in the blink of an eye, the white mark healed within mere seconds. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ci could no longer contain the exhilaration bubbling within him. His breath quickened, and his face radiated excitement. This ancient body refinement method had elevated his physical strength to an entirely new level. With such a formidable physique, if combined with the chi transformation into 3 purities, Su Ci was imbued with confidence, effortlessly believing she could triumph even against Su Zhizhi. Suppressing her excitement, she contemplated her cultivation. Consequently, she resolved to devise a meticulous cultivation plan for the next 2 years, to preclude any unforeseen circumstances that might hinder her ascent to the transformation stage. Meanwhile, in a desolate and shadowy realm beyond the confines of the world, this place resembled a black hole, devouring the radiance emitted by the stars, exuding a boundless malevolence. Hovering ominously above this dark expanse were several grotesque beings, their appearances distorted and unsettling. Among them, the 2 foremost entities emanated an aura as profound as the abyss, radiating a pressure far surpassing that of the tribulation stage. The celestial realm, the time, has not yet come. Wang, command us to annihilate all small worlds. One of the leading grotesque beings intoned. The Xian realm, first station, the passage, is established. When? Inquired another prominent creature. The remaining grotesque entities responded, approximately 20 years. As the echo of their words faded, a mechanical, emotionless silence enveloped the air. For them, 20 years was but a fleeting moment. While silence reigned above, the ground below was starkly different. The surface of this ominous place was alive with unsettling, writhing sounds, evoking a chilling sensation. Should anyone dare to glance at the ground, they would realize that this was no mere dark expanse. It was an unending, densely packed nest of monsters. After Su Ci meticulously devised a cultivation plan, the day began to wane. Having journeyed tirelessly for 2 consecutive days, even with Su Ci's robust physique, the weariness of the mind was inescapable. Consequently, he refrained from practicing and succumbed to slumber until dawn. In the early morning, a delicate light pierced through the clouds, casting the first rays of illumination. Su Ci sat up, and as he reached for the jade pendant at his waist, he couldn't help but take it off and hold it delicately in his hands, admiring it with growing fondness. After a considerable time, he cautiously hung it back at his waist. Pushing open the bamboo door, he breathed in the fresh air outside. Su Ci could not help but reflect on the joy that slumber brings. How different it was from his previous life on Blue Star, where he toiled from 9 to 5, akin to a mere beast of burden within the confines of society. Here, even without the pursuit of immortality, merely existing in such an environment could grant one longevity. After his musings, Su Ci retrieved the wheat and strawberry seeds he had previously purchased from his storage ring. He planted them in the soil and channeled his spiritual energy into the ground. As the energy permeated the earth, a soft glow emanated from the soil, and the seeds swiftly sprouted. Utilizing spiritual energy to hasten the maturation of these mundane items felt somewhat extravagant. However, Su Ci was eager to attempt crafting a strawberry cake today, thus his urgency in procuring ripe strawberries and wheat. As for the remaining ingredients, he had plenty in his storage ring, acquired during a time when he had not yet embarked on his cultivation journey. He had reasoned that they would not spoil while stored away, leading him to gather a substantial amount. Soon, under the nurturing of his spiritual energy, the strawberries and wheat flourished. He wondered if his master would enjoy cake. Musing softly, Su Ci then proceeded to the kitchen with the freshly picked strawberries and wheat. A mere 15 minutes later, he beheld the freshly baked strawberry cake. A feast for the senses in both aroma and appearance. Su Ci couldn't help but exclaim, the presence of spiritual energy truly makes a difference. Even the process of baking a cake is accomplished with remarkable speed. To prevent the cake from gathering dust, Su Ci employed his spiritual energy to envelop it. Once everything was in place, he set off towards the summit of Ice Sword Peak, cake in hand. Chapter 51. Su Ci, the paragon of virtue at the pinnacle of Ice Sword Peak. Jiang Xianling reclined in a rocking chair, a sight that, to Susie's eyes, felt long overdue. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the plum blossom trees, casting a few rays that bestowed a golden halo upon her figure. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her enchanting eyes held a depth that was both serene and chilling. Her complexion was as fair as jade, and her unparalleled beauty was breathtaking to behold. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the melodious sound of wind chimes. Susie's dark golden eyes swayed from side to side, her heart in disarray. Jiang Xianling leaned against the rocking chair, her deep azure eyes exuding a coolness tempered with warmth as she gazed at the newcomer. Upon noticing the strawberry cake in Susie's hand, a hint of curiosity flickered in her gaze. The strawberry cake in Susie's hands was a visual delight, adorned with glistening, ruby-red strawberries artfully arranged atop a golden sponge base. Each strawberry nestled perfectly amidst the cream, promising a delicate and airy texture that was evident even from its exterior. Disciple, what troubles you? Upon hearing the inquiry, Susie pointed to the strawberry cake and replied, Master, this is a specialty from my hometown. I wish to offer it to you for a taste, to see if it pleases your palate. What is this? Strawberry cake. She recognized the strawberries. Yet she pondered the essence of this cake. Upon observing that Jiang Xianling refrained from further inquiries, Susie mistakenly assumed her disinterest in the delicacy, his eyes dimming slightly. In truth, Jiang Xianling was merely pondering the nature of the cake. However, when she lifted her gaze and encountered the subtle melancholy in Susie's eyes, her thoughts inexplicably halted. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent, and simply rose from her seat, moving to the tea table where she gracefully settled into a chair. As Susie was preparing to store the strawberry cake in the storage ring, he heard his master's melodious and ethereal voice calling him over to taste it. Upon hearing this, the bitter emotions within Susie vanished in an instant, like the emergence of light after a long period of darkness, even causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift in a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly seated himself opposite Jiang Xianling. Removing the protective barrier of spiritual energy, Susie placed the plates and forks before Jiang Xianling. Channeling his spiritual energy, he cut a small piece and placed it on her dish, gently encouraging, Master, to try it. His dark golden eyes were filled with eager anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Xianling. Sensing Susie's unwavering gaze, Jiang Xianling felt a bit uneasy and queried, Aren't you going to eat? Clearing her throat, she added, Yes, I will eat, observing the hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Susie offered a sheepish smile and retrieved another set of plates and forks, cutting a piece for himself as well. In truth, he was far more interested in watching his master savor the cake than in eating it himself. However, such thoughts were ones he could never articulate, at least not at this moment, once he ceased to fixate his gaze upon her. Jiang Xianling finally pierced a small piece of strawberry cake with her fork and took a bite. Although Susie did not gaze directly at Jiang Xianling, the corner of her eye remained fixed upon her. A fleeting glimpse of the delight reflected in her brows and eyes brought her a sense of relief. It seemed that the master truly had a fondness for strawberries, Susie mused inwardly. Suddenly, Susie recalled the expression of his master when she had tasted the bitter melon-flavored soft candy. He could not help but wonder what it would be like to create a bitter melon cake. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed this peculiar thought, for he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Master, is this cake delicious? He inquired. Quite nice, Jiang Xianling replied with a slight nod. The strawberry cake exuded a delicate aroma of strawberries and a sweet cream fragrance, which he found delightful. Receiving his master's approval, Susie felt a flush of pride wash over him. Even a celestial being as powerful and aloof as his master acknowledged his cake-making skills. From now on, he wished to be called Su, the Cake King. Contemplating his master's profound cultivation and esteemed status, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Master, what brings such a powerful figure from the celestial realm to the mortal realm? Although he was aware that she had descended due to the curse of a shattered soul, he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding her affliction. When she had previously discussed matters of the celestial realm, she had refrained from sharing details about herself, merely alluding to her status as a celestial venerable. He yearned for more clarity. If her descent were due to reasons related to secret realms, it would be of little concern. However, if it were due to the actions of certain individuals, as this thought crossed his mind, a chill radiated from his gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xianling reasoned that Susie would inevitably learn these truths upon his ascension, so she opted for honesty, her red lips parting to speak. In the celestial realm, there are 3 great heavenly gates, the path to ascendancy, the platform of transcendence, and the Emperor's seal. These gates are established by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao. Susie had initially thought such concepts existed solely within web fiction. To his astonishment, they indeed held truth. Without pausing, Jiang Xianling continued, these 3 heavenly gates correspond to the realms of celestial venerables, celestial emperors, and great emperors. Only those who achieve the corresponding cultivation level may attempt to breach these gates. Master, are there benefits to traversing these heavenly gates? Susie could not resist asking. The realm of celestial venerables is further divided into ordinary and perfect celestial venerables. Even a late-stage ordinary celestial venerable cannot contend with a perfect celestial venerable in the early stages, Jiang Xianling elucidated. Goodness, the disparity is so vast? So, according to what you say, could that white-haired man have been a perfect great emperor at the late stage? As Su Si pondered further, the possibility became increasingly plausible. After concluding her explanation, Jiang Xianling directly articulated Su Si's initial question. Many years ago, I was beset by a group of individuals while traversing the path of respect, carrying two quasi-imperial artifacts, which led to my curse. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Si's hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his nails embedding into flesh without his notice. He lowered his gaze slightly, a hint of crimson flickering in his dark golden eyes. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Xianling continued, only one of those individuals remains. Su Si's body stiffened momentarily, and he loosened his grip beneath his sleeves, his eyes transitioning from a fierce crimson to a state of astonishment. Swallowing hard, he inquired, Master, how many people besieged you back then? As for the exact number, I cannot recall, but it was approximately around 100. Su Si's hand completely relaxed. According to her master, only those of the immortal venerable realm may enter the path to ascendance. Thus, her master's implication was, with her own strength, she single-handedly battled 100 immortal venerables, and was merely one short of vanquishing them all. This. In his heart, Su Si silently murmured an apology. It was indeed his overestimation of his own capabilities that led him to naively contemplate avenging his master. It was already a remarkable feat that he did not wish for his master to seek retribution on his behalf. Truly, his master was exceptional. And Su Si raised his thumb in admiration. Upon witnessing Su Si's gesture, Jiang Xianling appeared somewhat perplexed. What could this possibly signify? As if reading her thoughts, Su Si explained, Master, raising a thumb is a gesture from my hometown that signifies great admiration for your prowess. Jiang Xianling nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. After all, Su Si often presented an array of peculiar items, and a few unusual gestures were hardly out of character. The two conversed for quite some time until the strawberry cake brought by Su Si was entirely consumed, at which point he took his leave. Before departing, he diligently collected the dishes and utensils. Upon entering the kitchen, he gazed at the fork and plates used by his master for a considerable while. Little figures began to emerge on either side of his head. The white Su Si declared, Let us do it. The black Su Si retorted, Let us do it. The whole head. With a swift motion, Su Si dispersed the two little figures. Being a gentleman of integrity, he would never stoop to such petty actions. He now harbored serious doubts that these two entities were merely manifestations of his malevolent thoughts, rather than reflections of his true self. After thoroughly rinsing the bowls, dishes, and forks, Su Si returned to the bamboo cottage to resume his cultivation. Chapter 52. The Path of Heart Forging. The following day, Su Si set out early from the Ice Sword Peak, eager to explore the Sword Sect's so-called Path of Heart Forging. This path is one of the three great trials of the Sword Sect, alongside the Sword Inquiry Tower and the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. As its name suggests, it is a trial designed to refine one's state of mind. Su Si was aware of his insufficient state of mind. Thus he sought to utilize this trial to enhance his mental fortitude. Along the way, he resolutely declined the invitations of over 10 junior female disciples before finally arriving at the path of heart tempering. After presenting the requisite spiritual stones for entry, Su Si stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. It was the first day of his journey on the path of heart tempering. In the midst of chaos, Su Si encountered an innumerable horde of formidable tribulation stage demons. They surged towards him in a frenzied rush, tearing at his flesh with ravenous fervor. Despite the excruciating pain he endured, Su Si's resolve remained unwavering. He understood that if he were to cower before such corporeal torment, how could he ever aspire to stand beside his revered master? Within the tumult, Su Si oscillated between the agony of being devoured and the reconstitution of his body. Yet his spirit remained unshaken. His state of mind flourished rapidly under these circumstances, allowing him to emerge triumphantly in merely half an hour. The following day, he ascended the heart refinement path. He became the sovereign of the mystic realm, adorned in a resplendent robe of the five-clawed golden dragon, seated majestically upon his throne. While countless tribulation stage cultivators bowed in reverence on either side, Su Si's gaze was piercing, his eyes deep and resolute. Undeterred by the countless enchanting fairies below the throne who sang and danced with grace. Despite their slender figures and elegant movements, he remained unmoved. As time slipped away, the surrounding space seemed to fracture like a spider's web. Upon regaining his senses, Su Si found himself standing outside the Forging Heart path. On the third day of his arrival there, he was struck with sheer astonishment as he recognized his surroundings. He was now within his bamboo cottage on Ice Sword Peak. Yet, this was not the source of his astonishment. The reason for his shock lay in the presence beside him. A woman he knew all too well. Her silky hair, reminiscent of satin, sprawled across the bed, exuding an air of languid nobility. With a transcendent beauty that was unparalleled, her allure was not merely in her appearance. Her ethereal grace held one's gaze captive. Her skin, as fair as snow, glowed faintly with a delicate sheen, releasing a subtle fragrance of cold flowers. At that moment, she donned a gown of crystalline ice gauze. Indeed, this woman was none other than his revered master, Jiang Xianling. The fragrance of cold flowers wafted into his nostrils as Su Xi fixated on Jiang Xianling's resplendent lips, glistening like rubies. His throat tightened, and his body stiffened. She breathed evenly, her beautiful eyes closed, her elegant brows unfurrowed, yet she remained strikingly beautiful and aloof. What was he to do? How should he proceed? Su Xi found himself preoccupied with the desire to depart swiftly, yet inexplicably. His thoughts shifted to the question of what to do and how to proceed. He exerted considerable effort to divert his gaze from his master, but it seemed as though his eyes had developed a will of their own, refusing to budge in the slightest. It was as if Jiang Xianling could sense Su Xi's unwavering attention. Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately before she slowly opened her enchanting deep azure eyes. The moment she spoke, Su Xi nearly tumbled off the couch in surprise. Darling, what troubles you? Jiang Xianling inquired, her voice as melodious and soothing as celestial music. Where had her aloof demeanor vanished? This did not align with her usual character. Moreover, the term darling seemed utterly out of place in the context of the immortal realm. Master. Su Xi's mind was in disarray, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Rendered nearly speechless. Why do you address me as master? Upon hearing his title for her, Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of irritation. Then, what should I call you? Noticing the flicker of annoyance in her gaze, Su Xi fought to suppress his racing heart, laboriously completing his sentence. Despite his efforts, his words came out haltingly, resembling a stutter. Heaven knows how exhilarated he felt when she referred to him as darling. Had he not possessed enough composure? He would likely be gushing blood from his nose at this moment. Su Xi had always been a person of resolute will. Yet, she called me darling, you even called me baby last night. Darling? Su Xi tentatively repeated. Yes, indeed. Jiang Xianling's eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curving into a radiant smile, her voice possessing an unexpectedly sweet tone. Witnessing his master's adorable smile filled Su Xi with an overwhelming sense of warmth. Su Xi's gaze was vacant, as if his heart were being incessantly scratched by an invisible feline. It was almost beyond belief. Such a master. Utterly adorable. He was utterly enamored. In fact, he realized that he adored any master. Su Xi quickly corrected himself. Just as he was about to utter something, he suddenly felt a warm rush within his nostrils. Darling, why are you bleeding? Upon seeing Su Xi's nosebleed, Jiang Xianling hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe it away. Perhaps it's just the heat. It's nothing. Master, darling. Suddenly reminded of something, Su Xi immediately altered his words. Does it hurt? Jiang Xianling's eyes brimmed with concern. When had Su Xi ever encountered such a scene? He hurriedly exclaimed, No, not at all. It doesn't hurt a bit. Internally, he couldn't help but scorn himself. Merely witnessing his master's smile had caused him to bleed from the nose. How utterly embarrassing. Yet, on the other hand, who could blame him for finding his master so endearing? Therefore, a little nosebleed was quite understandable. He silently reassured himself. Soon, the bleeding ceased. As a cultivator, he could have easily prevented such a situation with a mere thought, but in his haste, he had forgotten. I shall go bake a cake, he declared before fleeing in disarray. He desperately sought tranquility, feeling as though he might float away. His heart raced incessantly. Remaining any longer would surely result in another nosebleed. Thank you, my dear. Jiang Xianling quietly observed Su Xi's retreating figure until it vanished from her sight. In the kitchen, Su Xi took a moment to compose himself before gradually calming his emotions and commencing the preparation of a strawberry cake. After skillfully completing the cake and arranging the plates and forks, he finally called for Jiang Xianling. As she emerged from the bamboo house, he couldn't help but admire himself for his impeccable taste. The translucent ice silk dress truly suited his master. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her exquisite face, free of makeup, could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. Coupled with her ethereal demeanor, she appeared as a breathtaking vision in that magnificent gown. What a stunning beauty! Su Xi couldn't resist exclaiming. The hem of her dress danced lightly with her movements as she sat across from Su Xi in silence, delicately lifting a small piece of cake with her fork and extending it toward him. Upon seeing the cake brought to his lips, Su Xi's heart, which had only just settled, began to race once more. Forcing himself to remain calm, he shook his head, his expression complex, and said, My dear, you should eat. I'm not hungry. Even calling his master my dear felt like crossing a line, though the offering stirred his heart. He did not wish to disrespect his master in such a manner, especially since he had yet to express his feelings to her, even if everything were fabricated. And even if she were unaware, he had his own principles. What was the merit of secrecy? Su Xi was a man of honor. If it were to happen, it must be done openly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianling withdrew her fork and swiftly seated herself in Su Xi's lap, catching him off guard. Once enveloped in her soft embrace, he stiffened, his gaze dimming as the delightful fragrance of cold flowers filled his senses. He kept his hands firmly at his sides, exhibiting no movement, remaining perfectly still. Jiang Xianling showed no intention of rising, and they maintained this position, exchanging pleasantries in a gentle dialogue. Before long, the moon ascended to the treetops, casting a silvery glow over the earth. Time passed swiftly. Su Xi murmured, feeling a profound melancholy. Yet he knew it was time to depart. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, he softly asked, Would you accompany me to a place? At his words, Jiang Xianling lifted her delicate head to meet his gaze, her tone gentle. As you wish. In a flash, Su Xi led her to a secluded lake outside the sword sect. Moonlight illuminated the surface of the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Feeling that something was still lacking, Su Xi produced several spirit stones, channeling his energy to shatter them. Instantly, the lake was filled with glowing specks, resembling a celestial realm. After completing the transformation, he turned to Jiang Xianling, his eyes sparkling with mirth, and said, Master, I must take my leave. Jiang Xianling remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. And they shared a moment of unspoken understanding. Su Xi's words were utterly perplexing. Yet, strangely enough, this baffling statement rendered her momentarily speechless. Time passed once more. Well, I shall wait for your return. The words drifted in like a gentle breeze caressing her face. Su Xi nodded vigorously. Chapter 53. Who knows? In a fleeting thought, the trial concluded. Su Xi exhaled a breath of stale air, standing outside the forging heart path, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He gazed intently towards the summit of the ice sword peak, his eyes filled with a sense of longing and confusion. After a considerable time had passed, he silently recited the calming mantra several times before returning to the ice sword peak. What Su Xi was unaware of was that the figure of Jiang Xianling appearing on the heart refinement path was not entirely a manifestation of his inner self. In her earlier years, Jiang Xianling had shown an interest in the heart refinement path and had traversed it once, inadvertently leaving behind a trace of her essence. A fact even she remained oblivious to. This trace of essence went unnoticed by all, as no one had ever been able to evoke it. As for why Su Xi could, perhaps it was due to the attraction between his solar and lunar divine bodies. Or perhaps because he possessed the jade pendant gifted by Jiang Xianling. Alternatively, it might be that, unbeknownst to him, her feelings for Su Xi had long transcended the ordinary, thus prompting this resonance of essence. All of this remained a mystery. It was precisely this trace of essence, combined with Su Xi's thoughts, that manifested the scene on the heart refinement path. As for whether this essence would carry memories back to Jiang Xianling, who could say? On the fourth day, when Su Xi returned to the heart refinement path, he was astonished to find himself standing outside it upon opening his eyes. Initially suspecting a malfunction within the path, he inquired with an elder overseeing it, only to learn that his state of mind had grown so robust that the heart refinement path could no longer hone it. He did not press the matter. An enhancement of his mindset was undoubtedly a positive development. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Su Xi grasped the jade pendant tightly. Sitting in a daze upon the chair, at the peak of Ice Sword Mountain, Jiang Xianling, seated cross-legged within the bamboo cottage and working to dispel the curse, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. For some reason, she felt as though something was amiss compared to the previous day. Though everything around her remained unchanged as usual, perhaps she was merely overthinking it. Resolving this thought, she closed her eyes once more, silently continuing her efforts to lift the curse. After some time, Su Xi withdrew the jade pendant, recalling the earlier golden lotus, and glanced at his master-S status. Jiang Xianling's current condition, cold, engaged in dispelling the soul-severing curse, 50 resolved. With the assistance of the golden lotus, her curse had been alleviated by half. This brought him a sense of joy, gradually dispelling the lingering melancholy in his heart. He patted his face, giving himself a reassuring fist pump to bolster his spirits. He firmly believed that as long as he was willing to strive, the scene on the heart refinement path would not be far off. With this resolve, Su Xi, filled with determination, took out a spirit stone and began his cultivation. Half a day later, upon realizing that his cultivation had only progressed marginally, Su Xi could not help but smile wryly. The pace of his cultivation seemed rather sluggish. Fortunately, he had ample time at his disposal. In the following days, Su Xi dedicated himself to intensive practice, during which nothing significant transpired until he received a message from his master. It was rare for her to contact him this way, and although he felt some curiosity, he did not dwell on it. Soon, he entered the courtyard and encountered his master. Upon seeing Su Xi, Jiang Xianling set down her teacup and gestured for him to take a seat. Su Xi sat opposite his master, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation. Have you encountered any issues in your recent cultivation? The master inquired. Master, I have not faced any difficulties in my cultivation thus far, Su Xi replied truthfully, maintaining a facade of composure while inwardly grappling with unease. Could it be that his master harbored intentions of imparting further guidance? It was no wonder Su Xi felt this way, for he vividly recalled the master's initial instruction. At that time, after executing a breathtaking sword strike in the wild forest, the master unexpectedly urged him, a mere novice who had just begun to grasp the essence of swordsmanship, to delve into the profound mysteries of the sword path. This experience left him with an enduring shadow of apprehension. Please, let it not be as I fear. Let it not be. Su Xi fervently prayed within himself. His master was not a truly qualified instructor. In reality, the instances of genuine guidance were few and far between. Su Xi felt a sudden pang in his heart, his eyelids twitching incessantly. He hurriedly replied, Master, how could you say such a thing? I have never thought of it that way. In truth, he had never harbored such thoughts. Although his master's teachings were unconventional, he had never deemed them inadequate. In his heart, his master would always receive a perfect score. During a previous conversation with Jiang Xianling, he learned of her initial experience as a mentor. It was only natural for her to feel a bit awkward during her first attempt. I have reflected on my shortcomings, she had said, and henceforth, I shall begin to oversee your cultivation. Snowflakes danced in the air. The northern winds howled. A melody from a song once heard on Blue Star inexplicably echoed in Susi's mind, perfectly fitting the moment. Master, I believe your teaching methods are quite commendable. There is no need for alteration, Susi insisted, unwilling to relent. Jiang Xianling remained silent, her enchanting deep emerald eyes fixed steadily upon Susi. Under the gaze of those captivating eyes, what could he do but acquiesce? Disciple, thank you, master. Upon hearing Susi's compliance, Jiang Xianling finally withdrew her gaze, stating, There is no better time than the present. I shall instruct you in your cultivation today. Ah, master, might I request a moment to gather myself? Susi exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xianling remained mute, her beautiful eyes still trained on Susi. Resorting to this tactic once more? Very well. I surrender. Is that sufficient? He conceded, feeling the pressure mount. Then I shall trouble you, master. He steeled himself to comply. Jiang Xianling nodded and led Susi to a forest outside the sword sect. To what stage have you cultivated the ancient body refinement technique that I previously imparted? She inquired. Master, I have reached the transformation realm with the ancient body refinement technique, Susi responded, a hint of anxiety lacing his words. He couldn't help but wonder if this progress would astonish his master, considering the ancient body refinement technique was a divine-level skill. It is rare for an ordinary person to achieve the transformation realm in such a short span of time. Even reaching the entry realm would be deemed extraordinary. Jiang Xianling was indeed somewhat taken aback. She recalled that Susi had only recently begun practicing this technique. It seemed that her disciple's aptitude for cultivation was on par with her own. Very well, in that case, I shall teach you another technique today. Initially, she had intended to guide Susi further in the ancient body refinement technique, but having reached the transformation realm, she decided to impart a new skill instead. Seeing his master's enthusiasm, Susi did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. All swords return to their origin. Disciple. What types of techniques do you currently lack? After a moment of contemplation, Susi spoke. Master, I currently lack a powerful technique for single-target combat. When it comes to offensive techniques, apart from the heavenly sovereign palm, I am left with only the ancient body refinement technique and the one chi transforming into 3 purities. The minor sword technique and sword chi armor, these 2 mysterious level techniques do not appeal to me at all. As for the 9 heavens divine flame and sword intent, they do not qualify as techniques in the true sense. Furthermore, the ancient body refinement technique is oriented towards physical enhancement, while the one chi transforming into 3 purities and the heavenly sovereign palm are more suited for group attacks. If I could acquire an exquisite technique specifically designed for single-target engagements, it would certainly help mitigate certain disadvantages in specific situations. Jiang Xianling nodded slightly. And after a moment of thought, she produced a tome exuding an ancient aura and handed it to Susi. Susi accepted the tome handed to her by her master, her gaze fixating upon the martial arts technique inscribed within. She beheld the 4 prominent characters Wanjian Gui Zong etched vividly in her mind. Wanjian Gui Zong, a celestial-grade technique, propelled by the essence of sword intent. Harmonizing with spiritual energy to unify myriad swords, possessing the ability to ensnare foes. A celestial-grade technique? And it possesses the capability to ensnare adversaries? Susi's heart raced, her eyes brimming with excitement, and she felt an overwhelming eagerness to learn this martial art. She couldn't help but wonder how formidable she would become once she cultivated it to perfection using the simulation points. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, the scene before her flickered like a slideshow. When she finally stood still, she found herself in the untamed wilderness of a forest. As she took in her surroundings, a wave of familiarity washed over her, only to intensify when her gaze fell upon a colossal sword scar. Suddenly, it struck her, wasn't this the very sword strike delivered by her master before? She turned to her master, a question lingering in her mind. Master, what brings us here? Hearing Susi's inquiry, Jiang Xianling remained silent. Initially, she had intended to teach Susi the ancient body refinement technique, but with the change of plans, she brought her to this place instead. Without hesitation, she slowly raised her arm, as white as jade, and with a single hand, she formed a mystical gesture. Upon witnessing this, Susi seemed to grasp something, her eyes widening in astonishment. The primal forest, with the heavens as its canopy, erupted into an astonishing roar. A sound akin to thunderous bells reverberating through the sky, shattering the previous tranquility. Simultaneously, the countless white clouds above the wild forest appeared to be stirred by some unseen force, beginning to whirl rapidly and forming a colossal vortex. Following this, an overwhelming pressure, one that could shake the earth and send chills through the spirits, surged forth. Fortunately, standing beside Jiang Xianling, Susi remained unscathed by this formidable force. Yet, the ferocity of the pressure was palpably felt through the towering trees that bowed under its weight. As the pressure descended, the ground fractured incessantly. Boulders and soil were hurled into the air, creating numerous craters. A gigantic frost blue sword, adorned with exquisite engravings on its hilt and inscribed with mysterious runes along its blade, emerged from the center of the vortex above the forest. Nearly 100 feet in length, this sword seemed to stretch infinitely, its chilling intent permeating the air. Enshrouded in swirling mists, it descended from the sky with a thunderous crash. The sound echoed like a cataclysm, conjuring images of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, as if the apocalypse was upon them. The terrifying shockwave generated by the explosion surged forth, yet as it approached Su Xiai, it was quelled by the surrounding spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Xianling. Su Xiai was so astonished by this scene that she momentarily forgot to breathe, remaining in a daze for quite some time before she finally regained her senses. "Disciple, how do you find the power of this move?" Jiang Xianling inquired with an indifferent tone, as if she had merely plucked a blade of grass from the roadside. Once the dust settled, the once verdant forest within 100 miles had transformed into a desolate expanse. At the point where the sword's tip had descended, a bottomless black abyss had formed, with the surrounding earth cracked like a spider's web. Su Xiai never anticipated that the myriad swords returning to their origin could be so extraordinarily formidable. Not only is its power immense, but it also possesses an undeniable elegance. Moreover, it is capable of targeting enemies with precision, achieving accurate strikes. Furthermore, the casting time is remarkably brief. Powerful, incredibly powerful, exceedingly powerful, truly deserving of its master. Unable to contain his admiration, Su Xiai raised both his thumbs in approval. After Su Xi's explanation, Jiang Xianling understood the significance of this gesture and nodded slightly, saying, "First, review the technique. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire." With that, she stood quietly beside Su Xiai. Upon hearing her words, Su Xiai wasted no time and began to peruse the technique. After a thorough reading, he pondered for a considerable time, articulating the aspects that puzzled him. Jiang Xianling addressed each of his queries in turn. 2 hours later, thanks to his master's elucidation, Su Xiai swiftly grasped the fundamentals. It is no wonder he is gifted. For others, even with guidance at their side, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to fully comprehend the technique, let alone achieve a foundational understanding. Jiang Xianling was not taken aback by this, for she had already elevated Su Xi's cultivation talent to match her own level. In fact, she considered his 2-hour mastery to be somewhat sluggish. According to her calculations, he ought to have achieved it in less than half an hour. If Su Xiai were to fathom the thoughts harbored by Jiang Xianling, one could only speculate on his reaction. At this moment, his gaze sharpened, and with a singular hand, he executed a mystical gesture. Subsequently, a diminutive yet resplendent golden sword emerged from the heavens. While it was indeed diminutive in comparison to the frost-blue enormous sword, for an ordinary sword, it could still be deemed colossal. The golden sword, nearly 10 zhang in length, descended vertically with formidable force, easily capable of striking down an adversary at the initial stage of integration. Observing the manifestation of his 10,000 swords returning to the origin, Su Xiai felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had merely grasped the rudiments, should he achieve the transformative realm. It was likely that even those at the mid-integration stage would falter against his strike. Of course, if not for the towering frost-blue sword for comparison, Su Xiai would have felt even more pleased. Upon witnessing the golden sword, Jiang Xianling offered a measured assessment. It is adequate, yet further practice is imperative. Your current spiritual energy only permits 2 uses. With mastery, you shall wield it more frequently. Understood, Master, Su Xiai replied, turning his head, his forehead adorned with glowing runes, and his dark golden eyes shimmering with mirth. He pondered whether Jiang Xianling would be startled when he eventually utilized simulation points to elevate 10,000 swords returning to the origin to the transformative realm. Jiang Xianling nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on Su Xi's profile, where an uncharacteristic flicker of unease flitted across her beautiful eyes. She urged him to inquire should he have any questions, before leading him back to the Ice Sword Peak. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion they had stirred had sent shivers down the spines of the great demons undergoing tribulation in the wild forest. In a verdant grove, 2 mid-tribulation demons huddled within a cave, their backs pressed against each other. One, a bovine demon, exclaimed, "Here it comes again. What level of powerhouse is this? It is simply too formidable. I am utterly despondent." Overwhelmed by the terrifying force, it felt no inclination to raise even a hint of resistance. The other, an equine demon, turned to see its companion quaking in fear and remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely a bit of frost and wind." Although the source of the disturbance was distant, the bovine demon was indeed terrified. First, an unimaginable presence had cleaved down a sword, and now this situation unfolded. Who could withstand such might? Many demon kings had already migrated deeper into the wilderness. They, stubborn as they were, had not followed suit. But now, forget stubbornness. Even a carbon alloy head would hesitate to remain here. Contemplating this, it hastily suggested, "Shall we retreat deeper into the wild forest?" Pathetic. The bovine demon's face darkened with anger at the suggestion, ready to retort, "Forget it. Consider it a favor. Let us depart." Hearing the resolute words of its steadfast companion, the bovine demon put aside its objections and hurriedly began to pack its belongings. As it gathered its things, it could not help but think, "I, the old bull, have not misjudged my comrade. The old horse is indeed a true stalwart." The scene shifted, revealing that the equine demon had already prepared the majority of its belongings. The 2 demons fled with remarkable speed, as if pursued by a great calamity. Yet, in the eyes of other cultivators, they were the true calamity. Apart from the myriad beasts in the wild forest, the ancient relics of the tribulation stage from the hidden realms of the Xuanjia, upon sensing that terrifying aura, promptly issued orders to their disciples, warning them to avoid unnecessary conflict. This, in turn, led to an unprecedented reduction in strife within the Xuanjia. Chapter 55. Even masters require care. On a small island to the east of the Buddhist sect, Chen Luo grasped the beard of a tattered old Taoist priest with fervent intensity. He menacingly threatened, "Old Taoist, quickly impart all your techniques to me. In 2 years, I shall enter the immortal ruins and vow to defeat a certain individual surnamed Su." The prior defeat had left Chen Luo feeling quite discontented. If Su Si's cultivation surpassed his own, he could accept his loss, confident in reclaiming victory in the future. However, the fact that Su Si had yet to reach the transformation stage was a bitter pill for someone like him, who was ranked among the elite at the mid-transformation stage. Thus, upon his return, he sought guidance from the old Taoist. "Ouch, you little brat, how dare you tug at an old man's beard?" The old Taoist, face flushed with anger, scolded Chen Luo. Noticing the old man was about to take action, Chen Luo quickly recoiled and released his grip. Adopting a defiant demeanor as he declared, "Regardless, you must diligently train me, or else my failures will reflect poorly on you." The old Taoist could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Swiftly, he reached out and tapped Chen Luo's head, retorting, "You little rascal. Are you planning to leech off me for a lifetime?" Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the tome into Chen Luo's arms. "Be gone. Don't hastily exhaust your own cultivation." While scolding, the old Taoist's gaze held a glimmer of satisfaction. "At least you possess a modicum of conscience, old Taoist. Fear not. Just see whose disciple I am." A warmth spread through Chen Luo's heart as he waved his hand dismissively before departing, leaving the old Taoist fuming in place. In a certain cultivator city, within an inn, Su Jiji sat by the window. The tea on the table had gone cold, untouched by her hand. One could hardly blame her, as she had just learned that her nemesis had broken through to the late stage of the Great Ascension the previous day. She felt increasingly distant from her quest for vengeance. "Jiji." Hearing the voice of Aunt Yun echoing in her mind, Su Jiji returned to her senses. "Aunt Yun, I am fine. The immortal ruins will open in 2 years. By then, I may experience a meteoric rise within the secret realm. I must strive harder in my cultivation. One day, I will exact my revenge." Su Jiji encouraged herself. The vendetta of her family was one she could not overlook. And even against a foe at the late Great Ascension stage, she felt no reason to cower. Resolute, her eyes glimmered with determination, reminiscent of her initial confrontation with the malevolent spirit. "You will be quite fatigued." Aunt Yun sighed softly, a hint of sympathy in her voice. "Aunt Yun, I fear not the toil. Very well, I shall assist you." She refrained from expressing gratitude to Aunt Yun, as doing so would create a sense of distance. Besides Chen Luo and Su Jiji, the others were equally occupied. Wukong entered the Buddhist sect's sacred ground, seeking opportunities, while the emotionless envoy of the Divine Palace, having emerged from the ice prison after a failed mission, ventured into a perilous area within the Divine Palace. Su Tao diligently undertook tasks in the city of cultivation to amass spirit stones, while also gathering treasures and techniques. Yi Tianming, in a secluded celestial realm, relentlessly honed his skills. It seemed that all of them were spurred on by Su Si, each striving to grow stronger in their respective pursuits. As for the other individuals on the talented ones list, they remained oblivious to the fact that their positions would soon be in jeopardy. Upon returning from the wild forest to the Ice Sword Peak, Su Si immediately retrieved his spirit stones to commence his cultivation. According to his plans, he was preparing to hunt down the malevolent practitioners, thus he aimed to absorb every possible fragment of spiritual energy. This notion stemmed from his concerns regarding the impending secret realm of the fallen immortals. He feared that should the resources within his storage ring prove insufficient, he would not resort to plundering the prodigies listed on the celestial rankings. Adhering to the principle of non-aggression, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, Su Si resolutely rejected such actions, save for the malevolent practitioners. The wicked deeds of these practitioners compelled him to eliminate them, solely to contribute to the realm of Xian. With time still remaining before his departure, Su Si resolved to present a gift to his master the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianling noticed a few strands of her hair cascading near her ear, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. With a flicker of her storage ring, a finely crafted hairpin, made of sandalwood and exuding a fragrant aroma, adorned with delicate plum blossoms, materialized in her hand. This hairpin was a gift from Su Si. Yet upon contemplating its significance, she hesitated before returning it to her storage ring. Within the central compartment of the ring, the hairpin floated serenely, accompanied by a breathtaking celestial gown. The next day, before dawn, Su Si departed from the sword sect and ventured to the nearby Fengxian city to procure cotton seeds. After some contemplation, he also acquired numerous strawberry seeds, wheat seeds, and spirit tea seeds. Upon returning to Ice Sword Peak, instead of resuming his cultivation, he planted the cotton and spirit tea seeds. Next, he proceeded to the kitchen, utilizing the remaining materials in his storage ring to bake 4 strawberry cakes and 1 grape cake. He then enveloped these cakes with spiritual energy and stored them within the ring. In the fields, he replicated his previous actions, channeling spiritual energy into the soil designated for cotton planting to hasten its growth. The cotton was to be ripened for a specific purpose. As for the spirit tea, after consulting with his master, he found himself temporarily well supplied. Having completed these tasks, Su Si retrieved the silk he had used for practice while crafting the exquisite icy glass gown. Selecting a variety of colors he intended to use, he tossed the silk into the air, cleansing it of impurities with his spiritual energy. Just as he finished washing the silk, the cotton was perfectly ripened. Su Si plucked a considerable amount of cotton and, after cleansing it of its impurities, ventured into the bamboo hut with the materials in hand. 4 hours later, he gazed upon the 2 chibi dolls before him, nodding in satisfaction. These dolls, one male and one female, were each the size of a quarter of a pillow. The male doll bore intricate divine patterns on its forehead, its large, dark golden eyes complemented by an exceptionally handsome face, at first glance. It was unmistakably a diminutive version of Su Si himself, albeit with rather crude craftsmanship. As for the female doll, there was no doubt that it represented Jiang Xianling. The female doll was crafted with remarkable finesse, far surpassing the male doll in detail. One might say that the male doll was merely a complimentary gift accompanying the exquisite female counterpart. The reason for creating both dolls stemmed from Su Si's subtle intentions. Such plush toys were non-existent in the Xian realm, and those silk figures were fundamentally different from plush dolls. Moreover, this chibi representation was unique to this place. Being a seasoned admirer of ancient attire, he often engaged in sewing and mending historical garments. Thus, despite it being his first attempt at doll making, his prior experiences, combined with the formidable learning ability of cultivators, allowed him to grasp the craft within an hour of exploration. The subsequent 2.5 hours were dedicated to completing the chibi master, followed by the remaining time spent refining it. Ultimately, the last moments were devoted to creating the chibi version of Su Si himself. It could be said that these 2 plush dolls were truly one of a kind in the Xian realm. Casually tossing the chibi Su Si onto the couch, it inadvertently bounced twice, nearly tumbling to the ground due to the lack of precision in his throw. Su Si feigned indifference, then tucked away the chibi master figurine and ascended the mountain in search of her master. It is rare to find a girl who does not delight in such toys. To her, the master was also a girl deserving of care and attention. Chapter 56. There is no need for concern, master. Upon reaching the summit, Jiang Xianling was seated quietly on a chair, savoring her tea. Su Si greeted, and then took a seat across from her. Is there anything you do not understand about cultivation? Jiang Xianling's gaze fell upon Su Si. Su Si shook his head, refraining from immediately retrieving the chibi version of his master from his storage ring. Instead, he spoke. Master, I must leave the sect for a time. For how long? The duration remains uncertain. Su Si, maintaining a proper posture, lifted the spirit tea from the table and began to sip it. Ever since the last lesson on the etiquette of tea drinking imparted by his master, he had gradually become accustomed to this refined manner of enjoying tea. In fact, he found that it enhanced the flavor of the spirit tea, rendering it even more delightful. Jiang Xianling appeared poised to speak again, but then, as if struck by a thought, she lowered her gaze. She nodded, indicating her understanding. Although a spark of curiosity lingered regarding why her master hesitated, Su Si refrained from inquiring. If his master chose not to share, there must be a reason behind it. Gently retrieving the chibi version of his master, Su Si cradled it in his hands as if it were a fragile porcelain doll. In contrast, the crudely made chibi version of Su Si did not receive such delicate treatment. Upon seeing the plush doll that bore a striking resemblance to herself, Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Is this a silk figure? Yet I have never encountered one of this style. Could it be a craft from her disciple's hometown? This thought piqued Jiang Xianling's interest in what Su Si referred to as his homeland. Taking the chibi figure of Jiang Xianling, she curiously pinched its cheek, finding it quite pleasant, and then gently patted its little head. Is this a silk figure? Yes, Su Si wanted to deny it. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, eventually acquiescing to his master's assertion. Just as he was about to elaborate that it was indeed a craft from his homeland, Jiang Xianling continued, Is this a craft from your hometown? Yes. Very well. It seems my master has taken to filling in the gaps on her own, sparing me the need for explanations. Resigned, he gazed upon her exquisite visage and softly inquired, Master, do you still like it? Jiang Xianling did not hesitate, but rather openly acknowledged her fondness. She indeed cherished this silk figure, perhaps because it resembled her, or perhaps because it was the first silk figure she had ever received. Or maybe, Jiang Xianling chose not to delve deeper into her thoughts. That is wonderful, Su Si smiled gently. Even if he felt 99% certain that his master would adore it, he could not ignore the remaining 1% of uncertainty. He would strive to avoid any discontent. After sharing a few more cups of tea, Su Si handed the storage ring containing the cake to his master before rising to take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, Jiang Xianling called out to him. Su Si felt a twinge of confusion, unable to comprehend why his master had summoned him. However, the subsequent words filled his heart to the brim. Be cautious in all matters outside. Should you encounter something insurmountable, remember to activate the jade pendant I bestowed upon you. Hearing his master's concern, Su Si raised an eyebrow, his tone light and cheerful as he replied with a smile, "Yes, I will. There's no need for you to worry. Master." On his way back, he hummed a little tune, leading any onlookers to believe that some joyous occasion had transpired. Inside the bamboo dwelling, Su Si sat cross-legged, his dark golden eyes shimmering with a cold light. Now that all matters were settled, the next course of action was to hunt down the malevolent cultivators. 10 days later, within an inn in Twinwu City, Su Si, draped in a black cloak, sat on a stool, attentively listening to the conversation of two nearby cultivators. "Hey, have you heard? It's about the notorious assassin of the evil cultivators that's been the talk of the town," the cultivator in blue began. "Of course, with the power of the nascent soul. He has slain dozens of infamous evil cultivators at the transformation stage. Who hasn't heard of this?" retorted the cultivator in purple, rolling his eyes at his friend. The cultivator in white disregarded the eye roll and continued, "I've heard that 7 mid-transformation evil cultivators joined forces afterward, but they too were dispatched by this assassin. I'm aware of that. It's quite astonishing. I can't fathom who this assassin truly is. To battle transformation stage cultivators with the strength of the nascent soul, if he had already reached the transformation stage. I would almost believe he was one of the paragons on the celestial ranking," mused the purple-robed cultivator, unable to contain his admiration, "even if he hasn't reached it yet. I wager that once he breaks through to the transformation stage, his ascent to the celestial ranking is all but assured. Nonetheless, I can't shake the feeling that this assassin is, in fact, me," remarked the white-robed cultivator, taking a sip of his drink, neglecting food or snacks. The purple-robed cultivator, upon hearing this, fell silent, merely continuing to eat. Unbeknownst to them, the assassin they spoke of sat at the neighboring table. Indeed, he had encountered the 7 mid-transformation cultivators. Yet even their combined efforts had failed to inflict any harm upon him. The ancient body-refining technique alone was sufficient to leave them in dismay. Not to mention the addition of the solar divine body. The very title of assassin of the evil cultivators struck Su Si as rather kitsch. Furthermore, he recalled the recent substantial bounty placed by the Taoist sect for an evil cultivator, albeit that particular cultivator was adept at concealment, leaving many at a loss. Upon hearing this, Su Si was instantly wide awake. An evil cultivator, and their SA bounty? This aligns perfectly with his intentions. The Taoist sect, one of the 8 prestigious sects of the Xian realm, undoubtedly possesses remarkable resources. Although he had scavenged numerous assets from the malevolent cultivator in recent days, one could never have too many such treasures. However, the adeptness and concealment indeed poses a significant challenge. Moreover, I have received word that the wicked cultivator is likely in the vicinity of Tianwu City. What? You actually know this? The purple-clad cultivator set down his chopsticks, his face a mask of astonishment. What is so surprising? I even know the name of that evil cultivator, the white-clad cultivator boasted with a smug expression. Hiss. Your information is even more reliable than mine? Quickly, share it with me. The evil cultivator is named Su Qin. As the words fell, a figure clad in a black robe, akin to Su Si, rose from the adjacent table and departed. By some uncanny chance, Su Si employed identification on the departing black-robed individual. Su Qin, initial stage of transformation. Su Si stared incredulously at Su Qin's retreating figure, her pupils flickering with disbelief. This must be a stroke of fate bringing food directly to her mouth. Gathering her teacup from the table and tossing a few pieces of silver, Su Si's silhouette flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 57. In the next life, be a beast of burden. Upon leaving the inn, Su Qin, cloaked in black, wore a grim expression, his heart seething with rage. This damned Taoist sect, had he not merely refined a few of their disciples? Why was there a relentless manhunt across the entire realm for him? With thousands of disciples, what harm would it do to lose 1 or 2? Did they truly believe he was made of clay? Fortunately, he had sought out his ancestor to learn the art of concealment beforehand. Otherwise, he would have surely met with disaster. Once I grow stronger, I shall take my revenge on this sect, Su Qin vowed fiercely. Yet, his gaze was soon captivated by a striking female cultivator clad in the attire of a Taoist disciple. Upon recognizing her garb, a sinister grin crept across his face. He thought, why not collect a bit of interest first? Su Qin's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent as he licked his dry lips, stealthily following the female cultivator. He remained ever vigilant of his surroundings. However, how could Su Si be so easily detected? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the oriole lurks behind. Initially wary of mistaking his target, he now felt confident in his adept tracking skills. Since they were within the city, he did not rush to act, but silently trailed behind her. As night fell, a woman fled through the pitch-black forest. A shadow pursued her relentlessly. Little beauty, you can't escape. Surrender willingly, and perhaps you may find some joy, Su Qin taunted, his words dripping with vulgarity, his laughter lewd as he leisurely followed the woman. Su Si followed closely behind the two, nearly bursting into laughter at the remarks of this expendable character, which almost led to the exposure of their whereabouts. The air of insignificance was overwhelming. Ignoring the two ahead, Su Si contemplated the task at hand. He donned a mask resembling that of a Taoist, altering his voice and physique, emanating a palpable aura of decay. After this transformation, It became impossible for anyone to fathom that beneath the dark robe lay an extraordinarily handsome man. Su Xi did not dare to underestimate the formidable power of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He held a singular affection for his master and would strive to evade entanglements with other women whenever possible. Nevertheless, should such encounters prove unavoidable, he would resolutely decline. This female cultivator was indeed unfortunate. Despite the presence of disciples from various sects nearby, she had chosen a location devoid of any onlookers. Su Xi, feeling a measure of trepidation towards the cultivators of the Tao surrounding him, refrained from taking action as Su Chun departed the city. He coveted Su Chin's divine soul, yet it would be prudent to conceal the One Hun banner from such company. His master had previously cautioned him about the preciousness and the inherent dangers associated with the One Hun banner. The value is beyond question, but the risks involve attracting the ire of overly righteous cultivators. Moreover, these individuals are unlikely to concern themselves with the morality of the souls he has collected. Regardless of their deserving fate, Su Xi was not afraid of trouble but preferred to avoid it, to prevent any unforeseen complications. He quietly followed behind the two individuals without taking immediate action. Before long, the female cultivator's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving her standing in despair. With only the cultivation level of early nascent soul, if she could have inflicted harm on the figure in black, she would have acted long ago. Yet, the black-clad individual was at the early stage of transformation. An ordinary cultivator from the Taoist sect lacked the capability for combat beyond their level. At that moment, the female cultivator had resigned herself to death, intending to self-destruct as soon as the black-robed man drew closer. Su Chun relished the sense of complete control over the situation. He had driven the prey into a corner, allowing him to revel in the fear and despair that radiated from them. This feeling, in his view, was simply magnificent. Observing the female cultivator's terror, his body trembled with excitement. Although she was powerless against Su Chun, Su Xi would not indulge such a madman. Once they were a sufficient distance from the disciples of the Taoist sect, he unleashed a powerful heavenly sovereign palm, striking down with great force. Before Su Chun could react, the one-time protective talisman bestowed by his ancestor was activated. Boom. Dust clouds billowed as Su Chin's face twisted in disbelief. His precious talisman was gone, vanished. Girl, run. Su Xi called out to the female cultivator, worried that any unexpected changes might hinder her performance after witnessing his failure to eliminate Su Chun with a single strike. His voice was ancient and decayed. Upon hearing the call for help, the Taoist female cultivator, initially filled with vibrant hope, suddenly regained clarity upon hearing Su Xi's aged voice and seeing his hunched figure. Feeling a slight restoration of her spiritual energy, she cast a grateful glance at Su Xi and said, "Senior, your immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay. In the next life, I shall serve you as a humble beast to show my gratitude." With that, the female cultivator hurriedly turned and fled. At that moment, Su Chun also regained his composure, screaming, "Ah, you wretched creature, how dare you? How dare you destroy my treasure?" Uninterested in Su Chun's madness, Su Xi raised his hand once more for another heavenly sovereign palm. He was eager to see just how many of his strikes the madman's treasure could withstand. Boom, boom. One palm after another struck down, causing the protective barrier to tremble precariously. Su Chun panicked, feeling his pants dampen slightly. "Fellow cultivator. No, senior. Please spare my life. My ancestor is a late-stage Mahayana cultivator. If you let Su Chun go, I shall repay you handsomely." With that, he collapsed to his knees. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Xi seemed oblivious to the situation, noting the inefficacy of the heavenly sovereign's hand, and remarked on the resilience of the tortoiseshell. With a single hand, he executed a spell. Suddenly, a colossal golden sword plummeted from the heavens, effortlessly shattering the barrier and piercing Su Chun. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. Realizing the commotion was excessive and having exhausted a significant amount of spiritual energy, Su Xi hastily gathered Su Chin's soul into the soul banner. He then retrieved an unused storage ring, placing Su Chin's lifeless body within it. With a hint of disdain, he wrapped the storage ring in layers of cloth and tucked it into his sleeve before departing in a rush of light. In a dark chamber, an elder clad in red sat cross-legged, exuding no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary individual. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he swiftly retrieved a jade tablet from the storage ring. Upon observing the myriad cracks adorning the tablet, he silently arose, his hair billowing in fury, radiating an aura of terror that suffused the chamber. The walls and floor began to crumble under the weight of his oppressive presence. Chinner. Suwon ultimately succumbed to his rage, unleashing a thunderous roar. The overwhelming energy shattered the chamber's heavy stone door into dust. His visage twisted in fury. Imbued with an insatiable murderous intent, he declared, "Even if I must scour the depths of the abyss, I shall torment you, the wretch who has slain my Chinner, until you draw your last breath." With that, his figure vanished instantly, leaving chaos in his wake. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the corners of the chamber were littered with no fewer than 100 skeletal remains. Chapter 58. Between Life and Death. Meanwhile, Su Xi raced towards the sword sect, concerned about the potential for a scenario where the small fry was dealt with, only for the formidable elder to appear. The moment Su Chun mentioned the existence of a grandmaster, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the thunderous yet energy-draining technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, even in the absence of immediate danger. It is prudent to prepare in advance. He was not in a hurry to report to the Tao sect, as it lay farther from his current location than the sword sect. Should he fail to reach the sword sect in time, he would have no choice but to activate the formations and jade talismans bestowed upon him by his mentor. Su Ci harbored such thoughts. Yet he still underestimated the late-stage cultivators of the great vehicle. Perhaps the ordinary late-stage practitioners posed no threat to Su Ci, who possessed these two trump cards. However, this was an evil cultivator, a late-stage evil cultivator. It is well known that the techniques and treasures of evil cultivators are primarily characterized by their unpredictability. Just within half a stick of incense after Su Ci's departure, 3 cultivators clad in the robes of Taoist elders materialized in this location. Their formidable auras traversed the void as they approached. These 3 practitioners were outer elders of the Taoist sect, with the strongest among them having reached the mid-stage of the integration realm, while the weakest possessed the early stage of the same. Sensing the lingering bloodlust in the air, the trio furrowed their brows. Before they could utter a word, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, rendering their faces pale and causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads as they instinctively sought mercy. A gust of wind, laced with the scent of blood, swept past them. Su Wen, gripping 3 severed heads in one hand, casually discarded them before pursuing the direction in which Su Ci had fled. He possessed a secret technique that allowed him to ascertain the location of the one who had slain Chenair. Even though he had swiftly dispatched the 3, the fury within him remained unabated. "Beast, don't let me catch you," he muttered, accelerating his pace further. The unease within Su Ci intensified, weighing heavily on his heart. How melodramatic. Is that old man truly here? If Su Chun did not deceive him, then the pursuer must be a practitioner at the late stage of the Great Ascension. The late stage of the Great Ascension. Such a level of cultivator is far beyond his capabilities to contend with. Currently, he is still a considerable distance from the sword sect. With this thought, Su Ci let out a sigh and retrieved the crimson jade pendant his master had given him to guard against Yang Chun. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope. But now, feeling the overwhelming pressure behind him and the turmoil within, all remnants of optimism vanished. However, before he could activate the pendant, an immense force struck it from his grasp, sending it flying. "Want to call for help?" "Huh, a delusion." The voice echoed like a madman. As the words fell, a blood-red barrier enveloped Su Ci, leaving the jade pendant outside its confines. Witnessing this scene, Su Ci's heart plummeted to the depths. Su Wen, late stage of the Great Ascension, it seems the sacrificial doll shall be of use. Yet, he pondered whether he could escape the pursuit of such a formidable existence after its use. Su Ci remained remarkably composed. In such circumstances, panic would only hasten demise. Unable to rely on his own strength for victory, he had to contemplate external means. The Eastern Emperor Bell? Unfeasible. With his current cultivation at the late Yuanying stage, he could not activate this quasi-imperial artifact. The defensive array bestowed by his master, however, presented a viable option. The longer he could stall, the greater the chance for a turn of events. With this thought, he promptly retrieved the jade token to activate the defensive array. An array? Presumptuous. Upon witnessing the protective formation enveloping Su Ci, Su Wen's face contorted with disdain. What advanced formation could a mere Yuanying stage practitioner possess? Had he not wished to spare this creature's life for a more gratifying torment, he could have easily slain him in an instant. Though he remained oblivious to how the Yuanying stage Su Ci had managed to defeat the god transformation stage Su Chun, such details had become inconsequential. Su Wen raised his hand, summoning several blood swords that lunged directly at the defensive formation. After a thunderous crash, as dust settled, he beheld the intact formation. His brow furrowed in realization that matters were more complicated than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Su Ci, having employed the jade token, seated himself on the ground, contemplating his escape. Entirely unperturbed by the potential breach of the defensive array, his trust in his master was unwavering. His master had assured him that this defensive array could withstand an onslaught from a tribulation stage cultivator for a brief period, and assuredly, it would hold firm against an opponent at the late Deshang stage. Seeing that a single blood sword could not penetrate the defensive array, Su Wen immediately summoned more blood swords. The incessant clanging echoed against the formation. After the duration of half a stick of incense, observing that the blood swords could not inflict harm upon the defensive array, Su Wen produced a blood-stained great knife. The sanguine aura surged forth, enveloping the blade in a mist of red vapor. Gathering spiritual energy, he raised his hand and cleaved a blood-red arc of blade light. To avoid ending Su Ci's life with a single strike, he had deliberately adjusted the trajectory of the blade's energy. Yet, evidently, his concerns were unwarranted. 4. Upon delivering the strike, the defensive array remained steadfast and unyielding. Su Wen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Su Ci's expression was devoid of emotion. And in an effort to avoid the sight of that unsightly face, she deliberately turned her back. What a beast! How infuriating! Observing Su Ci's demeanor, Su Wen no longer held back and struck again with his blade. This blow was immense, a stark contrast to the previous one, akin to the disparity between an adult and a child. Yet, The defensive array remained steadfast and unyielding. Su-won, his eyes ablaze with fury, swung his greatsword repeatedly, each strike landing upon the defensive formation. He could not believe that this array was so resilient. Meanwhile, within the protective barrier, Su Si pondered for a considerable time, but could not devise a means of escape. Her only glimmer of hope, the red jade pendant that called upon her master, had been sent flying beyond the blood-red barrier. Ah, the blood-red barrier. Indeed, if she could not defeat this old malevolent cultivator, could she not shatter this crimson shield? With this thought, Su Si formed a hand seal, channeling her spiritual energy. Before her, two dark golden spiritual phantoms materialized. With a surge of inspiration, these two phantoms began to gather the nine heavens' divine flame. Then, Su Si cautiously stowed the jade pendant gifted by her master into her storage ring. Sensing the frenzied depletion of her internal spiritual energy, she did not dare to be careless and retrieved a substantial number of spirit stones from her ring, spreading them across the ground. By absorbing the energy from the spirit stones, she sought to restore her power while the spiritual phantoms continued to accumulate energy, preparing for a grand maneuver. Su-won, observing this scene, paid it little heed. He dismissed the notion that a mere nascent soul could turn the tide. As for the red jade pendant outside the barrier, he preferred to dismantle the defensive array first and then torment Su Si. After a considerable duration, the defensive array was on the verge of collapse. Su-won, losing patience with the drawn-out confrontation, grimaced as he produced an ancient talisman. Upon activation, he hurled it toward the array. In contrast, the spirit stones strewn across the ground had already been reduced to powder. At the moment the defensive array shattered, Su Si felt a surge of spiritual energy and directed her gaze towards the two golden phantoms, which were primed with the nine heavens' divine flame. After issuing a command, she formed another hand seal and unleashed the myriad swords returning to their source. A colossal golden sword descended from the heavens, crashing towards the blood-red barrier. Simultaneously, the two golden figures beside Su Si surged forth, casting their amassed nine heavens' divine flame towards the point of impact of the myriad swords. The combination of the myriad swords returning to their source and the two concentrated flames successfully breached the crimson barrier, tearing a gaping hole in it. Su Si, quick-witted and agile, unleashed another strike of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, piercing through the opening aimed at Su-won. Without glancing back at the explosion, he executed the technique twice in succession, depleting his spiritual energy. Forcing out the last remnants of his power, he cast water cloud travel, propelling himself towards the gaping rift. This was his sole opportunity. Yet, before he could traverse the breach, excruciating pain coursed through his entire being, sending him crashing sideways. Su-won, with a sinister expression, gazed at Su Si and remarked, thinking of escaping? Su Si expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, and upon glancing at the wound, he discovered it had already healed. A bitter smile crept onto his face, his gaze dimmed. His injuries were grievous, had it not been for the primordial body refining technique and the solar divine body. A typical nascent soul cultivator would have long since met their demise. If Su-won had not been intent on tormenting Su Si, restraining much of his strength at the last moment, it was likely that Su Si would have been replaced by the death substitute. Now, the only thing Su Si could rely on was that very death substitute. He could only hope it would prove itself useful, not vanishing before being found. Unbeknownst to both, a flash of crimson light flickered from the blood-colored barrier, hinting at the presence of a red jade pendant. Chapter 59, the backup left by the Master Beast. Why have you stopped running? Continue. Su-won felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, yet it was still insufficient. Chen-er was the most talented junior of his lineage, and Su-won had high hopes for him, never anticipating that he would fall at the hands of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was determined to ensure that this individual would suffer endlessly until their demise. Su Si silently channeled his inner energy, restoring the spiritual power within his body, remaining unresponsive. Observing this, Su-won raised his hand once more, delivering a powerful strike that sent Su Si flying. In midair, bright red blood rained down upon the ground, appearing particularly vivid and startling. Su-won gazed at Su Si with a cold smile, saying, "Kneel and beg for mercy from me. Perhaps I shall grant you a swift end." He expected this individual to plead for his life. However, to his astonishment, Su Si not only displayed no sign of supplication, but also bore no trace of fear upon his countenance. Su Si braced himself, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a derisive laugh. "I see you are not so formidable," he declared, raising a finger to beckon Su-won to come forth. Enraged, Su-won raised his large blade, his expression twisted in fury as he growled, "Then prepare to meet your demise." As the blade descended, a vivid scarlet arc of light sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Su Si. The very air warped in its wake, and the surrounding flora crumbled like mere paper before this overwhelming force. Anticipating the dreadful blade's approach, Su Si thought, "This time, I will surely trigger the death replacement doll." In the face of life and death, he remained utterly unperturbed, provoking Su-won solely to instigate the doll's activation. However, just as the crimson blade was about to reach him, it suddenly seemed to be seized by an unseen force. It transformed into a gentle breeze, lifting the strands of his inky hair. Sensing a presence, Su Si turned in astonishment to find a figure clad in a pristine white gown standing quietly behind him. She stood there like a blooming snow lotus, exuding an aura of purity and grace. Once again, he had been saved. Su Si's lips trembled slightly as she moved them, condensing countless words into a mere two. Master, heal. Her voice, cold and melodious, was laced with a hint of anger. I heal. Very well. Silently. Su Si settled into a meditative posture to commence her healing, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Su Wen beside her. On the other side, Su Wen's gaze fell upon the ethereal beauty of Jiang Xianling, a flicker of greed passing through his aged eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. He was unable to discern the depth of the woman's cultivation, yet he recognized that her ability to thwart that strike indicated she was no ordinary individual. Before he could utter the term friend, a frigid aura of murderous intent and overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain pinning him in place. Su Wen's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the female cultivator before him. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. It was over, even in his ignorance. He understood that he had provoked someone he ought not to have. In that instant, his only recourse was to fervently pray for her mercy. Thus, he summoned all his strength to lift his head, his eyes reflecting desperation, hoping for a semblance of compassion. Yet, Jiang Xianling did not even spare him a glance. Behind her, the phoenix seal emerged, not to obliterate Su Wen in one fell swoop, but to hover ominously above his head. After reinforcing the ground beneath, she gradually pressed the phoenix seal down. Slowly, bit by bit, Su Wen was crushed into a mere puddle of flesh. Once she dealt with Su Wen, Jiang Xianling retracted the phoenix seal and turned her gaze towards Su Si. Su Si's eyes darted around, unable to meet Jiang Xianling's gaze. Although he had just begun to restore his spiritual energy, he had keenly observed his master's actions. He wholeheartedly approved of his master's approach, not out of fear, but out of indignation. The way that person had just cast a loathsome glance at his master's face made Su Si wish to reduce him to ashes 100 times over. As for his current inability to look Jiang Xianling in the eye, it stemmed from his discernment of her displeasure etched upon her expressionless visage. Cold beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Was his master angry because he had not activated the jade pendant? Such an accusation felt utterly unjust. It was not a matter of reluctance. He had simply been deprived of the opportunity. Initially, his hesitation was rooted in the desire not to waste his master's jade pendant, especially since he was uncertain if there was any danger, relying solely on conjecture. Cough, cough. Master, your disciple is fine. Cough, cough. There is no need for concern. Cough, cough, cough. Su Si immediately adopted a tragic demeanor, seeking sympathy. Jiang Xianling regarded him deeply, then gently raised her hand, summoning the red jade pendant from the ground. Then, much to Su Si's astonishment, she crushed it in her grasp. Master! No! Su Si exclaimed. Before he could lament the shattered remnants of the jade pendant on the ground, a smooth, exquisitely crafted blue jade pendant, radiating a cool light, floated before him. This pendant possessed the ability to summon his master infinitely. Upon hearing the words, Su Si stared blankly at Jiang Xianling. Thump, thump, these were not the sounds of kneeling, but rather the rhythm of his heart. He grasped the blue jade pendant in his palm, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Before he could express his gratitude, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and the fragrance of cold flowers assailed his senses as icy blue spiritual energy surged into his body, mending the wounds within. Jiang Xianling stood opposite him, her spiritual power shimmering as she healed his injuries. Su Si vowed that this was, to date, the closest moment he had experienced to his master, aside from the illusory path of heart tempering. As he relaxed his body, the fragrance of cold blossoms and the tingling sensation of healing enveloped him, making him feel as though he were immersed in a sea of flowers. Once the treatment concluded, Su Si, still yearning for more, suddenly seemed to recall something. He hurriedly asked, Master, did you annihilate this person's soul? No, replied his master. I have confined him to that place. Jiang Xianling gestured towards the mangled remnants of flesh. Aware that Su Si required a soul, she refrained from obliterating Su Wen's spirit. Su Si's face revealed a touch of emotion as he spoke deliberately, Master, it would be best to obliterate this person's soul. The audacity with which he dared to gaze at Master in such a manner warranted no mercy, even if his soul could significantly enhance the power of the 10,000 souls banner. Although Jiang Xianling felt a hint of confusion, she acquiesced to Su Si's wishes and crushed Su Wen's soul. Once the soul was dealt with, Su Si moved forward to extract the storage ring, meticulously retrieving each treasure within. After completing the task, he disdainfully discarded the storage ring, employing a cleansing spell. He hung the jade pendant bestowed by his master back at his waist and said, Master, allow me to clean these items before presenting them to you. There is no need. Keep them for yourself. Ah, Master, this is a storage ring from the late stage of the Ascension realm? Unnecessary. Well then, I shall shamelessly accept it and will ensure to repay you properly in the future. No need. Su Si smiled lightly without responding. Recalling the storage ring in her hand that contained Suqin, she added, Master, I may need to visit the Taoist sect again. Would you prefer to return first? What is the purpose of your visit to the Taoist sect? It is like this. After explaining the situation in detail, Jiang Xianling gently nodded. I shall accompany you there. Su Xi initially hesitated to trouble his master, but upon reflection, he realized that venturing alone would indeed be a considerable waste of time. His master, a cultivator in the tribulation stage, could swiftly transport him to the Taoist sect. The time saved could be better spent accompanying his master at Bingjian Peak. According to his previous plans, after vanquishing the evil cultivators, he intended to enter seclusion for 2 years to break through to the transformation stage. This would mark the longest period of seclusion in his cultivation journey, during which he would be unable to see his master. With this in mind, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Well then, I shall trouble you, master." Chapter 60. The showdown at the summit of the mountains, where clouds and mist entwined, stood an ancient Taoist sect. The sect's architecture nestled against the mountains, arranged in a harmonious manner, surrounded by towering ancient trees and lush greenery. A mountain spring cascaded from above, merging into a crystal-clear stream that nourished the land. At this moment, 2 young men clad in Taoist robes idly gazed at the main gate, engaging in casual conversation. "Brother, why do you think the elder has suddenly offered a substantial reward for Suchen?" one of them inquired. As far as he knew, the Taoist sect regularly suffered losses to evil cultivators every few months. He had not seen the elder take such drastic measures before. Why was there a significant bounty this time? "Junior brother, I have recently received some news." The disciple in the blue robe paused, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Lowering his voice, he continued, "It is said that Elder Chin's granddaughter has fallen victim to foul play." The disciple referred to as junior brother appeared astonished, about to utter a response when, at that moment, the space before them rippled, and 2 figures materialized out of thin air. The sudden occurrence startled both disciples, who quickly stood at attention, their expressions tense as they regarded the newcomers. One of the disciples cupped his hands and asked, "Esteemed seniors, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to the Taoist sect?" Among the 2, a man clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome to the point of being almost otherworldly, emanated an aura that indicated he had reached the late nascent soul stage. Beside him stood a woman whose features were obscured, making her impossible to discern. The 2 disciples, possessing only the golden core stage, could identify Su Xi's cultivation level due to the sect's unique secret arts, but against a higher realm, such techniques would prove ineffective. The pair were, of course, Su Xi and Jiang Xianling. Observing the scene before him, Su Xi felt a sense of wonder. Just moments ago, he had been near Tianwu City, and now he found himself within the Taoist sect. The tribulation stage truly afforded remarkable convenience, allowing one to traverse great distances with ease. Hearing the inquiry from the 2, Su Xi stepped forward, saying, "Fellow Taoists, I have come to submit a task." Upon hearing Su Xi's response, the 2 exchanged glances. If an outsider was submitting a task, they could only surmise it was related to the bounty issued by the elder. With a sense of urgency, they refrained from delay, immediately cupping their hands and replying, "Esteemed seniors, please wait a moment. I will report to the elder at once." With that, one of them hurriedly turned to depart. Before long, the air shimmered, and an elderly figure appeared before them. Clad in a white robe adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, his demeanor exuded an ethereal presence, embodying the essence of a true Taoist. Li Qingqiu, mid-stage of ascension. "Ah, it is a fellow from the Sword Sect. A pleasure to finally meet you. Might you step inside the Taoist sect for a discussion?" Su Xi shook his head gently, acknowledging the good intentions of his elder. He had come solely to deliver the remains of Su Chun. Upon hearing the name Su Chun, Li Qingqiu trembled slightly, as if suppressing some deep emotion. However, he quickly regained his composure, sighed softly, and looked apologetically at Su Xi and Jiang Xianling. "I beg your pardon for my unseemly behavior," he said, observing Li Qingqiu's demeanor. Su Xi surmised the underlying sentiment and offered reassurance. "Elder, it is only human nature. How can one speak of impropriety in such matters? Please verify this storage ring." Li Qingqiu took a deep breath to steady himself and replied, "I apologize for any embarrassment caused." He accepted the storage ring from Su Xi, and with a mere glance of his spiritual sense, he clutched the ring tightly, his fingers whitening from the pressure as if he intended to crush it. Li Qingqiu solemnly bowed to both individuals and presented Su Xi with another storage ring. "Old Li Qingqiu expresses his gratitude to you both. Your assistance in avenging my unfortunate granddaughter is deeply appreciated. May I inquire your names? Should you require assistance in the future, I will be at your service without hesitation." Before Su Xi could utter a word, an icy, emotionless voice resonated from behind. "The one who aided you was my disciple. It has nothing to do with me." Li Qingqiu had been entirely absorbed by the storage ring on Su Xi's hand. Only upon hearing Jiang Xianling's voice did he shift his gaze toward her. At first glance, his heart nearly stopped. Could it be her from the Sword Sect? Li Qingqiu paled, never expecting Jiang Xianling herself to appear. While the younger disciples might be oblivious, those of his generation knew all too well who among the influential hadn't he heard of the day Jiang, the Divine Maiden, annihilated 3 transcendents with a single strike? Among the elders, a saying had long circulated, "Better provoke the king of hell than offend the Divine Maiden." This humble elder pays respects to Senior Jiang. "Forgive my ignorance of your arrival. I shall summon the sect master at once." Hearing Li Qingqiu address his master as senior, Su Xi's expression twisted slightly. It was as though an octogenarian with silvered hair were bowing to a youthful maiden brimming with vitality. The two gatekeeping disciples, having never witnessed their elder in such a state, stood frozen, mouths agape. Unnecessary. Without awaiting a response, Jiang Xianling swept away with Su Xiai in tow, swift in arrival, swifter in departure. Back atop Frostblade Peak, the two sat facing each other, sipping spiritual tea in silence. Seeing his master's reticence, Su Xiai ventured first. Master. The truth is, this disciple did not refuse to activate the jade pendant intentionally, but Jiang Xianling flicked her sleeve, halting him mid-sentence. Should this recur, summon me. Another lapse, and Frostblade's discipline shall be enforced. Frostblade's discipline? Such a thing existed? Su Xiai was filled with confusion. After so long of apprenticeship, how was it that he had never known of the rules governing the Ice Sword Peak? Master, what are the regulations of our Ice Sword Peak? Jiang Xianling averted her gaze and replied nonchalantly, you will come to know them when you err. Indeed, there were no regulations at Ice Sword Peak. Rather than exposing his master, Su Xiai pondered for a moment and posed the question that had initially troubled him. Master, how did you know I was in peril outside Tianwu City? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianling set down her teacup and explained, that red jade pendant, even when inactive, allows me to sense when you are in danger. Now it made sense. No wonder his master had hesitated to speak during their last farewell. Piecing together the circumstances, Su Xiai lowered his head slightly to conceal his expression from Jiang Xianling and softly said, thank you, master. Jiang Xianling nodded slightly, unaware of his subtle gesture. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the glimmering affection in Su Xi's eyes. This affection bore an undeniable intensity. As Su Xiai sipped his tea, he fell into deep contemplation, ultimately resolving to confront his master before entering the celestial ruin's secret realm. Unable to suppress the emotions he had long concealed, he decided it was time to express his feelings. Chapter 61. The Unusual Tribulation Master. Do you believe that having someone by your side along the path of cultivation would be more beneficial? Since he was prepared to reveal his heart, he felt the need to test the waters first. I am not well versed in such matters, replied Jiang Xianling, her expression remaining unchanged, as if merely responding to a simple inquiry, entirely oblivious to the underlying meaning in Su Xi's words. Noticing his master's indifferent reaction, Su Xiai gritted his teeth and pressed on. If you were to seek a companion, would there be someone in your heart? This question was, in essence, a blatant hint. Yet it happened to fall on the perceptibly unyielding Jiang Xianling. Why do you inquire about such things, disciple? Jiang Xianling tilted her head slightly, casting a curious glance in his direction. Curiosity? No. Very well. Upon hearing his master's denial, Su Xiai felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it did not deter his intention to unveil his feelings. Contemplating his impending seclusion to break through to the transformation stage, Su Xiai continued, Master, I shall soon enter seclusion to advance to the transformation stage. Might I inquire about the potency of the transformation tribulation? He was aware that all major breakthroughs following the nascent soul stage required facing tribulations. He was not entirely naive. Your primordial body refinement technique has already reached perfection, and with the solar divine body aiding you, this transformation tribulation shall not harm you. Reassured by his master's words, Su Xiai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Are your resources sufficient? Jiang Xianling inquired coldly, a hint of concern lacing her tone. Su Xiai parted his lips. Yet the words remained unspoken as a storage ring materialized before him. Master, your disciple has returned with, not stolen, but rather acquired numerous resources, and is truly lacking for nothing at the moment. As he explained, he extended his hand to push the storage ring back. However, Jiang Xianling showed no intention of reclaiming it. Ultimately, under the gaze of her deep azure eyes, Su Xiai was compelled to accept the storage ring, feeling utterly defeated. His master had a penchant for placing him in such predicaments. Alas, how could he resist someone so kind and generous? It was indeed a bit of a dilemma. After finishing his tea, Su Xiai gently set down the cup and rose, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and, more prominently, determination and resolve. He understood that only through relentless cultivation could he stand beside his master. With one last, profound glance at Jiang Xianling, he declared, Master, I shall now enter seclusion. Acknowledging Su Xi's intent, Jiang Xianling nodded slightly. He then returned to the bamboo cottage. Su Xiai is now exceedingly affluent. Following her recent acts of valor and the subsequent acquisition of a multitude of resources, it would not be an exaggeration to declare her as having struck it rich. After meticulously organizing her resources, she prepared a few materials to establish a spirit-gathering array and a barrier formation, among others. Once all was in readiness, she sat cross-legged, regulated her breathing, and entered a state of cultivation. On this day, Su Xiai once again entered a period of seclusion, a retreat lasting 2 years. During this span, the rankings of the top talents were tumultuous, changing incessantly. Initially, Yu Tianming ascended from the 100th to the 10th position on the talented individuals list after breaking through to the late stage of transformation, shocking the world. Following this, Wukong of the Buddhist sect made a remarkable breakthrough to the late stage of transformation, soaring from the 27th to the 9th position, thus being designated as the Buddhist child. Shortly thereafter, the Holy Maiden of the Divine Palace, Wuqing, also achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of transformation, climbing from the 23rd to the 6th rank. After breaking through to the late stage of the transformation realm, Su Tao ascended from the 22nd to the 7th position on the talents ranking. Subsequently, Chen Luo advanced from the 25th to the 8th position, while Su Zhizhi surged from the 21st to the 5th. This series of ranking changes left many cultivators utterly astonished. The once prestigious talents, now feeling the weight of their diminished standings, perceived their world crumbling around them. In response, a fervor for cultivation erupted, resulting in a constant reshuffling of positions beyond the top 10. Currently, the vicinity of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in Tianju City is teeming with people. Their gathering here is solely due to a stone tablet that updates the talents ranking in real time. They are all captivated by this ranking, especially with the rumored opening of the celestial ruins approaching. On this particular day, the Ice Sword Peak is shrouded in dark clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Within a bamboo house, Su Ci opens her tightly shut eyes, sensing the barrier of her internal realm, and smiles gently, rising to her feet. She pushes open the bamboo door and gazes at the swirling thunderclouds above. With a flicker, she ascends into the air, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for the impending divine thunder tribulation. Without much delay, the first bolt of lightning descends. Crack! A blue lightning bolt cleaves the heavens, hurtling downwards. Su Ci remained unhurried, braving the onslaught with his physical form. As far as he was aware, this tribulation of divine transformation consisted of 9 formidable lightning strikes. He refrained from drawing the Mo Ing sword at once, wishing to ascertain how many strikes he could endure solely with his corporeal strength. Soon, the second and third bolts of lightning descended in succession, each one more powerful than the last. Su Ci felt as though the thunder tribulation was merely tickling him. Just as he was about to relax, the long-awaited fourth bolt of lightning loomed overhead, instilling within him a vague sense of unease. Atop the Ice Sword Peak, Jiang Xianling, who had been reclining in a rocking chair while caressing her chibi master, suddenly sensed something amiss. Her delicate brows knitted in concern as she gazed at the ominous clouds of tribulation swirling above Su Ci. The moment the dark clouds had materialized, she had sealed off the Ice Sword Peak, ensuring that the commotion would not attract unwanted attention. Initially, she believed that Su Ci would effortlessly navigate through this divine transformation thunder tribulation. However, the current circumstances led her to feel as though the heavens were conspiring against him. Suppressing the urge to intervene, Jiang Xianling's enchanting eyes turned icy as she focused on the impending tribulation, oblivious to the fact that her chibi master had been unintentionally squished in her grip. It is well known that when cultivators face the thunder tribulation, outsiders should not interfere. Meanwhile, after an extended period of brewing, the lightning bolt finally descended. Enduring the strike head-on left his skin marked with charred traces. Su Ci's heart sank. The intensity of this tribulation lightning was decidedly amiss. Before he could react further, the fifth bolt struck down with a thunderous roar. In its wake, the charred marks upon Su Ci's body became increasingly pronounced, and his internal organs suffered considerable damage. Realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control with the sixth bolt imminent, he cast aside any arrogance, drawing forth the Ink Shadow Sword, which emanated a fierce sword intent, as if it melded seamlessly with the surrounding air. As the sword intent coalesced, he swung the Ink Shadow Sword with great force. A dazzling dark golden beam of sword light streaked across the heavens like a meteor, colliding violently with the descending sixth bolt of lightning. The resulting explosion echoed through the skies, deafening in its intensity. A powerful wave of energy rippled outward like a stone cast into still water, obliterating all in its path. The sheer force struck Su Ci, propelling him backward instantaneously, akin to a cannonball plummeting to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact and raising a cloud of dust. Lying at the bottom of the pit, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Upon rising once more, Su Ci was startled to catch the scent of roasting meat. By the heavens, was this truly the tribulation of the transformation stage? Pray tell, which nascent soul cultivator could withstand such a trial? As he gazed up at the ominous thunderclouds, ready to unleash a tirade of curses, the dark, menacing lightning above silenced him. He retrieved the bronze cauldron, suspending it above his head. Though damaged, he felt no sorrow for it. He then tossed out several defensive array jade tokens, relics he had crafted prior to his seclusion, never anticipating they would prove useful now. Having completed these preparations, Su Ci gripped the Ink Shadow Sword tightly, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the ink-black lightning. Chapter 62. The Blessing of Heaven's Path with a resounding crash. The seventh bolt descended. This lightning was formidable, akin to a celestial dragon unleashed, hurtling towards Su Ci with ferocity. His expression darkened as he contemplated whether the bronze cauldron could withstand this formidable strike. As a deafening roar filled the air, silence fell once more, leaving only the aftermath of the chaos. Su Ci stared in disbelief at the bronze cauldron, which had shattered into 8 fragments. A sense of skepticism washed over him, as if the heavenly tribulation were aimed at obliterating him. The cauldron lay in ruins, yet fortunately, he withstood the seventh thunderclap. Having been mitigated by the bronze cauldron and the protective formation, the seventh bolt merely elicited a fleeting sensation of discomfort upon striking him. Su Si felt an overwhelming gravity within, gazing at the brewing eighth thunder amidst the ominous clouds. He swiftly produced several talismans for defensive formations. Then, invoking the technique of transforming 1 into 3, he manifested 2 ethereal golden silhouettes, gathering the divine flames of the 9 heavens. These flames were intended to confront the final bolt of lightning. Thus, he resolved to withstand the eighth thunder with his sword intent and physical might. With a thunderous roar, the eighth bolt descended, as if a colossal black dragon surged forth from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Su Si unleashed several strikes of the heavenly sovereign palm. The force of the heavenly sovereign palm continuously diminished the might of the thunder tribulation. However, the eighth lightning bolt remained immensely powerful, relentlessly advancing toward him. Su Si paid no heed until the tribulation lightning was further diminished by the defensive formation. Then, he unleashed a sword chi imbued with profound intent, colliding with the eighth bolt of lightning. The clash between the sword chi and the tribulation thunder erupted with a deafening roar. The entire space seemed to tremble, and the surrounding air grew oppressively heavy. In that fleeting moment of collision, Su Si was engulfed by an indescribable force, being thrust back into the deep pit he had previously created. Without affording him a moment to recover, the final bolt of lightning was already brewing within the storm clouds. At this juncture, the thunder clouds above had reached their zenith, dark as if they had devoured all surrounding light. Su Si, with his charred form, struggled to extract spirit stones, desperately attempting to restore his spiritual energy in a race against time. Atop Ice Sword Peak, an oppressive force enveloped the summit, causing the very air to stagnate and frost to form upon the ground. At some point, Jiang Xianling rose, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on the final bolt of lightning. Her hands, concealed within her flowing sleeves, clenched into fists, a realization she herself was oblivious to. All her focus was directed towards the impending tribulation. Meanwhile, Su Si, amidst the storm of tribulation, managed to recover a modicum of spiritual energy. In that moment, the last bolt descended. This bolt of lightning, a dark dragon as black as ink, seemed poised to cleave the world in twain. The golden spiritual energy, a phantom, sprang into action as the tribulation struck, unleashing 2 colossal orbs of intertwined golden and azure flames. Su Si was not idle either. With a single hand, he formed a seal and unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, directing them towards the thunder dragon. As expected, the thunder dragon dispersed the divine flames and the colossal golden sword, relentlessly charging towards Su Si. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the thunder dragon, he did not hesitate to summon 2 ethereal manifestations of spiritual energy to shield himself, while the Mo-ing sword met the oncoming assault. The lightning shattered the 2 ethereal manifestations, colliding forcefully with the Mo-ing sword. Su Si plummeted to the ground like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust. Suddenly, Jiang Xianling appeared out of thin air, poised to assist Su Si in healing his wounds. However, upon witnessing the dispersal of the calamity clouds, she was taken aback to find vibrant, multicolored auspicious clouds materializing in the sky. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Was it a blessing from the heavenly Tao? Aware of the divine favor that had manifested, Jiang Xianling hesitated to aid Su Si, instead opting to maintain her distance to prevent any unforeseen changes in the blessing. This divine favor was a reward bestowed only after passing the trials of the heavenly Tao. Previously, she had believed that the heavenly Tao of this realm sought to eliminate Su Si, but to her surprise, the truth was quite the opposite. The tribulation he faced was, in fact, a trial of the heavenly Tao. Such tribulations were not lethal. They assessed the true strength of the one undergoing the trial and subsequently unleashed non-lethal lightning strikes. In essence, it was the heavenly Tao's way of presenting one with benefits. Jiang Xianling had never encountered such a scenario before and pondered quietly. Could it be? Su Si, the destined child of heaven, was momentarily captivated by the stirring presence of celestial blessings. A radiant beam of golden light descended from the 7-colored auspicious clouds, enveloping her in its glow. This golden light permeated her being, purging impurities and fortifying her physical form. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Additional auspicious clouds descended, swirling around Su Si. Within these clouds resided an abundance of pure and vibrant earthly spirit, diligently mending the injuries within her. Moments later, Su Si slowly opened his golden eyes. Immediately, a wave of golden energy emanated from him, expanding outward. He had reached the transformation of spirit stage. With this breakthrough, his solar divine body was further enhanced, transforming his originally dark golden eyes and spiritual power into a pure golden hue. His physical strength surged rapidly, every inch of his skin brimming with explosive power. Moreover, through his solar divine body, he had harnessed a newfound force, the power of the sun. This power was searingly pure, as if it could incinerate all things, formidable and tyrannical beyond measure. Feeling his current combat prowess, a smile of delight could not help but grace Su Si's face. With approximately a month remaining until the opening of the Immortal Ruins, he had already achieved the planned breakthrough to the transformation of spirit stage. Now, all that remained was to contemplate how to ascend the rankings. Su Si exuded confidence. At this moment, should he encounter the malevolent spirit of the world again, he believed that he could vanquish it with but a few deft moves. However, he felt a twinge of regret. For this breakthrough to the transformation stage did not bestow any new functionalities upon the system. Yet, he quickly cast aside this concern. His strength now approached the early stages of the Great Ascension, granting him a certain degree of self-preservation within the mystic realm. Relying solely on the system was not ideal. Once he emerged from the secret realm of celestial fall, he anticipated that he would be able to resolve the entanglement with the Crimson Twilight sect. How does it feel? Su Ci was still pondering how to ascend to the celestial ranking when a familiar voice reached his ears. Master? Turning around, a graceful figure caught his eye, and a flicker of joy illuminated Su Ci's expression. Master, I am feeling remarkably well. Time flowed like a fleeting steed, vanishing in an instant. Even after 2 years apart, there was still no trace of estrangement between him and his master, just as it had always been. Ah, that is wonderful. Having just broken through to the transformation realm. Remember to solidify your cultivation. Su Ci also wished to consolidate his cultivation, however, time was not on his side. He still needed to find a way to ascend the heavenly pride list, for otherwise, all his plans would be in vain. Master, I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall focus on strengthening my cultivation, he said. Jiang Xianling paused upon hearing this, then replied, What is it? I shall assist you. You need only focus on consolidating your cultivation. Su Ci shook her head and said, Master, I believe this matter is best left for me to handle on my own. I aspire to ascend the roster of prodigies and enter the secret realm of immortal desolation. But why must you concern yourself with such rankings? With me by your side, who would dare to speak against you? The overwhelming aura of authority surged forth. Su Ci hesitated for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he softly declined, assuring his master. Rest assured, Master, I am confident in my ability to ascend the talented ones list and solidify my cultivation before the opening of the Celestial Ruins secret realm. He possessed unwavering certainty about his ascent to the talented ones list and entry into the Celestial Ruins. If the sole purpose was to save a modicum of time at the expense of his master's potential conflict with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it was not a scenario Su Ci wished to witness. He was unwilling to place his master in even the slightest peril. Observing Su Ci's resolute stance, Jiang Xianling chose not to press further, leaving him with a final remark. Do come by for tea when you have the opportunity, before vanishing into thin air. Su Ci extended a hand in a gesture of entreaty, yearning to retain what was fleeting, yet his master departed with commendable decisiveness. Chapter 63. A competent master at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Upon an ethereal mountain, an elderly man with a white beard sat cross-legged by a small pond, engaged in fishing. Astonishingly, the fishing hook he employed was straight, devoid of bait. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple surged through the void, followed by the gradual emergence of a mysterious figure. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, stern in countenance, and possessing an extraordinary aura. He stood quietly a short distance behind the elder, seemingly accustomed to the scene before him. Upon sensing the man's arrival, the elder did not turn around but calmly inquired, Xiao Yuanzi, what brings you to seek this old man? Master, Su Ci has broken through to the transformation stage, yet the rankings of the heavenly talents are in constant flux. Does he truly possess the strength to ascend to the 19th position? Li Yuan posed the question. He was perplexed as to why the elder held such high regard for Su Ci. The patriarch of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion remained silent for a moment, then began to calculate with his fingers. After a while, he stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, he cannot be placed at the 19th position. Li Yuan believed his persuasion had borne fruit, but the elder's subsequent words left him astonished. Let him be ranked 4th. Master, Su Ci has only just attained the initial phase of the transformation stage. Li Yuan's face paled in disbelief. The top 15 on the heavenly talent rankings were all practitioners in the later stages of transformation or above. The phrase "and above" was warranted, as the top 3 had already reached the initial phase of the integration stage. How could Su Ci, at the initial phase of the transformation stage, be positioned behind those in the later stages of transformation? Li Yuan resolved to persuade the elder to reconsider this decision. Xiao Yuzi, have I ever misjudged anyone? The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion did not express anger, but regarded Li Yuan with a gentle smile. Li Yuan opened his mouth to argue, but found himself unable to refute. The elder had indeed never erred in his judgments. His current position was a testament to the elder's recognition and promotion. To deny the elder's insight would be tantamount to denying his own worth. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, Understood, Master. I shall relay your words at once. Nearby the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion lay an ancient city of cultivators known as Tianji City. In the heart of this city stood a colossal stone tablet towering several dozen feet high. Surrounding the monument were several disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, garbed in black robes and bearing long swords. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. At the pinnacle of the stone tablet, 3 grand characters, Heavenly Talent Rankings, were inscribed with exquisite artistry. At that moment, the area around the rankings was densely packed with onlookers. They had just witnessed an astonishing event. Over 90 talented individuals had simultaneously stepped back, resulting in Tinghua Yuan, originally ranked 4th, being displaced to 5th by one named Su Ci. What rendered the crowd incredulous was the 4 characters following Su Ci's name. Initial phase of transformation. This scene did not escape the notice of two individuals at a nearby tea house. I told you he was capable, but I never anticipated he would exceed expectations to this extent, Chen Luo remarked, sipping his tea with a teasing tone. Indeed, I had resigned myself to despair, feeling that if we were to face him, I might not even survive a single strike, Yu Tianming replied, casting a helpless glance at the distant rankings. After a brief pause, he continued, with approximately a month remaining until the opening of the celestial ruins, how do you plan to spend this time? I intend to seize some opportunities, Chen Luo replied. Seize opportunities? Whose? A secret, Chen Luo chuckled mischievously, observing his demeanor. Yu Tianming sensed that it was likely no harmless venture and chose not to press further. At that moment, far away, an old Taoist sneezed and squinted his eyes. Contemplating a certain possibility, he vanished from the island in a flash, intending to seek refuge in the celestial ruins. It was not that he wished to deny Chen Luo valuable items. Rather, he was quite impoverished. He had already bestowed upon him all the life-saving treasures he could spare. If he were to give more, he would be left with naught but his undergarments, leading to the emergence of an underwear sage in the mystical realm. Although his visage held little monetary value, it was not meant to be squandered in such a manner. Given the current strength of that young rascal, as long as he did not court disaster, he should remain unscathed. The perilous celestial ruins, with a drop rate as high as 70%, would surely see Chen Luo among the 30% who would emerge unscathed. Unbeknownst to Chen Luo, the old Taoist had predicted his actions. After bidding farewell to Yu Tianming, he made his way to the island, only to discover he had arrived too late. He silently vowed to pluck a few of the old man's beard hairs next time, thus ending his pursuit. Coincidentally, just as Chen Luo and Yu Tianming departed, Su Xiai arrived at Tunji City. Aware of the heavenly talent rankings, he intended to gather information to prepare for his ascent. Upon entering the city, he did not wander aimlessly but proceeded directly to the central stone tablet. Scrutinizing the imposing monument, beginning from the bottom and gazing upward, he scanned until the 20th position, finding no mention of Chen Luo or the others. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Could it be that they had yet to break through to the later stages of transformation? Yet, he reasoned, even so, they could not possibly be unranked among the top 100. Continuing his examination, he was taken aback to see Lu Wuming's name occupying the 12th position. Recalling that Lu had previously been ranked 11th, as he looked further up and recognized several familiar names, relief washed over him. It turned out they had each achieved breakthroughs and ascended to greater heights. To his surprise, Su Zhizhi still retained her position ahead of others, ranked 6th. After a moment of reflection, his gaze continued to ascend. 4th place. It was a name he recognized. Su Xiai. Su Xiai. Upon regaining composure, the sight of the familiar two characters caused her expression to abruptly stiffen. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she was seeing things. Yet, no matter how she rubbed, the 4th name on the celestial talents list, whether viewed horizontally or vertically, was undeniably Su Xiai. While names may occasionally overlap, the accompanying title of initial transformation could hardly be duplicated. This unexpected revelation left Su Xiai momentarily at a loss for how to express her astonishment. She had not anticipated such formidable prowess from the Tianji pavilion. Initially concerned about how to make her mark, she now found herself relieved of much of that burden. After a brief respite, she casually glanced at the top 3 rankings. A fleeting look revealed enough for her to turn away without hesitation. She had more pressing matters to attend to. 3rd place, Luo Yi, initial integration 2nd place, San Qi, initial integration 1st place, Ji Fuyao. Initial integration. Upon returning to Ice Sword Peak, Su Xiai retrieved a plethora of fruit seeds. She engaged in the repetitive actions of planting, hastening their growth, and harvesting. It was understood that the immortal Fall Secret Realm would last for 3 years. With such an expansive time, Su Xiai intended to prepare some delightful treats for her master. The endeavor, however, consumed several days and nights. For instance, she crafted puddings, gummies, jellies, chocolates, and more. In essence, she endeavored to create every conceivable delicacy, filling her storage ring to the brim. Had she not been a cultivator? An ordinary person subjected to such intense labor over those days would likely have reached a point of exhaustion. Even so, Su Xiai now found her spirit quite fatigued. Nevertheless, gazing at the dazzling array of snacks within her storage ring, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After stifling a yawn, she decided to retreat to her bamboo cottage for a midday slumber. Meanwhile, at the summit of Ice Sword Peak, Jiang Xianling reclined in a rocking chair, cradling a chibi version of her master. She was aware that the immortal Fall Secret Realm was on the verge of opening, set to persist for 3 years. While this was a matter of little significance, an inexplicable turmoil lingered within her heart. Could it be the effect of the curse? The mention of the curse brought Su Xiai to mind. Recently, Su Xiai had been appearing frequently in her thoughts, leaving her somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom the reason. She ultimately attributed it to her gradual evolution into a competent master, one who cared for her disciples. This might hold true for others. But the occurrence within the cool and ethereal Jiang Xianling bore a more intriguing implication. As for the curse, Jiang Xianling remained unaware that upon reaching 70% resolution, a significant tribulation would arise. Chapter 64. A summons from the sect master. Upon awakening, Su Xiai felt a refreshing clarity of mind. Rather than hastily seeking out her master, She chose to focus inward, solidifying her foundational cultivation at the initial stage of the transformation into God. Failure to promptly consolidate her cultivation after a breakthrough could result in weakened foundations or, in severe cases, a decline in her abilities. From the storage ring gifted by her master, she retrieved several vials of elixirs and, in a disciplined manner, ingested them one by one. Upon entering her mouth, the elixirs transformed into a warm current, which Su Si skillfully guided through her meridians to fortify her cultivation. After 20 days of diligent consolidation, she initially intended to set up a few formations for unforeseen circumstances. However, sensing the presence of visitors outside the courtyard, she reluctantly decided to emerge from her seclusion. As she stepped out, Shirtai hurriedly approached her. Before he could utter a word, he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Si, who had now entered the transformation into God stage. He gasped in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. Su Si initially believed that Shirtai sought him out for a friendly spar and was poised to decline. However, the next statement plunged him into contemplation. As Shirtai recovered from his astonishment, he recalled the matter at hand and promptly said, "Junior brother Su, the sect master requests your presence." The sect master of the sword sect? Could it be that he is aware of the matters concerning the talented rankings? After much deliberation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regarding the incident with Chu Tianxiang, he held the moral high ground. It was unlikely that the sect master would trouble him over it. The affair concerning the killing of Ting Li in the demon secret realm was shrouded in secrecy, and there have been past instances of disciples perishing there, making it improbable that it could be traced back to him. Thus, it indeed pertained to the talented rankings. Although he felt reasonably assured, he refrained from hastily responding to Shirtai. Instead, he discreetly conveyed a message to his master, hoping to ascertain if his master harbored differing opinions. Ultimately, he received a response indicating that should anyone dare to act against him, his master would not hesitate to intervene. This left Su Si in a bemused yet amused state. Then I shall trouble senior brother Shir to escort me there. He had never been to the sect master's hall and was, therefore, unaware of its location. A trivial matter, Shirtai waved his hand dismissively. Unable to traverse the void due to not having reached the transformation stage, Shirtai did not employ teleportation, and thus, Su Si accompanied him as they glided through the air. Along the way, Shirtai continually marveled at Su Si's astonishing speed of cultivation, exclaiming that he could scarcely withstand even a single strike from him. Su Si could only nod in agreement from time to time, offering occasional words of comfort. One could only imagine the expression on Shirtai's face if he were to discover that Su Si had ascended to the 4th position on the talented rankings. Soon enough, under Shirtai's guidance, Su Si arrived at the sect master's hall. Outside the hall, Shirtai came to a halt and announced, "Junior brother Su, this is the sect master's hall. You may enter directly." Su Si nodded gently and clasped his hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Shir, for leading the way." "It is my pleasure." Shir hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue, ultimately refraining from suggesting that they engage in a friendly sparring session. He understood that Su Si now belonged to a realm far removed from his own, even during their previous exchange in the heavenly demon secret realm. Despite Su Si suppressing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, Shir had exerted his utmost efforts and still failed to budge Su Si even an inch. Now that Su Si had ascended to the transformation stage, any attempt on his part to seek a match would indeed be utterly nonsensical. Su Si surmised the unspoken words of Shirtai. The disparity in their strengths was immense. If he were to acquiesce to Shirtai's request for a spar, it would not bode well for Shirtai. Given his current physical prowess, even if he were to withhold 90% of his strength, it was doubtful that Shirtai could withstand it. A few encounters might be manageable, but over time, it could potentially give rise to inner demons for Shirtai. After a moment's hesitation, Su Si spoke. "Senior brother Shir, allow me to share a saying." Upon hearing this, Shirtai's thoughts were drawn back from self-doubt to reality. With a puzzled gaze, he inquired, "What saying?" "No one supports my ambition for the azure skies. I shall ascend the snowy peaks alone." With that, Su Si turned and entered the grand hall of the sect leader. Those two succinct phrases flowed into Shirtai's heart like a refreshing spring, gradually illuminating his previously dull eyes. Even in the absence of assistance, one must rely on their own strength to scale the heights and pursue their aspirations. Truly, Junior brother Su is an extraordinary talent. Watching Su Si's departing figure, Shirtai clenched his fists, silently resolving to train even harder in order to catch up with junior brother Su. Inside the grand hall, resplendent with gold and jade, the pillars were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Apart from the sect leader seated majestically on the central throne, there was another man clad in a blue Taoist robe, his hair bound in a crown. Li Cha-Chin, mid-transcendence, Lu Wuming, late transformation. After discerning their information, Su Si realized his earlier conjectures were indeed correct. He respectfully saluted the sect leader seated upon the throne. "Disciple Su Si, greetings to the sect leader." Li Cha-Chin nodded, his gaze filled with admiration as he remarked, "Su Si, your recent performance has been witnessed by all within the sect. I am aware of your ascendance to the 4th place on the talented individuals list. It is indeed a source of pride for our sect." Ignoring Lu Wuming's intrigued glance, Su Si humbly responded, "Sect leader, your praise is unwarranted. I merely stumbled upon luck." All credit goes to the teachings of our master. Upon mentioning Jiang Xianling, Li Chaqing's expression stiffened, a hint of discomfort crossing his face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, the ranking on the talented individuals list cannot merely be summed up as luck. When Jiang Xianling was brought up, he recalled the previous incident where she clashed with Yang Chun. He had sensed the matter first, and, as the strongest member of the sword sect aside from the ancestor, he should have intervened immediately. However, recalling how Jiang Xianling had once effortlessly defeated 3 transcendence cultivators left him apprehensive. What if he stepped in and could not withstand even one of her strikes? If word spread that the sword sect's leader could not endure a single blow from his disciple, it would surely incite ridicule from other esteemed sections. To err on the side of caution, he promptly decided to send a message to junior sister Mu, who had a close relationship with Jiang Xianling, just to be safe. He also instructed Shilin to pay a visit. Heaven knows how anxious he was when he saw Jiang Xianling resort to violence over a mere disagreement. He had clenched the jade pendant summoning the ancestor, ready to request the ancestor's assistance. Fortunately, the situation was ultimately brought under control. This incident left him somewhat displeased with Yangchen. Why provoke Jiang Xianling for no reason? Wasn't that akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, seeking a longer life? Their master had instructed them to look after Yang Chun, even subtly advising them to protect him. Yet, after such an incident, despite its audacity, Li Chaqing could not help but think that truly, a benevolent teacher often breeds unruly disciples. Although Yang Chun had been confined for 3 years, Li Chaqing understood his disposition and knew that this confinement would not alter his character. The reason for such a lengthy confinement was his assessment of the values of Yang Chun and Su Xi. Now, the time had arrived for a decision to be made. Chapter 65. Only the master. After a brief pause, Li Chaqing shifted his gaze to Lu Wuming beside him. Wuming, as the Daozi of our sect and ranking 12th on the talented individuals list, I have decided that one of you two shall lead the other disciples who have entered the talented individuals list into the secret realm. Do you have any objections? Since Su Xi's arrival, Lu Wuming had been scrutinizing him, curiosity piqued. How many years has Su Xi been in the sect? Astonishingly, with only the cultivation of the initial stage of transformation, he has ascended to the 4th position on the talented individuals list. Lu Wuming is acutely aware that despite Su Xi's lower realm, his true prowess undoubtedly surpasses his own. The significance of the talented individuals list is indisputable. Given a little more time, to what heights might Su Xi ascend? Could he potentially become the pinnacle of the entire Xuanjie? These questions incessantly echoed in Lu Wuming's mind, rendering him unable to find tranquility. Upon hearing the inquiry from the sect leader, he smiled gently and said, Sect leader, I perceive that junior brother Su possesses the grace of a dragon and phoenix, making him exceptionally suited for the leadership position. I believe that under junior brother Su's guidance, the sword sect will undoubtedly reach new heights. And as for the position of Daozi, upon hearing Lu Wuming's intention to continue speaking, Su Xi became visibly unsettled and promptly interjected, Senior brother Lu, such words are far too serious. As a junior, I am accustomed to a leisurely existence. Thus, the position of team leader truly does not suit me. As the esteemed disciple of the sect, your renown undoubtedly inspires greater confidence among the esteemed talents of the sword sect than my own. It would be far better for you to assume the leadership role. As they entered the immortal ruins, Su Xi sought to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough into the fusion stage, wishing not to be delayed by matters of leadership. With his master now resolving the curse at an accelerating pace, Su Xi felt compelled to keep pace. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuming cast a surprised glance at Su Xi. Initially, he had assumed that a prodigy like Su Xi would be arrogant and dismissive, yet he was taken aback by Su Xi's humility and courtesy, which ignited a desire to befriend him. Seeing Su Xi's refusal, Li Chaqing did not press the matter further. Although he believed Su Xi to be more suitable for the leadership role than Lu Wuming, he preferred not to create any discord between Su Xi and the sword sect. Since they had already chosen to forego Yangchen, Su Xi's opinion could not be disregarded. Indeed, Li Chaqing ultimately resolved to abandon Yangchen, despite Yangchen's prowess at the tribulation stage. Setting aside the undeniable rise of Su Xi, which seemed unstoppable, the mere presence of Jiang Xianling behind him weighed heavily on his mind. He genuinely feared Jiang Xianling. Who exactly was she? Even with her early tribulation stage cultivation, she exuded an indescribable sense of pressure. It was noteworthy that Li Chaqing had never felt such pressure even from the ancestors of the sword sect at the late tribulation stage. The comparison was indeed startling, considering the ancestor was a peak force within the Xian realm. Without hesitation, Li Chaqing turned to Lu Wuming. In that case, let Lu Wuming lead the expedition into the immortal ruins. Upon hearing that he would not be leading, Su Xi breathed a sigh of relief. If necessary, he could always invoke his master's authority. However, that was a last resort, and fortunately, the sect leader had not insisted. Lu Wuming clasped his hands and assured, Rest assured, sect leader, I shall devote my utmost efforts and not disgrace this mission. Although he was unaware of Su Xi's reasons for declining such a prestigious position, he chose not to ponder it further. His primary concern now was how to safeguard the talented disciples of the sword sect. Noticing Lu Wuming's resolute expression, Li Chaqing nodded in satisfaction. The immortal ruins harbor boundless opportunities and dangers. Specific details will be clarified by the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion before your entry into the ruins. With that, he turned his earnest gaze towards Su Xiai and added, Su Xiai, during this expedition, remember to support one another. Su Xiai felt a shiver run through him as he comprehended the implications of the sect leader's words. However, he was not devoid of compassion should he encounter a disciple of the sword sect in distress within the immortal ruins. He would undoubtedly extend his assistance to the best of his abilities. Yet, if it posed a threat to his very life, he would be reluctant to intervene. In the vast expanse of the mystic realm, the only individual for whom Su Xiai would risk everything was his revered master. Taking a deep breath, he replied, To the best of my abilities, I shall not disappoint the sect leader's expectations. Li Chaqing understood the underlying meaning of his words, and that sufficed for him. After conveying the necessary instructions, Li Chaqing produced 2 storage rings from his sleeve, suspending them before Su Xiai and Lu Wuming. These storage rings contain cultivation resources provided by the sword sect. Due to your responsibility as the team leader, Lu Wuming, the resources within your ring are somewhat more abundant. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, you may withdraw now. Upon witnessing the floating storage rings, Su Xiai was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected resources. As his consciousness probed into the rings, he discovered a wealth of spiritual stones and elixirs within. Exchanging glances with Lu Wuming, they bowed in gratitude once more before exiting the grand hall. Outside, Lu Wuming, wearing a warm smile, turned to Su Xiai and said, Junior brother Su, I hope you will look after me well in the immortal ruins. Su Xiai held a rather favorable impression of Lu Wuming. Upon hearing these words, a bitter smile emerged on her face. Brother Lu, you flatter me. It is I who should rely on you. Perceiving Su Xi's helplessness, Lu Wuming reassured her, Rest assured. Junior brother, I still possess considerable skills. Safeguarding the disciples of the sword sect poses no challenge for me. Su Xiai shook her head with a smile, choosing not to respond. If only the celestial ruin's secret realm were truly that simple. According to her master, this realm is a fragment of the celestial realm that has fallen into the profound realm. It is inconceivable that it could be so straightforward. After a while, the two engaged in further conversation before bidding each other farewell. Upon returning to the Ice Sword Peak, she conveyed the events that transpired within the grand hall of the sect to her master through a transmission of sound. Su Xiai meticulously extracted a plethora of materials for array formations, initiating the intricate process of arranging various arrays. Considering the possibility of experiencing significant breakthroughs within the celestial fall secret realm, he resolved to prepare an abundance of formations, ensuring he would not be disturbed during his ascension. The precise circumstances within the secret realm remained a mystery, thus, it was prudent to be well-equipped. Days passed, and now, less than 2 days remained until the opening of the secret realm, as he inscribed the completed offensive formation onto a jade tablet. Su Xiai resolved to express his feelings to his master the following day and set out for the mystic realm of Immortal Fall the day after. The mere thought of tomorrow's events filled him with trepidation. He pondered how his master perceived him. Did she share his affections? Or was their relationship merely that of a mentor and disciple? Perhaps they were akin to confidants or friends. Chapter 66, The Glimmering Waves Recently. Jiang Xianling felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that significant events were on the horizon. Yet, no matter how much she contemplated, the reasons eluded her, and fortunately, she chose not to dwell on it. After all, there had been numerous peculiar occurrences lately, which she had grown somewhat accustomed to. For instance, she often found herself reminiscing about the hairpin and celestial dress within her storage ring, and the inexplicable image of Su Xiai frequently invaded her thoughts. Occasionally, she would gaze into the distance, lost in a reverie, a series of strange happenings, putting away the chibi figure of her master. Jiang Xianling rose from her rocking chair and seated herself at the tea table, just as she prepared to sip her freshly brewed spirit tea. A hurried voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Sister Jiang! Sister Jiang! Upon seeing Mu Zili burst into the courtyard, Jiang Xianling shot her a disapproving glance. Ignoring her, she lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Meanwhile, Mu Zili felt the weight of a chilling gaze as she entered the courtyard, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh no, I forgot to knock. Haha. Sister Jiang, should I start over? Mu Zili awkwardly scratched her head. What brings you here? Oh dear. Sister Jiang, you're being too formal. Can I visit you if there's nothing wrong? Speaking, she flashed into a seat opposite Jiang Xianling and poured herself a cup of tea. As the liquid warmed her belly, it was still as bland as ever. Only someone with the patience of Sister Jiang could savor it so thoroughly. You rarely come without a purpose. Speak your mind. Jiang Xianling's expression remained impassive, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence. Mu Zili felt a surge of emotions, feeling as though she might weep. She hadn't realized Sister Jiang viewed her in such a light. Although, she had indeed come with a request this time. But hadn't this been just once or twice? Surely, it was to the point of having no reason to visit. Well, Sister Jiang, I genuinely have something to ask of you. Before she could finish, Mu Zili noticed Jiang Xianling's knowing expression, causing her voice to diminish. My eldest disciple is also set to enter the mystic realm of Immortal Fall. I wanted to inquire if you have any methods to ensure her safe return. The best approach would be for Su Xiai to look after Xin Yuyao. However, she understood this was impractical and refrained from suggesting it to avoid putting Su Xiai in a difficult position. Her reasoning stemmed from having heard about Su Xiai from the sect leader. when she learned that Su Xi had ranked 4th on the talented list with initial stage transformation prowess. Her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. She had initially thought that with Su Xi leading the team, everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, Su Xi declined a leadership role, exhibiting a somewhat solitary demeanor. Since Su Xi chose to embark alone, it was unwise to force him otherwise. While Lu Wuming was capable, she still harbored concerns, even after bestowing numerous treasures upon that girl. Thus, she sought Jiang Xinling's counsel today, hoping for additional assurance for that girl's safety. Upon hearing Mu Zili mention the mystic realm of immortal fall, a rare flicker of worry crossed Jiang Xinling's face, while others might be unaware. She knew that this was a fragmented region of the celestial realm. She was uncertain whether true immortals or even greater celestial beasts lurked within. Mystical realms were often a blend of peril and opportunity. Great fortunes were invariably accompanied by great dangers. Recently, she had sensed some ominous signs. No wonder Su Xi had fervently declared that he would not waste time in cultivation. No wonder he aspired to ascend the talented list to gain entry into the mystic realm of immortal fall. No wonder he had asked whether entering this realm could facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Perhaps all of this was merely to ascend to the celestial realm alongside her. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Xinling lowered her beautiful eyes, concealing the complexity swirling within them from Mu Zili. With only 2 days remaining until the realm opened, it seemed imperative to have a thorough discussion with Su Xi tomorrow. Resolute, Jiang Xinling returned to the present. Recalling that someone awaited her eagerly, she retrieved a jade token from her storage ring and offered it to Mu Zili. Mu Zili, somewhat dazed, accepted the jade token, puzzled by Jiang Xinling's gesture. This token bore an engraved attack formation capable of slaying mid-stage integration cultivators. Upon hearing this, Mu Zili's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, Sister Jiang was remarkable. Her generosity was unparalleled. With this jade token, she believed Xin Yuyu would have a greater chance of survival in the mystic realm of immortal fall. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Jiang Xinling nodded and inquired, do you know about last year's events in the mystic realm of immortal fall? The realm opened every 3 years, and perhaps insights could be gleaned from the previous occurrence. When she had previously sought information about the realm, it had been shortly after the last event concluded. She had merely conducted a cursory investigation before departing, leaving her unaware of the circumstances surrounding those who had entered. Noticing Mu Zili's tense demeanor, Jiang Xinling surmised she likely possessed knowledge of those events. Upon hearing Jiang Xinling's question, Mu Zili's expression grew grave. She did not withhold any information, sharing everything she knew. These details had originally been vague to her, and only after learning that Xin Yuyu would enter the mystic realm did she take the initiative to investigate. I've heard that the mystic realm of immortal fall might actually be a fragment of the celestial realm, where the beasts within possess strength to match 10 of their counterparts in the profound realm. This was also information Jiang Xinling had previously acquired. However, Mu Zili was taken aback by Jiang Xinling's expression, which seemed astonished. It was worth noting that when she had first learned this, her own expression had been quite complex and animated. You can't handle that? Without pausing, Mu Zili continued, eager to astonish Jiang Xinling further. The most terrifying aspect of this realm is not merely the beasts, but the myriad of other realms contained within it. Considering that this was a fallen fragment of the celestial realm, it was reasonable for it to house other realms. Jiang Xinling subtly raised her gaze, signaling Mu Zili to proceed. Among these realms, the most renowned are the Sword Tomb, the Flame Realm, and the 10,000 Treasures Land. The Sword Tomb is dedicated to honing sword intent, while the Flame Realm contains numerous divine flames. As for the 10,000 Treasures Land, it is said that each individual who enters may select one treasure, although the treasures are masked, leading many to choose items of little worth. These 3 prominent realms had seen few casualties. True losses had occurred in the unpredictable unknown realms. Previously, a top-ranked genius had experienced a breakthrough in a hidden realm, transcending to a higher level. However, both the rise and fall stem from the secret realm. It is precisely due to this mysterious domain that the once virtually unscathed elite suffered grievous losses. From 100 who entered, fewer than 30 emerged. Upon hearing that only 30 had returned from 100, Jiang Xinling's exquisite, deep azure eyes shimmered with profound waves, leaving one unable to discern her thoughts. In Chapter 67, Master, I adore you. Mu Zili failed to detect any surprise on Jiang Xinling's face as she departed. Ultimately, she could only sigh inwardly, acknowledging Jiang Xinling's remarkable composure. Jiang Xinling remained seated for quite some time, the spirit tea on the table having grown cold, her gaze fixed upon the bamboo dwelling where Su Xi resided. Nestled halfway up the mountain, from 100, only 30 had emerged. If not for the allure of breaking through to a higher realm, she believed that with Su Xi's prowess, the immortal fallen secret realm would pose no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, it was precisely this ambition that drove Su Xi forth. Feeling somewhat perturbed, Jiang Xinling detested this sensation. Each time her heart found a moment of tranquility, the mere recollection of Mu Zili's words would stir her emotions anew. Thus, she remained seated, lost in thought, until the dusk deepened, and the darkened sky became adorned with countless twinkling stars. In the courtyard, the occasional sound of wind chimes stirred by a gentle breeze failed to bring her back to reality. Time slipped away unnoticed until a soft sigh broke the silence. Rising from her wooden chair, Jiang Xinling returned to the bamboo house, intent on hastily concocting some elixirs for Su Xi. She understood that she could not dissuade him. Nor did she intend to. Su Xi has his own path to tread, and believing in his choices is precisely what Jiang Xianling ought to do. As a mentor, her capacity to assist him is limited to this. At this moment, Su Xi's right arm rests upon the Q version of himself, who is peacefully slumbering, preparing to greet the morrow in the best possible state. The night passed without incident. As the night gradually recedes, the eastern horizon unveils a pearly dawn. The mornings in the Xian realm are imbued with an indescribable tranquility and serenity. Sometimes, Su Xi muses on the notion of remaining in this place with his mentor, where they could work at sunrise and rest at sunset, a notion that holds its own charm. Today, he rose early, donning a more elegant white robe and attending to his appearance. To ensure his readiness, Su Xi summoned a mirror of spiritual energy to reflect his visage. The figure within the ethereal mirror appeared in a resplendent white robe adorned with golden patterns, his dark hair cascading down his back, cinched at the waist with a silver-white jade belt. The divine patterns upon his forehead shimmered brilliantly, while his golden eyes sparkled like stars, and his countenance exuded an air of handsome elegance. To evaluate him, one might declare him a paragon among gentlemen. Upon perceiving his reflection, Su Xi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After stretching languidly, he grasped the storage ring on the table, filled with prepared snacks, and began his ascent toward the mountain peak, relying solely on his own strength rather than traversing the void or utilizing lightspeed travel. As he approached the summit, his heart raced ever faster, the pounding echoing in his ears. It was not until the familiar courtyard came into view that a wave of tranquility enveloped him, soothing his anxious heartbeat. Su Xi exhaled deeply, raised his hand to knock on the courtyard door, and called out, "Master, Su Xi has urgent matters to discuss." Inside the bamboo cottage, upon hearing Su Xi's voice, Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She had just been preparing to summon him, not anticipating that Su Xi would come to her directly. Concealing a hint of weariness from her face, she put away the alchemy furnace with a graceful wave of her sleeve. Jiang Xianling collected the myriad jars and bottles scattered across the floor into a storage ring before pushing open the bamboo door and stepping into the courtyard. "Come in." A voice both cold and imbued with warmth beckoned. Su Xi felt a peculiar sense of intrigue, as he discerned a subtle undercurrent of fatigue woven into his master's words today. It was faint, almost imperceptible to the untrained ear. Yet his unwavering thoughts of his master made him acutely aware. With a heart full of curiosity, he pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, immediately catching sight of the exquisite figure seated gracefully at the tea table. After gently closing the door behind him, he approached and took a seat opposite her, initiating the conversation with concern. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Upon hearing Su Xi unmask her facade so effortlessly, a hint of discomfort flickered across Jiang Xianling's rosy cheeks. "Let us set that aside for now. Have you come to bid farewell today?" Noticing the unspoken sentiment in her words, Su Xi refrained from pressing further. As for bidding farewell, he hesitated, contemplating the events that awaited him, and cast a lingering glance at Jiang Xianling, replying ambiguously, "Yes, but not entirely." Feeling the weight of his gaze, Jiang Xianling instinctively averted her eyes, settling them on her teacup. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss with me?" "Not in haste," Su Xi replied softly, his golden eyes remaining fixed on Jiang Xianling, showing no sign of distraction. "I am to embark on my journey to the mystic realm of celestial ruins tomorrow, and it may be quite some time before I can see you again. Thus, you have come to engage in conversation with me?" Su Xi shook her head and replied, "Not entirely. Although I greatly enjoy conversing with my esteemed master, my visit today is due to a matter of great significance. A lifelong affair must surely qualify as a major concern, wouldn't you agree?" The mention of a major concern left Jiang Xianling somewhat perplexed. "We can discuss this matter later. Master, I have prepared a variety of snacks from my hometown for you to sample during your moments of leisure." With that, she placed a storage ring before her. "Snacks?" Jiang Xianling, intrigued, extended her consciousness to glimpse the colorful array of snacks piled high within the ring, her delicate face betraying a look of astonishment. If Mu Zili were to witness this, she might quip, "Sister Jiang, where has your composure gone? Aren't you supposed to be unshakable?" Shifting her gaze to Su Xi, Jiang Xianling gently inquired, "How long have you been preparing these?" "Not long." Su Xi replied with a beaming smile, adding, "Does my master like them?" Upon hearing her master's response, Su Xi's smile deepened. "That is wonderful. I was worried that you might not enjoy them, which could dampen your spirits." "Not at all." Jiang Xianling's reply was swift, as if she feared being misunderstood. Before Su Xi could continue, it was Jiang Xianling who spoke first this time. "The immortal fallen secret realm is fraught with danger. I do not wish to dissuade you from going, but one must never be careless." After conveying all the information she had learned from Mu Zili the previous day to Su Xi, Jiang Xianling's next words dispelled any lingering distractions from Su Xi's mind. She presented Su Xi with a storage ring. "I have crafted some elixirs for you, along with a few life-preserving formations. Remember, do not act recklessly." Pausing, Jiang Xianling continued, "I understand your eagerness to break through your current realm, to ascend to the immortal realm alongside me. My earlier words about leaving you behind were merely to motivate your cultivation. However, Even if you reach the tribulation phase later than expected, I will wait for you. As her words resonated, Su Xi's heart raced like a drum. It felt reminiscent of their first encounter, yet distinct, evoking a phrase from the Blue Star: to love someone begins with their beauty, becomes deepened by their talent, and is steadfast due to their character. Su Xi realized that he had long been unable to part from his master. With this thought in mind, he hesitated not for an instant, his affection no longer concealed, as his gaze fixed intently on those deep azure eyes. He spoke each word with unwavering conviction. Master. Disciple Su Xi, today dares to propose that we become partners on the path. His voice resonated with strength and charisma. Jiang Xianling comprehended each word, yet when woven together, they felt somewhat foreign. Disciple? Master? Partners on the path? Jiang Xianling. Chapter 68. The rebellious disciple. As soon as Su Xi uttered the phrase about becoming partners, the world seemed to plunge into silence. Save for the gentle breeze that stirred the wind chimes, producing a clear and melodious sound. After a moment's pause, she felt her hands tremble beneath her sleeves. Her mind swirling, she endeavored to regain her composure, yet the tumult within her heart refused to subside. What did you say? Surely, she must have misheard. How could her disciple confess such feelings? After all, she was the master. Jiang Xianling's thoughts were in disarray. The once cool demeanor she had so carefully maintained had vanished, leaving her exquisitely beautiful cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Su Xi smiled gently, his golden eyes brimming with deep affection, fixated on his master, whose gaze perpetually evaded his own. Su Xi yearned to forge a bond of partnership with his master, to traverse the path of enlightenment together. He refrained from activating the system to check his master's status. At this moment, he merely wished to gaze upon his master with his own eyes. Although he maintained an air of composure, internally, Su Xi was nearly driven to madness. His master's bashful demeanor was simply too endearing. How could it be? How could his master be so irresistibly charming? The rosy cheeks and the fleeting glances were a striking contrast from aloofness to shyness, a juxtaposition that nearly took his breath away. Su Xi has begun to comprehend the fervent devotion exhibited by those on Blue Star, who are willing to go to great lengths for their sisters, even to the point of recklessly colliding with walls in their pursuit. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Xi now feels an overwhelming desire to dash headlong into obstacles for his revered master. At this moment, as he repeats what he has heard, he is certain that he has not misheard. Jiang Xianling lowers her delicate head, her long, lush eyelashes casting shadows over her deep emerald eyes. Typically, one would expect her to coldly reject such matters without hesitation, given her usual disinterest. Yet, the emotions stirring within her suggest otherwise. It is a sensation she has never encountered before, strange, yet hauntingly familiar. The first time she felt such a thing was also in the presence of Su Xi. Her hair cascades gently, partially obscuring her flawless visage, and a look of confusion clouds Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes. Did you hear the master speak? Su Xi quickly gathers his wits and sits quietly in his place. You should take a moment to compose yourself. Su Xi's eyes widen in surprise. He never anticipated such a response from his master. Just as he is about to speak, he suddenly feels a gust of wind lifting him away, distancing him from his master, farther and farther. When he finally comes to a halt, he finds himself halfway up the mountain. Accompanying him on this descent is the storage ring gifted by his master. He stows the ring without peering inside, intending to traverse the void back to his master's abode. However, he soon discovers that the space atop the mountain has been sealed off by his master. This revelation leaves Su Xi in a state of bemusement. Master? Is she avoiding him? Yet, it is understandable. His confession today was indeed somewhat abrupt. Nevertheless, Su Xi remains undeterred. His intent in revealing his feelings was simply to convey to his master that his affections extend beyond the bounds of a teacher-student relationship. He is well aware of her temperament, and while the current sealing of the mountaintop is somewhat unexpected, he ultimately considers the outcome favorable. At the very least, he was not outright rejected and cast aside in that moment. For now, he shall grant his master ample time to reflect. Su Xi smiled faintly, then retrieved the storage ring and examined it. As his consciousness delved inside, he discovered a pile of elixirs and array formations. Unable to resist, he took out one vial and was taken aback upon sensing the warmth emanating from it. This elixir had just been concocted. Coupled with the hint of fatigue he had discerned in his master's previous words, the truth became evident. A comforting warmth filled his heart, gradually spreading through his limbs and bones. Su Xi glanced at the mountaintop, a gentle smile blossoming once more upon his lips. Indeed, he adored his master most of all. Meanwhile, atop the ice sword peak, in stark contrast to Su Xi's clarity, Jiang Xianling remained in a dazed stupor. The sheer magnitude of today's revelations overwhelmed her senses. Her disciple harbored feelings for her, and not merely reverence, but the kind that sought matrimonial union? This. At last, she understood the restless unease that had plagued her recently, the premonition of something momentous looming. Yet what bewildered her most was, why hadn't she rejected him outright? Her heart had always been devoted solely to the Tao, never entertaining such distractions. So why this time? Seconds trickled into eternity. An immeasurable stretch of silence, until a whisper, cool as morning dew, finally escaped into the courtyard. Rebellious disciple. The murmur seemed to drift from distant heavens, or perhaps, from the deepest chambers of her own heart. Dawn arrived with its quiet grace, Su Xi gathered her belongings and prepared to embark on her journey to the mystic realm of fallen immortals. However, before her departure, she felt it necessary to send a message to her master to bid farewell. Yet, she pondered whether her master would feel embarrassed to respond after yesterday's events. "Master, can you hear me?" Outside the courtyard, Jiang Xianling, who had been seated there all night, heard Su Xi's message. The tranquility of her heart, which had taken an entire night to settle, was once again disturbed by ripples of unease. Would this rebellious disciple utter yet more peculiar words? With this thought in mind, she responded in a calm tone, "What is it?" attempting to conceal her inner turmoil. On Su Xi's end, she had not anticipated a reply from her master and intended only to convey her farewell before setting off. To her surprise, her master did respond. Although she found the feigned indifference in her master's tone rather peculiar, she refrained from probing further. "Master, I am setting off for the mystic realm of fallen immortals." After what felt like an eternity, just as Su Xi believed her master would not respond again, a gentle voice tinged with concern emerged, "Be safe." The tone of this voice was no longer indifferent. Hearing her master's care, Su Xi's lips curved into a slight smile, and her eyes sparkled with a myriad of twinkling lights. "Rest assured, master, I will be cautious." Furthermore, noticing Su Xi's pause in her message, Jiang Xianling felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. Furthermore? What else? Yet, her suspicion that Su Xi was indeed a rebellious disciple only deepened. Furthermore, Su Xi admires her master. "You." A hint of anger flickered in Jiang Xianling's beautiful eyes. "Haha, master, I must take my leave." With that, Su Xi traversed the void, departing from the sword sect, leaving behind a snow-white fairy exuding an aura of coldness. Atop the ice sword peak, Jiang Xianling sat upon a wooden chair, the chill enveloping her as if the very air around her had frozen. How could she not have seen it before? Truly a rebellious disciple. Her voice echoed coldly within the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions, yet the turmoil within her remained turbulent and uncontainable. Chapter 69. The protagonists always make their entrance last. Su Xi did not accompany Lu Wuming, as Lu Wuming had the responsibility of leading the elite disciples of the Sword Sect. After patiently advising the 8 outstanding disciples of the Sword Sect on various precautions, he set forth with them towards the mystic realm of immortal fall. Among them was Shen Yuyao, the eldest disciple of Mu Zili. Today, Shen Yuyao exuded an unusual confidence, thanks to the numerous magical artifacts her master had bestowed upon her for protection. Although she felt her master was somewhat overreacting, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. Even though she had assured her master that she would refrain from engaging with any unforeseen challenges in the mystic realm, Mu Zili remained anxious, fearing any potential mishaps. As they departed from Jade Sword Peak, she reiterated her concerns time and again. While it is true that sword cultivators are known for their relentless pursuit, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. With a perilous probability of encountering disaster reaching 70%, she deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks and instead navigate through a few familiar realms. On the other hand, upon Su Xi's arrival at the mystic realm of Immortal Fall, he found a multitude of individuals already gathered, arriving neither too early nor too late. Cloaked in his dark robe, Su Xi surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and he discerned that none inspired a sense of threat. Thus, he felt reassured. It seemed the top 3 had yet to arrive. Among the gathered, he did not spot Chen Luo and the others. Wasting no time, he promptly took out a spirit stone and began his cultivation. Gradually, more individuals trickled in until a tattered Taoist priest and a girl dressed in a vibrant red outfit with twin ponytails made their appearance. As Su Xi finally opened her tightly shut eyes, she stood up and walked towards them. "Did we arrive too early?" "We haven't seen anyone," Chen Luo remarked, surveying the surroundings in search of familiar figures. With 2 hours remaining until the designated time, it indeed seemed they had come a bit too soon. Su Zhizhi nodded in agreement. The two had fortuitously crossed paths on their way and decided to journey together. Yun Luo, noticing that Su Zhizhi had reached the secret realm, couldn't help but urge, "Zhizhi, do you truly intend to enter this unknown domain?" Upon hearing Yun Luo's words, Su Zhizhi resolutely replied, "Aunt Yun, I must go in. Otherwise, I may wait an eternity for vengeance." "Do not worry. I will be cautious." Yun Luo sighed in resignation. Before their departure, she had warned Su Zhizhi multiple times about the terrors that lurked within these uncharted realms. Her awareness stemmed from her own past experiences. She vaguely recalled witnessing several prodigies, ranked above her, perish before her eyes. Had fortune not favored her, she too might have found her grave within that enigmatic realm. These mysterious domains were exceedingly peculiar. Some required specific techniques, others demanded formidable physical strength, while some called for vast knowledge or sheer luck. Should they encounter such a perilous place, even the sacrifice of her own spirit might not guarantee Su Zhiji's safe return. Thus, she had endeavored to dissuade her along the journey. Yet, the girl was resolute. All that remained was to hope they would not stumble upon one of those life-threatening enigmas. After comforting Aunt Yun, Su Zhizhi engaged in further conversation with Chen Luo. During their exchange, Chen Luo sensed an individual clad in black approaching them stealthily. Her gaze sharpened, for this figure exuded an undeniable strength. Chen Luo's vigilance was commendable. Though she couldn't quite fathom why she perceived the black-clad individual as stealthy, when Su Xiai approached with utmost openness, observing the figure's physique. It bore no resemblance to Su Tao, prompting her to halt the stranger's advance. Are you lacking a sense of boundaries? Shall I teach you what discretion means? Upon hearing this, Su Xiai let out a light laugh, removing his black cloak hood to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Chen Luo. It has been 2 years since we last met, and I must say, you seem more invigorated than ever. Upon seeing Su Xiai, Chen Luo's previous hostility evaporated, and his once tense body relaxed instantly. Su Xiai. So it is you, my friend. Chen Luo exclaimed heartily, his eyes brimming with delight. However, as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Xiai, the joy in Chen Luo's gaze gradually gave way to a fierce determination. As Su Xiai just finished greeting Su Zhizhi, he locked eyes with Chen Luo, whose gaze was brimming with combativeness. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he remarked, "Are you itching for another bout? Humph. I shall grant you a reprieve for now, but when the secret realm emerges, we shall settle the score." Chen Luo merely pursed his lips in response. Oh? Su Xiai was somewhat perplexed, surprised that Chen Luo's intention was not as he had assumed. However, a certain possibility soon dawned upon him, and he looked towards Su Zhizhi in realization. Did you two spar before coming here? As anticipated, Su Zhizhi nodded. Prior to their arrival, Chen Luo had earnestly requested a duel, offering a handsome reward, and coincidentally, Su Zhizhi was in need of resources, leading to their agreement. Yet, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter, within the span of less than half a stick of incense. Su Zhizhi had sent Chen Luo crashing to the ground with her spear. To Su Xi's astonishment, despite 2 years of cultivation, Chen Luo still appeared as a mere footman. If the 6th-ranked Su Zhizhi was still so formidable, one could only imagine the prowess of Su Xiai, who now ranked 4th on the celestial leaderboard. Chen Luo held a significant respect for the authority of the celestial leaderboard. It was improbable that anyone in the Xian realm would doubt its credibility. His sole hope now lay in the potential of the celestial fallen secret realm to facilitate a transformative leap in his abilities, liberating him from the fate of being overshadowed by Su Xiai. Hearing Chen Luo mention settling their rivalry upon the emergence of the secret realm, Su Xiai replied with a smirk, "Very well. After the secret realm appears, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the fusion stage." I eagerly anticipate seeing Chen Luo's expression remain as defiant as it is now. The trio did not wait long before a familiar voice resounded from behind them. "Greetings, everyone. It has been a while." As the voice faded, several familiar figures emerged, revealing Yu Tianming, Wu Qin, and Wu Kong. From the original 7, only 6 remained, with Su Tao yet to arrive. Before the greetings could conclude, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Following this, a tall figure descended from the heavens, akin to a deity's arrival. This individual emanated a formidable aura, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden embroidery. The robe was embellished with intricately designed dragon patterns, each detail exuding opulence and nobility. The man's appearance captivated the attention of all present, and most gazes were filled with reverence. This man was none other than Ji Fuyao, the crown prince of the Wanqing dynasty, currently ranked 1st on the celestial leaderboard. Chen Luo and the others exchanged glances, each noting the gravity etched upon their faces. The oppressive aura emanating from Ji Fuyao, who was at the early fusion stage, was overwhelmingly significant, while they could contend against opponents of higher ranks. This was predicated on the assumption that their foe was not of the same caliber as themselves. Before Su Xiai could assess Ji Fuyao's strength, he gleaned from the surrounding discussions the identity of this individual, the prince of the Wanqing dynasty. The mention of the Wanqing dynasty immediately reminded him of the 5th prince he had encountered in the Land of Fire, though he could not recall the name. With Ji Fuyao's arrival, 2 more formidable figures soon followed, 1 male and 1 female. The man was clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding the air of a noble. The woman, enveloped in a white robe, concealed her features, yet her silhouette suggested a graceful figure. Luo Yi, early fusion stage. San Qi, early fusion stage. The entrance of the top 3 on the celestial leaderboard instantly ignited the atmosphere, leading to a surge in conversations among the gathered talents. Chen Luo and the others also engaged in idle chatter for a considerable time. As 2 hours elapsed, with the secret realm about to open and Su Tao still absent, the group began to suspect she would not arrive. Just then, a petite figure clad in black robes appeared before them, successfully making her entrance as the last to arrive. This was not a theatrical entrance, but rather a result of Su Tao oversleeping. Perhaps due to her childlike stature, she tended to be somewhat lethargic. Fortunately, she arrived just in the nick of time. Chapter 70. The Nine-Sword Emperor. At the entrance of the secret realm, Li Yuan observed that the moment was ripe. He performed several hand seals to detect the attendees, ensuring that no outsiders from beyond the celestial leaderboard infiltrated their ranks. Once he confirmed that all was in order, he spoke. His voice enveloped in spiritual energy that resonated in every ear. Esteemed talents, welcome to the celestial fallen secret realm. Within this realm, not only are there great opportunities but also dire horrors. In the previous session, 100 individuals entered the leaderboard, yet only 30 emerged. In the session before that, 97 entered, but merely 28 made it back. The probability of falling is a staggering 70%. If any of you wish to withdraw now, feel free to leave the premises. As his words concluded, not a single person stirred. Each had heard tales of this perilous venture from their respective sects, friends, and family. Now that they had chosen to come, retreat was not an option. Su Tao was similarly cautious about her life. However, when weighed against the treasures within the celestial ruins, she felt it was worth the risk. Seeing that none of the 95 individuals present chose to depart, Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. After surveying each attendee, he began to disclose the pertinent precautions regarding the celestial ruins in their entirety. The ruins would remain accessible for 3 years. This was all that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had gathered, and he urged everyone to remember it well. Li Yuan's voice carried the weight of someone long accustomed to power, instilling a sense of gravity in his words that commanded respect. Now, as the ruins opened, he wished everyone good fortune. As Li Yuan's words faded, a shimmering passageway emerged before the crowd. The talented individuals inhaled deeply, expressed their gratitude to Li Yuan with a respectful gesture, and one by one stepped into the realm of the ruins. Su Xi, Su Shiji, and all of you, do not falter in this realm. You are recognized by me, Chen Luo addressed the group. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming could not help but chuckle. You should worry about yourself first. His tone was casual and self-assured. Until we meet again, Su Xi offered a gentle smile, casting her gaze over the assembly as she clasped her fists in farewell before turning to enter the ethereal passageway. Unbeknownst to all, in the shadows, a gaze filled with resentment and disdain withdrew as Su Xi departed. Upon entering the secret realm, Su Xi, as a disciple of the Buddhist sect, was tasked with leading the prodigies of his order. Seeing Su Xi depart, he returned to his own group, as did Wu Qing. As for those like Su Ji, who lacked a sect, they were unbound by the same constraints and chose an opportune moment to enter the secret realm. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Su Xi, as a mysterious force wrapped around him. When he regained his footing, he found himself amidst a lush, verdant forest. Before he could fully survey his surroundings, he keenly sensed the abundant pure spiritual energy permeating the air, flowing as if it were a tangible entity. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than that of the Xian realm. Su Xi marveled inwardly. Drawn by this rich energy, his body instinctively began to circulate the Wan Jianju. As the technique activated, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to his summons, continuously pouring into his being. Absorbed with great rapidity, it was truly a land descended from the celestial realm. In mere moments, the efficacy surpassed that of a full day spent absorbing energy with spirit stones outside. However, Su Xi was not here merely to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Despite the rapid pace of cultivation in this place, even at this rate, it would be impossible to reach the integration stage in 3 years. With this thought, he moved swiftly, soaring into the air, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. To the east, west, and south, he beheld 3 colossal pillars of light. These towering columns stood like celestial supports within his field of vision, radiating dazzling brilliance. According to Li Yuan, these 3 pillars should correspond to the Sword Tomb, the Flame Realm, and the Wanbao Land. Yet, it remained uncertain which pillar housed the Wanbao Land. At the outset, Su Xi's plan was to venture into the Wanbao realm to acquire a prized artifact. However, the path ahead seemed obscured, leaving him to rely on fate. Just as he was about to set forth, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. He recalled a tome he had previously perused, detailing the secrets of hidden realms, and his eyes brightened with realization. The Sword Tomb, the Flame Realm, what a serendipitous coincidence. Perhaps he could discern which of the 3 radiant pillars was indeed the Wanbao realm. With a method in mind, Su Xi wasted no time. With a swift motion, the Mo Ink sword materialized in his grasp. 3 streams of golden sword, aura, imbued with the essence of swordsmanship, surged towards the 3 pillars of light. Without any superfluous movements, Su Xi remained poised, quietly attuning himself to the sword intense emanating from the pillars. As he sensed the dissipation of the 3 sword auras, a smile crept across his face. Just as he had surmised, the 3 sword energies did not fade simultaneously, but rather, 2 dissipated before one. Thus, it became evident that the western pillar was indeed the Sword Tomb. Recognizing the efficacy of his approach, Su Xi conjured 3 spheres of the 9 heavens divine flame and replicated his previous actions. After a brief interval, he arrived at the eastern pillar, the location of the Wanbao realm, where a handful of exceptional talents could be seen scattered about. Su Xi did not recognize anyone, thus refraining from initiating a conversation. Casting a glance at the beam of light, he trusted his own judgment. In a fleeting moment, Su Xi vanished into the luminous column. Within the treasure realm, countless artifacts floated in the air, yet all appeared dim and lacked discernible effects. Consequently, some prodigies who had entered earlier remained hesitant, caught in indecision. For them, it was a gamble of great magnitude. However, for Su Xi, it was nothing short of paradise. The moment had arrived. With the activation of the appraisal function, Su Xi swiftly scanned the array of magical artifacts, an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. Decent mountain cutting blade, exceptionally sharp, commonly used for chopping wood. Capable of producing splendid logs. Ordinary frying pan, an unremarkable cooking vessel, rumored to have once belonged to a she-wolf. Cupid's arrow, a treasure, capable of slightly enhancing affection. Affection 0. 0000001. Usable only once in a lifetime. Armor transformation device. Upon glimpsing this heap of junk, Su Xi could not help but click his tongue in disdain. This treasure land is truly insidious, presenting a collection of worthless trinkets to deceive people. Wait, was there something peculiar mixed in just now? Shaking his head, Su Ci continued his perusal. Soon, his gaze was captivated by a dark, tattered token. This token, astonishingly, was an artifact from the celestial realm. Edict of the Sword Emperor, left by the 9 sword emperors of the celestial realm during their ascension to true immortality. Containing the might of the young emperor's sword, activated by sword intent, capable of slaying celestial kings. Capable of slaying a celestial king. According to his master, the realm of celestial kings transcends 2 major stages beyond the tribulation. In other words, possessing this token would allow him to traverse the mystic realm with ease. Yet, another dilemma confronted him. This token required sword intent for activation. Where could he acquire such sword intent? Currently, his own sword aura lingered merely at the threshold stage. The only expedient solution lay in the task previously issued by the system, which involved touching his master's hand for half a stick of incense. Although he had already confessed his feelings to his master, she had yet to accept him. It was not yet time for things to unfold naturally. Glancing around at the other artifacts, Su Ci found himself ensnared in indecision. He yearned to explore the remaining treasures, but as more prodigies entered the treasure land, the likelihood of being outmaneuvered by others grew. Why was Su Ci so fixated on this token? It was because he harbored a foreboding intuition. It felt as though if he did not choose this token today, he would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 71. The old routine. Without lingering in hesitation for long, Su Ci took a deep breath and reached for the token, only to hear a disdainful sneer from behind. "Huh, is that worthless piece worth your time? I thought you were someone of significance, but it turns out you were just a petty fool." Upon recognizing the speaker, Su Ci felt perplexed. He was not a protagonist. Why was he being subjected to such ridicule? Ting Huayuan, late-stage transformation. Reflecting inwardly, he realized he had indeed never provoked this individual. Little did Su Ci realize that this man was none other than Ting Huayuan, whom he had displaced from the 4th position on the Heavenly Pride ranking. When Su Ci had glanced at the rankings earlier, his eyes had instinctively skipped over Ting Huayuan's name upon spotting his own. Thus, he remained genuinely unaware of why Ting Huayuan was now provoking him. Ting Huayuan regarded Su Ci with undisguised disdain. In his view, the elders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion must have been senile to rank this insignificant upstart above him. He could effortlessly crush such a pitiful opponent with one hand. Chen Luo, too, had never imagined that the Heavenly Pride ranking could harbor such delusional fools. He had once firmly believed that no one in the entire profound realm would dare question the ranking's authority. Yet here was living proof before him. The commotion between the two soon drew the attention of the other prodigies present. Sensing an impending spectacle, they halted their own activities in unison. Due to his sudden rise to prominence, Su Ci remained largely unrecognized by most. In contrast, Ting Huayuan, formerly ranked 4th, now 5th, was a familiar figure among the elite. Basking in the reverential gazes of his peers, Ting Huayuan swelled with satisfaction. To him, Su Ci was nothing but a clown, audaciously usurping his title as the strongest beneath the Unity realm. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Silently, he resolved to eliminate Su Ci within the confines of the secret realm. Once this expedition to the Immortals' false secret realm concluded, he would return to his clan and proceed with the arranged marriage. The bride's reluctance mattered little to him since childhood. His father had ingrained in him the belief that whatever he desired was rightfully his. "Huayuan, my son, if you want something, it shall be yours." His father's words were absolute truth. He was destiny itself. As for Su Ci, a mere early-stage divine transformation cultivator posed no threat whatsoever. Amidst the discussions of those around him, Su Ci discerned that this individual was indeed ranked 5th on the Heavenly Prodigy list. Observing Ting Huayuan's countenance and the sympathetic glances directed his way, Su Ci couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. This damn sense of DJVU. As a victim of the internet's pernicious influence on Blue Star, he was all too familiar with such tactics. What awaited was likely a sequence of humiliation, astonishment, and revelations of this youth's terrifying prowess. He understood that arguing with such a person was futile, yet he had no intention of showing weakness. After retrieving the token, and as the light of teleportation illuminated, he calmly replied, "I shall await you outside." Fighting was prohibited within the confines of the Wandao secret realm. Thus, Su Ci resolved to address this noisy individual outside. Such a person, if ignored, would likely set traps for you later. It would merely take the time of a half-stick of incense, hardly a significant expenditure of time. As his words fell, the Wandao realm was immediately enveloped in silence. The other prodigies swiftly selected a treasured artifact and teleported away. As for these artifacts, they could discern little of their significance. With a spectacle unfolding, they were eager to claim the treasures they had previously coveted, lest they miss out on an entertaining scene. Unlike them, Ting Huayuan remained rooted in place, his face a mask of disbelief. What was his status? How dare this person speak to him in such a manner? After a moment, Ting Huayuan's body trembled violently. His features contorted. This individual had sealed his own fate. Without hesitation, he reached for a long sword, casting it into his storage ring without a second glance. He silently vowed to torment Su Ci to the brink of death later. Outside the Wandao realm, as Su Ci emerged, she encountered Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming was initially poised to enter the myriad treasures, Yet upon seeing Su Si, he hesitated. Su Si? What a coincidence, she smiled gently. Upon learning that Su Si was about to engage in a fierce battle with Ting Huayuan, Yu Tianming could not help but furrow his brow. He was aware of Ting Huayuan's reputation, rumored to be the foremost individual beneath the combined realm. However, that title now seemed to rest upon Su Si. Do you have confidence? Do you require my assistance? Upon hearing this, Su Si relaxed his muscles and bones, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you think? As if recalling something, Yi Tianming slapped his forehead. Indeed. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Subsequently, Yi Tianming did not rush into the Wanbao realm, but moved aside to observe the battle. He was fully aware of Su Si's formidable strength, but was uncertain of its true extent, hence he chose to watch closely. Before long, Ting Huayuan was teleported out from the secret realm. Upon his emergence, he unleashed the oppressive aura of a late-stage transformation god, directing it menacingly towards Su Si. The previously emerged prodigies were now huddled in a corner. Some appeared indifferent, while others wore expressions of mockery. A few were even munching on sunflower seeds. Seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events, they occasionally whispered to one another, as if engaged in discussion. Among them, aside from Yi Tianming, no one had faith in Su Si's abilities. Bet settled. A shout from a prodigy clad in yellow reached Yi Tianming's ears. Initially puzzled by the gathering of individuals, he soon deduced that they were wagering on the outcome between Su Si and Ting Huayuan. Approaching discreetly, he inquired about the odds from one of the participants. The odds were 1-to-1, 5, with Su Si at 1, 5 and Ting Huayuan at 1. Though the gathered prodigies were unaware of Su Si's background, the fact that Ting Huayuan regarded him as a worthy opponent indicated Su Si's exceptional caliber, preventing them from underestimating him. Thus, the odds did not differ significantly. A smirk crept onto Yi Tianming's face. This was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Without hesitation, he wagered all his spirit stones on Su Si's victory. Seeing this, the yellow-clad prodigy could not help but beam with delight. Previously, all bets had been placed on Ting Huayuan's win, and with the fear of losing everything, he had been eager to close the betting. Now, with a Na-VE player appearing, he relaxed and remained composed. Yi Tianming regarded the other with a sense of inexplicable amusement, as they both viewed one another as harbingers of fortune. Nearby, a man in white, observing Yi Tianming's confident demeanor, uneasily nudged him and whispered, "This person doesn't seem foolish. Could that elegant man be a formidable foe? Will we emerge victorious?" This wager was a joint effort, and his concern about losing all their spirit stones prompted his caution. Hearing the man's whispered words, the yellow-clad prodigy shot him a disdainful glance. Although he initially scoffed, he ultimately replied with a casual indifference, "We will win." Meanwhile, faced with the overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from Ting Huayuan, Su Si stood unflinchingly, his expression impassive. Witnessing Su Si's indifference, Ting Huayuan's anger surged, his fury intensifying. Oomph. With a cold huff, he clenched his fingers, causing a powerful surge of spiritual energy to erupt from his palm. In an instant, it coalesced into a massive spiritual claw, slicing through the air with fierce winds, and ruthlessly lunged towards Su Si's face. "Your life is but a flickering candle in the wind. Prepare to meet your end." With a gentle flick of her sleeve, Su Si dispersed the oncoming spiritual energy claws, which shattered like snowflakes meeting a fierce blaze, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Perceiving the probing intentions of her opponent, Su Si remained composed and remarked, "There is no need for further testing. Unleash your full power." Upon hearing this, Ting Huayuan's expression darkened even further, and he ceased his tentative approach. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight like phantoms. The next moment, the sky erupted in a dazzling radiance as the two clashed swords. The speed of their encounter was astonishing, rendering it difficult for less formidable talents to even discern their movements. Empowered by the formidable sword intent, Su Si gained a decisive advantage, relentlessly pressing Ting Huayuan in the battle. Su Si's swordsmanship was as domineering and swift as a tempest, each stroke imbued with profound sword intent, creating a dazzling display of sword energy. In stark contrast, Ting Huayuan's technique was insidious and elusive, with each strike catching opponents off guard, rendering them defenseless. It was no surprise that he was a prodigy on the celestial rankings. Ting Huayuan indeed possessed remarkable skill. Although ordinary individuals struggled to withstand Ting Huayuan's swordplay, fate had placed him against Su Si. The sheer dominance of the golden spiritual energy was already enough to overwhelm him, not to mention the added sword intent. Among the spectators, several formidable prodigies were not blind to the unfolding battle. They keenly observed Ting Huayuan's suppression. Among them, the most anxious was a man clad in white. Trembling, he cast a glance towards the golden-clad prodigy, who understood the unspoken concern in his eyes. Maintaining his confidence, he reassured, "It's all right. This is merely the beginning." Ting Huayuan must still be holding back his strength. As his words resonated, the dynamics of the battle indeed shifted. Su Si's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Ting Huayuan. With a swift motion of the ink shadow sword, a golden sword energy surged forth, striking towards Ting Huayuan like a tangible force. Boom! Caught off guard, Tung Huayuan was cleaved to the ground by the golden sword energy. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted in pain, and his spiritual energy surged violently, conjuring fierce winds around him. This should not be happening. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tung Huayuan let out a howl, his narrow, shadowy eyes bloodshot with fury. Su Ci paid no heed to his howls. After striking him down to the ground, she summoned her spiritual power with her left hand. The celestial master's palm came crashing down with tremendous force. A deafening explosion resonated once more. Empowered by golden spiritual energy, this technique, perfected to the realm of transformation, exhibited formidable might. As the dust settled, the assembled prodigies revealed expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback to witness Tung Huayuan spitting blood. The man in white cast another glance at the prodigy in yellow. The latter responded, "No problem, just a minor injury. Tung Huayuan shall prevail." Tung Huayuan's visage twisted with ferocity as he flipped his left hand, revealing a jade talisman. Su Ci stood poised in the void, his gaze sweeping across the expanse, keenly observing the unfolding events. Without a hint of carelessness, he executed the technique of one chi transforming into 3 clears. Subsequently, 2 ethereal golden figures emerged, each forming a hand seal with singular focus. The onlookers below felt a sudden darkness envelop them, as if the heavens themselves had been obscured. When their eyes adjusted, they were met with the terrifying sight of 2 colossal golden swords, one to the left and the other to the right, descending with an earth-shattering force. Realizing the magnitude of the golden sword's power, Yi Tianming's expression turned to one of astonishment, for he understood that he could not withstand even a single blade. "By heavens, run!" some of the less capable prodigies exclaimed, instinctively retreating in haste. The residual force was beyond their comprehension. It became evident to all that Tung Huayuan had genuinely encountered an insurmountable challenge this time. The man in white observed this scene, and once more turned his attention to the prodigy clad in yellow. The latter bore a slightly unnatural expression, assuring, "Fear not. Tung Huayuan will surely withstand it." However, Tung Huayuan, targeted by the myriad swords, felt an icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. His breath quickened, and his countenance grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clutching the jade tablet tightly, his heart brimmed with trepidation and despair. It was as if Tung Huayuan murmured to himself, his voice trembling, "Activating this jade tablet is of no use now." With a resounding roar akin to mountains collapsing and earth shattering, the entire forest seemed to tremble. The explosive shockwaves surged forth like a tempestuous tide, uprooting trees and fracturing the ground like a spider's web, sending dust swirling into the air. The domineering golden spiritual energy rampaged, relentlessly ravaging the earth beneath. Su Ci harbored some doubts. Were it not for the protective light column, the Wanbao land would likely have transformed into a desolate wasteland. Presently, aside from the stark light column and the spiritual shield upheld by the distant prodigies, there was naught else in sight, much like a tornado ravaging a parking lot. He had not anticipated that his inaugural use of the myriad swords returning to their origin after breaking through to the transformation realm would wield such immense power. Not only had the colossal sword increased in size, but its destructive force was nearly thrice that of its former self. Observing the surroundings, there was no trace of the Tingguiwen left. It was likely already queuing at the Naiha Bridge to drink Mengpo's soup. Through this battle, Su Ci gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Witnessing the Tingguiwen reduced to nothingness, the man in white turned his gaze away from the yellow-clad prodigy. For at that moment, he was firmly grasping the latter's neck with both hands. "I shall strangle you," exclaimed the yellow-clad prodigy, his tongue lolling out, feigning the appearance of being on the brink of death. Internally, he was filled with profound sorrow, having initially believed this venture would yield great rewards, only to find himself as a mere dispenser of wealth. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his small eyes narrowing. "You lost. Have I not also lost everything?" Anger surged within him as he began to grapple with the man in white. Their comical struggle, tongues protruding, elicited laughter from the other prodigies who were disheartened by their losses. Once the interlude concluded, Su Ci bid farewell to Yi Tianming and traversed the void. Departing from that place, the disturbances near Wanbao land were sensed by only a few. In a shadowy thicket, as the dragon's roar faded, a great beast in the early stages of the Great Ascension collapsed with a resounding thud. Ji Fuyao stood atop the creature's head, casting a casual glance toward Wanbao land. "Interesting, it seems this secret realm is not as dull as I had imagined." Retracting his gaze, he turned to the shadowy corner beside him. "Have you been following me this whole time, thinking that this prince is easy to converse with?" Ji Fuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, an icy demeanor spreading across his face as he raised his hand, summoning a golden dragon to strike. "Ha. Indeed, seeing is believing." Luo Yi effortlessly dispelled the golden dragon. Wearing a serene smile, Ji Fuyao regarded the man clad in golden brocade with a sidelong glance, refraining from inquiring his name. To him, only the names of the strong were worthy of remembrance. This individual was simply not qualified. Chapter 73. Fuyao, Prince, you would not wish for. "I am Luo Yi, and I wish to discuss a matter with Prince Fuyao." To Ji Fuyao, Luo Yi's name was but a whisper. Yet upon hearing the latter's subsequent words, he did not hasten to depart. What matter do you seek from this prince? Upon hearing this, even the cunning Luo Yi found it hard to maintain his composure. Discuss. Mutual deliberation. Do you understand? Luo Yi silently roared within. How did I suddenly become the one seeking assistance? Do I, Luo Yi, need to solicit help? What a farce. Even if I were to perish, plummeting from the abyss, I would not beg. Yet, that particular matter was indeed challenging to resolve alone. Recognizing this, Luo Yi suppressed his indignation. I implore Prince Fuyao to accompany me to a location where you shall comprehend my intentions. Huh, a pretentious one. Yet you do not fear that I may harbor ill intentions. Before absolute power, all schemes and plots are mere jest. Observing Ji Fuyao's demeanor, treating him as a servant, Luo Yi nearly rolled up his sleeves to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, recalling that he would need this person's strength shortly, his fury ebbed like the tide. Very well, I shall endure. Meanwhile, after leaving Wanbao land, Su Ci did not rush to the Sword Tomb or the Flame Realm, but instead sought those so-called unknown secret realms. Coincidentally, the distances between the three individuals drew ever closer, until they converged outside a stone gate. Hey, golden-robed man, is this the helper you summoned? Do you wish to confront this prince? Luo Yi stared incredulously at Ji Fuyao. He was not shocked by Su Ci's appearance, but was enraged by Ji Fuyao referring to him as the golden-robed man. I am Luo Yi. Luo Yi enunciated each syllable of his name once more. To his dismay, Ji Fuyao merely waved his hand. This prince is aware now, golden-robed man. Luo Yi, exasperated, began to scrutinize Su Ci after his initial anger subsided. He recognized both individuals, who had drawn considerable attention when they first appeared outside the secret realm. Now, with the top two prodigies present, it was evident this was no mere coincidence. Fixating on the stone gate behind them, Su Ci understood well. The stone gate, sealed by a formation set by a tribulation stage cultivator, cannot be breached by anyone below that stage, barring those skilled in formation techniques. To him, the formation appeared uncomplicated. It might require some time, but it could certainly be dismantled. However, Su Ci would not voice this. Since Ji Fuyao and Luo Yi had appeared simultaneously, it indicated their pursuit of the stone gate. The three shared no prior acquaintance. Su Ci is not a paragon of virtue, nor would he willingly undertake such a task. After surveying Su Ci, Luo Yi found it hard to believe that he sensed a subtle yet palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Noting that Ji Fuyao remained silent, he clasped his hands together and said, Esteemed friend, I am Luo Yi. May I inquire as to how you wish to be addressed? Su Ci returned the greeting. Esteemed Taoist Su Ci, this place was originally discovered by the two of us. Might I inquire if you would be so kind as to withdraw? Su Ci shook her head and replied, the treasures within the secret realm can only be obtained by those with true capability. Fellow Taoist Su Ci, we rank first and second on the list of exceptional talents. Does that not signify our prowess? Su Ci shook his head once more, urging them to attempt to breach the stone door first, offering them the opportunity to try. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the lurking sense of danger that enveloped him, he would have readily used force to drive Su Ci away. This individual, although merely at the initial stage of transformation, managed to instill a sense of peril in him, who was at the initial stage of integration. Luo Yi dared not underestimate him, aware that the disparity in their realms did not warrant complacency. With the secret realm having opened for 3 years, the nature of the unknown territories that lay ahead was uncertain, and he needed to avoid placing himself in a vulnerable position. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Ji Fuyu beside him, contemplating the idea of using him as a pawn. However, Ji Fuyu seemed to have discerned his intentions and did not acquiesce. Instead, he scoffed. What is there to deliberate? This mere stone door can be shattered with a single punch from me. Once he had organized his thoughts, he realized Luo Yi's purpose in bringing him here. It was likely that he was at a loss regarding the stone door and sought to leverage his strength. Ji Fuyu held a profound disdain for such individuals. Luo Yi felt a sense of suffocation. Why was communication with him so arduous? Out of every 3 sentences, 2.5 were infused with irritation. Were it not for his formidable cultivation, his temperament would have surely led him to an early grave. He mused in silent frustration. Without further ado, Ji Fuyao positioned himself before the stone door, and with his right fist, 2 resplendent golden dragon silhouettes emerged. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as he swung his fist, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. Su Ci's eyes narrowed slightly, inwardly marveling at the prowess of the top-ranked prodigy on the heavenly pride list. The sheer force of that single punch had already reached the early stage Great Ascension realm. However, when the terrifying fist strike landed, the stone gate merely rippled faintly like a pebble sinking into the ocean. Seeing his attack fail to shatter the gate as anticipated, Ji Fuyao's expression darkened with barely concealed fury. His pride couldn't tolerate such an outcome. Surging spiritual energy coursed violently through his meridians as he leapt into the air, his hands weaving intricate and arcane sigils with blinding speed. Simultaneously, his lips moved in a whispered incantation. In an instant, 9 dazzling golden dragons of condensed spiritual energy materialized behind him, their forms so lifelike they seemed tangible, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. With a single commanding gesture from Ji Fuyao's fingertip, the 9 dragons roared and surged toward the stone gate like a golden deluge, their momentum earth-shaking. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening collisions between the dragons and the gate sent shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling outward. The violent fluctuations pressed against Luo Ye's chest, making him gasp. He hastily conjured a protective barrier around himself, his expression souring as he glanced at Su Ci, who stood unfazed nearby. His instincts had been correct. This man named Su Ci was no ordinary cultivator. After the time it took for a quarter of an incense stick to burn, the spiritual dragons dissipated, leaving Ji Fuyao standing in grim silence, his face as dark as a storm cloud. Luo Yu swallowed back the taunts he had prepared, knowing full well that provoking the prideful genius now would only end in bloodshed. When Ji Fuyao's efforts proved futile, Luo Yu gritted his teeth and stepped forward to attempt his own method. Yet the result remained unchanged. The formation stood immovable. He shot Ji Fuyao a meaningful glance, suggesting a joint effort, but the latter ignored him entirely. A humorless smirk twisted Luo Ye's lips, as if the arrogant prodigy would ever deign to collaborate. Left with no choice, he could only retreat to the side, his expression shadowed with resentment. Su Ci approached, meeting the gazes of the two, and observed the stone door before her for a while. The surface of the door was adorned with numerous runes, intricately interwoven to form a formidable defensive formation. Instead of hastily proceeding, she contemplated for an extended period, before retrieving several array materials from her storage ring. With deliberate grace, she began to dismantle the formation. Step by step, with a series of fluid hand movements. Su Ci was not entirely absorbed in the moment, rather, he consistently divided a part of his consciousness to remain vigilant against the two individuals, prepared to thwart any potential ambush. Should they exhibit the slightest hint of malice, Su Ci would unleash the power of the sun, ready to engage in battle. This solar energy, inherited from his divine body, had been employed once after he transcended to the transformation into divinity stage. In simpler terms, this power bore the capacity to inflict scorching attacks. Prior to harnessing this force, his combat prowess was nearly comparable to that of an early stage of the Great Ascension, but upon its use, he could vanquish those at the same initial stage. The two observed Su Ci's movements, their expressions tightening. It was apparent that the array on the stone door was gradually weakening. The breach of the formation was merely a matter of time. Realizing this, Luo Yi grew anxious. Prince Fuyao, you would not wish for your efforts to be in vain, would you? Upon receiving the telepathic message, Ji Fuyao remained expressionless, even foregoing a response. With indifference, he remarked, those of lesser skill should refrain from inciting this prince. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Luo Yu seething in silence. What a fool, he thought bitterly. If given the chance, I shall ensure your downfall within this secret realm. Luo Yu's eyes brimmed with hostility. The calmness on his face had long since evaporated, replaced by a sinister demeanor. With Ji Fuyao's departure, he dared not make a move against Su Ci. His gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons before reluctantly shaking off his sleeves and turning to leave. Rationality dictated that it was unwise to act impulsively at that moment. Chapter 74. The Plum Blossom Hairpin. Even after the two departed, Su Ci remained on high alert, attentively observing his surroundings until the array was dismantled. Once he dispersed his divine sense and confirmed that the two had not returned, he finally shifted his focus to the stone door before him. Considering that it was a formation set by a tribulation stage cultivator, he approached with utmost caution. He retrieved a defensive array jade token bestowed by his master, and then cautiously pushed the stone door open. With a soft creak, the door slowly swung ajar, and a wave of dense, pure spiritual energy surged forth to greet him. Su Ci felt as though every pore in his body had unfurled, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, experiencing unparalleled comfort. Upon sensing the immense spiritual energy, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Could there be treasures within capable of facilitating a breakthrough? With this thought in mind, he eagerly stepped through the stone door, eager to explore further. Inside the stone door lay a passage, shrouded in darkness, the destination unknown. As he ventured deeper, the spiritual energy intensified. After what felt like the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, Su Ci reached the innermost part of the passage. His gaze swept across the surroundings, finally resting upon a turquoise pool ahead, emanating a gentle glow. This was a pool encircled by natural rocks, with a delicate mist hovering above its surface. The Millennium Spiritual Liquid Pool, formed from the liquefaction of spiritual energy, easily absorbable, containing an abundance of spiritual energy. How splendid! Su Ci's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with an astonishing brightness, barely able to contain the excitement surging within him. He never anticipated that upon the opening of the celestial fall secret realm, he would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity. With the aid of this pool, he could ascend to the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit. Retrieving his jade token, Su Ci arranged several sensing and shielding formations at the passage, ensuring that he would be alerted should anyone intrude. He then sat cross-legged by the pool, diligently channeling his inner techniques to absorb the spiritual liquid with fervor. After a quarter of an hour passed, feeling that the pace was still insufficient, Su Ci shed his garments and immersed himself completely in the pool. The ethereal liquid within seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually converging towards him. The pure and abundant spiritual energy flowed like a delicate stream, continuously drawn into him. His cultivation gradually surged higher. A month later, atop the ice sword peak, Jiang Xianling had scarcely left her bamboo abode. This was solely because everywhere her gaze fell was filled with gifts from Su Xi. Each time she beheld these items, memories of that day flooded back, along with Su Xi's words. Master, your disciple Su Xi dares to propose a union as partners in the path. This phrase echoed in her ears like an incantation, leaving her heart in a state of tumultuous disarray. The two were master and disciple. And such a transgressive notion was deemed shameful by the world, although Jiang Xianling was indifferent to the opinions of others. This did not justify her acceptance of that rebellious disciple's affections. As she reined in her thoughts, preparing to retrieve materials from her storage ring to concoct pills, her gaze inadvertently swept over the internal space of the ring. There, in the center, lay a plum blossom hairpin, quietly resting, compelled by an unseen force. Jiang Xianling took out the hairpin. The moment she regained her composure, the tranquility she had just achieved shattered once more. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a breathtaking figure, unmatched in beauty. The hairpin atop her head lent an air of gentleness and grace to her otherwise cold demeanor, akin to a snow lotus blooming on an icy peak. Why had she unconsciously retrieved this hairpin? At that moment, Jiang Xianling was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, with no one to provide answers. She could only silently gaze at her reflection, seeking insight from her own eyes. Meanwhile, within the celestial false secret realm, Su Xi slowly opened his golden eyes, which sparkled like stars. He had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit. He murmured to himself, his voice brimming with joy. The once shimmering azure pool now lay crystal clear, revealing the depths below. Su Xi rose from the pool, emerging with a graceful fluidity. After employing his spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture clinging to his skin, he donned his garments and turned to depart. Having spent a month achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, his progress was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Su Xi remained humble, for his aspirations soared towards the integration realm. As he journeyed onward, he engaged in another round of searching, though regrettably, he encountered none of the elusive secret realms. Instead, he crossed paths with Chen Luo, who was still clad in his tattered Taoist robe. Without wasting any time, Su Xi gleaned recent happenings from Chen Luo before parting ways. The aura of the mid-transformation realm emanating from Su Xi sent shivers down Chen Luo's spine. It had been but a brief period. Yet Su Xi's ascension felt as effortless as sipping water. Initially languid, Chen Luo now found himself sobered by Su Xi's formidable presence, casting aside any frivolity. He recalled their impending sparring match upon exiting the secret realm, which had once filled him with hopes of a qualitative leap to overshadow Su Xi. Yet now, such ambitions seemed like mere fantasies. On the other hand, Su Xi gleaned three significant pieces of information from Chen Luo. First, within the past month, two unknown secret realms had manifested, resulting in several casualties. However, those prodigies emerging from these realms had augmented their powers, with Su Zhizhi and Wu Qing standing out the most. Second, the third-ranked prodigy, San Qi, had engaged in a confrontation with the first-ranked Ji Fuyao, leaving San Qi severely injured while Ji Fuyao sustained only minor wounds. Third, eerie wails echoed intermittently near the sword tomb, hinting at the presence of another unknown secret realm. Su Xi believed that rather than aimlessly floundering about like a headless fly, it would be more prudent to explore the vicinity of the sword tomb. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Chen Luo, he made his way directly to the sword tomb. The essence of the unknown realms lies in their very unpredictability at times. Fortune may smile upon you, and you might serendipitously encounter something remarkable with just a glance upwards. Conversely, should luck evade you, even after delving deep into the earth, you may find yourself returning empty-handed. Su Xi's fortune was rather favorable. He had roamed near the sword tomb for 2 days. At this moment, a portal materialized before him. Emanating from within the passage were the anguished wails of spirits, accompanied by a chilling aura and an eerie green luminescence, resembling a gateway to the underworld. Undeterred by this ominous sight, he recognized that this was the unknown realm he had long sought. Su Xi's expression grew grave as he exhaled deeply, wielding the emoing sword as he stepped into the passage. Within the passage, the contents remained a mystery to him. The only certainty he harbored was that he would not falter here, for his master awaited his return. Chapter 75, The Abyss of Shadows. As Su Xi entered, the passage inexplicably vanished, as if it had never existed at all. In the Abyss of Shadows, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, the air thick with the sin of death. Countless souls meandered through this desolate realm, each one a remnant of individuals who had committed heinous acts in life. For reasons unknown, they had been cast away by the will of the heavens to this forsaken place. The souls generally possessed formidable strength, often at the great ascension stage. At this moment, these tormented spirits, their faces twisted in rage, relentlessly battered against a luminous barrier at the center. This barrier stood in stark contrast to the eerie environment surrounding it. Within the barrier, a brilliantly translucent green fruit thrived, adjacent to a teleportation portal. Yet, no matter how fiercely the souls assailed it, the barrier remained impervious, steadfast and unyielding. There was no daylight here. The souls, able to absorb the ever-present nocturnal energy to mend their ethereal wounds, fought with reckless abandon. Upon emerging from the passage, Su Xi beheld a multitude of souls eagerly surging towards the luminous barrier ahead. Instantly captivated by the treasures within the shimmering veil, his gaze traversed through the ethereal forms, focusing on the enigmatic realm beyond. Within the barrier lay but a singular, extraordinary plant and a portal of transportation. This peculiar flora bore a translucent green fruit, listening with an otherworldly sheen. Could this fruit perhaps harbor benefits for the souls? Or were these spirits solely fixated on the portal itself? Susi perceived that the latter possibility was somewhat more plausible. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, the malevolent spirits ceased their movements. Gazing at Susi with incredulity, was there truly a living soul in this forsaken place? When they discerned the god transformation stage cultivation emanating from Susi, a wave of ecstatic delight swept through them. If they could seize his body, would that not grant them a chance to escape this wretched realm? Although they were well aware that they could not breach the accursed barrier, this insignificant insect at the god transformation stage seemed a mere trifle to them. Yet, these malevolent spirits instinctively overlooked a crucial matter. Even if they succeeded in possessing Susi, they would still have to contend with the barrier to depart from this place. As the teleportation passage lay within it, cackling, one exclaimed, "Little one, allow this old man to borrow your body." Another retorted, "Impudent. This body belongs to my esteemed self." A third interjected, "Let us not be at odds. I, the Taoist Liangchen, have a claim to this flesh, and there shall be ample rewards in the future." "What nonsense! You, Taoist Liangchen, are but a trifling pest. I am the Gu sovereign, and this body is mine." With their greedy eyes fixed upon Susi, the malevolent spirits abandoned their assault on the barrier and instead lunged towards him, their insatiable desire to possess his form for the sake of rebirth unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, Susi was momentarily taken aback. Could there truly be such a fortuitous occurrence? He had not yet sought trouble with these spirits. Yet they had come knocking at his door uninvited. Without a trace of hesitation, he swiftly retracted the Moing sword and retrieved the Wanhan banner. Sensing that the strength of these spirits was at the great ascension stage, he did not underestimate them. Channeling his spiritual energy, he exerted his utmost to activate the Wanhan banner. As his energy flowed continuously into it, the runes upon the banner emitted a faint, eerie black glow, writhing as if alive while exuding an immense gravitational pull towards the spirits. This force resembled that of a black hole. The weaker spirits found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Their initially fierce and menacing visages transformed into expressions of sheer terror as they attempted to struggle and flee, albeit in vain. Susi raised his hand and with a gentle wave, the Wanhan banner, imbued with an irresistible force, drew the approaching spirits within. Akin to moths drawn to a flame. In the blink of an eye, countless spirits vanished without a trace. Some of the sharp-eyed and more powerful malevolent souls, upon spotting the Wanhan banner, immediately halted in their tracks, emitting piercing shrieks of alarm. "Damn it! It's the Wanhan banner!" Susi estimated that the recent surge had directly yielded him over 1,000 soul harmonies and several hundred major ascension souls. As these souls were drawn in, the wandering soul banner began to radiate a resplendent glow. Witnessing this, a smile graced Susi's face. This latest influx accounted for less than 1/20th of the souls present. He pondered that once he absorbed these souls, the wandering soul banner would likely ascend to the status of an immortal artifact. However, a challenge loomed before him. His own strength was insufficient to absorb all the souls in attendance. Soon, some of the more powerful souls in the vicinity recognized this predicament. You, a mere transformation stage cultivator, even with the wandering soul banner, cannot hope to draw in all the souls here, taunted a late major ascension malevolent spirit. Fully aware of Susi's weakness, he was indeed justified in his derision. Even if Susi exerted all his might to activate the wandering soul banner, this malevolent spirit remained utterly unfazed. Though the spirit could not act against Susi due to the resistance against the absorbing force, Susi was equally powerless against him. Without sufficient cultivation to support you, how can you contend with us? When you exhaust your energy, that will be our moment to seize control. Another late major ascension malevolent spirit sneered ominously, regarding Susi as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. The other malevolent spirits, upon hearing this, relaxed and regarded Susi with the eyes of the doomed. Some cunning souls, however, exchanged glances filled with intrigue, aware that while the physical form was singular, the souls were numerous. Their immediate concern was how to distinguish themselves amidst the throng. Any malevolent spirit capable of resisting the absorbing force of Susi's wandering soul banner dismissed the insignificant transformation stage cultivator entirely. In response, Susi chuckled lightly. "It's quite simple. I shall summon 2 allies." With that declaration, he ceased to conceal his intentions, elevating the wandering soul banner into the air and invoking the technique of one chi transforming into 3 purities. With a swift sound, 2 ethereal figures emanating golden radiance materialized silently on either side of Susi, forming a triangular formation with him. Subsequently, these 2 spiritual apparitions joined him in channeling the wandering soul banner. The absorption power multiplied threefold. Instantly, the wails of the spirits in the netherworld grew increasingly deafening. The malevolent spirits that had previously regarded Susi as a mere lamb now watched in horror as they drew nearer to the ominous wandering soul banner. "No. I am the Bloodhand Demon Lord. I cannot possibly fall." The words of the late major ascension malevolent spirit were cut short as he was drawn into the wandering soul banner. Some of the remaining spirits, sensing their impending doom, hastily pleaded for mercy. "Esteemed one, spare me. I, Lu Ruyan, acknowledge my transgressions. Young friend, cease. I have a granddaughter. Her form is as graceful as... I am the Gu master. Whether they repent is not my concern. my fate lies in my own hands. An ever-increasing number of late major ascension souls were absorbed into the wandering soul banner, becoming its esteemed guests. As for those below the late major ascension stage, they had already been absorbed in droves. Countless souls were drawn into the wandering soul banner, intensifying its radiant brilliance. Employing one chi transforming into 3 purities and exerting all his energy to activate the wandering soul banner undoubtedly exacted a tremendous toll. Although Su Si's complexion was somewhat pale, she could not suppress her exhilaration, for the Wanhan banner had ascended to the status of a celestial artifact, with the continuous infusion of divine soul power. The Wanhan banner underwent a transformative change. Its surface expanded significantly, more than doubling in size. Additionally, the myriad ancient runes that adorned it seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force, gradually shifting to a resplendent golden hue, emanating an alluring and mesmerizing light. Moreover, a colossal yin-yang bagua diagram emerged upon the banner's body, occupying nearly 1/3 of its entirety. This diagram appeared to possess a life of its own, slowly rotating and releasing thick plumes of dark energy that surged outward. The surrounding space was shrouded in an inky darkness, invoking a profound chill that penetrated to the bone. Since some tenacious late-stage evil souls still resisted, Su Si remained vigilant, continuously urging the Wanhan banner, now elevated to the status of a celestial artifact. Its power had increased by nearly 5-fold. The already beleaguered evil souls were swiftly consumed. Chapter 76. The starry small world. With the final guest entering the Wanhan banner, the entire realm of the underworld fell into an abrupt silence. Su Si sat cross-legged, extracting spiritual stones to restore his internal energy. The gains from this endeavor were undeniably substantial. Shifting his gaze to the luminous green fruit within the light screen, a fervent desire ignited in his eyes. Upon identification, it was revealed that this was not a treasure beneficial to the soul, yet it held immense value for him. 100 Tribulations fruit assists cultivators in breaking through from the divine transformation stage to the unity stage. With this 100 Tribulations fruit, alongside the previously obtained 9-colored Bodhi, a breakthrough from the late divine transformation stage to the unity stage would undoubtedly be achievable. The most formidable challenge had been resolved. Now, Su Si needed to contemplate how to advance to the late divine transformation stage. Although the distinction between the mid and late divine transformation stages appeared minor, without fortuitous circumstances, such a transition was far from simple. The reason Chen Luo and his companions managed to ascend from mid to late divine transformation within 2 years was due to their years of accumulation in the mid-stage. Even such prodigies struggled, and Su Si never believed his cultivation talents surpassed theirs. He was merely a tad more handsome, possessed a system, a divine body, and had an exceptionally formidable mentor. Beyond these advantages, what else did he have? What remained? After restoring his spiritual energy, Su Si rose to his feet and tore through the void to stand before the light screen. His eyes flickered as he reached out to tap the screen, preparing to devise a method to breach it. Unexpectedly, upon his touch, the light screen dissipated with a pop, akin to a burst bubble. Su Si froze in place. The light screen isn't solid? Don't jest. It withstood the onslaught of numerous ghostly entities. Its solidity was beyond question. If that were so, then why did it shatter so easily now? Absurd. Ultimately, unable to fathom the reason, Su Si could only conclude that the light screen existed solely because of those souls. Now that he had captured all the souls within the 10,000 souls banner, the necessity for the light screen had vanished. Removing the 100 Tribulations fruit, Su Si observed the nearby teleportation passage, hesitating to depart immediately. He released his spiritual consciousness to probe the surroundings, but after a thorough search, he found no other useful items. As a precaution, Su Si activated the system's identification function to scan the vicinity. The result? He indeed discerned something remarkable. Starry small world, formed by the mystic emperor of the immortal realm from an uninhabited star, encompassing the essence of heaven and earth. A small world. A look of astonishment spread across Su Si's face as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. She was acutely aware of the implications of a small world. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a step forward and found herself 10 miles away. Raising her hand, she summoned an inconspicuous small stone from the ground. This stone, unremarkable in appearance, was characterized by its sharp edges. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that its surface was adorned with countless minuscule particles. These particles twinkled like stars in the night sky, imparting a sense of profound depth. Fortunately, she had the system to aid her. Su Si inwardly rejoiced, for otherwise anyone else would likely miss this treasure altogether. This small stone, upon scanning with his divine sense, revealed no anomalies. It was unclear whether his cultivation was insufficient or if the item inherently possessed the ability to obscure divine perception. After pledging his blood to the stone, with a mere thought, Su Si's figure instantaneously vanished from the realm of shadows. Within the starry world, Su Si gazed at the scene before him in disbelief. In his imagination, this small world should have been defined by a vast azure sky and boundless earth. Yet, reality diverged from his expectations. The sky here was a delicate shade of pinkish blue, and the ground was adorned with a soft carpet of grass. Flowers of various hues bloomed in abundance, their fragrances wafting through the air. Not far off, he even spotted a crystal-clear brook gently meandering along its path. This sight sparked a curiosity within him regarding the overall structure of this small world. As the thought arose, the entire landscape of the starry world unfolded before his eyes. The periphery of this realm was encircled by a dense forest, interspersed with towering mountains, steep cliffs, and numerous winding brooks. Strikingly, apart from Susi, there were no other living beings present. To his delight, the presence of spiritual energy within this small world indicated the likely existence of spiritual veins beneath the surface. However, Susi had no intention of exploiting these veins. He was not one to harm for gain. Although the spiritual energy here fell short of that found in the secret realm of celestial descent, it was nonetheless comparable to that of the mysterious realm. As he admired the breathtaking scenery, a thought began to blossom in his mind. How wonderful it would be to construct a house of his own here. Once this notion took root, it flourished wildly like untamed grass. Without hesitation, he retrieved fragrant white spiritwood from his storage ring and, channeling his spiritual power, began to craft a dwelling. Soon, a quaint wooden cabin emerged within the starry world. Though modest in size, it sufficed for his daily needs. After completing the cabin, Susi cultivated a small plot of land beside it, planting some spiritual tea. He also erected a fence made of white spiritwood around the cabin, adding to its aesthetic charm, despite the absence of other creatures. Upon surveying his labor, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The items were new. Yet the door opened readily. If he were to ascend to the celestial realm in the future, he would certainly bring along the bamboo hut he had constructed on Ice Sword Peak. Naturally, if his master were willing, he would also relocate his master's bamboo hut. Thinking of his master brought a hint of melancholy to Susi's face. After 2.5 months without seeing his master, he found himself missing him quite a bit. He wondered if his master thought of him as well. What Susi remained oblivious to was that at this moment, Jiang Xianling was beginning to doubt her own existence. She pondered why she had whimsically adorned herself with that plum blossom hairpin. Chapter 77, The Sword Tomb. The secret realm of immortal fall. Deep within a cave, a petite and delicate young girl was tending to a taller girl with flaming red hair. The larger girl was covered in wounds seeping blood, her body wrapped in bandages that were laden with medicinal herbs. Ji Fuyao's technique was rather domineering, rendering ordinary spiritual energy ineffective for healing. In desperation, they resorted to this makeshift remedy. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Mature. Elegant voice. Stop your howling. When you sought Ji Fuyao for a duel, I didn't see you so feeble. Young girl. Disdainful tone. The conversation within the cave held an odd quality, as if a little girl, at an age when she ought to be cared for, was instead playing the role of caretaker. Su Tao, look at me. I'm in this state, and you still don't show any concern for me? Sanchi remarked, her voice losing its previous delicacy, now imbued with a spirited vigor. No longer feigning weakness, she laid her cards on the table. Su Tao helplessly rolled her eyes, then pouted her lips and mimicked with exaggerated flair, Ji Fuyao, amidst countless celestial beings, even I, Sanchi, can evoke a bow of respect. The heavens did not give birth to me, Sanchi. The path of immortality is as eternal as the long night. I possess a sword, yet all right, enough reciting, enough. Sanchi hurriedly interrupted Su Tao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, she could not fathom how a surge of ambition had suddenly welled up within her, prompting her to speak those words. Now, reflecting upon it, hearing Su Tao recount her earlier bravado felt so awkward that she nearly dug her toes through the soles of her shoes. Su Tao wore an expression that suggested she was unperturbed by the situation. She then remarked, Sanchi, could you please spare Sister Tao some worry? If it weren't for my presence this time, with your injuries, you would likely have been summoned by the King of Hell within 2 days. I am merely vexed. How could that Ji Fuyao dare to call me a shrew? Who could possibly endure such an insult? Sanchi initially nodded in agreement with Su Tao's words, but her frustration was palpable. Though Su Tao was tempted to point out that she indeed exhibited a fierce demeanor, she chose to keep that thought to herself. It was certainly not because Sanchi was stronger than her that she felt intimidated. In any case, focus on recovering. I have a feeling something significant is on the horizon, Su Tao declared, rising to look at the sky through the cave's opening. Suddenly, Sanchi's ill-timed laughter erupted, causing a frown to form on Su Tao's forehead. Unable to contain herself, Su Tao placed her hands behind her back and gazed upward, embodying the innocence of a child. If it were anyone else, Sanchi would not have reacted this way. The juxtaposition of Su Tao's childlike demeanor and her adult-like pose genuinely amused her. What are you laughing at? An overwhelming sense of suffocation, akin to a constricting serpent, enveloped Sanchi, causing her to break into a cold sweat as she hastily defended herself. I just suddenly recalled something humorous. You had better be sincere. Su Tao replied with a sidelong glance before returning her gaze to the sky. No, I cannot laugh now. If I do, Su Tao might take my life. Sanchi's face flushed crimson. It is no wonder she is a prodigy on the genius list. One can easily see she has received professional training. When she says not to laugh, she refrains without fail. A month later, emerging from the netherworld, Susi discovered that ever since the Soul Banner had ascended to the status of a celestial artifact, encountering demon beasts had become an effortless and pleasurable endeavor. With a mere wave of his hand, he could scour the remains of the demon beasts for materials. Yet, after nearly a month, he had yet to stumble upon any unknown secret realms. Exhaling deeply, he decided against further searching for these enigmatic territories. Instead, he intended to enter the Sword Tomb and the Flame Realm to enhance his own strength. This way, he would be better prepared when faced with any perilous unknown realms in the future. In less than half a tea's worth of time, Su Xi arrived at the luminous column marking the entrance to the Sword Tomb. Previously, when he encountered Shin Luo, he learned that Shin had ventured into the Sword Tomb. Anticipating his own entry, he had inquired about the conditions within, so he was not entirely blind to what lay ahead. The Sword Tomb housed countless blades, though regrettably, these swords could not be wielded again. For those sword cultivators who had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent, this place could aid in their comprehension, albeit with a low probability. Nevertheless, the mere chance was enough to draw prodigies to risk their lives in pursuit. For those who had already understood sword intent, it would serve to hone and advance their skills, which was precisely Su Xi's aim. This sword tomb differed from the treasure grounds in that it contained 8 levels instead of just 1. The deeper one ventured, the more potent the sword intent became. It remained uncertain how far he could advance with his foundational sword intent, but he resolved to give it his all. Stepping into the radiant column, the world before him shifted and transformed. Su Xi arrived at the first level of the sword tomb. This place was suffused with a faint sword aura. Formed by the condensation of sword energy, the essence of this aura was so subtle that it barely reached the level of an apprentice. Several prodigies on this layer were utilizing this ephemeral sword intent, wielding their long swords in an attempt to comprehend its nuances. Su Xi merely cast a glance before averting his gaze, resolutely descending to the lower level. The few onlookers expressed mild surprise, yet their reactions were not overly dramatic. After all, many had managed to enter the second level. In the second layer of the sword tomb, the essence of sword intent was markedly more tangible, approaching a rudimentary level of mastery. This level still harbored a scattering of individuals, though Su Xi did not recognize any of them. Without pausing, he pressed onward to the third level. The prodigies on this layer evidently took note of Su Xi's movements, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this disciple of the sword sect could contend with such formidable sword intent. The sword sect token at Su Xi's waist revealed his identity to those around him. Previously, there had been rumors of the sword sect emerging, a figure overshadowing the Daozi. Could he possibly be that individual? It is premature to make any judgments now. Firstly, the authenticity of this information remains to be verified, and furthermore, the Daozi of the sword sect is capable of entering the 4th level. It is entirely possible that this person has only reached the 3rd level. Many others have also descended to the 3rd level, but they will not have the opportunity to validate their conjectures, as they are unable to access the 3rd level themselves. In the 3rd level of the sword tomb, the sword intent has already reached an introductory level, yet it remains of no use to Su Xi. What surprises him, however, is the unexpected discovery of disciples from the sword sect in this place. Upon noticing the sword sect disciple token at Su Xi's waist, Shin Yuya was momentarily taken aback. When she finally discerned Su Xi's features, she paused again, not out of astonishment at his handsome visage, for her heart was solely devoted to the sword, leaving little room for interest in other matters. Even if this man were exceptionally striking, he would merely be a vessel of flesh. What left her perplexed was that she had never encountered this individual among the disciples gathered at the sword sect. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to step forward and inquire, "Junior brother, you seem somewhat unfamiliar. Why have I not seen you during the previous gatherings at the sword sect?" Su Xi gazed at the enchanting female cultivator clad in a white sword robe as she approached and inquired. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Senior sister, I was unable to gather at the sword sect due to certain circumstances." Upon hearing this, Shin Yuya was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she recalled her master mentioning that Su Xi would also be present at Ice Sword Peak. The reason she remembered Su Xi was tied to the celebration of her master's birthday, after her junior sister gifted a handmade jade pendant. Their master had cherished it dearly. As the eldest sister, she felt compelled to follow suit and sought guidance from her junior sister. However, she soon discovered that the idea of gifting a handmade jade pendant was not conceived by her junior sister, but was suggested by a disciple named Su Xi. This piqued her curiosity about the character of Su Xi, who could so accurately discern her master's sentiments. The more she heard her junior sister's introductions, the deeper her admiration for Su Xi grew. To her astonishment, Su Xi was indeed a disciple of Ice Sword Peak and had even presented a gift to her master. She had previously encountered that esteemed figure at the Peak Master's banquet, where the presence felt as frigid as an iceberg, leaving her too intimidated to steal a glance. Shin Yuya's initial impression of Su Xi was that he possessed a remarkable filial piety. "Are you Su Xi?" Shin Yuya inquired with uncertainty. "Do you know me, senior sister?" Su Xi responded with mild confusion, as he had no recollection of meeting this woman before. Was he truly so renowned? Could it be that all disciples of the sword sect recognized him? "I have heard Miaoer mention you," she clarified. "Lin, senior sister, then it all makes sense." Su Xi nodded, refraining from further inquiry, as he held little interest in such matters. Curiosity satisfied, Shin Yuya did not delay Su Xi any further. Finally, as she remarked on his admirable filial piety, Su Xi descended to the lower levels, pondering the meaning of her words. Filial piety? Could it relate to his master? Yet, what he felt could hardly be described as such. Since his initial encounter with his master, Su Xi's sense of filial duty had long since transformed into something unrecognizable. Chapter 78. The White Jade Palace easily surpassing the 4th and 5th levels, Su Xiai now arrived at the 6th level of the Sword Tomb. Since the 4th level, he had not encountered another soul. According to Chen Luo, he could only reach the 4th level at that time. As for the 6th level, the sword intent here surged like a tempest, reaching a threshold of mastery. However, compared to Su Xi's own mastery of sword intent, it still fell slightly short. Shaking his head, he pressed onward without pause. Upon arriving at the 7th level of the Sword Tomb, the sword intent was both refined and formidable, attaining an entirely different caliber. It was perfectly suited to hone Su Xi's current sword intent. Thus, he halted his steps, remaining here for 7 days until he acclimated before proceeding into the final level. At the 8th level of the Sword Tomb, the sword intent felt as if it were nearing the realm of minor accomplishment. His body was continuously marked by the subtle cuts of this minor sword intent, yet they healed almost instantaneously. If the prodigies who had previously been at the 2nd level were to learn that Su Xiai had reached the final level, one could only imagine the expressions they would wear. At this moment, Su Xiai, wielding the Ink Shadow Sword, quietly contemplated the sword intent of this place. Half a month passed. Su Xiai felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. He was merely a step away from comprehending the essence of the minor sword intent. However, the sword intent of the 8th layer could no longer serve as a means of tempering for him. If only there existed a 9th or 10th layer, he could withstand these sword intents with sheer physical resilience. As long as he could endure, he would be able to delve deeper into the profound layers of sword intent through the passage of time. Alas, this was the final layer. Were others to perceive the thoughts harbored within Su Xiai, they would likely be appalled, as if he had suggested that sword intent was as commonplace as cabbage. If the minor sword intent were so easily attainable, it would hardly be worthy of its name. Upon exiting the Sword Tomb, Su Xiai intended to make his way to the Flame Realm. By serendipity, his mastery of fire was commendable. Yet, fortuitously, as Su Xiai journeyed towards the Realm of Flames, an unknown secret domain descended once more. This time, it was a grand spectacle, sweeping across the entire immortal fallen secret realm. The talented individuals seemed to share an unspoken connection, raising their gazes in unison towards the suddenly manifested White Jade Palace in the sky. This palace resembled a sacred sanctuary, emanating an atmosphere so suffocating it was almost tangible. It floated serenely in the air, akin to a resplendent pearl, captivating the attention of all. The eyes of the prodigies sparkled with fervent intensity. Some were daunted by the dangers that might lurk within, while others brimmed with unshakable confidence. Nonetheless, without exception, all the talented individuals set aside their current endeavors at that moment, employing all their abilities to advance towards the White Jade Palace. Fear may have been a consideration, yet the allure of excitement was simply irresistible. Su Xiai gazed upon the White Jade Palace situated in stark contrast to the Flame Realm, without a hint of hesitation. He promptly altered his course. An inexplicable premonition whispered to him that this resplendent palace harbored the treasures he sought. Through the system's appraisal, Su Xiai discerned that this White Jade Palace was none other than the abode of the true immortals. The abode of the true immortals, established before the fall of the true immortal realm to bequeath a legacy to future generations. It conceals both immense fortune and formidable dangers. By the time Su Xiai arrived, a multitude of prodigies had already gathered around the palace. Among them were Ji Fuyao, Luo Yi, San Qi, and Su Tao, all present in this illustrious assembly. Su Xiai approached Chen Luo, accompanied by Su Zhizhi. In that moment, silence enveloped the trio as their gazes fixated upon the magnificent White Jade Palace before them, which radiated a spectrum of colors while perched amidst the clouds. Eager and impatient, some talented individuals yearned to seize the opportunity and rushed forward, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that barred their entrance. Despite their relentless attempts employing various methods, the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, they could do naught but watch as the resplendent palace lay tantalizingly close yet utterly unreachable. Before long, Wukong, Lu Wuming, and Wu Qing arrived with their disciples. They too recognized Su Xiai but, bound by their roles as leaders, could not stray from their ranks, merely offering a nod of acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the trio. The White Jade Palace should not yet be open, remarked Yu Tianming, who had just arrived. Chen Luo nodded in agreement upon recognizing him. It is perilous inside, Su Zhizhi declared, her expression grave. Her apprehension was not unfounded. A warning had resonated within her mind from Yun Luo, alerting her to the heightened dangers that this palace posed compared to any unknown realm she had previously encountered. Upon hearing her words, both Chen Luo and Yu Tianming's expressions grew solemn, for they too sensed the extraordinary nature of the White Jade Palace before them. Indeed, the legacy of the true immortal abode was fraught with peril. Su Xiai did not conceal the truth, for it was not something worthy of secrecy. By clarifying the matter, he could at least instill a sense of vigilance in them, thereby increasing their chances of survival. The mention of the immortal's abode caused Chen Luo and the others to change their expressions abruptly. They had no doubts about Su Xi's words. Firstly, there was no necessity for him to deceive them, and secondly, they trusted his character. It was evident from their experience in the secret realm that Su Xiai was not one to act without reason. Chapter 79, White Lotus not far away. There was a small team comprising 4 men and 1 woman, who were also discussing the affairs of the White Jade Palace. Bai Lian, you just stay behind me. I will ensure your safety, Yang Feifei declared, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Oh, Brother Fei, you are truly reliable," Lin Bailian exclaimed, her sweet smile radiating even more brilliance. She tilted her head slightly, her tone filled with admiration. Brother Fei is always so capable, providing an immense sense of security. Dressed in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, Lin Bailian's skirt swayed gently, resembling a sacred lotus dancing in the breeze. She possessed a hint of beauty. Witnessing the genuine admiration on her face, Yang Fei felt as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the celestial realm, an unparalleled sense of superiority blossoming within him. He slightly lifted his chin, his eyes narrowing with pride, and an unbidden smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "I too, Sister Bailian. Do not forget me." Frustrated, the other three men lamented, "You lot have spoken all the words I wanted to say. Little Bailian need not utter more. My life is yours." The remaining three men, seeing Yang Fei receive accolades, were unwilling to lag behind. They had encountered women more beautiful than Lin Bailian. Yet none could stir their hearts as she did. Her tone and delicate demeanor ignited their protective instincts. To them, Lin Bailian was akin to a deity. Giggling, "Thank you, dear brothers," Lin Bailian giggled, covering her mouth. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she bit her lip and gazed at the group with a pitiful expression, resembling an abandoned little beast. "Oh, dear brothers, I cannot bear to see you harmed because of me. If misfortune befalls us, please do not hesitate to abandon Bailian. Rest assured, I will never blame you." After her delicate plea, she stumbled back a few steps, her already pale complexion resembling that of parchment, devoid of color. Crystal-like tears glistened in her eyes, threatening to spill over. This pitiful sight stirred compassion in anyone who beheld it. Observing Lin Bailian's fragile demeanor, Yang Fei's face darkened as he cast a glance at the other three, a chill evident in his gaze. "I dare anyone to," he proclaimed. "I, Yang Fei, declare that anyone who abandons Bailian shall face my wrath." "What nonsense! I, Chen Mian Goe, am no coward. I would never abandon Bailian, even if it cost me my life," retorted the man in green robes. "Let Yang Fei have his moment. I have my pride too. Enough of this pretense. You might flee faster than anyone. Only I, Li Xiaohu, will never abandon you." "Bailian," scoffed the tall, slender man draped in a cloak. "I, Wang Jinan, would give my life for Bailian." "Who are you to compare?" asserted the man with a buzz cut, his eyes brimming with determination, as if he would readily face death for Lin Bailian. As the argument escalated, a gentle, magnetic voice interrupted. "Bailian, long time no see." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Bailian's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, Brother E, we have not met for 23 hours. The four men exchanged glances upon realizing that the newcomer was Sui, ranked 21st on the talented individuals list. Before Sui could respond, Yang Fei positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Bailian. "Sui, what brings you here?" Lin Bailian's expression grew cold as she noticed Yang Fei blocking her way. However, recalling the potential usefulness of these men, a fleeting glint of malice disappeared from her eyes, replaced by her usual fragile demeanor. "I have come to find Bailian. Who are you to obstruct me?" Sui expressed his dissatisfaction. Yang Fei was about to retort when he was suddenly shoved aside by a strong force, stumbling a few steps back, anger surging within him. He turned to unleash a torrent of invectives but froze upon realizing that it was Lin Bailian who had pushed him aside. Lin Bailian, aware that she had exerted too much force, felt a pang of regret, recognizing that such behavior contradicted her established image of fragility. Filled with guilt, she looked at Yang Fei with pleading eyes, softly imploring, "Brother Yang, I have not seen Brother E in a long time. May I have a moment to speak with him? Just for a little while, please." Hearing her gentle, trembling voice, Yang Fei felt his resolve weaken. He even overlooked the shift from Brother Fei to Brother Yang in her address. The others, witnessing Lin Bailian's demeanor, were reluctant to intervene. Sui, angered, thought it unjust for Bailian to fear these individuals, who ranked only in the 30s on the talented individuals list. Sensing the situation growing dire, Lin Bailian took Sui by the hand and led him away from Yang Fei and the others, casually throwing over her shoulder, "I will return shortly." This prompted the others to reflect. Indeed, Bailian cares for them. Her actions must hold a reason. Lin Bailian brought Sui to a concealed area. Sui, still fuming, retorted, "Bailian, why did you stop me? These individuals are nothing but lowly creatures in my eyes." He struggled to comprehend why Bailian would lower herself to appease them. After all, Lin Bailian ranked 29th on the talented individuals list. Seeing Suyi's displeasure, Lin Bailian quickly waved her hands, anxious to explain, No, Brother E, I only fear that the White Jade Palace may be dangerous. Having these individuals around could provide an additional layer of security. Moreover, I worry that you might get hurt, which could hinder your quest for treasure. Please do not hold this against me." Upon hearing her explanation, Suyi's anger dissipated, and he immediately embraced Lin Bailian. "I am sorry, Bailian. I misjudged you." He felt remorse for having doubted such a kind and innocent soul. Sui incessantly chastised himself within. Lin Bailian, feigning modesty, struggled momentarily before nestling into the embrace of her beloved, her efforts as light as a feather. Bailian understood that Ego was a dragon among men, possessing an ethereal grace, and thus she could not falter or hinder his path. Ego need not apologize to Bailian. She would never hold him accountable. With a wife such as this, what more could a husband desire? Upon hearing Lin Bai Lian's words, Su Yi's gaze nearly shimmered with intensity. He lowered his eyes to behold the enchanting figure in his arms. Bai Lian. Ego. The two exchanged a profound look. On the verge of igniting a spark when a thunderous sound abruptly interrupted their impending moment. Following the cacophony, the wind surged, and the very heavens shifted in hue. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the Jade Palace, soaring skyward. As this brilliance engulfed him, Su Yi felt as though his eyes might be blinded. It took a considerable time to regain his senses, and noticing the stirrings of the Jade Palace, the enchanting atmosphere between them dissipated, leading them to swiftly depart from the scene. Su Yi stood suspended in midair, observing the commotion without rushing forward. Chen Luo and his companions mirrored this restraint. They understood that seizing the moment could yield rewards, yet it also posed the peril of downfall. Many astute individuals on the scene opted to watch and wait. However, it wasn't long before someone could no longer contain their impulse and decided to test the waters. Chapter 80, 8 Choices. This person slowly approached the resplendent white jade palace. Tilting their heads slightly to gaze upward, their eyes shimmering with fervor. Taking a deep breath, they bellowed, "Axe, come." The sound resonated like a thunderclap. Following this proclamation, a dazzling brilliance, akin to a shooting star, hurtled toward their location at astonishing speed. Gradually, the light grew nearer, revealing an enormous axe soaring through the air, mercilessly crashing down upon the protective barrier encasing the palace. In an instant, a formidable shockwave erupted, sweeping forth like a tsunami, causing ripples to spread across the barrier. Initially, the gathered elites adopted a nonchalant demeanor, having previously experimented with countless strategies. Yet, to their astonishment, it appeared that the brilliant light had weakened the barrier. As the axe struck, leaving an array of fissures across its surface, the axe-wielding prodigy rejoiced, realizing he would be the first to enter the palace. Witnessing this, the other elites sprang into action, unwilling to be left behind. Ji Fuyao, however, remained motionless, a cold smirk gracing her lips. A bunch of fools. Su Yi, sensing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow but did not advance. Instead, he urged Chen Luo and the others to erect their spiritual shields, simultaneously sending a mental message to Wukong, Lu Wuming, Su Tao, and others. Although Lu Wuming felt perplexed, he chose to trust Su Yi, instructing the members of the Sword Sect to raise their spiritual shields. Wukong and Wu Qing, though taken aback, heeded Su Yi's counsel. "What are you doing, Su Tao? If we delay, the treasure will be gone," Sanchi complained. "Mind your business, just raise the spiritual shield," Su Tao replied, and upon seeing her friend still unconcerned, she hastily urged her. Sanchi, not one to act recklessly, merely voiced her complaint before summoning the shield, firmly believing in her friend's words. The closest elite to the White Jade Palace wore a triumphant expression that had yet to fade. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the palace, shattering the protective barrier and swiftly expanding outward. Poof, poof. Several nearby elites were instantly propelled by the shockwave, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Those farther away fared little better, sustaining internal injuries from the force. Aside from those who had successfully raised their spiritual shields and a few formidable individuals like Ji Fuyao and Su Yi, the remainder of the elites found themselves injured by the shockwave. The most tragic fate befell the axe-wielding elite, whose face turned pale as he continuously coughed up blood. As the shockwave subsided, an ancient voice echoed through the air. "I am a wandering immortal from the celestial realm, aware that my time is short, and I shall not ascend to the realm of the immortal king. Therefore, I remain here, hoping to leave opportunities for future generations. Within lies rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and my legacy. This place harbors the danger of demise. The unworthy should retreat swiftly, for you do not deserve the treasures I have left. Should you insist on entering, prepare for your own downfall." As the voice faded, the only sounds that remained were the groans of those wounded. The legacy of an immortal. Such a treasure. While Su Yi and his companions were resolute in their quest to explore further, the remaining elites pondered the risks and rewards. Soon, over 20 individuals quietly retreated, vanishing from sight, including the axe-wielding elite. While the prospect of a legacy was enticing, one must also consider the cost of their life. For their level of strength, entering would likely mean death. Those who had managed to raise their spiritual shields in time cast grateful glances towards Su Yi. Had it not been for his timely warning, they would have suffered injuries, even if they did not bleed, although these wounds would heal over time. With the imminent opening of the White Jade Palace, every bit of health retained would enhance their chances of seizing treasures within. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the elder's voice faded, Ji Fuyao stepped boldly into the immortal's abode without hesitation. Su Yi followed closely behind. Next came Luo Yi, Su Zhizhi, Sanchi, and others. Lin Bai Lian, Su Yi, and the remaining 4 were also struck by the shockwave, causing them to spit out blood. Before they could recover, they saw someone entering the true immortal's ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, they disregarded their injuries and hurriedly stepped inside. If they delayed, they might miss even a drop of the treasure. The original team of 4 men and 1 woman transformed into 5 men and 1 woman with the addition of Su Yi. Although Yang Fei and Li Xiaohu harbored some dissatisfaction, they refrained from voicing their concerns. The Palace of White Jade was indeed a creation of the immortals, and an additional member could bolster their strength, providing greater confidence in their quest for treasures. Yet, it seemed to them that ever since Su Yi joined, Bai Lian had grown noticeably distant. They attributed this sensation to their unease following the shockwave, dismissing it from their minds shortly thereafter. The palace of white jade appeared modest at first glance, but upon entering, they discovered its vastness was astonishing. One by one, figures began to emerge into Susi's view, all landing on a broad platform within the palace. To their astonishment, they found 8 doors before them. Clearly, this indicated they had a choice. Aligning themselves with Ji Fuyao and her companions would undoubtedly enhance their safety, yet the treasures they could obtain would likely be meager. Conversely, opting for independence would significantly increase their chances of acquiring formidable treasures, albeit with a corresponding decrease in safety. "Look, there are inscriptions," exclaimed a keen-eyed man in white. Upon hearing his words, the crowd followed his gaze to the left, where they spotted several lines of large characters etched on an inconspicuous Xuanwu statue. 8 doors, 8 choices. 3 perils, 3 hazards, 2 safeties. Each door corresponds to a side hall. Upon reading these lines, the hearts of the talented individuals tightened. Out of the 8 doors, 6 posed dangers. The power of choice lay in their hands. Would they follow the strong or choose a different path? Many found themselves engulfed in indecision. Chapter 81. Lin Bai Lian's melancholy. Just as they were caught in their dilemma, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Following the sound, they beheld Ji Fuyao shattering one of the doors, her figure vanishing in an instant. Su Ci closely followed, greeting Chen Luo and the others before selecting a door adjacent to Ji Fuyao. With these two leading, the remaining prodigies grew increasingly anxious. Among the crowd, when Lin Bailian's gaze fell upon Su Ci's countenance, seemingly sculpted by divine hands, her heart involuntarily quivered. That visage was infinitely more handsome than Su Yi's. A thought flickered swiftly through her mind. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and made her decision. She stepped forward, following Su Ci into the door. Upon witnessing Lin Bailian's choice, Sui and the others hastily trailed behind her. Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi, initially inclined to select the leftmost and rightmost doors, exchanged glances upon seeing the 6-member group enter Su Ci's chosen door and instantly altered their decision. The rest of the crowd, however, remained oblivious to this exchange. Soon, among the prodigies present, only 5 or 6 lingered hesitantly in place, while the majority vanished into the 8 doors. The door that Su Ci entered became the most populated, with not only Lin Bailian and her 5 companions, along with Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi, but also 6 additional prodigies who surged in behind them, representing nearly 1/5 of the total number. Despite many following Ji Fuyao and Luo Yi, none matched the throng trailing after Su Ci. The motivations of the newcomers were simple. Within this door, there were no combined stage cultivators like Ji Fuyao and Luo Yi, heightening their chances of successfully claiming any treasures that might appear. Furthermore, with so many individuals present, the probability of encountering danger would be reduced. Unbeknownst to Su Ci, he was now traversing the corridor within the door, and soon, a vast white jade platform emerged before him. Su Ci surveyed the platform, ultimately discerning clues from the irregularly arranged stone statues of cultivators. These statues, known as stone heart puppets, possessed the cultivation level of a late-stage fusion practitioner upon activation. Each statue clutched an array of oddly shaped magical artifacts, all emanating the aura of Dao instruments. However, Su Ci's gaze was not ensnared by these Dao instruments. Instead, he gazed past the statues towards a luminous passageway opposite him, which he recognized as the so-called side hall. Sensing movement behind him, he hastened to prevent any unforeseen complications. With a swift step, he traversed through the statues and entered the radiant passage in the blink of an eye, his speed astonishingly swift. The statues, upon sensing Su Ci's presence, momentarily flashed with crimson light in their eyes, yet his remarkable velocity rendered them incapable of reacting in time. Eventually, the red gleam in their eyes faded, as if the recent scene had been but an illusion. Dao instruments. Later, Lin Bailian and the others beheld the artifacts in the hands of the statues, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Although Lin Bailian was unaware of the whereabouts of her handsome companion, it was evident that these Dao instruments held greater significance. Once I catch you, you shall become my loyal subject. While she indeed held an affection for Su Yi, who was to say one could only love a single person, she merely embraced a broader affection, firmly believing that Yi Ge would understand. The thought of Su Ci's handsome visage made Lin Bailian unconsciously lick her lips, as if she were resolute in her pursuit. Turning back, she feigned a delicate demeanor and addressed Yang Fei, Chen Miangui, and the others. Brothers, could you please assist Bailian in acquiring some Dao instruments? I only possess one protective treasure, and with such strong brothers around, wouldn't it be wonderful to help your little sister? These words were directed at the 4, excluding Su Yi. Each statue held a Dao instrument, undeniably remarkable. In the face of potential danger, her 4 companions would serve as her shields. Although Yang Fei and the others found the statues rather peculiar, Lin Bailian's plea invigorated them, as it was not directed at Su Yi. Their hearts raced with determination, eager to assist. Su Yi, observing the scene with an impassive expression, recognized that Bailian was compelled to resort to such tactics. Truthfully, if there were only 1 or 2 statues, it would be manageable, but there were a total of 28 present. In such circumstances, he too felt hesitant to act recklessly. with a scouting stone in hand. He certainly would not sabotage Bai Lian's plan. Instead, he felt a quiet delight, acknowledging that his woman was indeed clever. Otherwise, with only the two of them, they would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Just then, Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo arrived at the white jade platform. Witnessing the scene of 4 from the earlier 6-member team charging towards the statues with their magical artifacts, they too noticed the Dao instruments in the statues' hands. Though their hearts raced with excitement, they refrained from recklessly advancing. Let us observe for now, Su Zhizhi suggested, glancing at Chen Luo, who nodded in agreement. However, the talented individuals following Su Zhizhi had a different mindset. Upon seeing the Dao instruments, their eyes gleamed with greed and urgency, fearing that if they delayed, the treasures would be snatched away by others. They hurriedly surged towards the statues. While perplexed by the inaction of Su Zhizhi and Lin Bailian, they had no time to ponder such matters. These were Dao instruments. At the end of the passage, a side hall made of white jade materialized before Su Ci. It was extraordinarily bright, filled with numerous shelves displaying an array of jars, vials, and magical artifacts. Among them were the Rui staff, a Dao instrument weighing 13,500 pounds, capable of transformation, the 3-edged 2-bladed spear, an exceptionally sharp Dao instrument capable of splitting mountains, and the Qingxin pill, which could eliminate toxins and enhance cultivation. Su Ci, ever welcoming, thoroughly cleared the shelves of treasures before directing her gaze towards the magnificent Qilin statue perched atop the inner hall. Although the statue itself was an ordinary artifact, the golden orb nestled within its mouth was anything but mundane. The golden spirit pearl appeared to possess the remarkable ability to unlock trials in certain realms. Upon harnessing her spiritual energy, she extracted the golden spirit pearl. Su Ci gazed thoughtfully at the golden pearl in his hand. The door he had chosen was undoubtedly perilous. The stone statues on the platforms all possessed the cultivation of the late stage of integration. Although these statues were somewhat constrained by their physical forms, they could still exert the strength of the mid-stage of integration. While he could easily vanquish them, for those inferior-ranked prodigies, it would be akin to facing a calamity. He wondered if the ominous door would also encounter these statues. If the trials within the 8 doors were indeed uniform, he suspected that the statues behind the ominous door might have reached the initial stage of ascendance. It seemed that some would inevitably meet their demise this time. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Ci stepped forward and retraced his path. Upon acquiring the golden spirit pearl, Su Ci discovered the golden spirit pearl in his hand, guiding him back to the original location where the 8 gates had appeared. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was unfolding on the white jade platform. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Li Xiaohu's face contorted with rage as he channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy towards 2 stone statues, culminating in a thunderous explosion. With the force of his self-detonation, he obliterated the 2 battered statues. Despite Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo's immediate intervention upon sensing the impending disaster, they were unable to halt the relentless advance of the statues. The 2 of them managed to hold back 20 statues, while the remaining 10 prodigies struggled to fend off the assault of the last 8. These prodigies dared not retreat, for the statues, unyielding and merciless, would strike down anyone who dared to turn their back. 3 prodigies had already perished on the battlefield, 2 were gravely injured while attempting to flee, and the last was the recently self-detonated Li Xiaohu. Lin Bailian, witnessing Li Xiaohu's demise, wore a sorrowful expression. That fool. Why did he leave everything to me before his death? Now, with his self-destruction, he has taken everything with him. In contrast, Sui felt a wave of relief. Grateful for Bailian's foresight, had he taken the lead, he would surely have met a grim fate. The 2 of them remained aloof, ignoring the desperate gazes of Yang Feifei and the others. Lin Bailian silently scorned, these useless fools, not a single one can be of any assistance. They have dawdled so long that not even one artifact has been brought to me. Chapter 82. This is how I operate, unlike Yang Feifei and the others, who were struggling to hold their ground. Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo faced 10 statues each without losing ground. Before long, they had vanquished all the statues. As Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi began to clear the battlefield and collect artifacts, Lin Bailian interjected. Dear friends, while others may not have contributed to the fight, they have endured their share of hardship. Is it truly fair for you to claim all the artifacts for yourselves? The prodigies, seated on the ground recuperating their spiritual energy, turned their gazes towards the 2. While they were grateful for Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi's timely assistance, it felt rather ungenerous for them to take all the artifacts. I believe, excluding the 2 damaged artifacts from the self-detonation, there are 26 remaining. You 2 can take 1 each, and the rest can be shared among us 9. You will still have 17 artifacts. Lin Bailian unabashedly included herself and Sui in the count, although she coveted the remaining 17 artifacts. She was wary of the duo's formidable strength. The oppressive aura emanating from Su Zhizhi's spear had been overwhelming. Thus, she dared only to request 1 artifact, knowing that the 3 shields would ultimately present their artifacts to her, which would amount to 4, still within an acceptable range. Upon hearing Lin Bailian's audacious proposition, Chen Luo's face flushed crimson. What nonsense! Do you think I owe you anything? Will you accept it or not? Lin Bailian's expression shifted dramatically at his words, and before she could respond, the knight and his loyal hound arrived at the battlefield. Esteemed friend, I implore you to retract your previous statement. lest I be compelled to act ungraciously. Sui, observing Chen Luo's drained state, felt emboldened to speak up. Silence. How dare you disrespect Balian? Do not think that your assistance means I will spare you. Yang Feifei's face darkened with anger. It seems you wish to oppose me, Chen Miangue. A cold glint flashed in Chen Miangue's eyes. To insult Balian, once I have regained my energy, I shall settle this with you. Wang Zhengnan would not be outdone either. The remaining 4 prodigies, though less vocal than these few, harbored dissatisfaction towards Chen Luo for dismissing Lin Balian's suggestion. And none wore a pleasant expression. Su Zhizhi remained silent, focusing solely on restoring her spiritual energy, consumed by a singular thought. Share the artifacts? Impossible. Chen Luo's face grew increasingly flushed with indignation as he regarded the ungrateful assembly. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at them. Come at me if you dare. Let us see if my blade is sharper than your bones. I shall fell you all. The others, hearing his words, did not exhibit the steely resolve they had professed. The 4 prodigies appeared hesitant. They merely sought to intimidate Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi, unaware that Chen Luo would retaliate fiercely, just as they prepared to withdraw. A series of steady footsteps echoed from the opposite passage, imbued with a mysterious rhythm, resonating through the still air like the beating of war drums. Each step reverberating within the hearts of all present. As Su Ci slowly emerged from the corridor, he caught wind of all the conversations that had just transpired. Though he was oblivious to the reasons why Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi had chosen to convene here instead of pursuing their own fortunes. It was evidently not the moment for such trivial musings. Lin Balian gazed at the strikingly handsome figure before her, instinctively licking her lips once more. Her legs trembled, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. How extraordinarily handsome! I shall first entice him, then proceed, clearing her throat. She attempted to adopt a delicate demeanor, brother. Yet before she could utter another word, apart from Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo, every other individual present was swept aside by Su Ci's celestial palm strike as if they were mere refuse, sent careening into the corners of the room. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of spitting blood. The once proud talents now bore expressions of sheer horror, their eyes reflecting disbelief and profound dread. What manner of being is this? One strike? Merely a single blow rendered them utterly defenseless? Su Yi's terror exceeded that of the others. While they might have faltered due to the immense drain of their spiritual energy, he stood in full vigor. Even as he summoned all his spiritual power to defend against the external force, he found himself uncontrollably propelled away, in the presence of Lin Balian. Sui still felt the need to maintain his dignity, and he furiously exclaimed, "How dare you act in such a manner?" Su Ci disregarded him. Casting a meaningful glance at Su Zhizhi and Chen Luo, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message. Collecting all the artifacts, they swiftly approached Su Ci, and in an instant, the 3 figures vanished from their location. After a pause, Su Ci's indifferent voice echoed in the air. "This is how I conduct my affairs." With that, Sui struck the ground with a punch, his expression dark and his body devoid of strength. The individual who had effortlessly placed him in such a predicament was someone he could not provoke, even if granted 9 lives. This time, I shall let you go. Next time, should we cross paths again, I will steer clear, Sui thought bitterly to himself. His gaze then fell upon Lin Balian, who had remained silent, and he voiced his concern. "Balian, are you all right?" Ever since she had been swept away moments ago, she maintained a certain posture. Her face obscured by her hair, rendering her features indistinguishable. Her delicate form trembled slightly, her eyes filled with madness as Su Ci's indifferent words. "This is how I conduct my affairs," echoed relentlessly in her mind. Lin Balian made a resolute decision. She would regard this man as her lifelong partner, relegating Sui to the role of a secondary companion. Only a woman like her, Lin Balian, was worthy of such a flawless man. With this thought, she lifted her head, instantly donning a facade of fragility. "I am fine, Ego," she replied, subsequently acknowledging the concerned gazes from Yang Feifei and the others. These shields would still serve her purpose. She must not allow any discord to arise among them. After all, the secret realm was far from over, was it not? Chapter 83. The false main hall. Returning to their original location, Su Ci inquired of the 2. "How did you end up there?" "That girl just now," Chen Luo explained with a shrug. "I noticed her trailing a group behind you and feared you might be ambushed, so I abandoned the initial plan and followed you instead." Upon hearing this, Su Ci felt a warmth in her heart. Given their abilities, even if they were to encounter peril, they could certainly overcome it. Yet, she chose to forego this opportunity out of concern for him. Although those few individuals would not pose a threat to her, their actions nonetheless touched Su Ci deeply. She then clasped her hands in gratitude. Chen Luo appeared indifferent, while Su Zhi's expression was similarly nonchalant. Together, the 2 of them had acquired 13 Dao artifacts during this expedition, which could be deemed a significant harvest. "By the way, Su Ci, why did you bring us out? Is there no direct passage from the side hall to the main hall?" They were aware that Su Ci had entered the side hall. Yet they were puzzled as to why she had chosen to bring them back out. "I obtained a pearl in the side hall." "A pearl?" This seemed unrelated to their exit, and Chen Luo and Su Zhi exchanged glances. Su Ci remained silent, retrieving the golden spirit pearl and presenting it to them. The 2 gazed at the golden orb in his hand, understanding the answer lay within, and without further hesitation, Chen Luo took it first. Upon feeling the guiding energy of the spirit pearl, enlightenment washed over him. Sujiji experienced the same revelation, sensing the aura of guidance. Their gazes were drawn to a stone platform that had mysteriously risen in the center. To their astonishment, four circular indentations were visible on the platform, and embedded within one of them was a golden spirit pearl. Had someone arrived before them? With the pearl in hand, they hurried to place it within the indentation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their focus. It was Ji-Fu-Yao. Upon seeing him, Chen Luo and Su Jiji were filled with surprise. They had not sensed Ji-Fu-Yao's presence at all. Meanwhile, Su Xiai, who had detected Ji-Fu-Yao's existence immediately, chose to ignore him as he bore no hostility. Ji-Fu-Yao, aware that Su Xiai had noticed him, found himself intrigued by Su Xiai. Previously, the stone door might have been attributed to luck, but now, under the influence of his breath-holding technique, he could still sense Su Xi's presence. This individual might be slightly stronger than the other insignificant beings. Even if Su Xiai could see through his technique, he merely regarded him as a shade above the rest. Hearing Ji-Fu-Yao's words, Su Xiai made no move. Casting a glance at the stone platform, his expression soon shifting to one of subtle complexity. To activate the pseudo-main hall, for golden spirit pearls must be embedded into the stone platform. A pseudo-main hall? This scattered immortal was indeed cunning, devising such a ruse. With no other paths available, Su Xiai felt little conflict within, casually tossing the golden spirit pearl, which seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, settling steadily into the indentation. The fifth to emerge was Luo Yu. Discovering that he was not the second to exit stirred an indescribable feeling within him, akin to swallowing a dead fly. Narrowing his eyes, he fixated on Su Xiai, his gaze flickering. The last time he had seen Su Xiai, he was at the initial stage of transformation. Yet now he had advanced to the mid-stage. This reminded him of the stone door. It must have contained extraordinary treasures. If only he had been bold enough to push Su Xiai back, disregarding the risk of injury. But now, it was too late. Damn that wretched being. Luo Yi cursed internally, though his outward demeanor remained nonchalant. Following the guidance of the golden spirit pearl, he placed it into the stone platform. He had no desire to converse with Ji-Fu-Yao or Su Xiai. It would suffice to not draw his sword against them. As for Chen Luo and Su Jiji, he had never regarded them as worthy opponents. How could a cultivator at the combined phase challenge one at the transformation phase? Did he think everyone was like Su Xiai? With the appearances of San Qi and Su Tao, a chain reaction seemed to unfold. As one figure after another emerged from the doorway. Among them were Wu Qing, Yu Tianming, and Lu Wuming. Lin Balian, after fruitlessly searching in the side hall, emerged with her knight and loyal hound. Upon stepping out, her gaze immediately locked onto Su Xiai, as if she intended to consume him whole. Su Xiai surveyed his surroundings and noted the casualties among the disciples of various sections. The number of more than 70 had dwindled to just over 50. Among them, Su Xiai recognized the despondent face of Lu Wuming, as well as the woman he had encountered on the third level of the sword tomb. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Lu Wuming. Senior brother Lu? What has transpired? Upon seeing Su Xiai, Lu Wuming forced a grim smile. Junior brother Sui opened his mouth. Yet the words failed to escape. Observing the dejection of the sword sect disciples, Su Xiai tentatively inquired, have any disciples perished? At the mention of Su Xi's words, the melancholy on Lu Wuming's face deepened. After a prolonged silence, he nodded slowly. I had initially believed that with my strength and the cooperation of everyone, our expedition would differ significantly from the last under Brother Yu's leadership. I never anticipated that I would be the proverbial frog in the well. Lu Wuming clasped his head with both hands, the veins on his temples bulging, reflecting the stark contrast between his earlier confidence and his current despair. He recalled the fervent promises he had made before the sect leader and the boast he had shared with Su Xiai. Now, less than a year into their venture into the immortal fallen secret realm, they had already suffered losses among their disciples. How would he explain this upon his return? How could he face the junior disciples? Or perhaps, there was nothing he could do at all, nothing at all. Lu Wuming's thoughts spiraled into deeper despair, causing his spiritual energy to spiral out of control. Su Xi's gaze sharpened slightly as she released her spiritual energy to suppress the errant forces. Calm down, brother Lu. After Su Xi's intervention, Lu Wuming, who had been in a daze, instantly regained his senses, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He had just been momentarily ensnared by darkness. Had it not been for Su Xi's timely action, the consequences would have been dire. Thank you, junior brother Su. Su Xiai waved his hand dismissively. For him, it was merely a matter of consuming a modicum of spiritual energy. Brother, life and death are governed by fate. And I urge you not to underestimate your worth. Without you, the casualties among the disciples of the sword sect would be even more grievous. You have already performed admirably. And should danger arise, I will intervene. With that, Su Xiai turned and departed. Lu Wuming stood transfixed, staring at Su Xi's retreating figure, his body frozen in place. While still bearing a heavy expression, the previous turmoil within him had been alleviated through Su Xi's counsel. Indeed, he still had tasks to undertake. He needed to rally himself. Otherwise, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards the remaining junior brothers and sisters. In truth, the sword sect was not the only one to suffer losses. Other sects had also experienced the demise of several disciples. Those who survived, lacking in strength, found themselves engulfed in confusion. Witnessing their more powerful seniors fall before their eyes, they could not remain indifferent. What would transpire next was beyond anyone's knowledge. The passage through the 8 doors had dulled the once spirited crowd. In contrast, the Wanqing dynasty, where Ji Fuyao resided, harbored no such reservations. For they had brought only Ji Fuyao. Among the 95 who initially entered the immortal ruins, the 5 who were absent all belonged to the Wanqing dynasty. Chapter 84. The miasma of life and death. Logically, Ji Fuyao should share the surname Li, like the 3rd princely Yi and the 5th princely Yutian. However, due to her imperial mandate and unparalleled prowess, the emperor of the Wanqing dynasty believed that Ji Fuyao could dominate her generation without equal. Thus, she was granted the distinguished surname Ji. Historically, emperors bore the surname Li prior to ascending the throne, changing it to Ji only after their coronation. At this moment, as the emperor of the Wanqing dynasty still lived, he bestowed the surname Ji upon Fuyao in advance, underscoring the esteem in which she was held. As the golden spirit pearl in Sanchi's hand embedded itself into the stone platform, the groove was filled, and a brilliant, resplendent golden light erupted forth in an instant. The original 8 doors coalesced into a single, enormous silver door. Having witnessed the fate of the axe-wielding prodigy, these gifted individuals hesitated to act recklessly. The stone statues had nearly claimed their lives. Should they suffer a devastating blow akin to that of the axe-wielding prodigy, it would be time to cover them with white cloth and sound the funeral dirge. Observing the hesitant demeanor of the crowd, Ji Fuyao scoffed derisively, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a colossal hand imbued with immense spiritual power surged past her, forcefully striking the silver door and pushing it open. Su Xiai stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the grand hall beyond the door. Ji Fuyao raised an eyebrow at the sight. It was this fellow again, quite intriguing. Without hesitation, she followed suit. Chen Luo and Su Zhizhi regained their senses, only to witness Su Xiai disappear in a flash. They paid no heed to anything else and swiftly employed their techniques to enter. The others soon followed, despite their trepidation regarding the eerie stone statues that might await them inside. Yet, their relentless pursuit was driven by the allure of the so-called legacy. The grand door exuded an imposing presence, and its stringent conditions for entry hinted at the significance of the inner sanctum. Since it was the main hall, the legacy would undoubtedly reside within. Who knows, perhaps the celestial beings valued fate. They might surpass Ji Fuyao and seize the legacy, achieving a remarkable turnaround. Inside the hall, a kaleidoscope of colors danced in harmony. Amidst the radiant glow lay an array of shelves, meticulously arranged. These shelves were adorned with numerous precious treasures, a veritable feast for the eyes. Among them, a few artifacts emanated an aura far surpassing that of ordinary Dao tools. Susi discerned at a glance that it was a celestial artifact. However, he was somewhat perplexed. How could a loose immortal possess so many celestial treasures? As he recalled the recently identified pseudomain hallstone platform, a thought struck him, causing his pupils to constrict as he activated his appraisal function. The curse of undying. Those afflicted by this curse will lose their sanity, existing in a limbo between life and death, becoming mere killing machines until their demise. What lay before him was not a treasure, but rather a manifestation of miasma designed to lure cultivators. Upon entering the grand hall, the other cultivators also beheld several treasures exuding pressure surpassing that of Dao artifacts, prompting them to execute their techniques in a bid to seize the advantage. Chen Luo, Yu Tianming, and others were among them. Stop. This is a product of miasma. Upon recognizing some familiar faces about to encounter the curse of undying, Susi hastily called out a warning. Trusting Susi, Chen Luo abruptly halted and reversed direction, with Yu Tianming doing likewise. Lu Wuming, Wu Qing, and Mu Kong also issued commands, instructing their disciples to refrain from touching anything. Ji Fuyao, however, remained motionless, imbued with imperial command. He sensed something amiss with these treasures. Susi's revelation confirmed his suspicions. Contemplating this, Ji Fuyao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Susi. It was still him. His evaluation of Susi elevated from merely stronger than an ant to a more significant creature, and he left it at that. Lo Yi had her hand extended halfway. Upon hearing the warning, she found herself in a dilemma should she touch or not. If she reached out and something truly sinister lay within, she would certainly face dire consequences. Conversely, if she refrained due to Susi's words, it would imply that fear dictated her actions. Observing the other side was even more amusing. A petite figure clad in black robes clung to Sanchi, obstructing her from reaching out. Stop. Don't extend your hand any further. Su Tao urgently intervened. Let go of me. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Don't take advantage of me. Sanchi's expression soured as she felt her friend inadvertently brush against her. Yet, Su Tao remained unfazed, continuing to prevent her from seizing any treasure. Recalling the prior explosion of the protective shield, Sanchi ultimately relinquished her resistance, being dragged away by Su Tao with a look of utter despair. Quickly, some astute prodigies and those who held unwavering trust in Susi distanced themselves from the apparatus. Lo Yu was still grappling with her decision to take action when a nearby prodigy, ignoring all warnings, suddenly convulsed violently, rolling their eyes back. Witnessing this, Lo Yi cast aside her concerns about ridicule and swiftly retreated. Yet, it was too late. She found herself encircled by over a dozen prodigies, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green, their faces devoid of life. With a thunderous strike, one prodigy was obliterated, half of their body destroyed, along with a portion of their skull. Initially prepared for a fierce battle, Lo Yi, upon realizing these wretched beings could not even wield spiritual energy, gradually eased her anxieties. So weak? They were merely However, the ensuing scene made the onlookers gasp in horror. They witnessed the prodigy, who had been mutilated, rise again and charge at Lo Yi. This was akin to a war god. Nevertheless, even so, under Lo Yi's integrated strength, they posed no significant threat. Yet, the more Susi observed, the more he sensed something amiss. These afflicted prodigies, incapable of utilizing spiritual energy, acted solely on instinct, rendering them akin to living targets. The curse of undying must possess deeper implications. As if to validate Susi's thoughts, a peculiar occurrence transpired. After dispatching all the afflicted prodigies, before Lo Yu could mock the onlookers who had kept their distance, his body suddenly trembled ominously. What is happening to me? Realizing his own anomaly, he panicked. No, it shouldn't be like this. The tremors escalated in intensity. No, no. With the echo of his anguished cries, Lo Yi too succumbed to the curse. Why had he been afflicted by this strange miasma when he hadn't even touched those treasures? Lin Balian, pale-faced, was relieved she had heeded Susi's warning. Otherwise, she would likely have transformed into a ghastly figure. As for Yang Feifei and Sui, they were spared by remaining close to Lin Balian and refraining from reaching for treasures at the critical moment. In contrast, Chen Mingkue and Wang Jinan, as Lin Balian hesitated over whether to heed Susi's advice, had inadvertently touched the treasures and succumbed to the curse. Now, they were in tatters, having been battered by Lo Yi. Wang Jinan, determined not to fall behind, perished in front of Chen Mingkue. I saw it. Those afflicted by the miasma came into contact with Lo Yi. Could it be that touching was the cause? Yang Feifei trembled as she spoke. The crowd's eyes shimmered with barely concealed astonishment and dread. Could those who touch the afflicted also become cursed? Treasure seekers. Should there be any typographical errors or omissions in the text, please inform the author. I am eager to improve. Chapter 85, The Same Battle I Will Not Fall Here. Lo Yi's speech was slurred, his eyes flashing with a strange light. With bitterness, he gazed towards the distant prodigies, specifically targeting Susi and Ji Fuyo, as his spiritual energy surged. He can wield spiritual energy, one prodigy exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, both Susi and Ji Fuyo furrowed their brows simultaneously. Susi speculated that Luo Yu might still possess a modicum of rationality. Otherwise, he could not possibly regard him with such a gaze laden with animosity. The previous prodigies, ensnared by the miasma, were mere witnesses to this spectacle, their eyes devoid of any semblance of emotion. A formidable entity in the harmonization stage, unafraid of death, was already a source of considerable distress. Not to mention the added threat of wielding spiritual energy. Ji Fuyo, Susi, come, face your demise. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyo turned to Luo Yi with a gaze that seemed to regard him as already deceased. With a swift motion, she unleashed a golden dragon from her palm, charging directly at Luo Yu. In response, Luo Yu crossed his arms, bracing against the ferocious assault of the golden dragon with sheer physicality, countering with a colossal palm infused with the essence of the undying miasma. Witnessing this exchange, a flicker of gravity crossed Ji Fuyo's eyes. She formed a seal with one hand, summoning a protective shield of spiritual energy that enveloped her. Two ethereal golden dragons swirling ominously around the barrier. These dragons appeared strikingly lifelike, their scales glimmering with a chilling radiance, exuding an air of authority and dominance. With a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be violently torn asunder. Yet, astonishingly, the shield remained unscathed. The onlookers, still reeling from the shock, sensed the eerie, undying miasma, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, stealthily riding the powerful gusts emanating from the palm, swiftly targeting the unprepared crowd nearby. Before they could erect their own protective barriers, Susi flicked his sleeve, unleashing a surge of crimson golden spiritual energy that clashed with the lifeless miasma, producing a crackling sound. Upon witnessing the scene, Susi offered a serene smile, confirming the efficacy of his approach. To his astonishment, the power of the sun, when employed in combat for the first time, granted him a remarkable surprise, capable of incinerating the relentless miasma of immortality. With such assurance, he felt liberated from any lingering concerns. Enveloping himself in the solar energy, he took a decisive step forward. Meanwhile, after blocking a powerful strike, Ji Fuyo felt a sense of frustration. He had never found himself in such a disheveled state before. Following the thwarting of the spiritual energy-laden palm, his figure flickered, and he engaged in battle with Luo Yi. They fought, retreating as necessary, primarily hindered by the omnipresent miasma of immortality emanating from Luo Yi, which proved to be a formidable challenge. This predicament rendered Ji Fuyo constrained, momentarily subdued by Luo Yi. Just as the stalemate persisted, a wave of crimson golden sword energy surged forth, disrupting the equilibrium. Feeling an agonizing pain in his back, Luo Yi turned to confront the newcomer. Ci. The impact of the crimson golden energy left Luo Yi's visage even more ghastly, resembling a vengeful spirit. The hissing sounds emanating from his back only fueled his fury. With arms outstretched, hundreds of tendrils infused with the miasma of immortality manifested behind Luo Yi, poised to strike. Witnessing the damage inflicted by Susi's strike, Ji Fuyo's expression shifted slightly. He refrained from uttering any dismissive remarks regarding their alliance. as spiritual energy coursed through him. He traced intricate symbols in the air while muttering incantations. In an instant, 9 resplendent golden dragons of spiritual energy appeared, clearly indicating Jifuyao's intention to engage in long-range combat. In contrast, Su Xiai, wielding the Ink Shadow Sword, glided gracefully towards Luoyu. While the sword energy possessed limited destructive capability, it could only inflict superficial wounds. However, with the augmentation of physical strength, the Ink Shadow Sword, empowered by the sun's energy, could cleave through Luoyu's defenses as easily as slicing through tofu. Luoyu, recognizing the danger, refrained from a direct confrontation, his remaining rationality warning him against being struck by the sword. Thus, he opted to retreat behind the tendrils, commanding them to launch an assault against both Su Xiai and Jifuyao. As the tendrils surged forth, Jifuyao pointed his finger, unleashing the 9 golden dragons that roared towards the oncoming tendrils. Meanwhile, Su Xiai moved like lightning, wielding the Ink Shadow Sword, releasing dazzling crimson golden sword energy. The sword energy danced through the air with a fervent and domineering aura, severing the tendrils with precision. Each strike of the crimson golden energy was meticulously aimed at Luoyu. Despite his attempts to evade, Luoyu found himself struck by several of the cleverly angled sword energies, blood spilling upon the ground. The spiritual energy fluctuations generated by the trio's fierce battle left the surrounding prodigies in dismay, as they hastily raised their spiritual barriers. Although Sanchi felt a twinge of excitement, the ominous miasma quelled her impulsive thoughts. She had no desire to end up like Luoyu, caught between the realms of life and death. What astonished her most was the striking figure of the man, as she pondered why she had never heard of such a formidable presence on the prodigy rankings. Reflecting on her friend's unusual behavior, Sanchi hurriedly approached. Su Tao, do you know that swordsman? At this moment, Su Tao stood alert, her body shimmering as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, resembling a frightened little beast. Apart from Sanchi, there was no one else around, creating an isolated vacuum around her. There was no other choice. The radiance emanating from Su Tao is undeniably blinding, akin to a colossal light bulb positioned directly before you, causing those around her to instinctively retreat.